In a lively and exuberant matchmaking reality show, I found myself reluctantly seated in an interview room, facing the enthusiastic inquiries of the production team. While internally I felt a growing aversion. I had intended to escape the relentless pressure of my family's matchmaking. Yet here I was, coerced by my father's handcuffs to this absurd gathering. Nevertheless, before the camera, I maintained a flawless smile, concealing the tumultuous emotions within. The crew exchanged glances of exasperation, seemingly critiquing my lack of cooperation. I was acutely aware that I had become the focal point of attention, yet I yearned to flee this ludicrous charade. Outside the interview room, the live broadcast captured my image, drawing the gaze of the audience. One crew member, unable to contain themselves, suggested to the director, "It seems this Jiang Ning is rather difficult. Shall we consider a replacement before the guests meet?" The director scrutinized me through the lens, contemplating my exceptional poise and beauty, clearly a product of a wealthy upbringing, suggesting I was no ordinary individual. My visage surpassed that of many starlets, radiating an untamed allure that ignited the greed of those around me, eager to possess me. A glance at the viewer count revealed a sudden spike since my appearance, catapulting the numbers to the top within mere minutes. The barrage of comments erupted, with viewers clamoring to express their astonishment. Is she truly the rumored princess of the Jiang family? Ha ha, abandoning her inheritance only to be brought here. Even a princess faces the woes of forced marriage. I can sense her reluctance, even through the screen. How amusing. Ah, the rumors are indeed true. The princess is breathtakingly beautiful. While you see her face, I see her figure. Wealthy and beautiful is one thing, but her physique is extraordinary. What a real-life Barbie. I wish to keep her hidden away. As I observed the rapidly scrolling comments, the director's face illuminated with unmistakable excitement, as if this live broadcast would become the pinnacle of the show. Replace whom? This time fortune has smiled upon us. We struck the goldmine of viewership right from the premiere. Attention all execution team members. All male and female guests are assigned a new task. Groups 2 and 4. Alongside the other 3 groups, all cameras must focus on Jiang Ning. No detail shall be overlooked. Once the first episode concludes, we shall compile a special edit featuring the princess. Within the interview room, I remained oblivious to the director's decision, disdainfully enduring the interview while pondering that the production team might find me too challenging and simply dismiss me. To my surprise, rather than being let go, I sensed a shift as several crew members seemed to receive some directive, casting fervent glances my way. Before I could contemplate this further, as I stood to leave the interview, individuals rushed in to equip me with an earpiece and microphone, fastening a watch around my wrist. I glanced at the numbers displayed on the timepiece, reading 80. What is this? I inquired. The crew member replied, "This is a heart rate monitor. There's a task that requires the female guest to perform." He briefly outlined the task, and I merely smiled, not giving it much thought. At this moment, the chief director sat pensively before the monitor. Although the secret to garnering attention had been grasped, my reluctance as the princess was an impediment that could not be overlooked. Shortly thereafter, the chief director beckoned to the general affairs personnel beside him. 3 minutes later, the viewers in the live broadcast witnessed me receiving a tablet from a staff member. Although the audience could not discern the contents inscribed on the tablet, my demeanor unmistakably conveyed a blend of irritation, exasperation, and an affectionate indulgence. Casting a glance toward the camera, my eyes sparkled with an enchanting allure, seemingly laden with infinite enticement. The viewers erupted in exhilaration. Ah, the princess just looked at me. Her gaze is so captivating it makes my heart race through the screen. I sense an overwhelming chemistry. What could be written on that tablet? She seemed to smile. Oh my, it's the princess smiling, and my heart is adrift. 1 minute. I must know who elicited such a reaction from the princess. Upon returning the tablet, I surprisingly inquired of the staff, "Do you know who I will be collaborating with?" To heighten intrigue, the lineup of guests was kept under wraps, leaving me unaware of the participants. The staff were in the know, yet the broadcast continued. Both the audience in the live room and the production team eagerly anticipated my most genuine reaction. Enraptured by my smile, the young guide's face flushed as he stammered, The fourth female guest, do your best. Under his guidance, I proceeded towards an upper room. Best of luck, fourth female guest. The young staff member mustered the courage to say before hastily departing. I opened the door, and my eyes widened at the sight of a male guest shrouded in a blindfold. His features were striking, his skin remarkably pale, and his thin lips pressed tightly together, emanating an aura of cool detachment. Sitting upright on a single sofa, he exuded a palpable air of do not disturb. Fu Xian, how could he possibly partake in such a program? A wave of astonishment washed over me, while a flicker of surprise danced in Jiang Ning's eyes. At that moment, a reminder echoed through my earpiece. Task, first intimate contact. The male guest must not remove his blindfold. The female guest must remain silent. And every conceivable method must be employed to accelerate the male guest's heartbeat, with the fastest to surpass a heart rate of 130, earning a reward. Chapter 2. Does he know who he is kissing? Rewards are of little concern to Jiang Ning. However, this task is one she must conquer. She approached step by step, finally coming to a halt before Fu Xinyan. Upon hearing her footsteps, he slightly turned his head. The viewers who had been watching Jiang Ning's live stream caught a glimpse of his visage. The barrage of comments momentarily froze before erupting into a frenzy. Wow, the production team is incredible. They actually invited the illustrious Fu Xinyan to participate in the show. I am curious. Who is this male guest? He sounds quite impressive. Fu Xinyan, the CEO of JM Investment. Do you see those towering buildings in the high-tech zone of City A? That entire area is his stronghold. I just came from 3 other live streams to unveil this surprise. The lineup of male guests is astonishing. I must be dreaming. Is this live stream really hosted by the Grand Princess and Mr. Fu? I have to tell my cousin. He idolizes him. Wait, everyone. Are you still discussing the identities of the male and female guests? Am I the only one eagerly anticipating the developments? This is a heartbeat moment. Their first intimate encounter. What will they do? How will they connect? Touching? Rubbing against each other? Kissing? Oh my mind is racing. Amidst the chaotic comments, Jiang Ning remained oblivious. She focused intently on Fu Xinyan, extending her arm, her porcelain-like hand gliding over his handsome face. Noticing his head involuntarily tilt away, she raised an eyebrow. Still the same as before, disliking physical contact? Initially, her 4 fingers caressed his face, but as she slid down, she switched to a single index finger, teasingly tracing his thin lips, gliding over his resolute jawline, and finally resting at the Adam's apple. It is said that the Adam's apple symbolizes a man's allure, and she adored Fu Xinyan's slightly prominent one, which moved enticingly as he swallowed. It was devilishly sexy. In their past together, she often played with that spot, her hands roaming freely, her lips brushing against it continually. Each time, he allowed her, his rational yet somewhat detached black eyes gradually deepening, becoming hazy, and ultimately, he would lose control, holding her tightly, engaging in heart-racing activities. Her thumbs circled lightly around his Adam's apple as Jiang Ning stole a glance at his wrist. The reading was 90, not much different from the initial value. Was it the posture? She remembered how she used to sit atop him, embracing face-to-face. Without a second thought, Jiang Ning straddled Fu Xinyan. Immediately, she felt him instinctively recoil, his body tensing. She couldn't help but chuckle softly. A voice warned her of a rule violation for the female guest. A reminder came through her earpiece. Jiang Ning? Was that slight gasp considered sound? She was too indifferent to argue, primarily because they were still on a mission, and even if she wanted to dispute, she couldn't find the words. Glancing at her watch, she exclaimed, "What on earth?" She extended her arms, affectionately encircling his neck, leaning in as her lips brushed against his Adam's apple, her head nuzzling into the crook of his shoulder, an action she often performed in the past. Then, to her astonishment, she noticed the numbers on his wrist begin to rise. 93, 95, 98, 102. Indeed, his Adam's apple was a sensitive spot for Fu Xinyan. A smile played on her lips as she anticipated that this maneuver would allow her to effortlessly accomplish her task. Yet, for reasons unknown, Fu Xinyan, who had been silently resistant, suddenly moved. His large hand swiftly grasped her neck, his handsome face concealed by a blindfold, leaning in tentatively. This was contrary to his usual demeanor, leaving Jiang Ning somewhat perplexed. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, he made contact with her face, her lips, her neck. He mirrored her earlier actions, revisiting the spots she had touched. Then, his rough thumb pressed against the corner of her lips as he lowered his head, biting down hard. Hiss! In the live stream, the audience, caught unawares by their sudden kiss, erupted into frenzied cries. What progress is this? Is it really appropriate to be so open and intense on their first meeting? Can I even witness this? Is this merely for the task? Tell me it's purely for the sake of the mission. I refuse to believe it. There must be something more between them. Let me off this ride. I was supposed to be on my way to kindergarten. At first glance, he appears calm and collected, but in reality, Fu Xinyan's jawline is tense. His ears are flushed. I bet a spicy strip that, deep down, he's a bundle of nerves. No need to bet. The wildly increasing heart rate reveals that Fu Xinyan is genuinely anxious. 107, 110, 115, 122. As expected, the big shot is indeed a big shot. Fu Xinyan is anxious, yet he refuses to let the masses see through him, even as his heart rate monitor betrays him. Hiya, hiya, hiya. Princess Chang is quite the expert. Isn't she? She initiated the flirtation, yet she is the one being flirted with, and her heart rate only peaked at 120. All hail the master of romance. Princess Chang is magnificent. Seeking lessons from Princess Chang online. Before her stood a completely unfamiliar Fu Xinyan. In the past, his heart and mind were solely hers. He would not spare even a glance for unfamiliar girls. Now, he was oblivious to the identity of the female guest, embracing her and kissing her with fervor to fulfill the task, with his hands controlling her movements. Jiang Ning was compelled to tilt her head back, surrendering to his invasive exploration of her mouth, a strange pang of bitterness swelling within her. At that moment, the earpiece relayed a reminder from the staff. The male guest's heart rate had reached 130. Congratulations to the female guest for completing the task first. The announcement brought Jiang Ning back to her senses, and in her frustration, she stomped on him a few times to vent her anger. Yet, he tightened his grip around her waist, refusing to release her, only increasing the pressure. Jiang Ning found herself painfully constrained. Her efforts to break free finally successful as she tore off the blindfold. With a fierce glare, she confronted him. Did he have any inkling of the identity of the person he had kissed? The corners of her lips were bitten in a moment of overwhelming emotion. Jiang Ning then beheld Fu Xinyan, breathing softly, his deep black eyes, reminiscent of a frigid pool, unwaveringly fixed upon her. It seemed he had only just realized it was her. He raised an eyebrow nonchalantly, his voice low and husky as he uttered her name. Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was fiercely proud. Moments ago, she had been consumed by anger, yet in the blink of an eye, she concealed her emotions. A smile graced her lips, slightly swollen from the kiss, the majority of her lipstick now gone, lending a captivating allure to her sparkling gaze. It's me, Mr. Fu. I do apologize for causing you to miss the opportunity to interact with other female guests on your show right from the start. Fu Xinyan regarded her with an inscrutable expression. For reasons unknown, Jiang Ning suddenly felt an unwillingness to depart from his side. She purposefully shifted slightly upon his thigh. Chapter 3 Complete encirclement of 3 fitness instructors indeed. One could observe his expression faltering. The earpiece was intermittently filled with notifications of the guests completing their tasks. Jiang Ning, satisfied, rose to her feet, adjusting her attire slightly. It was time to assemble. See you later, Mr. Fu, she called out, as Fu Xiyuan watched her exit first. After a brief moment, the cautious voice of the chief director came through the earpiece. Mr. Fu, the cameras have all followed Miss Jiang. What would you like to do on your end? Fu Xiyuan exhaled deeply, glancing at the surveillance camera above, and promptly disabled the room's monitoring. Send someone to bring me a change of clothes. Understood. The red light of the camera dimmed. Fu Xiyuan stepped into the restroom, and with the sound of running water, the faint sounds of his low breaths emerged. After a considerable time, the water ceased. Fu Xiyuan emerged, his emotions entirely subdued. He regained his calm demeanor, appearing aloof and impassive, once again becoming the strategic and distant Fu Siyuan before others. Jiang Ning was the first to complete her task, yet she was the last to arrive. One could not decide whether the quality of major brands was deteriorating or if Fu Siyuan's excessive strength had caused her button to pop off. She had been unexpectedly sent over by the old man, with no idea where her luggage was, so she sought assistance from the production team to guide her. By the time she changed clothes and hurried to the assembly point, everyone else had already gathered. Then, she witnessed an unforgettable scene in her life. On her way, the photographer following her had slightly hinted that this episode featured a combination of handsome men and beautiful women. As someone who appreciated aesthetics, Jiang Ning naturally hoped her partners would possess good looks, making interactions more delightful. However, upon witnessing this group of striking individuals, her temples began to throb. Initially resolved that her brief past with Fu Siyuan was evidently unsuitable for further development, she had, after careful consideration, excluded him from her list of potential suitors during her wardrobe change. Now, the situation had evolved. Jiang Xiu, her childhood friend and now a rising star, had once been a source of joy for her. Regrettably, her curiosity led her to kiss him, but subsequently reject his confession, resulting in years of silence between them. Shen Yubai, the most sought-after senior in school, had returned from studying abroad, now the youngest and most authoritative professor in academia. They had shared a 2-month relationship before he departed, leading her to initiate a breakup. Lu Huai, the youngest and most skilled surgeon in the nation, once piqued her interest for deeper development. However, she soon discovered his past entanglement with her close friend, which had even resulted in tragedy. No betrayal against a best friend's husband, Jiang Ning resolutely decided to withdraw. In total, there were 4 male guests, all of whom had some connection with her. Then, she glanced at the 3 female guests. The innocent flower, the deceptive green tea, and the man-hating femme fatale. There was little to be said. With 4 exes and 3 rivals, she could easily gather enough for 2 tables of mahjong. Cursed old man. This was clearly a premeditated scheme to push her into the abyss. Jiang Ning gently tapped her cheek with her tongue, gracefully striding into the room, deliberately smiling with an alluring charm. "My apologies for the wait, everyone," she said. The atmosphere fell silent, as the once lively conversations in the restaurant ceased as if preordained. Facing her was Fu Sinian, who raised his gaze indifferently, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Jiang Xiu raised an arrogant brow, locking eyes with Jiang Ning before haughtily snorting and turning away. Lu Huai offered her a gentle nod, though one could sense an underlying sharpness hidden beneath a smile. While Shen Yubai remained expressionless, adjusting his glasses before nonchalantly averting his gaze. In contrast, 3 cheerful female guests briefly surveyed the male guests' faces, then turned to Jiang Ning with surprise registering on their faces, greeting her with smiles. Such a disjointed atmosphere was nothing new to her. If she were to send her regards, it would be in the form of silent, civilized thoughts. Jiang Ning reciprocated their smiles one by one. Surveying the room, she found only 1 seat remaining, which she promptly occupied. Upon sitting down, she realized that both sides were flanked by female guests, intentionally separating her from all the male guests present. Jiang Ning remained unfazed, acknowledging that the circumstances were not in her favor. Originally, she had planned to casually flirt with a pleasing male guest to fulfill her grandfather's wishes of marriage on the show, allowing her to continue her carefree escapades. However, as she glanced at the candidates before her, she reconsidered. Perhaps it was best to hold off on making any decisions just yet. This seating arrangement, however, suited her quite well. Shortly after she settled in, the chief director approached her, offering a few brief words before allowing the guests to begin their self-introductions. The 3 female guests eagerly shared their names, heights, alma maters, and hobbies. Had it not been for the constraints of live broadcasting, Jiang Ning felt they would have eagerly divulged their measurements as well. Nonetheless, such information seemed irrelevant. Jiang Ning assessed the trio. Aside from one who appeared somewhat appealing due to her fitness routine, the other 2 resembled underdeveloped bean sprouts, lacking in aesthetics. Once the introductions concluded, the 3 women turned their attention towards Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, a familiar face, no need for an elaborate introduction. The chief director interrupted, prompting her to elaborate. Jiang Ning, 170 centimeters tall. I don't have many hobbies, just enjoy sleeping. Beside her, Yi Ruyi chuckled. Ning Ning, you like drinking, why not mention that? All four male guests simultaneously lifted their heads. Among them, the proud Jiang Shiyu wore a disapproving expression. Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow and elaborated on Yi Ruyi's remark. Well, I love sleeping, but my sleep quality isn't great. A little drink helps me sleep better. Is that worth mentioning? Of course, such details help everyone know you better. The more comprehensive, the better, Yi Ruyi said, oblivious to her entrapment in Jiang Ning's clever ploy. Jiang Ning nodded in understanding and continued, Oh, speaking of which, you mentioned you enjoy sports. Shouldn't you add that you've trained with the 3 most impressive fitness coaches in our city? Cough. A thunderous cough erupted, causing Yi Ruyi's delicate face to flush crimson as she waved her hands at the crowd in protest. No. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Ning cheerfully uttered 2 words, referencing the lesson. Yi Ruyi felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a torrent of curses, yet she found herself rendered speechless. In such moments, the situation tends to deteriorate further. Moreover, she felt a twinge of guilt. Accepting the water offered by others, she took a couple of sips. As her coughing subsided, she forced a smile and remarked, It seems there is no need to elaborate so extensively. However, physical fitness is indeed crucial. My trainers are quite exceptional in their instruction. If any of you are interested, I would be happy to recommend them. With her final remarks, the understanding was mutual among those present. Chapter 4. The dregs of society seated beside her. When Yen Yen was ardently gazing at her, her exquisitely made-up face adorned with a constant, gracious smile. Unlike the others present, she shared the same agency as Jiang Shiyu. However, the stark contrast lay in Jiang Shiyu's status as an immensely popular idol, while she was merely an emerging starlet. Although she had acted in 2 films with commendable box office returns, such modest achievements paled in comparison to Jiang Shiyu's illustrious career. The agency had endeavored to elevate her status, leveraging numerous connections to secure her participation in this variety show. Before her arrival, her manager had earnestly advised her to seize this opportunity, emphasizing the necessity of engaging with Jiang Shiyu on camera. Yet, thus far, they had not been afforded even a moment to converse. Even when they had briefly crossed paths, Jiang Shiyu had merely nodded in acknowledgement before moving on. Reflecting on this, a cloud of despondency enveloped her heart, yet she maintained an outward appearance of grace, curving her red lips into a polite smile as she casually swept her long hair aside, responding with, I appreciate the kind gesture, but my arrangements are all made by the company. This simple yet courteous reply was intended to prevent any opportunity for the conversation to shift towards her. A fundamental lesson for every aspiring actress. In contrast, Su Xingman, seated one space away, engaged in lively conversation with Yi Ruyi. Oh, I just recently achieved a defined waistline, but I've been neglecting my workouts lately, and it seems to have been a bit of a rebound, haha. Do you see it? As she spoke, she stood up casually, lifting her garment to reveal a slender waist that appeared delicate enough to grasp, complete with an aesthetically pleasing navel. Looking up, one would note her fair complexion and enticing abdominal definition. When Yen Yen thought to herself, is this truly how one operates? Yi Ruyi, while somewhat competent, also seemed to have let her guard down. Su Xingman, after showcasing her physique, returned to her seat and unabashedly inquired, Hey, what does your trainer usually have you do? You have 3 trainers, right? I see your physique. It doesn't quite add up. Are you being misled? Let me tell you, beginners should focus on training the major muscle groups. Don't listen to all the flashy nonsense the coaches might boast about. As she rambled on, she inadvertently shared a wealth of fitness knowledge. Regardless of the utility of her insights, they successfully captured the attention of Jiang Shiyu, while Shen Yubai and Lu Huai listened intently. Among them, one was a top-tier idol requiring body management, while the other 2, a professor in academia and a chief physician, harbored an interest in the human anatomy. Even Fu Xinian, though disinterested, quietly absorbed a few remarks. What was meant to be her moment of spotlight had instead turned into someone else's highlight. Yi Ruyi stiffly exchanged a few words with Su Xingman while casting furtive, anxious glances among the 4 male guests. Noticing their attention seemingly diverted to the topic of fitness, she felt a sigh of relief wash over her, yet simultaneously, resentment brewed towards Jiang Ning for her petty remarks. Was it truly necessary to expose her supposed drinking habits? Her intentions had been to protect the male guests, urging them to discern character. Yet did she deserve to utter such provocative comments that tarnished her own reputation? And Su Xingman, who would wish to discuss fitness with her? In their circle, how many truly pursue fitness at the gym? It's utterly frustrating. Showcasing one's physique is having defined abs truly remarkable, and still broadcasting live. I wonder what the audience thinks of her. Outside the camera, the chat room is incessantly filled with messages. Here for my darling Jiang Zai. He has grown up and ready to forage for cabbage mommy. Is reluctant. Let me shed a tear. Wow, look at those abs, impressive. I must say I catch a whiff of insincerity. Nian Nian is truly as graceful as a chrysanthemum. The way she tosses her hair is so enchanting. It's enough for me to learn for a year. Professor Shun, look at me. I'm your student for next year. Please let me enroll in your class smoothly next year. Thank you. Dr. Lu noticed me. My friend S. son's classmate S. aunt is ill and needs your appointment, but your slots are booked until the second half of the year. We're in urgent need. Could you possibly accommodate us? Good deeds are rewarded. I beseech everyone to help me flood the screen. Thank you. To be honest, everyone, I'm on my way to Mr. Fu's company. May the production team bless me for a successful interview. What is going on? There are still people flooding the live chat for appointments. ISNT, the production team, going to kick them out? Long Princess fans reporting in. I adore the Long Princess's face and personality, and I enjoy watching her confront others. Although we haven't communicated, I've noticed that the male guests seem to be subtly observing the Long Princess's reactions. Is it just my imagination? My friends, here comes the first-hand spicy scoop. These individuals know each other in private. They're all from the same circle. Oh, it's no wonder the Long Princess referred to it as a familiar gathering the moment she spoke. I have a question. Why would acquaintances participate in a blind date variety show? Before the Long Princess arrived, the seven of them clearly appeared unfamiliar with each other. Hua Sheng, you've uncovered a blind spot. Something's amiss. The discussion on fitness did not linger long as lunch commenced. Jiang Ning had been out with her best friend until the early hours of the morning, having barely slept, and was brought over by her grandfather as secretary. At this moment, she felt sluggish though not particularly hungry. A glance at the dining table revealed an unexpectedly lavish spread. She served herself a half bowl of seafood congee, eating it absent-mindedly. To her left, the female guest Wen Yin Yin expressed her concern. Oh, Sister Ning Ning, why are you eating so little? Jiang Ning was chewing on shrimp and hadn't the chance to respond. To her right, Yi Ro chimed in supportively. Are you trying to lose weight? Many of my friends diet obsessively in pursuit of a perfect figure, but I believe, here we go again. Jiang Ning set down her spoon, propping her chin in her hand, watching her with leisurely interest. The previous lessons still lingered in her mind, and Yi Ro, sensing the mood, quickly amended her statement. It is true that girls look better when they're a bit slimmer. Jiang Ning instantly lost interest and averted her gaze. A soft laugh emanated from the side. Jiang Ning turned to find herself unexpectedly meeting Lu Huai's smiling eyes. The public perception of a doctor, endlessly treating patients, performing countless surgeries, dedicating their prime youth to the hospital. Those who manage to ascend to directorial positions are often older, some even balding. Lu Huai was distinctly different. He possessed a tall, youthful physique with sharp, well-defined features that exuded a refreshing charm. As he caught her gaze, the smile playing at the corners of his lips deepened. He subtly lifted his bowl, inviting her attention, revealing that they had chosen the same dish. Silently, he mouthed the words, "What a coincidence I am eating this too." Among the other three, Lu Huai was perhaps the first male contestant to extend a gesture of goodwill towards her. However, Jiang Ning chose to disregard him. Noticing the camera turning in her direction, she forced a smile that did not reach her eyes, curling her lips in an insincere manner. Her eyes, devoid of any mirth, conveyed a disdainful sentiment. A beast in human clothing. She promptly diverted her gaze away. Such a person, even a fleeting glance of 0.01 seconds was an affront to her dignity. Lu Huai was momentarily taken aback. Had he just been insulted? Chapter 5. Flirtation without responsibility. The interaction between the two did not escape the notice of others. Aside from Jiang Shiyu's sarcasticum, the other male contestants showed no excess expressions. As for the female contestants, when Yin Yin appeared contemplative, Yi Ri seemed eager to tease but refrained. Su Xingman glanced between Jiang Ning and Lu Huai, a knowing smile playing on her lips, yet she refrained from joining in the teasing. This was the first time they had dined together, and astonishingly, the entire lunch unfolded in silence, without a single ripple of excitement. The director glanced at the number of viewers in the live stream. Remarkably, the number had halved during this meal, while it was indeed mealtime for the audience. Who could guarantee that those who claimed they would return after a meal would actually come back? Thus, in a hurry, the planning team was summoned, and after a brief discussion, they decided to move the game originally scheduled for the following afternoon to that very afternoon. After the meal, the staff brought their luggage and announced, "You all have 1 hour for a lunch break. After the break, swimsuits will be distributed." They were located in the largest standalone villa in a seaside tourist area. The front door of the villa opened into a garden, while the back led to a beach. As they claimed their luggage, Jiang Ning approached the production team. After a brief negotiation, the director granted her 10 minutes of permission to turn off the live broadcast. With a cheerful smile, she dialed a number, turning away to a secluded spot. When the cameras were not on her, her radiant face lost its smile entirely. She was calling her grandfather. The call was answered promptly, indicating he was well aware of her every move. "Good girl. Why are you calling Grandpa in the middle of the live broadcast?" Jiang Ning interrupted him, saying, "You know who the contestants are. There is no need for me to explain. I can't handle this show." On the other end, the once robust voice of her grandfather fell silent for a moment before he slowly replied, "Dear, your grandfather, who is halfway buried in the earth, does not wish to see you all alone. Do not play the emotional card. It's not that I refuse now. It's that no one is cooperating with me. How can they not see how beautiful you are? I haven't been eating well or sleeping. My hair is falling out in clumps. And every day I wake up not knowing where I am or what to do. Life feels hopeless." Jiang Ning felt a headache coming on. "Grandpa, if your hair is falling out in clumps, I suggest it's time for you to get a wig. Also, are you too idle? How about this? I can sign you up for a matchmaking service. You can find a girlfriend, and then I can help you raise some little ones, puppies, kittens, bunnies, piglets, whatever you like." Jiang's grandfather, Jiang Ning, continued to coax him. "Just think you could be holding your girlfriend in one arm and the little ones in the other, keeping busy and ensuring you sleep soundly at night." Her grandfather. It made sense, and he was swayed by her argument. "You little rascal. I made a promise to your grandmother that she would have only one wife. Are you not afraid she might come looking for you at night?" After reprimanding, the esteemed elder Jiang issued a firm command for me to conduct myself appropriately. "I have invested in this program, and now that your popularity is at its peak, Secretary Zhao has arranged everything for your fan support group. No matter who withdraws, you must not retreat. To deceive one's own kind to this extent is unprecedented." This time, it was Jiang Ning who fell silent. She had but one request. She would participate in the program. "But you must agree to one condition. The marriage is merely for the sake of the show. After the program concludes, I shall live my life as I see fit. You cannot interfere in my romantic affairs any longer." This was her demand for a clear statement. She was willing to feign marriage for the program. Yet upon returning to reality, she must abide by her own wishes. This was not what she had initially envisioned. Elder Jiang gritted his teeth and acquiesced fine. After the two concluded their phone call, Jiang Ning was urged by the staff to head upstairs. On the other side of the city, unseen by her, Elder Jiang hung up the phone and urgently opened his contacts. "Kid, I managed to keep things steady for you. Whether you can seize this opportunity is up to you." After ending the call, Jiang Ning felt a wave of relief wash over her. She understood her grandfather all too well. Although it was a variety show, if he truly intended for her to choose a man to marry on the show, he could very well make it a reality. With her grandfather's promise that he would not pressure her after the program, she could confidently flirt with any man in the world. Exes, former exes, even a few beyond that, not to mention just 4 former flames. Even if every man she had ever interacted with were to gather, she would not be afraid. Love is a dance. Come together or part ways. She had made her stance clear. She would flirt, but not take responsibility. Elder Jiang was fishing, and only those willing would bite under the staff's guidance. Jiang Ning quickly found the female guest room. To facilitate the guest camaraderie, male and female participants were each assigned separate rooms. In the female guest room, aside from the bathroom, every corner was equipped with cameras. Upon entering, Jiang Ning found that everyone had already chosen their beds and swimsuits, each occupying a bed to organize their belongings. Seeing Jiang Ning enter, Su Xingman spoke first. Jiang Ning, you're late. Everyone has already picked their beds and swimsuits. In a good mood, Jiang Ning glanced at the vacant bed, conveniently located next to the bathroom door. With 4 people sharing one room, it would undoubtedly be noisy, but she couldn't be bothered to argue with them, so she thought, all right. This elicited curious glances from the 3 others. Su Xingman tentatively asked, who did you just call? Jiang Ning replied, the old man at home. What were you discussing? You seemed quite happy when you came in, aware that their conversation would be broadcasted live. Jiang Ning flashed a smile at the camera. Everyone knows that I was unaware I would be participating in this variety show. So, I felt a bit reluctant initially. But since my grandfather just scolded me, I'll cooperate well since I'm here therefore. Everything I do from now on will be a demonstration of my cooperation. After all, it's a program. It needs viewership. Y comprehend. When the time comes, I shall produce whatever delights the audience. Catering to the viewers is not a transgression. Should the situation escalate, there is a venerable figure to provide support. Just as before, it is merely flirtation without commitment, at most a sham marriage, and afterward, the male participants cannot hold her accountable. In the bedroom, the female contestants are left bewildered. In the live broadcast, the audience is equally perplexed. Before the screen, the entire production crew is in a state of confusion. Although this is a variety show and the audience is aware of its fabricated nature, can such statements truly be made before the camera? Are they not concerned about shattering the audience's fantasies of romance? This is merely the beginning. Before the actual coupling has even commenced, one of the main participants has already begun to dismantle the very idea of it. Furthermore, they have discerned an undercurrent of mischief in the air. What could this possibly signify? In a certain building within the city, the esteemed elder, engrossed in the live broadcast, is left questioning, was that truly my statement? I feel as though I've been outwitted by my clever granddaughter, and it feels unjust, leaving me with no avenue for redress. Chapter 6. The production team's antics. The female guests engaged in light-hearted conversation when the staff notified them it was time to change into their swimsuits. Oh dear, look at us, so engrossed in chat that we forgot our main task. Su Xingman slapped her forehead, urging everyone to hurry. The first to finish would be the first to change. The first to step in was Wen Yin, embodying the pure and innocent persona in a pristine white swimsuit. Following her was Yi Rui, radiating with vivacity in a striking red, her alluring curves making her the center of attention. Next came Su Xingman, exuding youthful energy in vibrant green, a hue that accentuated her fair complexion to perfection. As they emerged from the changing room, each appeared effortlessly poised, yet subtly striking poses to capture the best angle for the camera. They knew the importance of accentuating their figures. The neckline must be elevated to appear fuller, while inhaling to ensure a flat stomach. No trace of a bulging belly allowed. Long, fair legs should not stand stiffly. One leg should be slightly extended forward, with a gentle tilt of the body to achieve the most flattering perspective. When it was Jiang Ning's turn, the staff returned to hurry her along, with a male guest ready. The other female guests, now clad in their swimsuits, turned in unison to Jiang Ning. She waved her hand dismissively, assuring them, "It's fine, you all go ahead." When Yin, feeling a bit shy, advised her, "Take your time changing and come find us once you're ready. We'll head down to see what the production team wants." Su Xingman draped an arm around Wen Yin's shoulder, declaring, "It's a small space. You'll see us as soon as you come downstairs." Off we go. Without a word, Yi Rui wrapped herself in a large towel, casting a glance back at Jiang Ning before joining the group. Left alone with the remaining swimsuits, Jiang Ning entered the changing room, opening one of the garments to inspect it. What was there to misunderstand? Yi Rui's glance before departing was not one of pity for her being left behind, but rather a gleeful expression of schadenfreude. The production team truly spared no effort in their quest for higher ratings, even manipulating the swimsuits. For swimsuits lay before her. And Jiang Ning noted that when Yin Yin and the others looked perfectly fine in theirs, they showcased their assets appropriately, revealing backs and flaunting their curves. However, the one left for her, Jiang Ning scrutinized the swimsuit in her hand, her brow furrowing and a smile breaking forth uncontrollably. This was something she had to share with someone. Thus, the audience still tuned into Jiang Ning's live stream soon witnessed her stepping into the changing room with a swimsuit, only to swiftly pull open the door. First, she peeked out mysteriously. No one was there. Only a few cameras remained operational in the room. She approached one of the cameras, waving her hand. "Hi there. Can everyone see me?" The loyal viewers who had stayed in the live stream rather than watching the handsome male guest responded enthusiastically. "We see you, Princess." "Oh, did Princess call for me? Did you hear that? What orders do you have, Princess?" "I shall attend to them immediately." As they anticipated the sight of the princess in her swimsuit, they soon witnessed Jiang Ning unfurling a black fabric that she had crumpled in her hands. The material was exquisite, flowing gracefully yet maintaining a sense of drape. However, the design, a long one piece that enveloped her from head to toe, was unlike any other. It was the most comprehensive sun protection garment imaginable, eclipsing all others in its capacity for coverage. The barrage of comments erupted in laughter. What on earth is this? Did the production team make a mistake? No wonder their expressions were odd when the swimsuits were distributed. I didn't even see what styles they were given. It was just tossed onto the princess's bed. "Don't cry, princess. Leave us your address, and we will send you a beautiful, sexy swimsuit right away." How unfair of the production team. Are they trying to make the princess cosplay a nun at the swimsuit show? Just imagine that scene. Amidst all the sultry swimsuit models. The nun princess. Hilarious. The audience's comments, however, were invisible to Jiang Ning. After showcasing the swimsuit, she rummaged through the room until she finally found a pair of scissors. With one hand holding the nun-style swimsuit and the other brandishing the scissors, she playfully clicked them together before winking at the camera. "Don't go away. I am quite the professional in costume design. Watch me transform." She merrily hummed as she entered the bathroom and closed the door. When she emerged, she was mysteriously wrapped in a large bath towel. From the exposed, delicate, and slender length of her legs, it was evident that the overly long swimsuit had been hastily shortened. Sensing the audience's clamoring in the live stream, Jiang Ning waved at the camera. "I wanted to show you my transformation, but I suddenly thought that perhaps the production team arranged for someone to catch me in an embarrassing moment. I can't let them have their way. I'm afraid I can't reveal myself just yet." This explanation was met with unanimous understanding from the viewers, who shouted, "The production team is up to no good. They're causing trouble for the princess. Come out and let them have it." Amidst this chaos, a certain staff member responsible for maintaining the rhythm trembled in fear. He was also a fan of the princess. He merely wanted to earn a living, after all. Meanwhile, the director behind the scenes watched the viewer count soar, feeling an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Let them shout. The more fervently they complained, the happier he became. All of his chatter was generating buzz, traffic, and ultimately revenue. Indeed, his instincts had proven correct. With Jiang Ning, the show was destined to be a hit. With a grand gesture, he instructed the camera crew, "When Jiang Ning comes out, give it your all." As Jiang Ning took her time transforming the swimsuit, the production team decided not to keep the other guests waiting in the villa. They were instead ushered to the beach, where interactions among the guests could commence while they awaited the tasks that required everyone as presence. What could be more captivating than a group of handsome men and beautiful women frolicking in swimsuits on the beach? Thus, when Jiang Ning made her entrance, the atmosphere was electrifying. On the sandy shore, within the designated area, the girls led the charge, brandishing enormous water guns to douse the male participants. Prior to the revelry, they had agreed that the individual who was doused the most would face a random penalty. As Jiang Ning arrived, the game reached a fever pitch. She observed quietly for a moment before retreating beneath a sunshade. Among the neatly arranged yet untouched coconuts, she selected one, sipping from it as she reclined. The supervising director for this segment of The Beach, grinning as he watched the playful antics of the 4 men and 3 women through the lens, was caught off guard when someone lay down on an adjacent lounge chair, mistaking them for a crew member. Without sparing a glance, he muttered, "TSK. Why hasn't the eldest princess descended yet? She's the only one missing." Chapter 7. The production team has been burgled. Jiang Ning raised her gaze to meet his. Behind her, the 3 photographers in charge of capturing her every move cleared their throats. It was only when the executive director glanced at the lower left corner of the live stream that he realized the topic had shifted. A barrage of comments flooded in, uniformly reminding, "Director, she is right next to you. Director, she is right next to you. Director, she is right next to you." The executive director was momentarily taken aback, turning to find himself locking eyes with Jiang Ning, who had brazenly appropriated their lounge chairs without anyone noticing. Jiang Ning gave a little shake of the coconut she had drunk half of, flashing a sweet smile as she greeted him. "Hi, I'm right here." When she arrived, the executive director glared at the trio of cameramen behind her. Due to the hastily arranged tasks, many of the necessary devices had not been set up in time, and he had only managed to install one large screen. This screen was meant to project the movements of the 7 guests under his control. According to the original plan, Jiang Ning should have entered the beach area, been invited on camera, and gathered with the 7 guests, after which all cameras would follow her. However, the expressions of the 3 photographers who had begun filming as soon as Jiang Ning stepped out of the room were rather awkward. "Director, we didn't catch your face." The executive director was at a loss for words. Was that truly what he was concerned about? What truly troubled him was that Jiang Ning had outmaneuvered them. How could they have let this happen without intervention? Even worse, not a single hint had been provided. Listening to the furious tirade from the chief director overseeing the villa area through his earpiece, the executive director could only resign himself to the predicament and bear the consequences in silence. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning seemed blissfully unaware as she leaned closer, peering at the live stream and selectively reading the audience's comments. "Huh, does this count as the production team being burgled? This director is so amusing. He doesn't even realize he's been robbed." Turning to him, she remarked, "It seems they are laughing at you." This scene was broadcast live, prompting a flurry of comments praising Princess Chang for her talent, striking at the heart without shedding blood. The executive director disregarded the comments and kindly reminded her, "Jiang Ning, didn't you say that you would do more of what the audience loves to see? They are eagerly anticipating your next move. Shouldn't you hurry?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning paused for a mere 2 seconds before raising an eyebrow and flashing him a grin. "Indeed, you've been monitoring the dynamics of the live stream closely. How many pawns did you sneak in? Why are you asking about that? It was careless of him." The executive director lamented in despair. The moment he had first laid eyes on her, he should have refrained from speaking. Infuriated, he barked at the equally bewildered staff. "The guests are all here. Let us commence the task. Quickly." The jovial guest group, engrossed in their fun, was abruptly called to a halt. Jiang Ning protested, "I haven't finished my drink yet." Up close, the radiant beauty of Princess Chang was truly captivating. It was no wonder she garnered countless admirers simply by showing her face. Yet, in a moment of displeasure, even the executive director found himself wishing she would finish her drink before leaving. However, hearing the continuous scolding from the chief director in his earpiece, he had no choice but to remain stern, forbidding the guest from using any props. "This is your first warning," he declared. Jiang Ning pouted, reluctantly setting down her coconut. As the small table was hastily returned, it was lifted once more, allowing for a deep inhalation before rising and sprinting towards the guest group. "What I've consumed, do save it for me." The director, just as envisioned by the production team, the live broadcast showcased 8 strikingly attractive individuals, the scene exuding an aesthetic beauty akin to a splendid work of art, if only the incessant barrage at the lower left corner, urging Jiang Ning to remove her bath towel, were not present. Prior to this, the production team, in anticipation of insufficient topic engagement, had prepared an unconventional swimsuit for the female guests. Their initial arrangement involved staff distributing the swimsuit to Su Xingmon, the most uninhibited among the female guests. whose boisterous personality combined with the eccentric swimsuit promised to generate a plethora of humorous moments, provided she was willing to cooperate. However, due to an unforeseen error at some stage, the swimsuit ultimately ended up in Jiang Ning's possession. The executive director had received prior notification of Jiang Ning's alteration of the swimsuit, yet unbeknownst to him and the others, the specifics of the modification remained a mystery. As everyone speculated about how Jiang Ning would transform the swimsuit, the audience fervently flooded the screen with comments. Remove, remove, remove. The audience reached a peak of enthusiasm, prompting the executive director to cease the suspense and call out Jiang Ning's name. Jiang Ning, I hear you've modified our program's swimsuit? Jiang Ning nodded affirmatively. Yes, indeed. The executive director, with a serious demeanor, cautioned. Do you realize that the swimsuit is considered a prop, and damaging props incurs penalties? Jiang Ning looked at him in confusion. May I inquire, what constitutes a prop? Anything utilized by the production team is deemed a prop. Then I too am a prop. If you punish me, you are damaging a prop. You should also face penalties. Right? How can a person be classified as a prop? Let me ask you, director, are you an object? Anything utilized by the production team is deemed a prop. An object, a prop. It dawned on everyone present, and laughter erupted. Not only was she attractive, but she also possessed a quick wit. The executive director, slowly grasping the situation, stifled his amusement. Ahem, Jiang Ning, if the audience urges you to remove your bath towel, will you do so? Certainly. Jiang Ning was quite cooperative this time, promptly loosening the bath towel, turning sideways to hand it to the nearest staff member. She then turned back to the camera, waving her hand. All right, this is the swimsuit I'm modified. Isn't it lovely? The live broadcast experienced a brief delay of several seconds. Following that, an avalanche of ecstatic comments flooded the screen. What have I done to deserve this punishment? Is the body of the princess to be admired only from afar? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I've taken a screenshot. I'm going to display it all over my room. I don't want to be human. I just want to be the delicate fabric enveloping the princess. Just a moment ago, I was cursing the production team for their antics. Now I envy them. Wishing to swap places. Should I envy the princess's exquisite figure or her miraculous ability to transform the mundane into the extraordinary? Is that truly the same swimsuit? Seeking the same swimsuit as the princess online. The original costume provided by the production team resembled a nun's robe, a one-piece garment of sheer fabric. However, under Jiang Ning's transformative touch, the cumbersome skirt and conservative ruffled collar were entirely removed, giving way to a short skirt and an off-the-shoulder neckline, perfectly balancing modesty and allure, subtly revealing a pair of exquisite legs and delicate shoulders. Beneath this, a fiery triangular bikini was nestled, while an airy layer of gossamer black tulle draped loosely over it. The waist was cinched tightly, flowing outwards at the hips, creating an exquisite interplay of concealment and revelation, achieving a tantalizing effect that accentuated her figure. The waist appeared impossibly slender, and the two ample curves at her chest seemed to beckon, undeniably captivating. Chapter 8. All created by Enhwa. Everyone is a child crafted by Enhwa. Just how much merit must one accumulate in a past life to appear as an enchanting princess in this one? That slender neck, oh, how I long to caress it. Those exquisite collarbones, oh, how I yearn to nibble at them. The soft bosom, the delicate waist, the voluptuous hips, the long legs. Oh, how I adore and desire it all. In a live broadcast room, viewers continuously poured in, fervently enamored. The director, witnessing the rapidly increasing number of viewers, felt immense satisfaction. He glanced cheerfully at the four male guests beside him and couldn't resist teasing. It seems not only has Jiang Ning's transformation garnered unanimous praise from the audience, but our male guests here are equally captivated. He continued, let's first ask our male guests, do you find Jiang Ning's transformation appealing? As Jiang Ning shed her towel and made her stunning appearance, Yi Ruyi and the others, who had been frozen in astonishment, turned their heads. As expected, they found a male guest transfixed by Jiang Ning, their envy and jealousy palpable. Yet constrained by the camera, each guest feigned anticipation for the male guest responses. The camera, keen on stirring up drama, unceremoniously focused on the prominent figures' faces. Fu Xinian raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of refined elegance, and candidly remarked, "If I were to nod in approval, what would you plan to do next? Discuss collaboration with me?" Shen Yubai scrutinized Jiang Ning seriously for a moment and earnestly commented, "I have not seen what this swimsuit looked like before its transformation, but judging by the incredulous expression of the female guests earlier, I can conclude that Miss Zhang's modification was a resounding success." Lu Huai glanced at the three female guests beside him, who were on the verge of turning rigid with envy, and smiled. "Miss Jiang is indeed beautiful, but which of the female guests here is not charming?" When it was Jiang Shiyu's turn, he scanned Jiang Ning from top to bottom, then withdrew his gaze and countered, "Are you inquiring about the outfit or the person?" Did this question even require asking? A hesitant voice from off-camera inquired. "The person?" Jiang Shiyu smirked mischievously. "In that case, I choose the outfit. It is quite lovely." Upon hearing his response, the expressions of those present shifted subtly. He leisurely added, "Why are you all looking at me like that? Miss Jiang is undoubtedly a great beauty, accustomed to compliments about her appearance. I must take a different approach and praise her inner beauty to capture her attention. Don't you think? Is that so?" Regardless of the production team's thoughts or the audience in the live room, they found his remarks laden with meaning, especially paired with his rebellious yet provocative demeanor. Yet, after his response, he pretended to nod sincerely. In a live broadcast, Jiang Shiyu's fans immediately flooded the screen to support their idol's words and actions. Although, nevertheless, it doesn't matter. Jiang Zai is right. Being beautiful is not a crime. Why should we only focus on our appearances and not our more beautiful inner selves? Mom is so delighted. My darling understands the beauty of inner qualities. The production team, observing the supportive comments on the screen, had nothing left to say. They recognized that he brought his own audience, and whatever that audience said was the final word. We dare not provoke them. With Jiang Shiyu's intervention, the expressions of the female guests brightened considerably. Wen Yinyan even cast him a few grateful glances. As a female celebrity, being overshadowed by an ordinary person is a significant taboo. Jiang Shiyu's actions indirectly salvaged her reputation, preventing her rivals from seizing the opportunity to discredit her. She discreetly observed Jiang Ning's expression, curious if she would be upset. Jiang Ning remained unfazed. Despite their long-standing estrangement, her decade-long friendship with him allowed her to understand the person behind the words profoundly. How could she harbor any resentment toward the young boy who once felt the need to express his feelings over something as trivial as an ant in his path? She smiled faintly, feigning concern, and chimed in, "Oh dear, I must always be mindful of my well-rounded persona." The audience erupted in laughter, and the atmosphere returned to normal. Jiang Ning laughed joyfully, her gaze drifting to the far left. She inadvertently locked eyes with Jiang Shiyu, who was also observing her reaction. She teased, "You little tsundere." Jiang Shiyu huffed in response. Soon, the director announced the next segment's task. We are about to engage in a game called Heartfelt Memories. First, I asked the male and female guests to line up facing each other. There were no designated spots, so the guests arranged themselves randomly. The first round featured Jiang Ning versus Shen Yubai, Wen Yinyan versus Jiang Shiyu, Yi Ri versus Lu Huai, and Su Xingman versus Fu Xinian. The director explained the rules. You now have 3 minutes to converse face-to-face with the person standing before you. After 3 minutes, the female guests will remain in place while the male guests will sequentially move to the next position until all 4 pairs have completed their turn. The requirements were straightforward. During the 3 minutes, both parties must engage in a rapid-fire question-and-answer format. Whether asking or answering, they must be quick, precise, and assertive. Any delays in questioning or answering or failing to provide a direct response would result in point deductions for the slowest participants. The one with the lowest score would face a penalty. A hint was revealed. This game included a hidden task, urging all guests to etch each other's impressions firmly in their minds. As soon as the director finished announcing the rules, Su Xingman exclaimed, "Director, this is so difficult. If one has a low capacity for memory, they can't even participate in this game." The director shot back without hesitation. "If it's not challenging, then what is the point of playing a game?" Su Xingman, undeterred, asked with a smile, "If we lose, what is the punishment? And if we win, is there a reward?" Everyone turned their attention to the director in anticipation. He smiled mysteriously, guess. With a scoff, Su Xingman dismissed him. When Yin Yin couldn't contain her laughter, covering her mouth. Yi Ruyi inquired, Director, could you give us a hint? What kind of questions can we ask? Are there any restrictions? The director raised an eyebrow. There are no restrictions. As for the questioning range, outside the camera's view, the voice of the director chuckled slyly. It all depends on your courage. The guests collectively gasped. Are we really going that far? They began to ponder intently. During the first round, as everyone was still unfamiliar with the rules, the director kindly granted them a moment to prepare. The audience was buzzing with excitement. Everyone is fervently suggesting questions for the guests. The executive director has received instructions from the chief director backstage to delay the commencement of the game, allowing a moment of silence for the audience to engage and flood the screen with their thoughts, while also giving the guests time to contemplate. If one wishes to avoid defeat, they must devise cunningly crafted questions that the opponent cannot answer. What sort of inquiries would elicit such a response? They must pertain to personal privacy, as they would render the other party reticent to speak. The camera sweeps across the faces of the guests. The male guests, being industry titans, are accustomed to tumultuous situations. Even if they feel uncertain internally, they maintain a composed exterior. The female guests, however, display more genuine reactions. Some wear furrowed brows, others appear pensive, and a few seem quite conflicted, counting on their fingers the number of questions they have conceived. As the focus shifts to Jiang Ning, the atmosphere transforms dramatically. Chapter 9. Should I reveal my object of fantasy? As Jiang Ning spotted the camera aiming at her once more, her smile blossomed instantly, and with enthusiasm, she gracefully extended her delicate hand to wave. In the live broadcast room, whether the guests noticed or not, the audience, united in spirit, racked their brains to conjure questions. Why is the princess so relaxed? Is she confident of victory, or does she find the game too daunting, preparing herself for defeat? The chief director, observing the scene on the large screen backstage, furrowed his brow. They had mastered the formula for attracting viewers, yet within less than a day, this formula had slipped beyond their control multiple times. The chief director felt compelled to intervene. Attention everyone, keep an eye on Jiang Ning. The executive director, having previously suffered at her hands, locked his sharp gaze onto Jiang Ning through the live feed. To avert any mishaps, he hastily implemented a new rule before the game commenced. No questions pertaining to specialized knowledge shall be permitted. This includes, but is not limited to, encyclopedic inquiries. Upon hearing this, the male guest group watched with furrowed brows, while the female guests, Yi Ruyi and Su Xingman, clutched their heads, releasing exclamations of despair. The director was quite pleased with their reactions. The game began, with Jiang Ning facing off against the team of Shen Yubai. Jiang Ning, Professor Shen. When did you first experience nocturnal emission? Shen Yubai. Staff member. Ahem, Professor Shen loses points. It was now the turn of the male guest to pose a question. Shen Yubai gazed at the person before him, who was smiling back at him. His life was simple. He spent his days either lecturing or immersed in research within a laboratory. Even the questions he had prepared earlier were relatively mundane from an academic perspective. However, the new rule prohibiting such inquiries left his mind in disarray, as he was often lauded as a walking encyclopedia. Through his golden-rimmed glasses, the gentle and refined Professor Shen found his thoughts muddled. What should he ask to avoid putting her in a tight spot? You, staff member, time's up. Professor Shen loses points. Jiang Ning, what position does Shen Yubai prefer? Shen Yubai what? Oh heavens, forgive the innocent Professor Shen. He couldn't even comprehend the question. By the time he finally grasped it, the time was up, and it was time for the male guest to ask again. Shen Yubai, his handsome face slightly flushed, wondered why such questions were being asked. Jiang Ning, surprised, replied, because of the rules. After a brief pause, she immediately inquired, during your studies abroad, how many women have shown interest in you? Adhering to the principle of seeking truth, Shen Yubai began to reflect. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then time's up. Professor Shen loses points. Shen Yubai. The staff felt quite sorry for him. Only 10 seconds remained in this round. Professor Shen, you can do it. Just as if to assist him, a staff member stepped forward and shouted, everyone, time is of the essence. 10, 9, 8, 7. As the clock ticked down, urgency ignited Shen Yubai's subconscious, prompting him to blurt out a question that had long been buried in his heart. Jiang Ning, 3 years ago, I posed a question during my studies abroad. Can you provide me with an answer now? Is there a twist? Not only did the staff perk up their ears, but numerous attendees, including several groups of guests nearby, could not help but pause their games and cast curious glances. Shen Yubai wore a serious expression. Time was slipping away. 3-2. In the final second, Jiang Ning slightly parted her crimson lips and affirmed, I can. The staff member responsible for keeping time exclaimed, 1. Time's up. The first round of questions is concluded. His excitement was palpable, only to realize that everyone was collectively gazing in one direction. Under the spotlight, Jiang Ning felt no unease. Instead, she playfully tossed her hair and urged, Why are you all looking at me? I've won. The staff instinctively glanced at the director, who cast a quick look at the live stream. Just moments ago, Shen Yubai's question had been broadcast. The chatroom erupted with comments. Wow, the princess is so bold. The princess treats us like family. Why hold back when chatting with loved ones? Under the princess's unabashed assault, Professor Shen turned red. Ha ha. So what question did Professor Shen pose 3 years ago? Some speculated it was an academic inquiry. Others asserted it was a matter of the heart, noting the professor's altered demeanor. Furthermore, one individual boldly revealed themselves as a junior from the same department, succinctly recounting the love-hate saga surrounding the two over the years. However, this person's commentary was swiftly drowned out by a torrent of responses from other juniors and seniors. According to the rules, Jiang Ning's answer was valid. Shen Yubai's question was, Can you provide me with an answer? Jiang Ning's reply was indeed affirmative. Had Shen Yubai understood the art of effective questioning, they could have compelled Jiang Ning to elaborate further. Observing the screen, the production team urged for a follow-up answer but received no response, resulting in an outpouring of frustration in the comments. The director sighed in exasperation. Why were they blaming him? If they had the ability, they should pry the answer from the princess herself. With a grim expression, the director nodded. Consequently, the final question was deemed to have been won by Jiang Ning, while Shen Yubai suffered a disheartening defeat. The second round swiftly followed. In this round, Jiang Ning faced off against Jiang Xiyu. As a prominent figure in the entertainment industry, Jiang Xiyu exuded an unmatched aura, and despite the earlier example set by Shen Yubai, his reputation for being outspoken rendered him unfazed. Upon taking his position, he proactively posed a question to Jiang Ning. Have you decided? Would you like to ask me about the timing of my first experience or my initial encounter? Or shall I simply reveal who my object of fantasy is? Jiang Xiyu's audacious remarks sent the live chat into a frenzy. Jiang, don't say such things. Your first time is clearly still with me. It's just a game, darling. Winning or losing doesn't matter. You needn't fabricate fact for the sake of pride. Mom knows you're pure. What fantasy object? You have none. If there must be one, it can only be me, ah? The director swiftly scanned the screen, choosing not to disclose the audience's reactions. Clearing his throat, he announced, the second round, let the games begin. Jiang Xiyu sat composedly, awaiting inquiries. Ask away. He is a sensation, possessing both charisma and strength. His substantial fan base is unwavering and loyal, impervious to any eccentricities in his behavior. Jiang Ning glanced at him, pondering. When was the last time he wet the bed? Jiang Xiyu. The audience. We are prepared to hear tales of our idol's romantic escapades, yet you unveil his childhood embarrassments? Jiang Ning looked over at the sluggish staff. Jiang Xiao loses points. Realizing the misstep, Jiang Xiyu swiftly countered. When was your first kiss? Young Ning repeated. In my first year of high school. During childhood play acting, what role did you assume? Jiang Xiyu. The staff opened their mouth to speak. Jiang Xiyu quickly interjected. I played the bride. With a hint of teeth-gritting intensity, he inquired, Who was your first love? Jiang Ning smiled. Not you. And who was your first love? It seemed to strike a nerve with Jiang Xiyu, who huffed in response, refusing to answer and turning his gaze directly to the staff. Chapter 10. Who was your first kiss? The staff came to a sudden realization. Did Jiang Xiao lose points? Jiang Xiu turned to stare at Jiang Ning, a provocative glint in his eyes. Who was your first kiss? Jiang Ning smirket inwardly. Did this fellow truly believe she would shy away from answering? With a charming smile, she replied, "You're like a nuclear bomb plunging into the sea, creating a cataclysmic wave." She reveled in the shock of the audience at her astonishing revelation, pausing briefly, her expression more mischievous than his. Her crimson lips slowly uttered, "Are you really that forgetful?" At this moment, even the director ceased monitoring the live broadcast. The sheer volume of comments caused the stream to lag significantly. The image froze on the popular idol's face, a hint of a smile at the mention of his name, only to be replaced by a completely frozen expression the next second. This commotion was reminiscent of the time when a top male star from a certain idol group publicly acknowledged his relationship with a child star, causing the Weibo system to crash. Even the production team staff could not manage the live stream, their foreheads drenched in sweat as they urgently contacted the platform. After a frantic 10 minutes, when things finally returned to normal, the earlier barrage of messages had already been lost. And this was merely the premiere of the show. Had it already become this sensational? The anxious executive director received a notification, ignoring the fervent comments flooding the new arrivals, and continued the game. Round 3, Jiang Ning versus Lu Huai. Before the game commenced, as the two took their places, the director's voice interrupted from off-screen. Ahem, excuse me. May I interrupt? Not only Jiang Ning and Lu Huai's team, but the other 3 teams also turned their attention. The director announced loudly. The production team has just received a notification from the hospital. Dr. Lu, representing Tongji Hospital, this game is not suitable for him, and he must regrettably withdraw. Lu Huai subtly furrowed his brow, but did not press the production team. Instead, he hesitantly looked at Jiang Ning. If I withdraw from the game, then this round, the director quickly understood, your team, Jiang Ning, wins. Upon hearing this, the other teams, including Su Xingman, erupted in protest. Director, that is unfair. Why didn't you let Dr. Lu withdraw when we were playing? The director deftly shifted the blame. Did I order Dr. Lu to withdraw? Blame it on the fact that you are not Jiang Ning. The hospital specifically prohibited Dr. Lu from playing with Jiang Ning. Su Xingman, Jiang Ning. The audience in the live stream, initially feeling quite disappointed, burst into laughter at the director's comment about the hospital explicitly forbidding Dr. Lu from playing with Jiang Ning. What is going on? They brought him onto a blind date show, and yet they let him enjoy himself. The image of a doctor is truly paramount, especially since Dr. Lu is not just any ordinary doctor. He is a national champion. Do you understand that? If not, look it up. What a pity. I'm really fond of Dr. Lu's looks. A handsome and talented doctor. Yet they couldn't dig up any gossip about him. Ha ha. I can almost feel Princess Chang's displeasure through the screen. Tongji Hospital. Princess Chang, I represent our doctor and concede. Please let it go. The princess. I'm quite upset, yet I must maintain a composed smile. The director turned to Jiang Ning, asking, Jiang Ning, can you win this round? Lu Huai looked over with a face full of apology. Jiang Ning averted her gaze, tugged at the corners of her lips, and waved her hand nonchalantly, saying, well, thank you, Tongji Hospital, for the unexpected benefit. However, it was a pity that scoundrel escaped unscathed. A hint of coldness lingered at the corners of Jiang Ning's lips. Without a daring and outspoken contestant like her, the third round, although amusing, felt rather mundane overall. Soon, it was time for the fourth round, Jiang Ning versus Fu Xinian. The moment the director announced them as a pair, the live stream received a warning for violating platform regulations. Ah Fu, don't give her a chance to speak, just kiss her. Kiss her fiercely. Team 1, ready to report for the head kiss. Team 2, ready to report for the head kiss. Have you noticed how well they match? One exudes an aura of restraint and indifference, while the other appears eager and yearning. Stop talking upstairs. I can already envision a scene. The princess's long, fair legs tightly wrapped around Fu Xinian's solid waist. To be honest, I even sent them a bed. Please have the production team sign for it. Thank you. What bed? This morning. Fu Xinian could have just kissed her on the sofa, right? Seriously, I seriously suspect they have a secret relationship. Who kisses upon their first meeting like that? Yes, That eagerness, oh my. I suspect that if there weren't cameras, Fu would have taken the princess right then and there. What are you all saying? Did they kiss upon their first meeting? Just imagine the scene. I'm blushing. I'm wiping my nosebleed. Cough. She has already had 2 rounds. The conversation grew increasingly risky, prompting the production team to quickly manage the comments. The audience managed to restrain themselves a bit. The game began. Jiang Ning versus Fu Xinian. As per tradition, the female guest posed the first question. What would she ask? Mr. Fu, how many times in one night? Mr. Fu, how long does it last? Mr. Fu, do you? In summary, the presence of the princess alongside Mr. Fu was absolutely essential. The audience in the live stream held their breath, faces flushed with anticipation. The production team, fully focused, awaited the moment. Under the collective gaze, Jiang Ning, with a playful smile, slowly spoke. Mr. Fu, have you eaten yet? The unexpected question caused Fu Xinian to narrow his eyes, yet he played along, his thin lips curling slightly. I had lunch, but not dinner yet. How about you? Just like you. What do you want for dinner, Mr. Fu? Anything is fine. I'm not picky. Don't you have other questions? With a shrug, she conveyed her indifference, leaving the audience in the live stream speechless. I find this amusing. They had the adult script all prepared, yet here they were, holding a kindergarten meeting. How could they tease the audience like this without consequence? The executive director, watching from outside the camera, could no longer bear it. A warning was issued once more. Jiang Ning's team must take the games seriously. Jiang Ning was displeased. Which of your eyes perceives our lack of seriousness? Your entire being lacks sincerity. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and then inquired, Director, I ask you, what is the purpose of the game? The director opted for the most cautious response. The game is to win. Jiang Ling retorted, what about your competitive spirit from the previous rounds? I am destined to win. What further need is there to discuss the desire to win or lose? With unabashed confidence, Jiang Ling proclaimed, excluding the points generously bestowed by Dr. Liu, I'm already far ahead. The outcome is determined. Now it is my moment to revel in the glory of victory. Thus, she will proceed as she pleases. Did Jiang Ling win? The director queried his assistant. The assistant's expression was one of dismay. He had just realized this and had not had the chance to voice it. The director attempted to salvage the situation. The spirit of the game does not solely pertain to winning or losing. It also embodies the spirit of friendship. Do you agree with this, Jiang Ling? Indeed, I wholeheartedly agree. Friendship comes first, and competition is secondary. Chapter 11. Brains over beauty. Jiang Ning expressed her agreement. But in the next breath, she adopted a haughty tone, declaring, but I clearly won. Everyone saw how thrilled they were. Do you expect me to be as indiscreet as before, going to any lengths to uncover everyone's secrets? Do you truly wish for the audience to call me both vicious and foolish? It seems the princess has a clear conscience after all. The viewers in the live stream quickly recalled that the princess had hinted at this earlier in the day. All her subsequent actions were merely for the sake of entertainment. It turned out she had been awaiting their reactions. To satiate their curiosity, the princess divulged secrets. The program achieved its intended effect, and the princess knew precisely when to stop. How considerate and selfless she was truly. The screen erupted with comments. The princess is neither foolish nor malicious. We only fear there aren't enough juicy stories. What is your relationship with Jiang Xiyu? What do you owe Professor Shin? Princess, I want to see you and Fu Xian have a baby online. The trope of a stunningly beautiful yet mindless woman has always been my favorite. Please maintain your character for this game eternally. Once Jiang Ning finished speaking, the camera shifted to her side, capturing the 3 rather inconspicuous characters, Wen Yinyan, Yi Ruyi, and Su Xingman, all of whom were caught off guard. They were given the limelight at the wrong moment. Yet when it mattered, they were used as shields. The production team showed no humanity. They could only feign ignorance, reveling in the chaos, standing alongside Jiang Ning with smiles directed at the crew. Yi Ruyi, with a grin, chimed in, haha, did the directors foresee the emergence of a bug like Jiang Ning when designing the game? Su Xingman pretended to lament. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? Well, the production team lets the female guest play a game only to be outplayed. Wen Yinyan gave Jiang Ning a thumbs up. Well done, Jiang Ning. The director clung to a glimmer of hope as he turned to Fu Xian. Mr. Fu, in this round, you are Jiang Ning's opponent, and you possess every right to accuse her of not taking the game seriously, of disrespecting her rival. Fu Xian glanced at Jiang Ning. You do not respect me? His voice was deep, with a slight rise at the end, tinged with seduction. The stunning beauty, clad in a revealing swimsuit, immediately clasped her hands together, her gaze innocent and reverent. How could that be? The production team merely seeks to sow discord among our camaraderie. Fu Xian, a young talent, adeptly strategizing, his career flourishing, commanded respect on a national, no, global scale. Who would dare to disrespect him? The two stood face to face in close proximity. Fu Xian towered over Jiang Ning by a head and a half, his gaze lowered upon her. The sea breeze tousled her silky hair, caressing her remarkably exquisite face. She smiled at him, utterly at ease. This woman, as always, possessed an unmatched gift for weaving lies. Her proclamation of respect echoed the same expression she wore when professing her unwavering love for him years ago. He couldn't help but smile, a smile that was cool and detached. I respect her too. Thus, the last glimmer of hope vanished. Program group. No, Mr. Fu, since you have chosen to respect the female guest, why the grim expression? I feel like cursing, yet I dare not. I can only hold it in. In this round of the game, the primary highlight has unexpectedly become the collaboration of Jiang Ning and Fu Xinyan in a lackadaisical manner. Now, the chief director has ceased scolding and instead clutches his chest, requiring someone to fetch a remedy for his heart. Finally, the game concludes. The program group announces the scores. Jiang Ning, 0, Fu Xinyan, -2, Jiang Xiu, -7, Su Xingman, -9, Wen Yanyan, -10, Yi Ruyi, -12, Shen Yubai, -14, Lu Huai, -15. Jiang Ning stands confidently among the guests. She hears the director, who has just announced the scores, looking at her with a wooden expression. At this point, the game ends. However, below, I announce that the hidden task for this round begins. Guests, please note, the hidden task is the key to earning points. Jiang Ning. She has ample reason to accuse the program group of deliberately targeting her alone. Doesn't she? Regardless of her thoughts, the executing director finishes reading, puts down the mic, and leans back against the chair with a sense of satisfaction at Jiang Ning's bewildered expression. Fortunately, they have a backup plan, allowing her to salvage some dignity. Otherwise, if a mere guest could dictate terms and play as they please, what would become of it? She might as well take on the role of an investor, plan the program, and sit in the director's seat to command. The program group's determination to reclaim a victory is palpable, felt keenly by the live audience, who are fervently rallying support. The program has always targeted the guests. This is the first time a guest has turned the tables on the program group. Haha. Although the director's face is blurred, I can sense the palpable tension. I feel his desperate struggle. Why must the program group stubbornly resist? I bet the outcome will ultimately favor the eldest princess. Support the eldest princess against the program group. Support the eldest princess against the program group. Let us confront them head on. Don't back down. The director unemotionally reads the comments aloud. Jiang Ning, tell us, how do you plan to deal with us? Jiang Ning. She wishes to do nothing but relax. She has not even enjoyed the privileges of a victor, yet is expected to continue exerting herself. Does that make sense? The guests are divided into two groups, one male and one female, as the staff erects a massive screen before them. The hidden task is quite simple. Identify the person from the image. Prior to the first round of the game, the director had reminded the guests to remember their opponent's appearances. Now, the program group will randomly display photographs of various body parts belonging to the guests. The male guests must guess which female guest the body part belongs to. Conversely, the female guests must identify which male guest the part belongs to. The quickest to guess correctly earns points. Following Jiang Ning's bold and carefree performance earlier, the audience is brimming with confidence in her. The female guests will guess the male guests first, while the male guests observe from the sidelines. The first image shows fair skin adorned with 3 delicate moles. Everyone is straining to identify when Yin Yin suddenly exclaimed in delight, her voice light and cheerful, standing in a row beside her. Jiang Ning swiftly recited the names of the male contestants. Fu Snian, Jiang Shiyu, Shen Yubai, Lu Huai. Then, with her captivating, innocent eyes blinking playfully, she innocently inquired, "Did I get right?" The live stream erupted in laughter. Ha ha! The princess truly possesses talent. This maneuver is unprecedented. Did the other female contestants look utterly dumbfounded? Wen Yin seems to know the answer. Never had they encountered such an oblivious contestant. The executive director finally seized the opportunity to openly penalize her. Jiang Ning's answer for this question was rendered void, and the three female contestants were invited to buzz in. Jiang Ning protested, "What gives? You never said we couldn't play like this. Director, if everyone plays by your rules, we might as well be competing in reading speed." Jiang Ning, indignant, fumed like a pufferfish. Chapter 12. The bold maneuvers of the big shots. Let me reiterate the rules. Guests should not presume to outsmart the production team with their clever tricks. For in the presence of the team, all schemes are mere paper tigers. I hope the guests will answer with caution, as incorrect responses will incur penalties. The director, feeling a rare sense of triumph, concluded his lengthy discourse and turned around, signaling with satisfaction. The three female guests may now buzz in. Wen Yin glanced at Jiang Ning before quickly responding. Jiang Shiyu. After a brief pause, she added, "It should be the left side of the chest, perhaps." "Wow. Yin, you're amazing. How did you know it was Jiang Shiyu's chest?" exclaimed Yi Ro Yi, playfully nudging Wen Yin's shoulder. In the camera's view, Wen Yin tucked a stray hair behind her ear, her head slightly bowed, a shy smile gracing her lips. "I stumbled upon it by chance." This was precisely the effect the show aimed to achieve, tinged with ambiguity and awash in pink bubbles. The director, pleased, turned his gaze towards Jiang Shiyu. "Jiang Shiyu, please confirm. Is it indeed you?" From the male guest group, Jiang Shiyu affirmed, "It is I. This was captured by fans at my concert 2 years ago." The incident had even trended for 3 days. When Yin had seen it before, it was not surprising. The answer was revealed. Indeed, it was Jiang Shiyu. On the expansive stage, heavy black curtains hung, and beams of bright light converged upon a solitary spot. Jiang Shiyu, sporting a striking shade of gray hair, bore a disheveled hairstyle, with a bandage adorning his handsome yet rugged cheek, and his lips accentuated with makeup to resemble bruising. In one corner, several background actors lay sprawled on the floor. Jiang Shiyu, despondently kneeling in the spotlight, tilted his slender chin slightly upwards, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, exuding a humble and fervent plea as he gazed at the light, as if praying to the heavens for the revival of his fallen comrades. He was clad in a black silk shirt, several buttons torn asunder, revealing a broad expanse of muscular chest, where 3 small moles on the left side were both prominent and alluring. The director announced, "Wen Yin has answered correctly." Amidst the applause, Wen Yin cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Shiyu and shyly covered her mouth with a smile. The next photograph appeared, a close-up of lips, which belonged to someone who possessed a fondness for laughter, their lip line exuding a certain sensuality. Su Xingman quickly reacted. "Dr. Liu, only Dr. Liu has laugh lines at the right corner of his lips." Upon comparison, the observation proved accurate, and the group praised Su Xingman's keen eye. The subsequent image displayed a silhouette against a backdrop of towering buildings, the figure obscured in black graffiti, making it impossible to ascertain their identity from attire alone. Yet Su Xingman buzzed in successfully once more. "I know, it's President Fu. He likes to keep one hand in his pocket." All eyes turned towards her. Among the onlookers, Fu Xinyan maintained an identical posture to that in the photograph. He stood amidst the crowd, yet seemed to exist apart from them. Upon hearing Su Xingman excitedly identify him, he paused in slight surprise, then a hint of a smile touched his lips, tinged with resignation. "I had no idea I had posed for that photo." The director announced the answer. "Correct." Su Xingman leapt with joy, exclaiming, "Yay." Next photo. A hand appeared, its shape exquisitely beautiful, each finger seemingly sculpted with care, long and fair. Both Su Xingman and Yi Ruyi answered simultaneously, "Professor Shun." Yi Ruyi swiftly added, "This hand undoubtedly belongs to a scholar, perfectly matching Professor Shun." At that moment, Shen Yubai raised his own hand for examination. The director announced, Su Xingman and Yi Rui's answers are correct, but Yi Rui's is the most comprehensive. She gains a point. Yi Rui playfully stuck her tongue out at Su Xingman, teasing, "I concede." Su Xingman confidently shook her small fist, declaring, "I will not lose." The photos transitioned rapidly. The audience in the live stream heard the names of the male guests being called repeatedly by Wen Yinyan, Yi Rui, and Su Xingman, while Jiang Ning, who had shone brightly in the previous round, remained silent. It was not that she did not wish to answer. Rather, she simply did not recognize anyone. The three female guests finally had their moment to shine, and the game grew increasingly intense. Ultimately, the scores were revealed, leaving a lingering sense of anticipation. Su Xingman had the highest score, followed by Wen Yinyan, with Yi Rui in third place, and Jiang Ning scoring 0. The outcome was utterly satisfying. The executive director focused the camera on Jiang Ning, asking, "Jiang Ning, what do you have to say at this moment?" Jiang Ning politely glanced at him, responding, "Your question is excellent, but please refrain from asking it again next time." The live stream audience erupted with laughter, delighting in the confrontational exchanges of the Long Princess, and found it amusing that the production team, having regained some ground, still faced a setback in the end. Comments poured in, reflecting on Jiang Ning's hesitance to answer, her uncertainty causing her to retract her responses. Others speculated on her feelings during the game, noting that despite Wen Yinyan and Yi Rui managing to identify several male guests from their brief interactions, Jiang Ning had not recognized a single one. The consensus was clear. Jiang Ning was likely face-blind or perhaps had been too focused on devising challenging questions for the male guests. As the female guests exited the stage, the male guests entered to guess their identities. 4 affluent and attractive industry magnates stood in a row, presenting a striking visual. One could easily comprehend why ancient emperors were so enamored with selecting consorts. If the ladies possessed qualities akin to these 4 gentlemen, they would surely vie for the throne with all their might. The audience eagerly leaned in, captivated. The staff unveiled the first photograph. Before the female guests and audience could discern its content, the 4 male guests, without a moment's hesitation, chorused Jiang Ning. Forehead. As the full image was revealed, it depicted Jiang Ning leaning against the railing of a cruise ship, gazing out at the sea in profile. The director confirmed, correct answer. The audience was left bewildered, the production team equally astonished, and even Jiang Ning herself was taken aback. The photograph reveals a small portion of immaculate skin, and it is utterly impossible to ascertain which part of the body it belongs to, let alone deduce to which female contestant it pertains. The director, filled with curiosity, prompts the male contestants to articulate their reasoning for guessing Jiang Ning. Jiang Xiyu maintains a haughty demeanor, a subtle indentation, no larger than a grain of rice and nearly blending with her complexion, adorns her forehead, making it difficult for the average observer to notice. Shen Yubai nods in agreement, affirming the correctness of the observation. Lu Huai smiles slightly, fully endorsing the sentiment. Fu Xinian, adopting an air of authority, lifts his chin slightly, signaling the technician to enlarge the photograph. The technician assures that the image will be magnified to ensure clarity. Chapter 13. The mastermind's intriguing maneuvers to the minuscule size of the skin tone grains was almost imperceptible. Yet upon closer inspection, it became evident, albeit with great difficulty, that they had exerted considerable effort to discern it. Were the male contestants endowed with the acuity of a microscope? Such remarkable observational prowess among these elites. Unbeknownst to the female contestants, who wore expressions of envy and admiration, an unexpected event loomed on the horizon. The audience, captivated, gazed in awe, offering their silent respect to the distinguished gentleman through the screen. Possessing both beauty and wealth was one thing, but to also exhibit such talent and insight was truly otherworldly, an entity not to be trifled with. They felt a profound sense of shame for their previous, superficial admiration. Simultaneously, their anticipation for the male contestants' forthcoming performances heightened. As all 4 male contestants answered simultaneously, the director was compelled to declare that the responses were indistinguishable in order, resulting in a tie for that round. The next photograph revealed closed eyes, accentuated by impeccably defined eyeliner, with elegantly tapered ends and distinct, long and curled lashes. Among the female contestants, when Yin Yin's gaze flickered almost imperceptibly as she instinctively held her breath and turned her attention towards the male contestants, particularly Jiang Xiyu. They had encountered each other briefly on the day of the photo shoot. He would surely be able to guess. In a live broadcast, some audience members had already discerned the correct answer. Meanwhile, the previously outstanding male contestants continued their observations. Jiang Xiyu speculated, "It's not Jiang Ning." Lu Huai pondered, "Is it Yi Rui?" Shen Yubai mused, "Perhaps Su Xingman?" They collectively exhausted their guesses, but the director remained silent. Fu Xian seamlessly continued, "Wen Yinyan." When the photo was unveiled, it turned out to be Wen Yinyan's magazine cover from the previous month. The director announced, "Correct answer. Fu Xian earns additional points." "Thank you," Wen Yinyan replied, though she felt a profound sense of indignation despite the eventual correct guess. The audience exclaimed, "Wait, esteemed gentlemen, what happened to your rapid-fire responses from the first round? Was that extraordinary display merely a fleeting moment of brilliance?" The production team proceeded to reveal the next photograph, showcasing a girl with a long neck and graceful collarbones, adorned with a delicate black choker that glimmered subtly in the natural light, irresistibly alluring to behold. Jiang Xiyu glanced in the direction of the female contestants. Wen Yinyan, Lu Huai followed suit, Yi Rui. Shen Yubai, however, did not even bother to look. "Su Xingman," the director proclaimed. Shen Yubai answers correctly. Anticipation filled the air as the director posed a question lingering in everyone's minds. "Professor Shun, what detail led you to recognize that this photograph features our Xingman?" Shen Yubai's expression mirrored that of someone bewildered by an odd inquiry. "I guessed," he replied nonchalantly. The director was momentarily taken aback. "Could you elaborate, Professor Shen?" Shen Yubai, adhering to his professional ethics of imparting knowledge indiscriminately, nodded and remarked, "To explain, when I encounter a question I cannot solve, I instinctively select the same answer." He exhibited remarkable intelligence. It was no wonder he had called out Su Xingman's name in the previous round. The director, with a hint of reluctance, posed a question derived from a comment in the live broadcast. "Professor Shun, a viewer claiming to be a student has expressed doubt about you. It has been suggested that during a formal examination, selecting the same answer for all multiple-choice questions could result in a score of 0. Shen Yubai displayed a hint of disdain. "Let's not delve into the veracity of this claim. What I previously mentioned pertains to encountering questions I cannot answer. In such instances, I would take a chance by selecting the same option, rather than asserting that I am entirely incapable of answering all questions." Pausing for effect, he earnestly advised the camera, "Dear student, your comprehension skills seem lacking. If you have ever faced a situation where you could not solve a single question on an entire exam, I would recommend you consider taking a leave of absence to strengthen your foundational subjects, with the aim of returning to your studies as soon as possible." The audience in the live stream was astonished. Professor Shun is genuinely earnest in addressing the questions. No, the professor's responses are detailed and his attitude is rigorous. Yet I find myself inexplicably charmed by him. Agreed, the allure of the academic man has finally been recognized by the masses, a cause for celebration. The professor's advice is quite humorous. Strangely enough, his suggestion may not be without merit. If you are utterly lost, it may be better to avoid failing and retaking the exam. Good news, Su Xingman is indeed Professor Shun's sole choice. Bad news, she was merely the option he selected at random. The camera shifted focus to Su Xingman, who beamed with a bright smile, cupping her hand around her mouth and shouting to Shen Yubai, "Professor Shun, you are my idol. How I wish I could have a teacher like you." Shen Yubai glanced in her direction, reminding viewers that the admissions cutoff for their college was 694. Those meeting the criteria were welcome to apply. As for Yi Rui, the outlier among them, she had offended. She simply did not measure up. The staff then displayed 2 more photographs. Yet the male participants still failed to guess correctly. The audience transitioned from anticipation to skepticism, disappointment, and finally to a sense of nostalgia. Oh well, let the esteemed individuals shine in their respective fields. They are attractive, exceptionally talented, and immensely wealthy. One cannot expect too much, after all. Straight men often struggle to to discern many subtle details about women. Another photograph was presented. An ankle shot. 4 voices chimed in unison, Jiang Ning. Another image followed. An earlobe shot. History repeated itself. Jiang Ning. The audience shifted from puzzled to ecstatic, erupting in excitement. Quick, someone tell me, is this a coincidence or a coincidence or a coincidence? I assure you, it is all scripted by the production team. Do you believe it? Do you want to believe it? I am Kuyun. I do not believe. I do not listen. I do not heed. I only believe what I wish to believe and hear what I wish to hear. How amusing. It turns out the esteemed individual is not a straight man, but merely a straight man towards women outside of the princess realm. If it were anyone else, they would not have recognized you. Yet here you are, uniquely identified, be it the small mark on your forehead, your ankle, or your earlobe. No matter how you transform, I would still recognize you. Oh, how they adore you. In this round of the game, Shin Yubai emerged victorious. With a distinct lack of engagement, Fu Xian found himself at the bottom. When the director announced the final results, no one seemed to care. The viewers in the live stream were preoccupied with incessantly refreshing the name of Jiang Ning, insisting that she make a public appearance to clarify her stance. Why? On what grounds? How could the 4 esteemed individuals be so in sync? They all recognized her at the very first moment. The director, with a sense of responsibility, relayed the audience's perplexities. Jiang Ning smiled wickedly. Guess the director cleared his throat. Jiang Ning, please be mindful not to project your grievances with the production team onto the audience. What I just conveyed were the viewers' inquiries. A considerable portion of them are your fans. TSK, utilizing the audience to play the emotional card. Hoping to elicit a revelation from her, Jiang Ning disdainfully considered this tactic, then pondered for a moment before presenting a response that was both logical and evocative. I have stated before, it's a familiar gathering. Chapter 14. Forgive their impurity. What manner of acquaintanceship allows a man to possess such intimate knowledge of a woman's physical form? Forgive their impurity. Their minds have become uncontrollably inundated with a plethora of vividly colored images. The live broadcast erupted once more with fervent speculation. Yet this time, the production team refrained from delving deeper, allowing the show to retain its allure. As the guests had completed their gaming tasks for the day, they were no longer required to participate. The chief director waved his hand, and the cameraman responsible for capturing the action retreated, leaving only a few fixed cameras to ensure the guests remained in view. Thus, the audience beheld staff members delivering sunshades, grilling equipment, and ingredients to the guests. Not far away stood the production team's base of operations. A well-erected sunshade sheltered a barbecue grill, which was already ablaze. On the grill lay an array of sumptuous ingredients, meticulously arranged. While the guests were engaged in their games, the crew had been diligently preparing, and the food was now nearly ready. The chicken wings glistened in a golden hue, the seafood appeared succulent, and the mushrooms were tender, sizzling joyously on the grill, emitting a delightful crackling sound. Many production staff had already begun their feast, lounging comfortably in chairs with a chilled fruit juice in one hand and succulent barbecue in the other. Meanwhile, the guests were left with nothing but a heap of rudimentary tools piled at their feet. The tent remained unerected, the grill was unlit, and the ingredients had yet to be cleaned. The contrast was stark, eliciting both laughter and sympathy from the viewers in the live stream. Yi Ruyi glanced towards the production team, initially assuming the provisions were meant for them. Upon observing the disarray at their own feet, she helplessly called out, "Director, could you lend us a hand?" The director, preoccupied with a crab leg, coldly rejected her plea. Self-sufficiency is the key to abundance. After a brief pause, he added with a mischievous grin, "This is your dinner for tonight. Darkness approaches. If you wish to avoid hunger, best get moving." The guests, left with no alternative, reluctantly sprang into action. The boys took charge of erecting the tent and igniting the fire, while the girls attended to the ingredients. Thus, the pace of the show began to slow. The viewer count in the live stream indicated that some had departed, while a considerable number remained captivated by the unfolding scene. The camera was fixed, primarily focusing on the guests. In a corner, the production team's base was obscured by blurring effects. Soon enough, astute viewers discerned that 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Where was Jiang Ning? Then, The keen-eared audience caught wind of the executing director's voice, amplified as if in fear that others might not hear. Jiang Ning, your companions are laboring for tonight's dinner. Why are you over here at our production side? Jiang Ning, equipped with a microphone, spoke with clarity and conviction. What do you mean, my companions? Director, we are all part of the same show. We are in this together. The director remained unyielding, stating, you are the guest, and we are the production team. Our roles are opposed. Do you understand? To which Jiang Ning retorted, then I come to pledge my loyalty. The director, amused yet exasperated, raised his voice, hey, why are you lying down? I'm tired. I came here to rest for a bit. I just drank half a coconut. Ah, thank you. The girl, not intentionally being coy, simply possessed a naturally alluring tone, her speech habitually rising at the end. Clearly, a kind-hearted individual had handed her a coconut. The director, displeased, exclaimed, Dolly, what are you doing for her, huh? You merely passed her a coconut. Why are you blushing? And you lot, still eating and laughing. Hurry and escort the female guest out. Several people responded, yet without microphones, the audience could not discern their replies. However, from Jiang Ning's playful laughter, it was evident that the crew was assisting her in conversation. This was the first time the director encountered a guest with such audacity since the show began. Helpless, he shouted to the enthusiastic guest in the distance, hey, dinner is for everyone. She's lying flat while you all work. Don't you want to say something? The male guest, engrossed in figuring out how to pitch a tent, seemed utterly unfazed by the situation. Jiang Shiyu retorted, do it if you want. Lu Huai added, I have no objections. Shin Yubai chimed in, sure. Fu Xinian remarked, if you send someone to take care of those tasks, we could all be like her and avoid the hassle. The female guests exchanged glances and quickly expressed their understanding. When Yin said, it's fine, Jiang Ning is tired. Let her rest for a while. Yi Ruyi addressed the director. I agree with President Fu's suggestion. Could you help us out? Su Xingman chimed in. This little task doesn't require Jiang Ning. If she needs a break, let her take one. Director, Jiang Ning is our group's darling, so please take good care of her for us. The frustrated director fell silent. Meanwhile, off camera, Jiang Ning called out, hey, director, your crab legs look delicious. Why not give me one? No way. That is my dinner. There are many more team members coming to eat later. How stingy. After a while, Jiang Ning exclaimed, director, you didn't warn me. It's so hot. The director grunted in response. Serves you right. The live audience reacted, how absurd. Why can't the camera shift a bit to the side so we can see the guests working while also catching Jiang Ning's antics with the crew? Now we can only guess what is happening from their dialogue. It's so difficult. Who would have thought that following a variety show would require such mental effort? Soon enough, some critics in the live chat expressed their disdain. They're all here for the show. Who is more noble than the other? Why does she get a mooch off the director? TSK. The previous commenter sounds quite bitter. The director hasn't actually kicked her out. The other crew members welcome her. Even the guests agree to let our princess rest. What is the problem? The director is rather contradictory in his actions. While he verbally declines, he discreetly offers food. It seems he has a soft spot. I can comprehend how individuals of striking appearance may receive special privileges. Yet I wonder if the actions of the princess are somewhat inappropriate. Everyone is diligently engaged in their tasks, while she alone enjoys a reprieve, despite the fact that the endeavor is a collective effort, not solely hers. As for the concerns expressed above, why overthink? Each individual has their own way of living. The princess has grown accustomed to a life of comfort and ease, and those who labor do not voice any objections. It is not our place to meddle in others' affairs. Regarding the male guests, I am less informed, but on the female side, I am not fully acquainted with Su Xingman's background. However, it is worth noting that when Yin Yin and Yi Ro-yi hail from affluent families as well. I am aware of Su Xingman. She too is a child of wealth. The largest garment factory in our city, known to all, is owned by her family as part of their enterprise. Chapter 15. The audience's backlash. I firmly believe that the actions of the princess are misguided. I admit, I am a fan of her beauty, but I am now somewhat disheartened. I have unfollowed, considering unfollowing. 1-1. Amidst the fervent debates, the audience was once again reminded by the director. Ahem, Jiang Ning, are you not concerned that your current behavior may lead the audience to label you as lazy and indulgent? Jiang Ning, with food in her mouth, responded in a somewhat unclear tone. Each has their strengths and weaknesses. I shall focus on what I excel at. Pitching tents, igniting the grill, and handling ingredients are not my forte, so I shall refrain from causing them any trouble. Thus, her implication was that she excelled in the art of idleness, waiting idly while others toiled. How amusing! I have never encountered someone so unabashedly lazy, yet so eloquently expressive. Just contemplating the presence of such a person beside me sends shivers down my spine. No matter how attractive she may be, I cannot abide it. The audience, who had only just felt a tinge of disappointment, began to shift their stance. The critics unleashed their fury, inundating the screen with a barrage of vitriol aimed at Jiang Ning, rendering one unable to keep up with the onslaught. The adoration Jiang Ning had once enjoyed was now met with a multiplied backlash. The entertainment industry is an exceptionally ruthless realm. The director, observing the screen, slightly furrowed his brow. He genuinely wished to assist Jiang Ning. Yet, she seemed to have grasped his subtle hint, noticing the screen, yet remained unfazed, playfully shaking a half-eaten crab leg in his direction, flashing a knowing smile, as if she were fully aware of the situation. Before nightfall, the male participants had successfully erected the tents and prepared the charcoal for the grill, while the female participants had washed the ingredients, chopped what needed chopping, and marinated what required marination. They exchanged glances, sharing a mutual understanding of the challenges they faced. The director, suppressing laughter, inquired, "Now let us ask the guests. What are your thoughts at this moment?" Among the male guests, Jiang Xiu, favored by fans, spoke most candidly. "You have truly gone to great lengths to make things difficult for us, preparing a tunnel tent." Shen Yubai adjusted his soiled glasses, expressing his resignation. "To be honest, this is my first time trying to create fire by friction." Lu Huai added with a wry smile, "Though you provided charcoal, it is damp." To their dismay, after laboring for quite some time, they discovered that the charcoal would not ignite, only to realize the trickery involved. Fu Xinian, with a stoic expression, remained silent. Yet, his cold demeanor conveyed an air of oppressive danger to the audience, reminiscent of a capitalist tyranny. Among the female guests, when Yin Yin expressed her mixed emotions, her glamorous facade stripped away, revealing a pitiful little cabbage at the mercy of the production team. Initially, I thought my lack of culinary skills was to blame for my poor knife work. It turns out the knife wasn't even sharpened. Su Xingman gestured dramatically towards the production team, indignantly exclaiming, "Director, you have truly abandoned all sense of humanity for the sake of ratings. I want to cut meat, yet the knife is dull. I want to wash things, but the faucet has no water. You cannot treat us like this." Yi Ruyi was on the verge of madness. Reflecting on the ordeal now brings her to tears. It was truly a nightmare. My hands ached from husking corn. Yet fortune smiled upon us when Yin Yin discovered a pair of scissors, allowing us to cut instead. Nevertheless, my hands still throbbed. The palms, the webbing between my thumb and forefinger, my entire arm ached. She even pitifully displayed her swollen, crimson hands, prompting the camera to zoom in on them. In that moment, Wen Yin innocently sighed. "Had I known it would be like this, we should have just clung to Jiang Ning for support." Off camera, the crew stifled their laughter. The challenges faced by the guests were meticulously crafted by the production team and had already been broadcasted live, garnering an overwhelmingly positive response. After all, these guests, with their glamorous exteriors, provided the audience with a delightful spectacle of their struggles when faced with a lack of resources, adding an abundance of humor and topics for discussion while fostering a sense of familiarity with the viewers, thereby deepening the bonds among the guests. Indeed, within a live stream, apart from the occasional remarks criticizing Jiang Ning for her lack of participation, the remainder of the comments praised the male guests for their remarkable skills. Setting up the tunnel tent was no easy feat. Observant viewers with camping experience quickly recognized that the brand chosen by the production team had been rated as the most challenging to assemble, earning a devilish 5-star rating. It required an abundance of stakes and guy lines for stabilization, consuming both time and energy. Given that they were situated on the beach, the difficulty level escalated significantly. Nevertheless, the male guests collaborated splendidly, successfully erecting the tent. The female guests, meanwhile, faced their own set of challenges. Although the obstacles were artificially constructed, everyone maintained a calm demeanor, addressing issues as they arose, helping one another, and fostering a harmonious atmosphere. Yi Ruyi attempted to wash the ingredients, struggling with the faucet for what felt like an eternity, when Su Xingman, unable to bear it any longer, approached to assist. However, as she lifted the water pipe, it became deeply embedded in the sand and was forcefully removed. Yi Ruyi was left stunned. The audience was equally astonished. Su Xingman gazed in disbelief at the pipe in her hands, murmuring, "I've been practicing lifting weights lately, but this seems a bit beyond my capabilities." It was when Yin Yin who approached her, chuckling as she pointed towards the production team. Su Xingman then realized she had been pranked. Unfazed, she blurted out an exclamation that was promptly censored by the live broadcast. Nevertheless, the audience could decipher her words from her lips and gestures, resulting in a wave of laughter. While the audience supported Su Xingman in her cheeky greeting to the production team, her persona as the strong yet Na'vi girl who speaks her mind became indelibly etched in their memories through this iconic moment. In stark contrast, Jiang Ning, lurking in the shadows, epitomized laziness masked by beauty, eliciting disdain. This aversion intensified as everything was set and the guests prepared to grill their food. Though the audience could not see her, they distinctly heard her exclaim, "Oh dear, it's my turn now," pushing the situation to its pinnacle. I am astounded by the sheer audacity displayed. I have never encountered such a flagrant disregard for dignity. Where was she when it truly mattered? Now she appears. But what are her intentions? After benefiting from the program, she continues to cling to her own circle. Is this not utterly shameless? It is repugnant in the extreme. Insusu was indeed correct. The more beautiful a woman is, the more insufferable she can become. To those above, let it be known that Insusu did not express her thoughts in such a manner. Regardless, how can she possibly show her face? I feel a profound sense of embarrassment on her behalf. When Yin Yin, Yi Ruyi, and Su Xingman must not offer her any sustenance. This woman may possess beauty, yet it is not enough to win my approval. Mr. Fu, Dr. Liu, Professor Shun, Jiang Zai, I implore you not to be beguiled by mere appearances. A graceful and elegant figure glides from the periphery of the frame into the spotlight. Chapter 16. The turn of events arrived, too, swiftly stepping closer to the camera. She eagerly declared, "I shall assist you all." Yet, before she could finish her sentence, the female contestants swiftly interrupted her. "No, no, no. For such a trivial task, it is not your place to intervene. You may act as a supervisor and simply sit there while we prepare the feast for you. Indeed, there are beverages on the table. Shall I open one for you?" Jiang Ning inquired with a hint of mischief. "Are you certain?" The three ladies confidently affirmed, "Absolutely, without a doubt." Thus, the viewers witnessed the scene in the live broadcast where Jiang Ning, who was being urged to leave the show by the critics, was warmly ushered aside by the contestants to take on the role of supervisor. The supervisor watched with a smile as the three diligent workers beckoned the remaining male contestants to join them on the side. The workers, brimming with confidence, assured everyone that they would deliver a Michelin-quality barbecue feast that evening. The workers sprang into action. Chicken wings, sausages, seafood. Everything must be arranged. The beef, being the quickest to cook, must also be included. The shiitake mushrooms looked particularly enticing, plump and luscious, definitely on the list. They were determined to include everything feasible. For after all their efforts, everyone was bound to be hungry at this hour. The three workers, with thoughtful consideration, exchanged cheerful banter while their hands moved swiftly to prepare the food. In a mere moment, the barbecue grill, over a meter long, was adorned with a dazzling array of ingredients. However, it is known that bland ingredients yield a lackluster meal. Hence, they diligently brushed the surface with seasonings. A dash of soy sauce, a drizzle of honey, a splash of peanut oil. Shouldn't the seafood receive a touch of wine as well? Having been accustomed to a life of luxury, who among them truly possessed the skills for such tasks? Relying solely on their memories of how others had done it, they cautiously poured a small amount of seasoning atop the food. Suddenly, with a resounding whoosh, a flame erupted from the grill. Like the overture of a symphony, The nearby meats and vegetables began to sizzle and pop. In an instant, thick smoke billowed from the grill, and droplets of oil splattered everywhere. One by one, the three workers found themselves caught in the chaos. Why is it on fire? Quickly, remove the meat before it burns, they exclaimed, careful of those oil splatters. At the first sign of flames, the four male contestants, who had been leisurely enjoying their time, were poised to assist, but were hastily rebuffed by the female contestants, their eyes stinging from the smoke. We don't need your help. Trust us, we agreed to handle this. It's too late. Suddenly, another fiery burst erupted. The flames leapt high, scorching all the food on the grill. The closest contestant, Wen Yin Yin, was so startled that she stumbled back, inadvertently colliding with Yiro Yi. Let out a shriek. In that moment, all the hard-won food they had salvaged tumbled to the ground. The sand swirled around them. The male contestants fell silent, thinking, I trusted you. The female contestants huddled together, disheartened. This was not the outcome they had envisioned. After all their efforts, it had ended in such a disgraceful manner, leaving them on the verge of tears. Jiang Ning glanced at Shen Yubai, who had just moved a chair to sit beside her and had yet to utter a single word. With an apologetic smile, he stood up and walked towards the barbecue grill. He inspected the food basket, noting that while the production team had prepared an ample supply, much of it had been carelessly squandered by the inexperienced trio. Sighing, Jiang Ning approached the production team nearby and inquired, Director, what shall we do about the insufficient food? The assistant director, unable to offer assistance, responded dismissively, There's only so much food. You're on your own. Yi Ruyi let out a small whimper, shamefully covering her face. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I spilled all the food. When Yin Yin quickly interjected, It's not your fault. I accidentally bumped into you. Su Xingman shrugged nonchalantly. What's the big deal? We three can go hungry for a meal. Let the male guests have a rest. Is that really the issue at hand? Jiang Ning chuckled at her, then turned to the visibly discontent male guests, pondering for a moment. Shall we strike a deal? Upon Jiang Ning's emergence, the director sensed she had a plan, and his interest piqued at the mention of a trade. What kind of deal? Jiang Ning pointed to Jiang Shiyu, who was not far behind her, and proposed, if Jiang Shiyu sings a song, will you provide us with additional ingredients and usable charcoal? Pausing momentarily, she added enticingly, Jiang Shiyu, every concert is sold out, and tickets are hard to come by. Having him perform here is a tremendous gain for you. Jiang Shiyu, unexpectedly called upon, remarked, Has anyone asked me if I want to sing? However, upon hearing her acknowledgement of his industry achievements, he couldn't help but smirk slightly. The director was utterly captivated. Jiang Shiyu, do you accept Jiang Ning's proposal? With a cool expression, Jiang Shiyu turned his head and replied, all right. Thus, Jiang Shiyu's fans were delighted to hear him sing through this program, performing his debut and signature song, White Moonlight. This song, upon its release years ago, rapidly gained nationwide acclaim, dominating various music charts. Jiang Shiyu garnered numerous accolades thanks to it. Yet in the years that followed, despite the fervent pleas and coaxing from fans, he had never once sung in a public setting. The emotional resonance of the performance moved fans to tears, and the production team was equally overwhelmed. Jiang Shiyu and his renowned song, White Moonlight. Who could afford to invite him in all these years? If not us, who would? In an instant, Jiang Ning, the proponent of this proposition, found her favor soaring, as Jiang Shiyu passionately sang in front of the cameras. Jiang Ning received the replenished ingredients and charcoal from the production team, efficiently directing the remaining male guests to stoke the fire. She handed a tube of ointment to the female guests, which she had bartered for with the crew. The female guests, frustrated, assisted one another in applying the ointment. Jiang Ning seamlessly took over their tasks. Unlike the flustered trio of female guests, she executed these chores with evident ease, placing the grilled food onto plates and unceremoniously directing the male guests to set them on the picnic table. Once the food was nearly grilled to perfection, she finally allowed the guests who had offered their assistance multiple times to take over. However, she did not join the group of guests to indulge in the fare. Instead, she walked in a certain direction, stepping out of the frame. In the live broadcast, the audience, initially taken aback, gradually began to comprehend the situation. The twist came so swiftly, akin to a whirlwind. Wasn't it said that the trio of female guests were not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted, resilient in the face of adversity, while the princess relied on her beauty, shunning hard work and preferring ease? Is the princess truly this down-to-earth? Her grilling technique surpasses even that of the owner at the barbecue stall at the corner of my street. While I refrained from commenting on her grilling skills, I did notice her adeptness in handling unexpected situations with poise. I must confess, when everyone criticized the princess for being lazy earlier, I failed to defend her. Chapter 17. This woman flirts unknowingly. I too am at fault. Although I did not join in the criticism, my silence spoke volumes. I did not insult her. No insults were uttered. No insultsuno. Subsequently, the screen was inundated with messages asserting that one had not condemned Jiang Ning. How amusing. So the fans of the princess were not involved in the denouncement? Who then was it that hurled accusations? The fervor of the recent scorn led me to believe the princess had committed some heinous act. Some are still unwilling to relent. If she is so adept at grilling, why did she not step up immediately, waiting until others faltered to feign benevolence and seize control? Doesn't that merely serve to elevate herself? Yet, no sooner had this individual spoken than they were swiftly countered by the resurgent audience. The one above is quite humorous. How can you so blatantly distort the truth? Have you forgotten who rejected the princess's offer for assistance? Indeed, she was merely asked to sit and wait for food, even being questioned if she needed help opening drinks. While it may have sounded considerate, upon reflection, was it truly appropriate to voice such sentiments before the cameras? Have you noticed? The princess prepared the feast, yet she herself did not partake in a single bite. Where has the princess gone? I too am curious. Is she feeling aggrieved and weeping? The princess is quite unfortunate. Princess, princess. The tide of opinion shifted once more. The live stream began to resound with support for Jiang Ning. This was indeed the perfect opportunity for her vindication. How could the production team, who secretly favored her, allow her to miss this moment? As Jiang Ning passed by the production team, the director seized her arm. A camera was thrust towards her, and the director candidly inquired, "Jiang Ning, the audience feels sympathetic towards you. What are your thoughts?" Thus, in the live stream, viewers were met with Jiang Ning's strikingly beautiful yet tormented visage, her expression replete with conflict as she gazed into the lens. I wished to use the restroom. I knew this girl would not conform to expectations. The director, exasperated, wondered what was of greater importance, her need for the restroom, or the audience's engagement. Jiang Ning hesitated, contemplating. Perhaps the audience might deem my restroom visit more pressing? The director, feeling disheartened, said nothing further and directly displayed the audience's comments from the live stream. You must first address the viewers' questions. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ning reluctantly picked up the tablet. In a live stream, the audience began to flood the chat with apologies, followed by a flurry of inquiries. Jiang Ning selected a few questions to respond to. Why did you linger with the production team? Did you not notice? I was being lazy. I do not know how to pitch a tent or start a fire. And I dislike cleaning meat. Was I harshly criticized earlier? Why? Oh, because I was slacking off. Does everyone enjoy being so critical? Regardless, I will seize any opportunity to be lazy. Moreover, I have been with everyone the whole time. It's just that you all have only noticed me. It's unavoidable. I am simply too beautiful. Perhaps this is what many refer to as a naturally photogenic face. I must not be so vain. I should be wary of being scolded. It's nothing. They may criticize amongst themselves, but it does not affect me. If they refrain from disparaging me, that is splendid. However, they should also refrain from belittling the other female guests. As the saying goes, every individual has strengths and weaknesses. This is a group variety show, where everyone engages in what they excel at, and the others are performing admirably as well. We cannot simply hurl insults at them for their shortcomings in grilling. As for our familiar circle, we've interacted privately a few times, and it's clear who possesses certain skills and who does not. Once the discussion commenced, the audience eagerly posed questions, far more enthusiastically than when asking teachers in school. Yet, Jiang Ning suddenly wore a pained expression and thrust the tablet towards the director. Oh dear, are you all devils? Please, no more questions. If this continues, my bladder cannot endure. With that, she turned and dashed away like the wind. The camera, understanding the situation, refrained from following her closely, merely trailing behind discreetly. Consequently, the previously question-filled live stream room fell into a harmonious fit of laughter. The bathroom on the first floor of the villa was locked, occupied by someone unknown. After waiting for a brief moment, Jiang Ning decided not to wait any longer and climbed the stairs. Just as she emerged from the restroom, a figure darted out from the side, grasping her wrist and forcefully pushing her back inside, slamming the door behind them. Jiang Ning jumped in surprise, focusing her gaze on the figure, slightly exasperated. Jiang Shiyu, what on earth are you doing? The strikingly handsome face of the trending star bore a mix of irritation and coldness. He firmly positioned her before the sink and questioned in a low voice, Jiang Ning, you specifically requested that I sing. What were you doing while I was performing? Jiang Ning furrowed her brow, scrutinizing him. I was grilling for you all. Did you not eat? I did. It was quite delicious. Yet it was he who sang, while she grilled for everyone. Jiang Shiyu let out a huff, somewhat displeased, but he could not bring himself to confront her about it. And, after grilling, I went to the restroom. The smell of smoke was overwhelming. I even washed my face just now. Her expression conveyed a hint of helplessness as she struggled against his grasp. Let go. There's no tissue inside. I need to fetch him to wipe my face. Only then did Jiang Shiyu notice the charming girl before him. Her face was glistening, her eyes shimmering, and the strands of hair framing her cheeks were also damp. It was not sweat, but rather droplets of water cascading down her slender neck. The swimsuit she wore was barely concealing, the thin layer of fabric clinging tightly to her skin, accentuating her fair complexion. He was unsure why, but upon seeing her emerge, an inexplicable surge of anger welled within him, causing him to be somewhat rough in his treatment of her. At this moment, their bodies were almost touching, and from his vantage point, her alluring curves were unmistakable. She had always developed more prominently than her peers, a fact that had troubled him during their previous interactions. While she remained blissfully unaware of the effect she had, recalling how several men outside had gazed at her, Jiang Shiyu muttered with discomfort. Couldn't you tone it down a bit? Why dress in such a way that attracts attention? What did you say? She asked, not clearly hearing him. Discontent aside, an insatiable curiosity compelled the individual to explore a particular direction, causing an immediate surge of anxiety that quickened their heartbeat and warmed their ears. With a stern demeanor, they retorted brusquely, What business is it of yours? After hurling the retort, they inwardly cursed themselves, realizing she was not in the wrong. Why lash out at her? Under her incredulous gaze, wide-eyed in disbelief, they found it impossible to release her grip. After a prolonged silence, he awkwardly swallowed, mustering the courage to ask, Tell me, did you truly listen to my singing just now? Having grown up together, Jiang Shiyu's emotions were easily decipherable. Observing the boy's awkward demeanor as he played the role of the wrong party, Jiang Ning couldn't help but find it amusing. Is that the sole reason you sought me out? Chapter 18. You have dated them all with a playful glint in her eyes. She cast a sidelong glance at him and teased. I thought you were going to call a truce. The proud young man, caught off guard, felt his ears flush crimson. Yet he stubbornly retorted, What truce? We have never quarreled. While others referred to her as the beloved princess of the group, in contrast, he was truly the pampered heir raised in a honeyed cradle. Jiang Ning concealed a trace of envy in her eyes as she affectionately smoothed his hair. All right. We Haven Tea quarreled. It's just that the young master abruptly severed ties with me for quite some time, hearing her acquiescence. He let out a silent sigh of relief, no longer gripping her hand. One of his arms stealthily encircled her at the sink, and upon noticing her lack of defense, he found himself torn between joy and sorrow. What about you? Did you hear me sing just now? Jiang Ning dismissively ruffled his hair. I heard it. He turned his head in annoyance, avoiding her touch, and warned through clenched teeth, Don't mess with my hair. Fine. I want to touch your hair. Shall we go outside? She asked, maintaining her good-natured demeanor. He persisted. First, tell me what I sang. Jiang Ning could only laugh helplessly. It was merely a song. What do you want to know? Do you want me to critique your singing skills? She recalled how she had once laughed at him during his adolescent voice change. To this day, It seemed she had yet to apologize for the hurt she had caused him back then. Could it be that he still held a grudge? As she pondered, she instinctively reached out her hand, but, remembering his aversion to having his head touched, withdrew halfway and opted to gently pinch his cheek instead. I'm sorry for teasing you during your voice change. I didn't consider your feelings when you sang for me, she said sincerely. Indeed, unbeknownst to anyone, Jiang Ning was the very first audience member of White Moonlight. Before Jiang Shiyu could respond, she beamed and imitated his fans, calling out his nickname in a half-teasing, half-adoring manner. Our Jiang, Zai has grown up. Your voice is delightful, and your singing skills are unparalleled. Does my praise make you feel better? She still regarded him as a child. The young man gazed at her intently for a long moment, the corners of his beautiful eyes reddening. Surprised, she exclaimed, Wait, are you crying? What is wrong? He didn't give her a chance to see clearly. Suddenly, he tightened his embrace, burying his face deep into her shoulder. Breathing in the unique fragrance that belonged to her, he lamented softly in her ear, I knew you weren't really listening. Why was this mischievous child so sensitive about this? Jiang Ning sighed, patting his broad shoulders as she patiently comforted him. I wanted to hear you sing, but I've been quite busy. Excuse, he retorted, exasperated. It's not an excuse, she replied, her heart heavy. The period when he had sulked and distanced himself from her had been the darkest time in her life. She had faced numerous challenges, and by the time she sought him out, he had already debuted and was fervently pursuing his idol career, completely engrossed in his new life. Occasionally, she would catch glimpses of him through the television screen, observing the once young boy who trailed behind her, now continually receiving accolades and emerging as the master of the stage. She felt her heart slowly cease its search for him. Silently, she followed his journey from afar, finding solace in this distance. Yet, time has passed, and she finds herself at a loss for words. I promise to download all your songs and listen intently. If that would please you, she gently inquired. However, he responded, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. No, neither coaxing from the left nor right will suffice. Jiang Ning felt a surge of frustration. Was he indulged too much by his fans? This spoiled child was being overly dramatic. She was not one to exhibit patience. Even during the times when she cared for him most, she had never tolerated such behavior. Now, to lower herself to coax him for a while was already stretching her limits. As she felt the urge to explode, she heard the troubled boy nestled against her shoulder, accusing her with a sense of grievance. You don't listen to my songs. You don't keep in touch. I sent you tickets for my debut concert, but you didn't come. After the concert, I messaged you countless times and called you so many times, yet you didn't respond to a single one. Even when I went to your house, your grandfather saw that I was waiting for you and called you, but you still wouldn't come home. Her patience, teetering on the brink of collapse, was drawn towards the revelations hidden within his words. What? I had no idea about any of this. She wanted to clarify, but the young man was too emotional, his grip tightening around her as if he were trying to meld into her very being. No, Shiyu. I'm unaware of these things you speak of. Hey, you're hugging too tightly. Let go, I can't breathe. His stubborn attitude met her plea with a low growl. Not a chance. I'm not a child. Jiang Ning, you are in the wrong here. Jiang Shiyu, while I'm still attempting to reason with you, you must release me. Jiang Ning warned with a long face. In the past, a mere frown from her would have made Jiang Shiyu yield immediately. But now he had grown up, his rebellious nature surfacing, especially after their prolonged silence. You wish to ignore me after all this time? Can we converse civilly? How have I neglected you? She found herself at a loss. How many years has it been since my debut? Have you reached out to me at all during these years? Is this not neglect? When the proud young master felt wronged, it was no small matter. Old grievances resurfaced, and even recent events became fodder for contention. What is your relationship with those people outside? I know Fu Xian. You were involved with him, but you cast him aside ages ago. Why did he come to participate in the show? Are you rekindling an old flame with him? Also, when did you meet Xin Yubai and that Liu Huai? Have you been involved with them? Jiang Ning, you are behaving quite promiscuously. Do you not realize? This troublesome child, living by the riverside, his family was far too meddlesome. Young Ning Castemper Flaret. She longed to execute a shoulder throw on him as she used to, but when the moment arrived, She realized that the once frail boy had now grown taller than her and possessed an astonishing strength, his body solidly muscular. Thus, she could only reach out and twist his ear, admonishing him, "Mind your own business. Is reconciling with me merely an excuse to pry into my private affairs? Ouch! That hurts. Let go of me." Not a chance. Jiang Ning dared him to twist her ear off, and so the two engaged in a fierce struggle, one resisting tenaciously while the other stubbornly held on, just as they had in the past. The difference now was that what once was playful banter had transformed into a desperate contest, each determined to overpower the other. Amidst the intense wrangling, a sudden tearing sound was heard. Jiang Shiyu, momentarily dazed, loosened his grip, yet his arms remained securely encircled around her waist. Chapter 19. The scene of social death. Taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Ning gave him a slight push. When he didn't budge, she could only increase the distance between them and lower her head. Jiang Shiyu's gaze followed suit, and their eyes momentarily settled on Jiang Ning's chest. Beneath the sheer fabric, unbeknownst to her, the delicate triangular bikini she wore had slipped away, revealing two perfectly round and fair forms, exposed to the air and standing pertly. Jiang Shiyu's handsome face flushed crimson. Cough! Jiang Ning crossed her arms over her chest to shield her exposed skin and, in a fit of annoyance, kicked him hard. "What are you looking at? Turn around." The flustered youth complied without hesitation, only to immediately regret his obedience. Why was he following the commands of a girl who had never encountered such situations? It was merely a woman's body, after all. He had seen far worse in explicit videos. Yet, he lacked the courage to turn back, his mind haunted by the tantalizing glimpse he had just witnessed. As his heart raced uncontrollably, he became acutely aware that Jiang Ning had indeed matured beyond the average girl. She was well endowed. Once he turned away, Jiang Ning hurried to fix her attire. While adjusting herself, she couldn't help but voice her grievances. "I say, you've grown in height, strength, and temper over the years. But your brain hasn't developed, has it? Can't you speak properly? Look at what you've done to my perfectly fine swimsuit." She felt no embarrassment over her exposed body. After all, Jiang Shiyu had yet to fully mature in her eyes. Perhaps only a hint of discomfort lingered, but a few harsh words dissipated that feeling. Swiftly, she repositioned her bikini. Every movement was reflected through the bathroom glass. The mesmerizing figure behind her, with its sultry curves and bold motions, leaned slightly forward, attempting to tuck away the alluring forms, completely enveloped by the scant fabric of her bikini. After completing this task, she glanced at her reflection in the mirror. Unsatisfied with the effect, she cupped her hands to push her breasts together, deepening the already profound cleavage. The allure of femininity was palpable, and Jiang Shiyu, witnessing her from behind, felt his ears burning crimson, his breath becoming increasingly labored. He suddenly found the space suffocating, gasping for air, yet remained rigid, too timid to move. He tried not to look, but found himself unable to resist stealing glances, caught in a torment of desire. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ning, she was oblivious to the turmoil she had unwittingly ignited. Preoccupied with adjusting the torn fabric, she lamented, "This is impossible to manage. Can I still go out like this? Will I even be able to live stream?" Jiang Shiyu remained silent. From her perspective, he resembled a remorseful child, head bowed in shame. Facing away from her, Jiang Ning's heart softened. Perhaps it was time to let go, though they were born in the same year. She had always regarded him as a younger brother due to her earlier maturity and the accepted sibling dynamic between their families. After such a prolonged period of Cold War, it was commendable that this awkward boy had taken the initiative to break the ice. Jiang Ning let out a soft sigh, resolving to forgive him. She lifted her foot and unceremoniously kicked him, commanding, "Go fetch a piece of clothing." He responded with a relieved "oh," lowering his head, daring not to let her see his face, and sidled out. Behind him, Jiang Ning reminded him with a huff, "Jiang Shiyu, only I would let you off the hook. You'll find no other sister as good as me in this whole world." The boy, who had just moments ago been lost in a flurry of emotions, felt his excitement ebb away as swiftly as the tide recedes. His hand, resting on the doorknob, slowly retreated. Jiang Shiyu turned back towards Jiang Ning, his steps resolute. She, caught off guard, looked up to see him approaching and frowned. "What are you doing?" Haven't you had enough to say? But as she discerned his expression, she froze. Was Jiang Shiyu angry? Standing before her, Jiang Shiyu, who had just moments ago displayed youthful bravado, now seemed transformed, defiant and profound. He stood close, his chest rising and falling as he looked down upon her. Sister? He uttered the word with a thin-lipped disdain, a title he abhorred. It was a ridiculous moniker that Jiang Ning had always taken pride in throughout their shared childhood, a title he had never acknowledged. His gaze was fierce, dark brown eyes swirling with an opaque tempest of emotions, like a cornered beast struggling for freedom. Suddenly, in their shared stare, he let out a sharp, derisive laugh, his eyes cold and voice frigid. Jiang Ning, what kind of sister do you think you are? Are you the result of my father's infidelity, born from his entanglements with other women? Or perhaps you're the product of my mother's betrayal, mingling with other men? Neither. What gives you the right to call yourself my sister? Jiang Ning, taken aback, exclaimed in delight, "Oh, how audacious! You even dare to fabricate tales about Uncle Jiang and Annie. If you ever tire of being an idol, you could easily transition to a career as a playwright." Jiang Shiyu's jaw clenched in frustration. He looked at her for a moment before unexpectedly grasping her hand and leading her somewhere. What? Even with her thick skin, Jiang Ning was startled by his astonishing action. What the heck? Has this little brat grown up? But then a thought struck her. No. What was she even imagining? Clearing her throat, Jiang Shi wouldn't allow her to escape. If she had made him feel sorrow, she wouldn't find solace either. Leaning slightly forward, his tall frame of 185 centimeters bent to accommodate her height, he approached her ear with the reckless determination of someone who has nothing left to lose and maliciously asked, "Do you feel it, sister?" Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback. Memories of their interactions replayed in her mind. Jiang Shiyu's peculiar reactions upon learning of her relationship with Fu Siyuan, his inexplicable anger during their occasional encounters, the reasons behind their disagreements. Those overlooked details rushed through her mind like a fleeting carousel. In disbelief, Jiang Ning retorted, "You like me?" Then, unable to suppress her frown, she added, "What do you even like about me?" Jiang Shiyu saw through her immediately. "What? Do you want me to say what I like about you? Are you ready to hear it?" This audacious boy. It seemed that being too familiar with one another had its downsides. Jiang Ning tuklet awkwardly, hehe, is not impossible. How audacious! Jiang Shiyu's expression darkened in an instant. Jiang Ning, in this lifetime, you shall never be my sister. He coldly released her grip. The door swung open. Outside, a person who had been waiting for quite some time turned to look at them. "Have you finished your conversation?" To their surprise, there was someone outside. Inside the bathroom, the two stood in stunned silence. Jiang Ning, her eyes wide with astonishment, peered over Jiang Shiyu's shoulder. That person was also gazing at her. Those eyes, as dark as night, held a distant, reserved smile reminiscent of the past. Yet, upon closer inspection, the smile did not reach the depths of their eyes, where dark emotions churned beneath the surface. Chapter 20. The poor soundproofing of the Villa. The man, known for his decisive demeanor and composed nature, struggled to rein in his emotions. After several seconds, with his dark eyes narrowing slightly, Fu Sinian cast a detached glance at Jiang Shiyu, who stood frozen at the door. Is young Master Jiang not coming down? Jiang Shiyu, embodying youthful arrogance to the fullest, huffed in response, refusing to answer. Fu Sinian chose not to engage further, turning his attention to Jiang Ning behind him, concealing the tumultuous feelings within, and slowly spoke, "The soundproofing in this villa is rather poor. I inadvertently overheard what seemed to be a disagreement between you. I thought you might need this." As he spoke, he raised his arm to indicate Jiang Ning, who was draped with a thin blanket. A pang of bitterness surged within Jiang Shiyu, and he bit his lip, unable to resist the urge to mock. "Mr. Fu, you are indeed considerate. I wonder if you extend such care to all your former girlfriends?" Only then did Fu Sinian cast a proper glance at him, clarifying that he had only ever dated one girlfriend. Jiang Shiyu thought to himself, capitalists are the most detestable. Finally, the day of the live broadcast concluded. As night fell and the guests retired to their beds, the live cameras ceased to capture their moments. The four female guests finished their nightly routines and lay down in their respective beds. The floor-to-ceiling glass windows on the balcony were shut, yet the distant sound of waves crashing against the shore could be faintly heard, providing a soothing backdrop. The bedroom was tranquil. The main light was turned off, leaving only a dim yellow bedside lamp aglow. The guests lay in silence, a shared understanding enveloping them, perhaps fatigue from a day of broadcasting. They had already drifted into slumber. 15 minutes later, in the dimness, Su Xingman coughed softly. Is everyone asleep? Responses came promptly. I'm very tired and want to sleep. But for some reason, I just can't. Yi Ruyi's delicate voice chimed in. Wen Yinyin expressed her own similar frustration with a sigh. I'm awake too. The three of them fell silent, seemingly awaiting something in unison. Jiang Ning turned over, feeling restless, thinking a chat might ease the tension. Unbeknownst to whom, someone chuckled softly, prompting Su Xingman to clear her throat. Having spent a day together, which of the four male guests do you like? Wen Yinyin was the first to respond. I was arranged by the company to form a CP with Jiang Xiyu. This was an open secret. Arrangements aside, who do you personally feel drawn to? Su Xingman, Fes? Fearing hesitation among the group, she took the initiative to reveal, to be honest, I find Professor Shen quite impressive. Yi Rui gasped in surprise. Why? Her abruptness risked misinterpretation. So she quickly clarified, I'm not saying Professor Shen is lacking. He possesses admirable qualities both internally and externally. However, he speaks very little and carries a serious demeanor, which makes me feel as though I might be called upon to answer a question at any moment, and failing to do so would result in detention. There was a crucial matter she refrained from mentioning, the embarrassment of being caught by Shen Yubai when she was unprepared. With so many viewers in the live room, it was a thought that made her seethe with frustration. Perhaps it was simply her nature to admire those with sharp intellects. Su Xingman jestingly replied, while Wen Yinyin murmured, Actually, I think President Fu is quite remarkable indeed. President Fu is quite handsome. He is on par with Jiang Xiyu. I am quite taken by their looks. However, they're not so easy to win over. Yi Ruyi eagerly declared, if given the choice, I would choose Dr. Liu. Both Wen Yinyin and Su Xingman simultaneously inquired, Why? Yi Ruyi, in a tone that suggested it was self-evident, responded, Dr. Liu has a wonderful personality. She elaborated, President Fu is too icy, like a block of ice that could freeze someone to death. Jiang Xiyu is too arrogant, acting like a fool, and Professor Shen, as I just mentioned, is far too serious. I would avoid a teacher at all costs. How could I possibly date someone who is a teacher? Dr. Liu is the most gentle among the four, not to mention handsome, and he has been promoted to director at such a young age. As she spoke, she became increasingly animated, rolling over in her blanket on the bed. If it weren't for Dr. Liu's age, he would undoubtedly be more than just a director. Everyone listened intently until the commotion on her side ceased. After a considerable pause, she covered herself with the blanket, her voice muffled and shy as it echoed in the now quiet bedroom. Did you all just see over at Dr. Liu's place? It's quite impressive. Where? Wen Yinyin was momentarily taken aback until Su Xingman burst into laughter. Wen Yinyin exclaimed in embarrassment, Yi Ruyi, how could you? Oh, you are truly wicked. Labeled as such, Yi Ruyi's mouth began to chatter like a machine gun. What is so wicked about it? Haven't you ever discussed such topics during your school days in the dormitory? Besides, isn't this a dating show? An ideal dating candidate, aside from appearance, character, and financial stability, must certainly be evaluated on that aspect as well. Would you truly accept a man who is great in every way but fails in that department? After a brief pause, she raised her voice. Moreover, I refuse to believe that the male contestants are only focused on our faces, without any fantasies about our bodies, or considering whether we can be adventurous in bed. As for what the male contestants might think, that was a different matter altogether. When Yinyin and Su Xingman lay on the bed, their minds consumed by a singular thought, they had underestimated Yi Ruyi. During the day, she appeared to be an innocent girl in front of the cameras, yet was so audacious in private. Jiang Ning, who had intended to remain uninvolved, chimed in at this moment, rough words but not without reason. With her agreement, Yi Ruyi felt an even greater urge to share. Exactly. One of my friends. She used to. Su Xingman interrupted her sarcastically. Oh, just one of your friends. Ha Yi Ruyi, both embarrassed and annoyed, retorted, "It's just a friend of mine. Do you want to hear it or not?" Su Xingman quickly placated her. All right, it's your friend. It's your friend. I stand corrected." When Yin Yin urged with a smile, "Don't mind her, Ruyi. Please continue." Ruyi cleared her throat. "I have a friend who, during her school years, fell in love for the first time. Her first love was exceptionally handsome, the most admired boy in school, tall and striking. As they were navigating their budding romance, they decided to rendezvous at a hotel. Before this encounter, my friend meticulously prepared for the occasion." Su Xingman interrupted her. "What kind of preparations are necessary for a hotel visit? Come on, does the girl have to make the reservation?" Ruyi, somewhat agitated, retorted, "No. At that time, they were not able to book a hotel. It was just that the boy's family was traveling, and they arranged to meet at his home. When I say booking a room, I mean they agreed to find a place to engage in intimate activities." "Oh dear, Su Xingman, you are truly bothersome. Are you even listening?" Su Xingman replied, "I am listening. I'm quiet now. Please go on." Ruyi took a deep breath, choosing to forgive her once more. In truth, it wasn't too much. They ended up in the boys' room, both inexperienced, and my friend later regretted the entire experience. Chapter 21. Unspoken Rules when Yin Yin pondered. "Why is that? Boys may look good, but are often of little use." Ruyi expressed her disdain. "Standing nearly 6 feet tall, yet the usable parts are so limited." Su Xingman tentatively inquired, "So, is this the reason you prefer to be with fitness trainers? What is wrong with fitness trainers? They are muscular, and their touch is delightful." Ruyi retorted, momentarily taken aback, as if a cat had its tail stepped on. "Su Xingman, will you ever stop?" she exclaimed in exasperation. Su Xingman chuckled and apologized. "I'm sorry, I couldn't help it." As experienced individuals, they often spoke of friends, which typically referred to their own situations. Su Xingman, in a light-hearted tone, encouraged her, "Since there is no live broadcast now, you can just say it's about you. We want to spill the beans." Gradually, Ruyi's embarrassment subsided. She had considered these matters thoroughly. Even if they were to gossip, she would deny it. And what could they do to her? When Yin Yin asked softly, "Ruyi, how old were you during your first love?" "I was 16, Ruyi replied. "Such a young age?" "It was the impulsivity of youth. Now I'm paying for that moment of recklessness." The experience had been so disappointing that even now, Ruyi felt a pang of regret upon reflection. She quickly rallied herself and insisted, "I can't be the only one sharing. You should tell your stories too." When Yin Yin hesitated, "Actually, I don't have any experience in this regard." "How can that be?" Ruyi was incredulous. Truly, when Yin Yin said, somewhat embarrassed, "I attended an all-girls school, and after graduation, I was scouted by a director to act in films." Su Xingman inquired curiously, "Isn't the entertainment industry quite chaotic? How many years have you been acting?" 2, 3. Have no male stars pursued you? Haven't investors tried to exploit you?" Indeed, her rise to fame had transpired in the last 2 to 3 years. When Yin Yin smiled, "In truth, it's been many years. It's just that after my first project gained a bit of attention, subsequent ones didn't fare as well, rendering me somewhat invisible to the public. While female stars appear glamorous, behind the scenes, they often endure hardship." When Yin Yin's time in the industry was not extensive, and with the support of a renowned director at her debut, her career trajectory had been smoother than that of most. Yet even so, there were times when she faced humiliation, particularly when the esteemed director could not shield her from unsavory encounters, or when her manager was unable to handle certain individuals. Such matters were typically unfit for public discussion, yet the atmosphere of their conversation was amicable that evening. Ruyi initiated a candide dialogue, leading to the release of long-held frustrations and grievances. When Yin Yin felt an unusual urge to confide, "I have had suitors and have encountered unspoken rules." This was when her first film had garnered her initial recognition, and her manager suggested she swiftly secure a second project while riding the coattails of her newfound fame. That project was a major female lead drama set in the Republic of China, and besides her, there were several renowned first-tier actresses vying for the role. Through the director of her first film, her manager navigated numerous obstacles to connect her with one of the investors for this production. In a hotel, a dinner was arranged, attended by several individuals including the director, screenwriter, investors, the already confirmed male lead, and a few inconsequential supporting characters. That evening at the dining table, the investor, a man in his 40s, appeared remarkably well-preserved, with a refined demeanor that belied his actual age. He sat beside her, occasionally serving her food and inquiring about her thoughts on the scenes, consistently exhibiting courteous behavior. She was persuaded to drink a little wine. Though she had initially promised not to, the convivial atmosphere at the table was too inviting, with everyone laughing and toasting lightly. Devoid of the aggressive pressure often associated with drinking, she felt compelled to indulge, especially in consideration of the investor's presence. Subsequently, feeling somewhat dizzy, she was escorted to an upstairs room. At that point, she had already informed her agent and only succumbed to slumber once the person who had brought her to the room had departed. Unbeknownst to her, he had taken her room key. In a semi-conscious state, she felt someone tugging at her clothing, a heavy weight pressing down upon her. It was the investor who had left a favorable impression throughout the meal. Having never encountered such a situation before, she began to plead and struggle violently. By the time her agent arrived, she had been stripped of all her clothing, her body violated and groped, and the man had grotesquely kissed her. She suffered greatly, enduring numerous slaps during her resistance. Thankfully, she remained steadfast and did not allow the investor to succeed. Thus, the situation did not escalate to its worst potential. Later, she learned that on that same night, another prominent female celebrity at the dinner had endured similar treatment. The difference was that the celebrity, whether willingly or not, ultimately acquiesced to the transaction, while she had managed to escape a dire fate by refusing to comply. When the film premiered and won awards, Wen Yin Yin watched the glamorous celebrity, who had dined alongside her, stand on stage, radiantly delivering her acceptance speech, and felt a pang of sorrow. Although she had missed out on a role, she had preserved her dignity, and for that, she felt grateful. Wen Yin Yin subtly recounted her ordeal. Yi Ro Yi and Su Xingman fell silent for a long moment before finding their voices to comfort her. Fortunately, you were lucky. It was a close call. However, being a girl is fraught with challenges. What if something worse had happened? Just think of it as being bitten by a dog. Damn, can you tell me the name of that investor? I'll have him castrated. Wen Yin Yin chuckled. It's all in the past. It used to be difficult to talk about, and I didn't dare to, but now that I've shared it, it doesn't seem so significant. Yi Ro Yi wholeheartedly agreed. After this incident, you are now Wen Yogu Lun Yin Yin. No one will dare to bully you. Indeed, Su Xingman echoed. Jiang Ning refrained from offering any words of comfort. She hazily recalled that Wen Yin Yin's debut film had contributed significantly to the box office. The young Wen Yin Yin had displayed exceptional acting skills, and after watching, she had discussed it with someone. Jiang Ning tried to remember that person, her expression momentarily blank in the dim light, unaware of her own bewilderment. Amidst the comforting exchanges from everyone, Wen Yin Yin's gaze flickered. In truth, there was more to this story that she had not disclosed. After a considerable passage of time, the agent finally confided in her that, in truth, he did not possess the influence he had claimed that night. It was not he who commanded the hotel staff to produce the room key for her rescue. Rather, he had fortuitously encountered an individual in the hotel lobby. This man, who had frequently graced television interviews during that period, upon comprehending the situation, had directly summoned the hotel manager. She had longed to express her gratitude to him face to face, yet her life had never intersected with his. Until today, when she was pleasantly surprised to discover that he was indeed present. This secret belonged solely to her, and she could not share it. Wen Yin Yin tightly clenched the blanket. Chapter 22. The night talk of female guests. Suddenly, Su Xingman spoke up, revealing, in truth, I have never had a boyfriend, though I did have a few casual flings ahem. 3 to be precise. Su Xingman, I never would have guessed you were so open. Yi Ruyi exclaimed dramatically, seizing the opportunity to retort. Su Xingman shot back. Isn't it only natural? If a Yin Yin can be oblivious, how can you not understand? With a nostalgic tone, she continued, actually, I find myself reminiscing about my second fling. I wonder if he is watching the live stream. If he is, Yi Ruyi pressed eagerly. What would you do if he is? Wen Yin Yin speculated, rekindled romance? Su Xingman chuckled, oh please. In such relationships, there's no room for old feelings. Once it's over, it's over. At the time, It was simply a matter of mutual satisfaction. With a mischievous smile, she added, "If we were to meet again, who knows, I might just have another rendezvous with him. His skills are unparalleled, the best I've encountered thus far." At such a provocative topic, Yi Ruyi was instantly energized, bombarding Su Xingman with a series of soul-searching questions. What makes his skills so exceptional? How many climaxes can you achieve in a night? Do you initiate, or does he? Is it purely physical, or is there oral involvement? When Yin Yin, caught off guard, choked on her drink and cough, 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 Su Xingman retorted gracefully, "Yi Ruyi, how dare you call me open? Have you listened to the questions you're asking? You shameless flirt." Yi Ruyi scoffed, "As if I wouldn't ask if you didn't bring it up." When Yin Yin interjected, "Do you wish to hear the rest?" When Yin Yin hesitated, her cheeks slightly flushed, stammering, "Well, I suppose." Then Yi Ruyi turned her attention to Jiang Ning. "Jiang Ning, we've all shared, but you haven't revealed how many men you've dated." The atmosphere fell suddenly silent. The previously playful banter among the girls ceased, and they collectively held their breath, save for the sound of waves crashing outside and their gentle breaths. Everyone awaited. Society divides people into hierarchies. Even within their social class, distinctions were evident. The Jiang family was an established powerhouse in the city, and, as the sole heir, Jiang Ning was inherently perched atop the social pyramid. With her stunning beauty, intelligence, and amiable nature, she had long attracted the attention of many suitors, receiving constant admiration. Though Yi Ruyi and Su Xingman mingled within the same social circles, their family businesses paled in comparison. Their looks were less striking, and their academic achievements were not as commendable, rendering them acutely aware of their perceived inferiority. At every banquet, they would indignantly band together with other young ladies who felt overshadowed, conspiring to disregard Jiang Ning, whispering disparaging remarks behind her back. Yet, for reasons unknown, Jiang Ning had undergone a drastic transformation, abandoning her once praised demeanor as the obedient daughter, reveling instead in a life of indulgence among men. Her carefree spirit provided a sense of solace to those who had long been overshadowed by her. When it comes to the dynamics between men and women, Jiang Ning undoubtedly possesses the most intricate situation among her peers. They all eagerly anticipate her sharing the rich tapestry of her emotional history. Yet, Jiang Ning responds with an enigmatic smile, saying guess. After waiting for so long, they're taken aback by her nonchalant reply. "Yi Ruyi, the first to lose her patience," exclaims Jiang Ning. "This isn't how you play the game. You've been listening all night." Jiang Ning, unfazed, retorts, "Even if you were to talk for another 100 nights, my answer would remain unchanged. Have you considered what we're discussing? First loves? Unwritten rules? Casual flings? If you were to pick up a copy of Jin and peruse through it, any story within would be far more riveting than what you all have to share." Jiang Ning can hardly muster the disdain for them. "At the very least, do share how many relationships you've had. You've all crafted a narrative behind my back. Do you think I would believe it? Of course not. At least, not entirely. After all, she is Jiang Ning. Even the most notorious playboys in the city, renowned for their conquests, have found themselves ensnared by her charm. There's a saying they have about her. They'd rather believe in ghosts than take her words at face value, whether credible or not. She knows in her heart the truth. Given the pleasant atmosphere tonight, they naturally wish to hear the account from the horse's mouth." Yi Ruyi, in a fit of urgency, wraps herself in a blanket and sits up in bed, just in time to see Jiang Ning climbing out of bed, casually grabbing a thin robe. "Where are you off to at this late hour?" The other two curiously lean in to catch a glimpse. Jiang Ning feels an inexplicable surge of irritation. She can't sleep. "Offer a drink. Are you coming?" The three on the bed exchange glances. None of them are foolish. They can sense Jiang Ning's current displeasure. They were merely chatting and had not provoked her. Why then, has her mood soured? With no reply in sight, Jiang Ning pulls a faint smile, ties her robe securely, and strides out. Downstairs in the villa, there's a kitchen where Jiang Ning quickly locates the beer in the fridge. Her slender fingers hook onto the tab of a can, pulling it upwards with a satisfying hiss, releasing the fragrant, bitter aroma of malt. She raises the icy can to her lips, but the cold, hard metal makes her pause. With a hint of annoyance, she slams it down onto the countertop. The dull thud reverberates in the dimly lit kitchen as Jiang Ning stands quietly, her head bowed, dark hair shielding her face, her expression one of despondency. The rumors swirling around her suggest a life of reckless indulgence. Yet who would believe that she possesses the capacity for drunken oblivion? Without a friend by her side, even the thought of having a drink requires careful consideration. Jiang Ning feels a surge of frustration, glaring at the beer in her hand. Suddenly, she hears the sound of a switch being flipped at the door, and the overhead lights blaze to life. Jiang Ning, what are you doing here? Why isn't the light on? Jiang Ning squints against the sudden brightness, and as her eyes adjust, she turns to see. The previous cloud of gloom dissipates instantaneously, replaced by a surge of revulsion. What a twist of fate. Lu Huai approaches her, glancing her way with a slight frown. You look unwell. Are you feeling sick? She evaded his outstretched hand that sought to touch her forehead, her expression languid. What brings you down here? Lu Huai, seemingly unfazed, retracted his hand and clarified. Jiang Xiu has indulged in excess this evening, so I came down to prepare a bowl of hangover soup for him. After a brief pause, noticing the beer still clutched in Jiang Ning's hand, he inquired, Do you wish to drink? She was determined not to reveal her intentions. Suddenly, I have lost my desire for it, she declared, discarding the beer without hesitation. After taking a few steps, her concern prompted her to turn back and ask, How is Jiang Xiu? Lu Huai offered a slight smile as he began to rummage through the kitchen, an air of contemplation surrounding him. He drank too much and has been sick twice. Oh, indeed. I heard him calling your name just now. He mentioned casually, successfully halting her departure. Chapter 23. The night meeting Jiang Ning squinted her eyes and asked, What do you mean, Lu Huai? She rummaged through the kitchen until she found an iron pot, which she then rinsed under the faucet. After refilling it with water, Lu Huai turned on the gas. As the water heated, he gazed intently at the pot. His voice warm. I mean no harm. I am merely assisting a young lad who is just beginning to experience the flutterings of love in conveying his feelings. Jiang Ning's expression remained indifferent. I do not harbor such feelings for him. Lu Huai let out a long sigh of relief and turned to her. Then, how do you perceive me? Jiang Ning scrutinized him, locking eyes with him for a considerable time before her lips curled into a slight, humorless smile. I'm sorry, Doctor Lu, but you're not my type. Despite having prepared himself for rejection, Lu Huai felt a flicker of disappointment in his gaze. He recalled their first encounter, the day when Zhang's grandfather was admitted to the hospital due to health issues, and he was appointed as the attending physician by the director. The charming and humorous elder had taken a keen interest in Lu Huai's personal life from the moment he arrived, eagerly gathering information from the nurses. Patients often enjoyed playing matchmaker, and when the old man extolled the virtues of his only granddaughter, Lu Huai merely smiled in response. It was only when he saw Jiang Ning visiting her grandfather that he realized his heart had been captured. At that moment, he did not know it was she. He simply noticed a young woman who struck him at first glance. A girl crouched before a stranger child, who was crying bitterly due to a needle prick, comforting him with remarkable patience and gentle words. Even when the child accidentally tore her bag strap, she remained unfazed. Later, when the child's mother offered to compensate her, she casually dismissed it, stating it was of no consequence. He was aware of the bag's worth, a sum in the 7 figures, a brand that the wife of a colleague in the same department often lamented about. Upon arriving at the grandfather's hospital room, he unexpectedly witnessed a spirited exchange between the two. The moment the old man spotted him, his face lit up, and he beckoned, Come, Xiao Lu. Let me introduce you to my granddaughter. As he approached with a smile, he saw a different side of the girl he had previously encountered. The face remained the same, exquisite and strikingly beautiful, yet something was unmistakably different. When he first saw her comforting the child, her lovely eyes had been bright and filled with youthful innocence. Now, in the hospital room, as she turned at the call of her grandfather, her round, sparkling eyes radiated allure and cunning. Initially, she cast an annoyed glance at her grandfather, who was playfully teasing, before turning her head away with an air of haughtiness, her languid tone suggesting a playful nonchalance. Ah, so you are the handsome and wealthy Dr. Lu, the modern-day Hua Ta. What a pleasure to meet you. In that fleeting moment, She exuded an intoxicating blend of seduction and innocence, a combination that was both captivating and disarming. How could a girl embody such contrasting qualities so effortlessly? For the first time, Lu Huai found himself profoundly intrigued by a girl he had only met twice. Due to old Master Zhang's amiable disposition, they had shared several delightful meals together in private. Although he no longer witnessed her displaying the playful demeanor of a child, he found her captivating in every guise, be it proud, languid, charming, or even pretentiously theatrical. She had similarly praised him in return. As a mature man, he was acutely aware of whether a woman appreciated him. Thus, he could not accept the notion that he was not her type. Wishing to avoid any further delay, he straightforwardly inquired, "Jiang Ning, do you harbor any misunderstandings about me?" "That would depend on whether Dr. Lu has engaged in any actions that might warrant such misunderstandings," Jiang Ning replied, glancing at the pot and reminding him. "The water is boiling." With a sigh of resignation, Lu Huai turned away, busying himself while contemplating his next words. "Jiang Ning, I recall our previous meals were quite enjoyable. If my perception is merely a figment of my imagination, I would appreciate any insights on where I may have faltered. Would you care for another drink? Perhaps I could prepare a few appetizers to accompany it?" Jiang Ning. After a prolonged silence, Lu Huai turned around, only to find the space behind him vacant. The beer he had placed on the counter was also gone. Jiang Ning had swiftly taken the beer and exited the kitchen. The kitchen door faced the staircase. Aware she would be spotted if she ascended, she opted for the back door instead. During the day, the production team had set up several sunshades, which remained intact long after the program had concluded. Jiang Ning sought a quiet place to gather her thoughts. The lengthy corridor outside was lined with rooms utilized by the crew for storing equipment. As she passed one of the storage rooms, the door unexpectedly swung open, and a hand reached out, pulling her inside. She was forcibly ushered through the doorway, and the door clicked shut behind her. Startled, Jiang Ning nearly dropped her beer, but a hand swiftly covered her mouth. At that moment, a deep voice murmured in her ear, "It's me. It's Fu Xinian." Relaxing slightly, she felt as though she had escaped a dire situation. However, upon regaining her composure, her brows furrowed in anger as she struck him with her fists. "Fu Xinian, are you out of your mind?" The woman in his arms was as fierce and unruly as a lion cub, compelling Fu Xinian to endure her wrath. "I recall that I invited you." She remembered it all too well. He had barged in on her and Jiang Shiyu in the restroom. He had offered her a blanket and then casually mentioned, "We'll have a discussion tonight." After striking him in frustration, she kicked him twice, exclaiming, "You said it yourself." "I never agreed." An oppressive silence enveloped them. A chill crept up Jiang Ning's spine as she lifted her gaze. The storage room contained a glass window, obscured by a haphazard array of equipment, allowing the corridor's light to seep through the gaps. Fu Xinian, backlit, bore a placid expression, inscrutable yet exuding an aura of intimidation that stifled any breath. Jiang Ning was all too familiar with the expression on his face, subtly hinting at anger. As she gazed at the chaotic footprints on his pant legs, a sense of unease crept into her heart. She had certainly not held back when she had stepped on him just moments ago. If you did not agree, then what brings you here? Perhaps it was the late hour, but the man's voice sounded indifferent and laden with fatigue. Jiang Ning cautiously shook the beer can beside her, stating, "I seek a place to enjoy a drink." His subtly arched brows shifted from her delicate and cautious visage to the metallic can, disapprovingly furrowing in response. "With your tolerance for alcohol?" Jiang Ning's face instantly elongated in discontent. "What business is it of yours?" Unable to restrain herself, she impulsively kicked him in frustration, exasperated by his mockery. Chapter 24. Do you want to kiss me? 1,000 cups without intoxication is remarkable, despite some reservations. She did not dare to exert herself too forcefully. Fu Xinian sensed this, a gentle smile gradually blooming in his eyes. This was a familiar quirk of hers. Whenever displeased, she would resort to playful punches and kicks, her strength akin to that of a kitten's scratch. Yet, she truly believed she could inflict harm on others, only to wear a look of regret after each encounter, though she would invariably repeat the same behavior. The room was small, and her companion remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Jiang Ning realized they were too close for comfort and shoved him slightly, exclaiming, "It's too hot. Don't stand so close." He regarded her deeply for a moment before gentlemanly retracting his hand. "What do you plan to do about Jiang Shiyu?" Jiang Ning seemed taken aback, as if hearing a fable from ancient times. "You sought me out just to discuss this matter?" Fu Xinyan's voice was calm. "Do you require my assistance?" Jiang Ning furrowed her brow, looking at him in bewilderment. "Fu Xinyan, if I were to say you are unwell, I would not be exaggerating, would I? Both our families are prominent and have always maintained a close relationship. If you find it inconvenient to refuse, I can take the responsibility for you." Fu Xinyan appeared to ignore her doubts, unilaterally offering his suggestion. Jiang Ning could no longer tolerate this. "Stop, Fu Xinyan. On what grounds do you offer me help?" Finally, Fu Xinyan ceased his advance. His expression remained inscrutable, his eyes exceptionally composed. "What position do you wish for me to assume?" Her large, round eyes, both enchanting and innocent, twinkled as Jiang Ning suddenly broke into a charming smile. She seemed to transform, deliberately stepping closer to him, her voice sweetly elongated as she spoke, her gaze captivating as if it could ensnare the heart. "The answer to that question depends on what you're willing to do." She leaned forward, her graceful form inclining towards him, her delicate arms encircling his neck. I was compelled by my grandfather to participate in this program." "What a ridiculous idea to find a marriage partner." She pouted in discontent. "But he said that as long as I find someone to marry, I can be free again." As she spoke, she suddenly lifted her radiant face, smiling at him with charm and innocence, making an uncharacteristically naive proposal. "Fu Zong, how about you lower yourself to marry your former girlfriend?" Throughout her antics, Fu Xinyan maintained a singular expression, his dark eyes flickering slightly in response to her movements, until she hung on to him, precariously poised. He extended his arm, securing it around her slender waist. "If I am to sacrifice to such an extent, what can you offer me in return?" TSK. Men, how quickly he had shifted from a tone of eager assistance to negotiating terms. Jiang Ning, grinning, proposed, "What do you desire?" "You have wealth, far exceeding mine. But what about my person?" As if struck by a thought, her sweet face turned gravely distressed. "Oh dear, I forgot. You've already obtained my person long ago." She playfully tapped his strikingly handsome face with her finger, her tone laced with mockery. "I've read your magazine interview, where you claimed you would never look back in matters of the heart." With a dramatic sigh, Jiang Ning added, "What a pity. However, it is the thought that counts. Mr. Fu, your kindness is duly noted." Yet, he unexpectedly tightened his embrace, firmly holding her captive in his arms. His indifferent gaze settled upon her incessantly chattering, alluring red lips. "Are you proposing to exchange your body for something? When? Here?" Her voice faltered, abruptly cut off. His sudden approach caught her off guard, leaving her bewildered and speechless, unable to comprehend what she had just heard. Could such indecorous words truly escape the lips of the refined and composed Fu Xinyan? A cold smirk slowly curved his thin lips. One hand remained firmly gripping her waist, while the other lifted to tuck a playful strand of hair behind her ear, his thumb brushing against the corner of her overly clever mouth. Deep within his dark, profound eyes, emotions simmered beneath the surface, his tone measured and unhurried. "Keep pretending." Though his voice was soft, she discerned the heavy threat woven within. Indeed, he warned her in a deliberate, low tone, "Jiang Ning, do not attempt to play your games with men on me, or else." He left the consequence unspoken. A chill crept along her neck. Not only did he understand her, discerning the truth behind her words, but she was also familiar with him, knowing that the more subdued his tone, the harsher the impending punishment. But what was this? Their relationship had ended ages ago. She had been the one to sever ties. Jiang Ning was furious, and the repercussions would be dire. Hitting or kicking him would not suffice. Glancing around, she failed to find a weapon at her disposal. Her irritated gaze fell upon the beer can still in her hand, her lips curling in frustration. "You." Before Fu Xinyan could intervene, she guzzled down half the can. Once finished, she triumphantly turned the empty can upside down, raising it high in a gesture of defiance. "Huh, it's all gone." Observing her flushed face, Fu Xinyan felt a headache brewing, wondering how she could still be such a rascal as before. Half a can was her limit. A full can exceeded it. Jiang Ning was already feeling the effects of the alcohol. What rascal? Where? I'll help you beat him. Fu Xinyan chuckled softly. You are that little rascal. Are you planning to fight yourself? Me? Jiang Ning, dazed, pointed at herself. How am I a rascal? Who am I being a rascal towards? Her muddled gaze landed on Fu Xinyan, and a realization struck her. Ah, I've been a rascal towards you. Haven Ti? She bowed earnestly. Em Soda. Stumbling forward, she embraced him, her slender arms draping limply over his broad shoulders. However, handsome sir, has anyone ever told you how strikingly attractive you are? How I long to caress. Fu Xiyuan half supported her, ensuring she would not tumble from his grasp, while gently guiding her hand, which had rested on his shoulder, to his chest. One button was undone. He cast a glance down at the inebriated girl and quietly inquired, Where would you like to touch? The intoxicated girl felt her hand being held, unable to break free, and could only instinctively wander with her touch, striving to discern. I wish to feel the young gentleman's chest. He swallowed hard, teasingly coaxing. Would you like to kiss? Kiss what? She raised her gaze in confusion. Jiang Ning squinted at him for a moment, obediently nodding, wishing to Fu Xi and scrutinized her intently. Remaining still, you may attempt it, to see if you can reach me. All right. She was exceedingly compliant. Yet, her head felt a tad heavy, her entire weight leaning upon him as if devoid of bones. Chapter 25. The devious Mr. Fu. She endeavored to rise on her tiptoes, her lips of vivid crimson, slightly pouted. Just as the two seemed poised to kiss, she abruptly halted, her brow furrowed in confusion as she scrutinized the man before her. Fu Xinyan stood motionless, quietly awaiting her response. She scrunched her petite face and, after a moment, as if recognizing him, uttered, Fu Xinyan, you woke up so quickly? Fu Xinyan's gaze fell, disappointment washing over him. It is I. Yet, she forcefully pushed him away, defiantly placing her hands on her hips, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she vociferously accused. Why didn't you come find me? Fu Xinyan was bewildered. She pouted, her voice tinged with a quiver. I waited for you for so long. Why didn't you come for me? His eyes brimmed with sorrow as he softly reminded her. Ling Ling, you seem to have forgotten. It was you who said you no longer wanted me. That fateful date had been marred by his tardiness, delayed by a company meeting, arriving a mere 5 minutes late, only for her to unleash her ire upon him inexplicably. No matter how humbly he pleaded, even casting aside his pride and dignity to beg for her compassion, she remained cold and unyielding, her face a mask of indifference. He often pondered how one could become so heartless as to utter such cruel words to a partner with whom they had shared laughter just the day before. What kind of frigid heart could shatter a sincere affection, trampling it underfoot? In despair, he felt a pain that could only be likened to one being skinned alive. He ought to despise her. Yet, in the end, he still found himself before her, his fingers twitching slightly as he struggled to suppress the emotions that had long been buried deep within. I want you. Will you return to me? With her tear-streaked face, she gazed at him with a pitiful expression. You want me? His tone was resolute. Only you. The girl, her eyes brimming with tears, held his gaze for a long moment before suddenly turning away in a huff. I don't believe you. To their left stood a folding table, long unused and cloaked in a layer of dust. Without knowing how, she swiftly climbed atop it, standing high as if she had accomplished something grand. However, her unsteady stance nearly caused her to tumble down. Fu Xinyan watched in alarm, wanting to reach out to steady her, but she brusquely rejected his assistance. I'm very angry. Do not touch me. Jiang Ning, come down. The inebriated Jiang Ning was impervious to reason. I refuse. Taking a deep breath, he warned, If you don't come down, I will be angry. Unfortunately, the little drunkard was undeterred, retorting, Be angry if you wish. Fu Xinyan, you stingy fellow. I'm telling you, I'm also very angry. The kind that cannot be soothed. This troublesome spirit, as always, was relentless, especially after indulging in drink. Yet he found himself compelled to indulge her whims. In exasperation, Fu Xinyan laughed despite his fury. What are you angry about? You were the one who called for a breakup. You were the one who rejected me. You were the one who sought out other men. Had he not been aware that her interactions with those men were merely trifles, devoid of any substantial connection, he would have annihilated everything long ago. Yet, even with this knowledge, an insatiable jealousy gnawed at his core. From his elevated vantage point, he gazed down upon Jiang Ning, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, a picture of profound grievance. I am so unloved. My mother does not love me. Fu Xinian does not love me. Everyone is pressuring me. A fleeting moment of contemplation crossed Fu Xinian's handsome face as he cautiously inquired, "Who is pressuring you?" Jiang Ning, in a daze, stammered, You. Who is it? Who? Tell me their name. It's Fu Xinian. He is the one pressuring me. He is wicked. That is why I do not want him anymore. How dare he presume to engage in conversation with a drunkard? Fu Xinian lowered his gaze in thought, and suddenly pointed to the ground beside her, a mouse. Jiang Ning froze for a moment, seemingly slow to comprehend. Once her sluggish mind grasped his words, she emitted a sharp scream, leaping from the table and plunging into Fu Xinian's prepared embrace, clinging to him with all her limbs. The mouse. How terrifying! At last, she settled down, and he paid no heed to the sharp elbow that had struck his abdomen, instead soothingly patting her back. Do not fear. The mouse is gone now. It has run away. Yet, she tightened her grip around his neck, making it difficult for him to breathe. He considered setting her down, but she shook her head in terror, burying her small face against his collarbone. No. Fu Xinian paused for a moment and proposed, If you give me a kiss, the mouse will vanish. After a lengthy hesitation, she dared to lift her head, gazing at him with tear-filled eyes, uncertain yet hopeful. Really? He, an experienced drunkard, maintained a serious expression, his gaze unwaveringly focused on her. Indeed, as soon as the words left his lips, a loud, boozy kiss landed on his cheek. Smack! His pupils dilated, and Fu Xinian slowly returned her gaze. Following their earlier tumult, her thin bathrobe hung loosely, its collar wide open, revealing a black silk camisole underneath. One shoulder strap had slipped down, exposing a generous expanse of fair skin, and beneath the hem, her creamy thighs were visible. The girl's alluring form pressed tightly against him, her delicate waist within his control, a fragility he had once tasted, knowing it could snap with the slightest pressure. Her radiant face flushed with color, the effects of alcohol rendering her expression dazed, her eyes enveloped in a dreamy haze. She languidly leaned against him, staring at him in a trance, her lips slightly parted, embodying a demeanor of submission. Fu Xinian silently pondered. Would she remember this when the alcohol wore off tomorrow? But what did it matter? She had willingly intoxicated herself, and those lacking in tolerance ought to learn a lesson. He abandoned any pretense of being a gentleman. Covering her dazed eyes with his hand, he trembled slightly as he uttered two words, Not enough. Oh, what should I do? She whimpered. I'm truly terrified of the mouse. Let me kiss you. Outside the long corridor, as a staff member, on the verge of sleep, suddenly recalled that there was still an apparatus left outside. He shouldered a frame and passed by. As he walked past the storage room, he was suddenly struck by a voice akin to that of a cat. The sound was imbued with a sense of longing and melancholy. Unable to resist, he halted in his tracks, glancing around to see if anyone was near, and, with a heart racing in trepidation, pressed his ear against the door of the storage room. The soundproofing of the villa was decidedly inadequate. Through the door, he could hear the gentle, cat-like sobs of a girl, interspersed with a deep, gravelly voice of a man, who spoke with remarkable patience. Good girl, give me another kiss. No, then I shall kiss you. Stick out your tongue. Rapide breaths. The girl's delicate sobs were feeble, her trailing notes elongated, stirring a tantalizing ache within the listener's heart. Chapter 26. This is interest realizing what was transpiring within. The staff member felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment, their heart racing uncontrollably. Suddenly, a hand clapped down on their shoulder, causing them to jump frightfully, nearly succumbing to shock. Do you wish to abandon this job? The chief director reprimanded in a hushed tone, gesturing toward the back. The staff member, red-faced, seized the equipment and discreetly slipped away, as if granted a reprieve. The chief director lingered briefly, casting a glance at the tightly shut storeroom, filled with a myriad of emotions. Youth truly has its advantages. However, the commotion had stirred an inexplicable excitement within him. With a slight twitch of his nose, he hastily departed. Inside the storeroom, a girl lay in a deep slumber. Rendered unconscious from inebriation, her attire askew as she hung limply in the embrace of a man. He held her partially in his arms, repeatedly kissing her alluring yet vexatious crimson face. After an interminable moment, he finally bit down on her luscious, petal-like lips with a punitive intent, only to hear her muffled whimpers of distress in her dreams, causing his heart to soften and release her. Jiangning, do not forget, this is interest. The following day, Jiangning awoke later than usual. A throbbing headache from the previous night's indulgence caused her to groan softly before slowly opening her eyes. The other 3 beds were neatly made, and she did not see Wen Yin or the others. Just as she was lost in thought, a knock echoed at the door. Jiangning, are you awake? Before she could respond, the door swung open, and a procession of staff members entered, led by the chief photographer, who was carrying the camera. Behind him followed a flurry of crew members. She nearly forgot this detail. Today was a live broadcast. Jiangning's expression shifted to one of resignation. Just a moment. Her voice, still dulcet yet tinged with hoarseness from the hangover, revealed her lingering fatigue. Despite not being fully alert, she instinctively covered herself with a blanket before they arrived, and upon recalling the need to tidy her nightwear, she was pleasantly surprised to find her nightgown and robe still adorning her. A haze clouded her thoughts as fragmented images flickered in her mind, elusive and fleeting. With so many eyes upon her, she casually ran her fingers through her slightly disheveled hair and inquired toward the camera, "Where is everyone?" The striking image of a sleeping beauty was undeniably captivating, causing the photographer to stifle a racing heart as he bashfully replied, "Everyone is downstairs, having breakfast and waiting for you." Jiangning shot him a sidelong glance. "So why are you here to film me?" The photographer chuckled. "The audience in the live stream has been clamoring to see you asleep. The director said if we surpass 100,000 likes, we can show it." "Have we surpassed it?" she asked. It didn't take long at all. Soon after, he was fortunate enough to be singled out by the director to film Jiangning. Using the audience as an excuse, what could she say? Jiangning forced a smile. "Now that you've seen me, please wait a moment while I freshen up." The group promptly made way for her. Unfazed by the camera, she unsteadily climbed out of bed, retrieved the outfit provided by the crew the night before, and lazily waved to the camera as she passed by. This time, the program had supplied her with a set of casual sportswear. Jiangning donned a set in a soft yellow hue, featuring a short-sleeved t-shirt adorned with a striking program logo, complemented by black straight-leg sweatpants. To match her attire, she effortlessly styled her hair into a high ponytail, exuding youthful vitality. 10 minutes later, she emerged from the bathroom, garnering the astonished gazes of the staff and a chorus of enthusiastic howls from the live audience. Jiangning was thoroughly pleased with their reaction. However, until she descended the stairs, an unsettling feeling lingered within her, as if she had forgotten something of great importance. On the first floor of the villa, in the dining room, the guests gathered around a table enjoying breakfast. After a day filled with tasks yesterday, the atmosphere was amicable. A cameraman, burdened with his equipment, formed a large circle with the staff around the guests, ensuring no detail was overlooked. Jiangning descended the stairs accompanied by her filming crew, creating quite a stir among those at the dining table, who turned their attention toward her in unison. Wen Yin and Yi Ro-yi, seated together and engaged in light conversation, cast glances at Jiangning, their eyes momentarily flickering, while others bore the signs of a hangover with slight puffiness. Jiangning had been escorted home inebriated the previous night. At this moment, aside from a hint of pallor, her face remained exquisitely beautiful in the natural light of the room, appearing smooth and radiant, reminiscent of a gleaming, peeled egg as she descended the staircase, radiating an undeniable brilliance, truly possessing skin as delicate as fine jade, a rare gift of nature. As fellow female guests, they naturally wished not to be overshadowed by Jiangning. Yet, reality proved harsh. Although they were all dressed in outfits provided by the production team, Striving for a youthful and vibrant look, they found themselves lacking in both beauty and physique compared to her. The colors were randomly assigned by the crew, leaving no room for choice. But were they truly wearing the same design of t-shirt? Beyond the prominent logo, they only exuded a sense of youthful vigor, while Jiang Ning's attire conveyed a compelling blend of youthful allure and subtle femininity. Just look at her enviable figure. Su Xingman emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of porridge, exclaiming to the director, "I propose we maintain the culinary standards of the past 2 days for our program. I am not picky." Her gaze fell upon Jiang Ning, who had just ascended the last step, and her exuberant smile faltered slightly. Goodness, is she here for a beauty pageant? Yet, despite scrutinizing every detail, she could not discern any effort Jiang Ning had exerted. With a tinge of envy, she averted her comparative gaze. With only Jiang Ning and herself standing among the guests, they would undoubtedly be striking on camera. A glimmer of envy and jealousy danced in the eyes of the nearby cameras, and a mischievous idea formed in Su Xingman's mind as she cheerfully greeted Jiang Ning. "Ah, you're awake. How on earth did you manage to drink so much last night? Do you have a headache?" She stepped forward with a steaming bowl of fragrant porridge, feigning concern as she inquired, "Would you like me to make you a bowl of hangover soup?" Today's live broadcast began as they woke up and made their way downstairs. No one had specifically mentioned it earlier, so the audience was aware that Jiang Ning had not yet awakened, but they were oblivious to the reason for her late rise. Su Xingman intentionally brought it up in front of the camera. Of course, she cleverly masked her true thoughts with an air of concern. Jiang Ning rubbed her forehead and settled into her recent seat. How delightful! Su Xingman's steps faltered as she approached her own position. Jiang Ning raised her gaze to meet hers, her expression languid. "I can't drink too much. Just half a bowl will suffice, thank you." She merely inquired out of politeness. But why was this person so oblivious? Moreover, drinking half a bowl is hardly better than not drinking at all. It's quite bothersome, truly. Su Xingman silen gulp. The camera was rolling nearby, and she gazed at Jiang Ning with genuine delight, chuckling softly. All right, no problem. She was a living embodiment of selflessness, a paragon of virtue, all while the camera captured her every move. Indeed, she was a veritable model of altruism. Chapter 27. Avoiding wayward thoughts, setting her untouched bowl of porridge down on the table. She wore a smile reminiscent of artificial intelligence and turned to immerse herself in the kitchen. Jiang Ning sat listlessly on the nearest chair. A slender hand, delicately manicured, offered her a set of chopsticks. It was Wen Yan. Surprisingly, Jiang Ning had a clear understanding of how the other female guest perceived her. "Thank you," she replied. Wen Yan returned a gentle smile. "You're welcome." Aside from the female guests, the male participants had nearly finished their meal. Fu Xinyan, seated next to Wen Yan, silently pushed a plate of dumplings towards the rotating tray. Upon noticing, Wen Yan suddenly placed the dumplings in front of Jiang Ning, kindly suggesting, "Why not eat some dumplings to settle your stomach? They are filled with shrimp." Jiang Ning looked at her in confusion. Seeing her puzzled expression, Wen Yan inquired, "What's wrong? Don't you like dumplings?" Jiang Ning quickly regained her composure. "They're all right. It's just that this newcomer in the entertainment industry seems a bit strange today. Is it because of the cameras?" Nevertheless, she did not refuse the kind gesture. Uncertain of the tasks ahead, she thought it prudent to eat something to regain her strength, and obediently picked up a dumpling. As she took a bite, a pained frown crossed her face. Wen Yan, sitting closest to her, was the first to ask, "What's the matter?" Everyone turned to look. "It's nothing. Just a mouth ulcer. My tongue hurts a bit," Jiang Ning replied with a grimace. Clearly, someone suffering from a hangover was in a daze. She turned her gaze toward the rows of staff seated behind her. "Which of you brought watermelon frost?" "I have some," a staff member immediately responded. As that person rummaged through their bag, the expressions around the dining table varied. Wen Yan looked taken aback. Fu Xinyan's hand paused mid-sip of water. Shen Yu glanced over with concern. Jiang Shiyu, also nursing a hangover, wore a sour expression. Lu Huai looked contemplative, and Yi Ro, seemingly recalling something, swiftly scanned the faces of Jiang Shiyu and Wen Yan, her gaze flickering before she grabbed a piece of toast from the table, tearing a small piece to pop in her mouth. At that moment, the chief director presiding over the dining scene observed the camera with a discerning eye. The morning had felt rather mundane, and he felt compelled to stir up some excitement. After a moment of contemplation, he shrewdly remarked, judging by everyone's expressions, "It seems you all rested well last night." A few nodded in agreement. The director continued, however, after last night's live broadcast, it appears there were some guests who did not adhere to the rules. He directed his gaze towards Jiang Ning, who remained oblivious. Her brow furrowed as she chewed on her dumpling, and suddenly called her out, "Jiang Ning, how did you find the beer from the production team?" Jiang Ning turned in bewilderment. "When did I drink your beer?" The director reminded her, "Where did you get the beer from last night?" Jiang Ning cusped, and the director was pleased that she remembered, only to hear her start to defend herself. "Director, wasn't it our guest who personally paid the staff to procure that? The beer I consumed was prepared by the guests, not the production team. Does she know this?" Someone whispered in the director's ear, and the director, grasping the situation, retorted, "But the refrigerator belongs to the production team. Therefore, I drank the beer without raiding the refrigerator." Puffed. Yeo beside me accidentally spluttered, quickly apologizing. My apologies." Just as one wave of chaos subsided, a new one began. The director pondered for a moment and then asked, "Who escorted you back to your room last night? Do you remember?" Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning. Her malfunctioning brain resumed operation. She finally recalled something significant she had forgotten. Feeling the collective gaze of the audience upon her, Jiang Ning maintained an outward calm. She suppressed the urge to glance to the left, thinking, "Surely you're not implying that you were the one who took me back to my room?" The director raised an eyebrow, thinking not a chance. "Thankfully, it wasn't you." Jiang Ning patted her chest, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. "Jiang Ning, have I not been critical of you? Do you appear to disdain me as the director?" "Not all. I fear you may blame me." Jiang Ning, has anyone ever mentioned that your tolerance for alcohol is rather poor? Last night, you got drunk and collapsed on the living room sofa. I witnessed it and had the staff assist you upstairs. The director recounted the events of the previous night and then casually remarked, "I initially assumed you had consumed a great deal, but upon inquiry, I learned you only had one can of beer. So, while others drink for leisure, Jiang Ning, do you drink for slumber?" Jiang Ning listened to the director's teasing with a smile. She was aware that the reality was likely not as the director portrayed. Yet he was creating a narrative while also striving to uphold her image before the audience. Regardless of any prior briefings, she appreciated his gesture and was willing to cooperate. "Director, if you had left me alone, I might have slept through to the end of the program last night. I advise you to refrain from any devious thoughts. Our entire medical team is ever ready to serve you." The production team was indeed merciless. Regardless, with this ambiguous exchange, the live broadcast began to stir. Who bribed the staff to buy the alcohol? And it turns out the princess genuinely enjoys drinking. Ha ha ha. The princess wakes up each day thinking, another day, contemplating how to cancel the broadcast. Wait, wasn't he someone previously insinuating her alcoholism? Is this what they call alcoholism? One can of beer? My 12-year-old son could handle more than her. Ha ha ha. The director, satisfied with the outcome, decided to refrain from further exhausting Jiang Ning's popularity and turned his attention to the other guests, diligently extracting bits of intrigue from each to pique the curiosity of the audience. When Su Xingman completed the hangover soup, she looked around in confusion at the noticeably more cheerful atmosphere among the group. What had everyone been up to during the time it took her to prepare a bowl of soup? Aside from the photographer, everyone else was seated while she stood alone, holding a bowl. Goodness. Suddenly, I feel as though I'm a mere caretaker, and it fills me with frustration. After waiting for Su Xingman to finish her breakfast, half an hour later, our group boarded the shuttle to the island, departing from the villa. This is a newly developed tourist island, and not far from the opulent villa district where they stayed last night lies a grand amusement park. The executive director had arrived early to prepare everything, eagerly awaiting the guests' arrival. Under the brilliant sunlight and in front of the cameras, the guests stood in a neat and spirited line. The executive director then announced the rules for this round of tasks. As you can all see behind me is the newly constructed, largest comprehensive amusement park in the city, spanning an impressive 450,000 square meters. Today, our theme is a delightful day. Chapter 28. A sweet day. The guests responded with resounding applause. The executive director, with a mischievous grin, shifted his tone and inquired if the guests were curious to know who the male and female contestants had the lowest scores yesterday. In perfect unison, the guests shook their heads, expressing their disinterest. Su Xingmon cupped her hands around her mouth in a trumpet shape and exclaimed, "Director, please do refrain from revealing it. Keep this secret for a lifetime." Wen Yin and Yi Ro nodded in agreement. A few male contestants smirked in amusement. The executive director cleared his throat and declared, "Regardless of your curiosity, I shall now unveil the names of the male and female contestants with the lowest scores from last night." He pointed out two names, Shen Yubai and Jiang Ning, instructing them to step forward. The audience was taken aback. How could it be them? When Yin turned and questioned, how could Jiang Ning possibly have the lowest score? Yi Ro nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, she scored the highest in the game yesterday. She had assumed she was the one with the lowest score. Jiang Shiyu, Lu Huai, and Fu Xinyan awaited an explanation. Meanwhile, Shen Yubai's first instinct was to glance at Jiang Ning. Winning or losing in the game was of little consequence to him. Jiang Ning, somewhat incredulous, raised her hand to contest. "Director, I demand a recount of the scores." The director promptly dismissed her request, stating, "The game results have been meticulously verified by our staff and are undoubtedly accurate." Jiang Ning retorted, "Then I question the fairness of this program." While guests were permitted to voice reasonable doubts, the implication was clear: do not question the integrity of the notary office, the most authoritative body overseeing this program. Jiang Ning remained adamant. "Then how could I have lost? You're trying to set me up." The director, stifling a laugh, responded, "Jiang Ning, we conducted a total of 3 games yesterday." 3? The guests suddenly recalled that, in addition to the 2 games from last night, there was also the heart rate testing segment at the beginning of the show. The female guests' faces lit up with surprise. Was that also a game? However, Jiang Ning began to connect the dots. Indeed, the director leaned in and explained with a teasing tone, in the heart rate testing segment yesterday morning, each heart rate value represented 5 points. Shen Yubai's heart rate was 140, while yours was 120. The difference of 20 in your heart rates with the preceding female contestant equates to 100 points. He paused briefly. "Jiang Ning, do you understand now? Can I file a complaint regarding the unfairness of your rules?" No one had informed her that the heart rate testing values represented just 1 point each. Had she known, she could have easily performed several burpees on the spot. The executive director regrettably stated, "You must accept today as penalty, and after filming, you may lodge a complaint with the chief director." Jiang Ning felt defeated. The remaining 3 female contestants patted her shoulder in consolation. The 8 contestants were divided into 4 groups, separated by gender. Jiang Shiyu and Wen Yin form one pair, Fu Xinyan and Su Xingmon another, while Lu Huai and Yi Rui constitute the third. Today, these 3 pairs will traverse various areas of the amusement park, guided by a route map provided by the production team, engaging in a series of games while completing couple-themed checkpoints, with their success marking a triumphant passage. The entire experience is devoid of coercion or pressure, promising a truly delightful day. As for Shen Yubai and Jiang Ning, their pairing is shrouded in mystery. Just before their departure, the director teased them. "Shen Yubai, Jiang Ning, care to guess what special punishment the production team has arranged for you?" Shen Yubai pondered. Realizing his limited experience with variety shows rendered him unable to deduce. Jiang Ning, however, immediately speculated. Perhaps a vertical roller coaster? A swinging pendulum? A haunted house? "Director, have you been peeking at our itinerary? What other punishments could there possibly be at an amusement park?" While there isn't a haunted house, there is, indeed, an escape room favored by the youth. Where would you prefer to go? The vertical roller coaster, the swinging pendulum, or the escape room? The director inquired. Fixated on the 2 guests, Shen Yubai replied, "I have yet to experience any of these." Jiang Ning inhaled deeply. "Director, please send me to the escape room." The director gestured to the staff behind him. "Let us escort them to the escape room." Jiang Ning, taken aback, exclaimed, "Director, this isn't how it's supposed to go. Normally, you should have chosen the option I didn't tee." The director chuckled, his sharp gaze revealing an understanding of her surprise. "We are a show imbued with humanity. Occasionally, we must indulge our guests' wishes. Consequently, The main camera divided into 4 segments. Jiang Xiyu and Wen Yinyan headed towards the carousel. Fu Xinian and Su Xingman ventured deeper towards the Ferris wheel, while Lu Huai and Yi Ri joyously spun in the teacup ride. Meanwhile, Shen Yubai and Jiang Ning, blindfolded, were escorted to the newly constructed escape room in the amusement park. The theme, the Ghost Bride. The narrative begins with a couple inadvertently stumbling into a dilapidated village. Along their path, they discover a red envelope containing a ruby ring, a lock of hair, and a note inscribed with a person's birth details. Drawing from their extensive experience, the young couple quickly discerned the envelope's ominous nature and hastily discarded it. Yet, they were a moment too late, as a chilling laugh echoed, and the shadow of a woman clad in a red bridal gown swept past them, entwining them in the ghost bride's grasp. Staff members hurriedly positioned Shen Yubai and Jiang Ning in their respective spots, briefing them. Within the allotted time, locate your partner and persuade the ghost bride to release you. Otherwise, you shall remain trapped in the village for eternity in the company of the ghost bride. The once united duo was now framed in separate shots. In the footage, both simultaneously removed their blindfolds and beheld their surroundings. To their astonishment, as scripted, their partners were indeed absent. All around them were crumbling, ancient houses, some doors tightly shut, others ajar. There is no wind, yet the door creaks open mysteriously, emitting an eerie sound. The air is thick with the stench of decay. The houses on either side appear to be interconnected. The foul odor seeps through the dilapidated windows, ensnared in cobwebs, and the half-covered door, pervading the surroundings. Some windows bear an ancient character of double happiness, suggesting that time has long passed. The large symbol has faded, with only half of it clinging to the glass. Reluctant to let go, every 10 meters or so, a flickering lamp casts its feeble light, reminiscent of an elderly candle nearing its end, struggling to emit the last vestiges of brightness, occasionally leaping in a desperate dance. This dim glow reflects upon the surrounding antiquated and decaying objects, casting ghostly shadows. Chapter 29. The journey of escape from the locked room, although fully aware that all surrounding entities were mere inanimate objects, an unsettling sensation lingered within, as if they had come to life, quietly observing and trailing my every movement. Let the adventure begin. Hurry and seek your beloved, a chilling voice echoed, sending shivers down the spines of those watching the live stream, who clung to one another in a desperate bid for comfort. This scene is so vividly realistic. The production team has spared no expense. Even from behind the screen, I can sense an aura of eerie decay. Oh, dear mother, I am terrified. I want to watch but dare not. Has anyone ever participated in an escape room? I tried it once and never wish to endure such an experience again. I've been to one as well with my boyfriend. No, my ex-boyfriend. The moment we exited, I severed ties instantly, not a second of hesitation. Please, share your tale. Nothing extraordinary. That fellow who usually boasts of his bravado turned out to be a coward. When the NPC appeared, he shoved me towards it to save himself. 3 times. Hilarious, yet tragic. What if this horror-themed escape room frightens the princess? Indeed, the princess begins with a singular objective. I wish to accompany her inside, though I am afraid. Having company in fear is preferable to facing it alone. Wait, where's the princess? Good point. She is nowhere to be seen on screen. Has something gone awry? The production team should be held accountable. I simply wish to witness the beautiful maiden shrieking in fright. Simultaneously, the director, who had been quite pleased to send Jiang Ning's group into the escape room, realized that Jiang Ning was not within the frame. The escape room was designed with immersive indoor scenery, equipped with cameras at every angle to capture the guest terror. To amplify the guest's sense of dread, the production team had summoned back the cameraman. At that moment, a group of individuals huddled in the monitoring room, restless as ants on a hot pan. Finally, amidst thousands of surveillance feeds, someone spotted Jiang Ning. There she is, in the top left corner. In the footage, Jiang Ning wandered through a corridor, flanked by elongated hallways, the walls adorned with damp moss, from which a liquid resembling blood seeped forth. As the group scrutinized the scene, they felt an uncanny familiarity with the decor. They observed Jiang Ning standing before one of the doors, her hand gripping the handle. The production team swallowed hard, anxious about what awaited her behind that door. Suddenly, a creak echoed as the door to their monitoring room swung open. Outside, Jiangning stood, exchanging bewildered glances with the astonished staff. Taking a step back, she regarded the only door lacking any identification before surveying the equally stunned crowd. Without waiting for their greetings, she strolled into the monitoring room, curiously glancing around. "So this is your base of operations," she remarked in a rather relaxed tone. The executive director faintly heard the chief director of the villa area cursing and slamming the script on the table. The monitoring room was the only place in the entire amusement park that wasn't connected to the live broadcast. The photographer, ever vigilant, swiftly lifted the camera the moment Jiangning appeared. Thus, the seemingly vanished Jiangning re-emerged in front of the live camera in no time. Observing that Jiangning was in the same room as the director, it was evident that the room was densely packed with people and filming equipment. What could the audience possibly misunderstand? The live chat was immediately flooded with laughter and amusement. Incredible! The production team intended to scare the princess with an escape room. But the princess turned the tables and frightened them first. How did she manage to stray from the main task and find the production team's headquarters? Look at the director's body language. Even with his face covered, I can sense his profound despair and speechlessness. Is this director the same one from yesterday? Ha! The executive director's temples throbbed with frustration. The game hadn't even begun, yet the bugs had already emerged. Jiangning, how did you find your way here? Jiangning's eyes scanned the myriad of frames until landing on a wall adorned with the layout of the escape room. I just walked over, didn't I? The executive director pointed to one of the frames, in which another live camera captured Shen Yubai being pursued by an ominous NPC. Why isn't he like you? Jiangning glanced at the screen, the scene somewhat comical. Although Shen Yubai was a staunch skeptic of the supernatural, the NPC was too fierce for him to handle, leaving him in a rather embarrassing predicament. It seems Professor Shen isn't fated to meet you. Did that imply she was fated to meet them? The executive director did not desire such fate. Observing her cunning gaze darting around, he sensed mischief. "You are the most problematic one," he exclaimed, pointing at the innocent-looking Jiangning. "Where is everyone? Call the staff from the escape room. Get her out of here immediately." The escape room staff hurriedly arrived. The players rushed to the operation area, surprised to encounter this player for the first time. How did this player manage that? The director, no longer pretending, ordered Jiangning to be sent to the most perilous spot. When it came to game bugs, there could be no leniency. Jiangning protested, "Director, this is abuse of power." The executive director glanced at the live screen, asserting, "I am merely adhering to public opinion." "You need a profound lesson," Jiangning retorted. "Are the viewers trying to harm me?" The live audience exclaimed, "We are not." "Director, you deceitful instigator. How dare you sow discord between us and the princess?" Watching Jiangning being escorted away, the executive director felt a slight relief, yet soon sensed something amiss. After a moment of contemplation, he could no longer restrain himself and finally asked, "Did any of you feel that Jiangning was scared just now?" Jiangning was taken away once more. This time, she was not blindfolded. Accompanying her was a charming young girl, resembling a student, with an endearing appearance. She obediently followed the girl, who occasionally glanced back at her, a blush creeping onto her cheeks before she turned away. After navigating through a labyrinth of twists and turns, the girl pushed open a door and gestured inside, indicating that she had no intention of entering herself. "Ahem, you can go in from here," she said. Jiangning smiled at her and replied, "All right. Thank you for guiding me." As she stepped inside, she overheard the girl outside the door quickly whispering, "Everything inside is fake. The ghosts are played by our colleagues. We watched your live stream yesterday, and everyone adores you. Please don't be afraid." With that, the little girl shyly flashed her a smile, and the door was locked behind her. In a live stream, the audience witnessed Jiangning enter through a door, which then closed behind her. She stood perfectly still. Chapter 30. Jiangning's counterattack after a brief moment. Jiangning finally made her move. She began to feel around the wall behind her. After some time, a faint sound of the lock echoed, and the door swung open. She cautiously peered outside. The staff who had brought her here likely did not anticipate that Jiang Ning would discover the mechanism of the door lock on her own and had already departed. Jiang Ning scanned her surroundings. The light was dim, making it difficult for her to locate the hidden camera. However, that did not impede her current intentions. Suddenly, she broke into a wide smile, raised her index and middle fingers, and playfully gestured a peace sign in all directions. Her demeanor was both self-satisfied and full of provocation. Before the camera, the audience witnessed her remarkable antics, filled with amusement and curiosity. Ha ha! What does the princess intend to do? How did she know there was a mechanism in the wall? Now that the door is open, she should run. Otherwise, she might be caught by the production team again. There is no escape. If she runs, the production team will chase her and she'll be trapped. I'm just waiting for the princess to be caught a second time. Ha! Have you never considered that she might not want to run? Just look at her expression. She doesn't seem frightened at all. The discussions erupted. In the monitoring room, everyone was both amused and perplexed by the scene unfolding before them. How did she manage to escape again? The executive director was at his wit's end after decades in the industry. He had never encountered a guest so intent on defying expectations. With someone like Jiang Ning, bringing her back was futile. One could never predict her strategies. Yet her words could instantly leave one speechless. After a moment's reflection, he decided that since the audience was curious about her intentions, they would simply have to wait and see. Let us observe what clever and resourceful plans their female guest has in store during this terrifying escape room segment. After much deliberation, the executive director resolved to leave Jiang Ning to her own devices. Live broadcasting thrives on spontaneity. He was eager to see if she could conjure something novel from this segment. Thus, instead of witnessing the anticipated scene of Jiang Ning being captured a second time, the audience saw her cleverly navigate her way into another room. The live broadcast fixated on the door she had just closed behind her. In the streaming room, the audience erupted once more. What's going on? They say there were numerous cameras installed to ensure a 360-degree view? This is the umpteenth time. I demand to know what she is doing inside. Immediately. Now, upstairs, the cameras are indeed installed, but they are all within the game area. Who would have thought she would keep escaping? You're not the director, so why are you getting worked up when the director hasn't even lost his cool? Director? Who said he hadn't lost his composure? It was merely a matter of not having the luxury to do so. After a brief day and a half of interaction, he began to mourn the little remaining hair he had left after a prolonged absence of her reemergence. Someone's stifling laughter inquired, "Director, should we find someone to bring her out?" The director, eyes fixed on the camera, replied, "Just wait a little longer. If she intends to remain hidden within, then let her sleep in there tonight." Just as this thought crossed my mind, the door creaked open once more. The ghostly bride NPC, clad in a resplendent crimson wedding gown, emerged against the light, her long hair disheveled, her complexion as pale as parchment, and her eyes deeply sunken. With pitch-black pupils that could instill terror in the bravest of souls, concealing an aura of infinite dread. This dedicated ghost bride NPC instantly slipped into character the moment she stepped outside. Her flowing skirt completely obscured her feet, leaving the audience to ponder how she managed such a feat. From behind the screen, she appeared to glide toward us, weightless, drawing ever nearer. A chilling coldness seeped through the screen, infiltrating the very pores of every viewer. Suddenly, the ghost bride tilted her head ominously, grinning at the camera with a sinister smile. Her large eyes were entirely black. A thin stream of crimson liquid dribbled from the corner of her lips at that moment. The timid viewers in front of the screen could no longer contain their terror, wailing, "Ah, great compassionate Avalokiteshvara, Buddha, Jesus, God, save us." Tears welled in their eyes, and in the next instant, they beheld the ghost bride playfully sticking out her tongue, her small hands adorned with pointed, glossy black nails, raising her index and middle fingers in a peace sign to the hidden cameras. "Hee, it's me. I hope I didn't frighten you too much." Her voice, laced with a charming mirth, emerged as she tucked her long hair behind her shoulder. The familiar gesture, the same old routine. "Jiang Ning? How could it possibly be her?" That smile almost sent me to my grave. I expected to see the princess frightened by the ghost, yet here I am, terrified by the princess masquerading as a ghost. My heart is racing. So, she just went in the makeup room? How did she know that was the makeup room? I just want to ask, who is truly playing this escape room game? I felt as though I was genuinely drawn into it. Upstairs 10086. I shall never mock the princess again. The ghost bride will punish each of us who awaited her folly. Unable to see the audience's reactions in the live stream, Jiangning could only rely on her instincts to sincerely apologize to the viewers. If I startled you just now, I am truly sorry. Please forgive me. In the frame, the terrifyingly made-up ghost bride clasped her hands in reverence. Her specially designed nails sharp and slender, creating a scene that was both horrifying and comical. I wonder if you can hear me? You should be able to, right? I'll treat this as a one-player confessional. As the audience's hearts raced, they watched as she walked and explained. Upon reaching a corner, she cautiously peeked around, confirming no danger, then beckoned to the hidden camera. There's no one here. Come this way. Her motion instantly transported all the viewers into her environment. From the moment the director declared my defeat last night, I knew the production team was plotting against me. Oof. The ghost bride feigned indignation. Thus, as astute as I am, I immediately anticipated the director's expectations. When he asked me to choose a project, I deliberately opted for the escape room, knowing full well that he presumed I would select what he did not. The mischievous bride revealed a sly grin. As you can see, the director fell for it. Haha. She confidently pounded her chest and declared, "To be frank, I am a seasoned player of escape rooms, colloquially known as a tank. Moreover, I am an extraordinarily formidable tank. I have traversed nearly every well-known escape room, both domestically and abroad. Here, I have heard of the new script, which I have yet to experience. However, those who have played extensively are well aware that these scripts tend to be quite similar." Upon hearing this, the live stream was filled with exclamations of awe. Chapter 31. The NPC's Reversal of Fortune. A flurry of messages flooded the screen, all expressing unwavering admiration and reverence for Jiangning. In the task at hand, she soon returned to the very door from which she had just emerged after triggering a hidden mechanism. With a subtle tilt of her head, she revealed a chilling smile reminiscent of a ghostly bride. The unsuspecting audience gasped in fright. With a tone tinged with curiosity, she inquired, "I believe I have memorized the layout of this place. Would you all like to join me in turning the tables on the NPCs arranged by the production team?" Following her question, she flashed a cunning grin, adding, "However, I will need your cooperation on one matter. Please flood the live stream with messages. The production team must not interfere with the guests' actions. No artificial intervention in the player's counterattack. All fears and terrors were cast aside. The opportunity to counterattack an NPC, a dream unfulfilled for countless individuals. Regardless of whether Jiangning could see it or not, the viewers were brimming with excitement. They eagerly complied with her request, not only inundating the live stream, but also posting fervently on the program's webpage. They yearned to witness the counterattack live. The production team must not interfere. Anyone who dares to interfere is nothing but a fool. Many former escape room players were pleading tearfully for Jiangning to avenge them. Oh, I can't stop thinking about it. I've dreamed of this. Those toxic NPCs haunted me after last week's game. Finally, someone has voiced the desire to counterattack the NPCs. I am here, eagerly awaiting Princess Chang's vengeance. I've never played an escape room, but suddenly this show feels so thrilling and intense, doesn't it? Ahem. Please remember this is a large-scale dating variety show. While the other three pairs are enveloped in pink bubbles, Princess Chang's side. Support the counterattack. Attack the escape room. Attack the game NPCs. Attack the production team. Kill, kill, kill. Quickly launch the counterattack. The pitiful Professor Shun is waiting for your rescue behind several walls. Haha. In the monitoring room, the executing director observed the rapidly scrolling messages with a forced smile. When did we ever leak the layout to her? The others were equally bewildered. We don't even possess such a thing. One person glanced to the left, then to the right, and suddenly pointed at the large layout chart on the wall, exclaiming, could it be this? She had been staring at it for quite some time just moments ago. The group turned in unison to look. There, prominently displayed, was a layout chart. Indeed, Jiang Ning had entered earlier and stood there, chatting with them for quite a while. It turns out she wasn't just being cheeky. She had discovered this chart and had ulterior motives. The mystery unraveled. The executing director clicked his tongue. How careless of us. From this point onward, as Jiang Ning had proclaimed, devoid of any intervention from the production team, this was her unilateral counterattack as a player. She truly meant what she said. Having played numerous scripts, she was well-versed in each narrative, adeptly navigating every frightening juncture of the escape room. Finding NPCs was as effortless for her as a stroll in the park. Want to hide in a wardrobe for a scare? Jiang Ning made a commotion to lure out the NPC that was originally hiding in the wardrobe. Seizing the opportunity while the NPC was unaware, she stealthily slipped into the wardrobe. When the NPC returned, she concealed herself once more. The audience only heard a sudden exclamation. What the hell? As a white figure shot out, revealing the NPC that had just been drawn away. To deal with the NPC hiding in the box, Jiang Ning quietly climbed onto it, balancing on her toes at the two corners of the backside, while slowly opening the box. The poised NPC mistakenly believed a hapless player had opened the box. Suddenly, with a menacing mask, it leaned out, searching for someone but found no one. Bewildered and looking around. Where is everyone? Just then, a pair of ghostly hands settled on its shoulders, slowly moving towards its chest. As a chillingly eerie smile whispered in its ear, "I'm right here," it mechanically turned its head, only to meet the gaze of a pair of pitch-black eyes. The ghostly bride appeared pallid, with blood at the corners of her mouth. The NPC immediately recoiled from her, letting out a blood-curdling scream, "Ah!" The sound of its screams attracted nearby NPCs, and one by one, she terrified the entire street of NPCs. Subsequently, she gathered them into a room and, with utmost seriousness, began to fabricate a tale. Has your manager mentioned that there's a script trigger in today's game? The NPCs, both startled and confused, shook their heads, expressing, "The manager didn't say anything. What script trigger?" Upon hearing their responses, Jiang Ning furrowed her brows, and after a few seconds, she stamped her foot in dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "What is going on? Are you all this unprofessional? We are filming here today, and such an important matter. Did your manager forget to mention it to you?" She lamented, pretentiously raising her head and waving her hand towards the air, furiously shouting, "Director? Production team? Did you see this? Did the audience see it?" The production team responded, "We saw it. With her acting skills, why doesn't she pursue a career in acting? In a live stream? We saw it." Look at the NPC's bewildered expression. What script trigger? I hope it's not what I think it is. Regardless of her cries, Jiang Ning was destined to receive no response. In truth, she did not require one. All of this was performed for the benefit of those NPCs. Satisfied to see their skepticism transform into confusion, Jiang Ning directly informed them. The Ghost Bride script actually has a derivative subplot involving a couple who, after being separated, finds the male partner consuming something from within, succumbing to a curse and facing imminent death. The female partner, upon discovering this truth, rises for love, no longer hiding but bravely confronting the ghostly bride. Ultimately, she will take the place of the Ghost Bride and become a ghostly couple with a male partner, whose days are numbered. She swiftly concocted another narrative, pointing at the array of dazed NPCs before her. "Those of you I just touched, no wait. Those are my ghostly minions. You are to heed my command." One of the NPCs, perplexed, scrutinized Jiang Ning, adorned in her bridal attire, and whispered, "Excuse me, how did you transform into a ghost bride?" Jiang Ning shot him a quick glance, frowning. "If you ask me, who should I inquire? This was orchestrated by your shopkeeper. I am merely following my script. The bridal gown and makeup were arranged by your team. Otherwise, how could a mere player attain such a look?" The absurdity of the situation lingered in the air, yet the female player, no, now a ghost bride, spoke with such earnestness and conviction, her frustration reminiscent of one who had been the subject of a prank, utterly genuine in her demeanor. The NPCs exchanged bewildered glances, as this was their first encounter with such a phenomenon. However, the possibility of her words being true was undeniable. Otherwise, how could one explain her ghostly bridal appearance? Moreover, The side quest she mentioned seemed plausible. Ultimately, they chose to place their trust in her. So what shall we do now? Chapter 32. Come and play. I never expected that NPCs could be so easily deceived. Jiang Ning nearly broke character on the spot. With great effort, she stifled her laughter and confidently commanded, "You all shall heed my orders. I am now the trustful ghost bride of the side quest. Bring forth my unfortunate boyfriend and that detestable ghost bride." By the way, the cunning ghost bride has lost her identity and may attempt to sow discord within our new team. You must uphold your principles and not be swayed, if necessary. Find her directly. The NPCs nodded in understanding. In an unseen realm, the audience witnessed Jiang Ning playfully executing her signature gesture. Yea, such masterful acting and impromptu storytelling left the viewers in awe. Observing through the lens, the NPCs were at once bewildered and frightened by Jiang Ning's antics. Their exhilaration mirrored the refreshing sensation of sipping an icy drink on a sweltering summer day. Every pore on their bodies opening in sheer comfort. What they believed to be a successful counterattack was merely the precursor to Jiang Ning's next move. As she appeared on screen, eyebrows arched defiantly, she earnestly assigned the NPCs to capture individuals, and remarkably, they believed her. How could they be so easily convinced? In an instant, the live stream erupted with applause. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events for the NPCs? They were indeed naive. Collectively, their intellect paled in comparison to that of Princess alone. In another frame, Shin Yubai found himself exasperated by the genuine ghost bride NPC. Although he had often heard the humorous adage in the laboratory that science leads to metaphysics, as a dedicated researcher, he fundamentally disbelieved in the existence of ghosts. Nonetheless, disbelief aside, when stripped of visual perception and ensnared within a distorted reality, the cultural cues he had previously encountered, coupled with the isolation imposed upon him in Jiang Ning, ignited a primal fear of the unknown within him. The compounded sensory stimuli of his surroundings left his complexion devoid of color. Having followed the trail of clues thus far, he had surmised the trajectory of the story. The protagonist of the script, the ghost bride, was a junior art student who, during an outing with her fellow art student boyfriend, inadvertently wandered into this village and stumbled upon a peculiar red envelope by the roadside. It bore a striking resemblance to the one he and Jiang Ning had discovered, containing a ring, a note inscribed with auspicious dates, and a strand of hair. However, unlike their experience, they had scarcely tossed the envelope back when they were suddenly encircled by a throng of villagers. The envelope had been agreed upon through a village-wide vote to be discarded at the village entrance. Recently, strange occurrences had plagued the village. The daughter of the village chief had become ensnared by malevolent forces. Some seasoned elders possessed knowledge of ancient remedies. The village chief, desperate to save his daughter, bribed the entire village to cooperate with his plan. They harbored no intention of causing harm. Thus they placed the cursed object S-Time and Zodiac into a red envelope. If anyone were to stumble upon this envelope, they could not blame fate, but rather their own insatiable curiosity. The village, already steeped in backwardness, seldom welcomed visitors. And as the curse tightened its grip, the village chief grew increasingly anxious, his mouth foaming with worry. At that moment, the ghostly bride and her companion arrived, and by some twist of fate, they discovered the red envelope, and, equally unfortunate, chose to open it. All these actions were executed by the young man, while the ghostly bride merely observed, taking no part in the unfolding chaos. On the very night they were brought into the village, the curse ensnared the boy. Realizing that the villagers had procured a male for its purposes, the cursed entity became furious, exacting vengeance upon the entire village. Initially, it infiltrated the villagers' dreams under the cover of night, instilling terror, but soon it began to wreak havoc, particularly preying upon frail women, indulging in its whims within their dreams. The villagers suffered greatly. The boy, unwillingly entangled with the cursed entity, lived in constant fear. Despite their mutual reluctance, a pact was forged, binding them together at certain intervals each day. This torment persisted until the village chief's daughter awakened from her nightmare. She fell deeply in love with the boy, who was similarly afflicted, and persuaded him to release his girlfriend. She argued that this was the only way both of them could escape their suffering and help the village. Unbeknownst to the unsuspecting girl, who had been trapped for days, the villagers conspired against her. They not only forced her into a union with the cursed entity, allowing her to live as a ghostly bride, but later, fearing she might reveal their secrets and endanger the village's peace, they cruelly murdered her, condemning her to remain within the village for eternity. The most devastating blow to the ghostly bride came from the iron spade wielded by her beloved boyfriend. In her wrath after becoming a ghost, she exacted revenge on the entire village. Everyone, including her boyfriend, was to pay the ultimate price. The ghostly bride ceased to believe in true love. Much like the villagers who had betrayed her, her obsession compelled her to replicate the same cruel tactics, employing the cursed red envelope to test earthly couples. Now, Shen Yubai must race against time to find Jiang Ning before the ghostly bride does. He must journey to the very spot where the ghostly bride was betrayed and buried, completing the true love test of unwavering devotion. If he can prove that love exists in this world, they would successfully pass through the trials. Shen Yubai solemnly traversed a shadowy alley, his pace quickening as he approached a dense cluster of houses. Suddenly, a faint, eerie laughter echoed near his ear, sending shivers down his spine. A flash of crimson swept past him with alarming speed. Shen Yubai turned his head, but that ghostly figure vanished without a trace. Although he understood that no ordinary human could achieve such swiftness, indicating the ghostly bride must possess some nefarious aid, his heart raced slightly faster nonetheless. She was coming for him again. He forced himself to regain composure when he felt a heavy slap on his shoulder. "Young man, your girlfriend has already forsaken you. Perhaps it is time for you to relinquish her as well and join me in merriment. Shall you?" It felt as though someone whispered these words directly into his ear. He swiftly turned around, only to find the space behind him devoid of any presence. Taking a deep breath, he pivoted once more, only to be confronted by the haunting visage of a ghostly woman with flowing hair and a pallid complexion, her face expanding to an unimaginable degree before his very eyes. The proximity between them was so close that he could discern the subtle shifts in her expression, transitioning from an eerie, soulless countenance to a disturbingly twisted smile as her crimson lips slowly parted. A chill-inducing spectral hand grazed his cheek. Startled by such a terrifying visage without an ounce of forewarning, Shen Yubai's complexion paled, his lips pressed tightly together, and his voice emerged somewhat strained. Chapter 33. Departing on your own, I do not wish to harm you. Depart on your own. I do not wish to harm you. Ghost Bride? She has never encountered such a bold player. Typically, players are easily frightened by NPCs who merely unleash a cacophony of sounds and special effects. Yet, this handsome player before her, despite his pale complexion, remains remarkably composed and even dares to threaten a ghost. In an escape room, it is solely the NPCs who instill fear in the players. The Ghost Bride, struck by inspiration, inquired, It has been ages since I have encountered such a calm and handsome living young man. Pray tell, how do you intend to harm me?" Shen Yubai cast a glance at her feet. "What are you standing on? Modified roller skates? I possess some knowledge in engineering and could easily remove them." The notion of damaging the props almost slipped from his lips. Suddenly, the Ghost Bride recalled that today, a variety show was conducting live tasks in this very location. Early that morning, the store manager had summoned all NPCs for a briefing, emphasizing the necessity of delivering an outstanding performance to elevate the room's fame through the show. Thus, throughout the segment, she had diligently pursued the players, though regrettably, she had yet to locate the elusive female player. "This is my domain, filled with my obedient ghostly subjects. Do you dare show me disrespect?" The Ghost Bride feigned offense, her voice rising in a fierce shout. As she glided backward on her modified roller skates, she ensured that the distance was safe before fixing a menacing glare upon Shen Yubai. Unbeknownst to her, a mechanism had been triggered. As her fury mounted, a powerful gust of chilling wind swept through the surroundings. The wailing of spirits responded in unison from all directions, creating an atmosphere that was utterly spine-chilling. The Ghost Bride's dark pupils fixated intensely upon Shen Yubai's face, her expression grotesque, akin to a hellish fiend poised to pounce and sink its fangs into him. It is an honor for you to be chosen as my ghostly husband. Yet, since you refused my invitation, suddenly, a shout interrupted her performance. Right here. Found you. Several clumsy little ghosts emerged from a hidden door. This was not in accordance with the script, and the ghost bride, immersed in her role, momentarily faltered. Why are they here? Well, their arrival might assist me. The handsome player's demeanor was far too serious. She couldn't shake the feeling that his earlier remark about removing her equipment was not a jest. In the next moment, the ghost bride, quick to react, pointed at the even more exasperated Shen Yubai and commanded the approaching spirits. You have arrived just in time. Gather around, my ghostly subjects, and bind him. I intend to be with him tonight. The ghostly subjects charged forward with fervor. Yet two of them, one on each side, seized her, while the other two approached Shen Yubai, bowing politely. Greetings, sir. We kindly request that you accompany us. The ghost bride awaits you. The once terrifying ghost bride has been bewildered by them. Have they truly lost their senses? Look closely. I'm the ghost bride. What are you doing? She struggled violently, yet having lost the trust of her little specters, the esteemed ghost bride found herself incapable of resisting the minions beneath her. Bold little fiends, do you dare show disrespect to me, the ghost bride? I shall cast you, mere ants, into the depths of the 18 layers of hell, where you shall never find rebirth. Even as she was taken away, she did not forget to play her role. One of the ghost villagers, escorting her, shook his head dismissively. Still claiming to be the ghost bride? You are no longer the ghost bride. The subplot has been activated. Come with us to meet the true ghost bride. Another ghost villager nodded in agreement. Be sensible, stop struggling, and come with us willingly. Otherwise, it may not end well for you. The ghost bride was utterly bewildered. What is this? When did this script have a subplot? How come she was unaware? Yet, seeing Shen Yubai, who had previously shown her resistance, now trust them after just a few words, she felt a surge of anxiety. Following the two ghosts' pace, she inquired, where does this ghost bride come from? The ghost villager, unconcerned about revealing the truth, responded, it is the former female player. The subplot has commenced, and she has now replaced you as the ghost bride. Female player? Wasn't she hiding in fear? She had waited in vain for someone to arrive, only to emerge and torment the male players first. Who told you that the female player is the ghost bride? What is this subplot all about? The ghost bride questioned further. The ghost villager answered candidly. The female player said so. Foolishness. Has a virus vaccine been injected into your brains? The ghost bride nearly leaped up in indignation. She said it, and you believed her? The ghost villager pondered for a moment, initially skeptical, yet seeing her clad in the ghost bride's wedding gown and possessing an intimate understanding of the script's direction, he began to believe. The ghost bride was infuriated to the point of dizziness. Then she heard the ghost villager cheerfully proclaim, I always thought something was missing with you as the ghost bride. When the female player arrived, I realized she is far more suited to the role. Recalling the earlier terrifying yet breathtaking scene, the other ghost villagers shared the same sentiment, feeling both apprehensive and convinced that the ghost bride should possess a similar commanding presence as the female player. The group hurriedly moved in one direction, while the ghost bride's heart raced with unease. What subplot? As the main NPC of the script, she had never heard of it. Earlier that morning, the manager had merely instructed her privately to ensure an impeccable experience for the players, allowing the viewers in the live stream to feel the allure of their theme. If there were a subplot, the manager would surely have informed her in advance. The only explanation is that they have been deceived by the female player. Currently, they are overly brainwashed, ensnared in the notion that the script includes a subplot. She cannot persuade them. She must seek an opportunity to escape and unite with other hidden NPCs to potentially turn the tide. The ghostly bride pondered intently, as she felt herself being dragged towards a row of houses. Suddenly, she twisted her foot. Ouch! What happened? Despite their previous camaraderie, her colleagues instinctively bent down to show concern for her. She pushed one of them forward and swiftly slipped through a nearby concealed door. As she vanished, a chilling and piercing wail, laced with fury, echoed in the ears of those remaining. Even the ghostly leader had misjudged the situation. What use were they to her now? Wait, I shall return to settle the score with you." The villagers exchanged glances, one of them speculating, when the tiger is absent from a mountain, the monkey assumes the throne. Perhaps she has been the ghost bride for too long and cannot accept the arrival of someone more formidable. Chapter 34. Struck by 1,000 critical hits, another inquired, "What shall we do now? Should we pursue her?" The third frowned, pondering the myriad of passageways within the dark door. How could one ascertain which direction she fled? "Let us return for now." The fourth immediately concurred. "I too believe we should retrace our steps and see what the ghost bride has to say. Perhaps she has encountered another group and been taken back." Although Shun Yubai felt perplexed, he wisely chose to remain silent. Having never participated in an escape room before, he nonetheless sensed that the NPCs were no longer merely aggressors targeting players. What had Jiangning done? He resolved to locate Jiangning first. Meanwhile, the ghost bride, who had been stealthily eavesdropping in the shadows, thought, "How foolish. I initially intended to rescue this band of dim-witted individuals, but now it seems unnecessary. They are not merely dim-witted. Their minds have always been flawed." Gritting her teeth, her face twisted with resentment, she decided to seek out her fellow spirits. However, contrary to her expectations, she scoured the ghostly hideouts and found not a single specter. The entire venue felt desolate, devoid of any presence, while the dilapidated houses surrounding her exuded a haunting aura. As she traversed this once familiar landscape, she sensed an unsettling dissonance. Passing by one of the shanties, she inadvertently triggered a mechanism, and dry ice erupted from both sides, enveloping her in a chilling mist as a long-neglected wooden door crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. Startled, she shivered. From the depths of the swirling fog, footsteps echoed, prompting the ghost bride to hastily conceal herself in a shadowy alley. "Have you found anything?" "Not yet. Keep searching." With fewer players around, particularly in a team lacking a dedicated healer, their movements were harder to detect. This time, without earpieces, the challenge was compounded. Once the footsteps faded, the ghost bride revealed herself, now more convinced than ever that her colleagues had been misled. However, unable to find any NPCs to assist her, she felt utterly isolated. Yet, with the female player having taken her place, the game had not yet reached its conclusion, indicating that the narrative was still unfolding. The ghost bride resolved to exert every effort to rectify the script and reclaim her identity. With renewed determination, she ventured back through the dark door. The land that had once buried her was perpetually guarded by a few spirits, and she decided to search there. The usual passage, reserved for staff, now exuded an eerie silence, mingling with her anxious breaths. The only sound echoing through the narrow, empty corridor was the rhythm of her footsteps. Huff, 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 huff. Suddenly, the ghost bride sensed something amiss. Though she was alone in the corridor, there were two distinct breaths. Having spent considerable time as an NPC, she had heard tales of supernatural occurrences within escape rooms. Most were fabricated for promotional purposes, yet a significant number were based on the first-hand experiences of staff members. The ghost bride had heard her colleagues recount these tales vividly, but had never taken them to heart. She relished her profession, finding solace in it. However, at this moment, her heart felt as though it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Her breath quickened, and goosebumps prickled her skin as she sensed an ominous presence trailing her like a shadow. Typically bold, she fervently chanted in her mind, "May Buddha protect me." Taking a deep, calming breath, she turned around and shouted, "Begone, evil spirit." Instantly, the chilling sensation of being pursued dissipated. Was it merely her imagination? There was nothing sinister behind her. Just stay safe, stay safe, stay safe. Alas, this game was exhausting. She would need to take a day off tomorrow. The ghost bride, lost in thought, felt utterly deflated, akin to a deflated balloon, her back drenched in cold sweat. Unbeknownst to her, directly above, a cascade of long, dark hair was descending inch by inch. The ghost bride froze momentarily, slowly lifting her gaze. There, suspended upside down from the beam of the passageway, was a ghostly woman clad in red, her head tilted at an unnatural angle, fixated on her without blinking. In that instant, her spirit seemed to leave her body. The ghost bride's face blanched, and she screamed, "Ah, a ghost!" Jiang Ning swiftly extended her arms, bracing herself against the walls, executing a graceful somersault before landing lightly on her feet. "Do not be afraid. I'm not a ghost. I am human. Please believe me." The traumatized ghost bride, engulfed in a supernatural encounter, collapsed to the ground, curling up and trembling, completely unable to process Jiang Ning's words. "Don't touch me. Help! Help!" Jiang Ning felt a mix of helplessness and guilt. She couldn't let this person suffer further humiliation. She crouched down, wrapping her arms around the quaking NPC who dared not struggle, repeatedly whispering in her ear, "I am a player today, not a ghost. If you don't believe me, feel me. I am warm. I still breathe. Please look." After an indeterminate number of repetitions, the NPC finally reacted, lifting her gaze to meet Jiang Ning's. Her expression somewhat dazed. "Really a player?" Jiang Ning nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. "Indeed, a genuine player." The NPC pouted, "You're not a ghost?" Jiang Ning raised 3 fingers, presenting a similarly frightful visage, solemnly swearing, "How could I possibly be a ghost? I am merely pretending." The NPC gasped, her mouth agape for a while, before covering her face with her hands, burying her head in Jiang Ning's embrace. "Oh no, I've embarrassed myself beyond measure." Jiang Ning hurried to comfort her. "You haven't embarrassed yourself at all, and no one witnessed it." The NPC, still sobbing, inquired, "How do you know?" Jiang Ning pondered for a moment. "Other NPCs informed me that you might traverse the passageway, so I lay in wait. Generally, aren't surveillance cameras absent in such hidden paths?" As they spoke, the two instinctively looked up. Unlike the invisible cameras outside, large cameras were installed at the corners of the passageway's entrances, their lenses casting a red glow that seemed to mock their fanciful thoughts, glaring brightly. Even more sinister, those watching were undoubtedly eavesdropping on their conversation, perhaps even teasingly adjusting the cameras. Jiang Ning remained silent for a few moments. "I truly apologize." The female NPC, once again embarrassed, covered her face and sobbed. "Don't cry. It's really not embarrassing. If you search online, you'll find countless NPCs who have been defeated. Why not try to scare me instead?" Jiang Ning earnestly suggested. Perhaps bewildered by the idea, the female NPC timidly inquired, "How should I scare you?" "Young Ning replied, "You could startle me unexpectedly." The female NPC immediately bared her teeth and exclaimed, "Ah, was this it?" Despite her unappealing makeup, Jiang Ning suddenly found the ghostly girl rather endearing. Momentarily dazed, she quickly regained her senses and stumbled backward. "Oh, I'm so frightened." The female NPC stared at her, hesitating to speak. Jiang Ning, still recovering from her shock, patted her chest and asked, "So, do you feel any better?" Whether she felt better or not, it seemed she had instead suffered a 1,000-fold blow. The pain had only intensified. Chapter 35. My companionship with you. The female NPC withdrew her melancholic gaze, expressing her fatigue. "You've truly endured a lot. Despite not being frightened at all, you still played along with me." She cradled her face in her hands, filled with profound sorrow. "Alas, I never expected that my career would culminate in this day." A chuckle escaped Jiang Ning's lips. "Trust me, no one will mock you. There are far too many NPCs who have met their demise in a similar manner. You could easily search online." Her eyes brightened momentarily, but the next instant, the dejection returned. "But we are live streaming. Others may be criticized afterward. Yet you're the first female NPC to experience such an embarrassing moment in real time across the nation." Contemplating this, she felt a wave of despair wash over her. "Our audience is quite kind. They will only find you endearing." "Really? Perhaps we could review the comments together after the stream?" The female NPC hesitantly inquired, "Could you possibly restore my identity as the ghost bride?" "Absolutely not." "Why?" "Since I assumed your role, the script has already been altered." "Is there truly a subplot in this script?" the female NPC asked, astonished. "Without a doubt," Jiang Ning replied firmly, "but this particular subplot is specially tailored and is exclusive to today." The female NPC felt a pang of injustice. "But the manager never informed me." Feigning confusion, Jiang Ning responded, "I too am curious as to why you weren't told." "Oh, I might have discovered the reason." She turned to the inquisitive female NPC and, with an analytical tone, suggested, "Consider what kind of program we are part of." "A live stream?" Jiangning nodded. "In terms of the game script, you are the protagonist NPC. However, for the program, the spotlight is on me and the other players." As the female NPC began to process this, Jiangning further probed, "You should be able to discern which is more significant, the game script or the live variety show?" This question required no contemplation. The female NPC knew the answer immediately. "Of course, it's the live variety show." "Exactly. Your game script must serve our variety show. The subplot is likely known to very few. Otherwise, we would not be able to capture the most genuine responses during the live broadcast, would we?" Listening intently, the female NPC gradually ceased her sobbing. "Who else is aware of the subplot besides you?" "The audience, the production team, your boss." Jiangning gestured toward the screen. "Look, they're all watching. The audience, the production team, the unjustly accused escape room owner. We trust you. Oh, great deceiver." Yet, they had to admit that if they were in the female NPC's position, they too would be easily misled. Jiangning's sincerity was overwhelming when she spun her tale. Each word was grounded in reason. Indeed, the eloquence of a beautiful woman can be utterly beguiling. Now, her identity truly was that of a ghost, a beautiful ghost. After Jiangning's relentless persuasion, the female NPC was entirely convinced. "So if you play the ghost bride, what will I do?" she asked, clearly conflicted. "This matter is not difficult to handle. Jiangning directly bestows upon her a new identity. You are my capable deputy. I have recruited you, and you admire me. Hence you enjoy dressing and imitating my style. Two similar roles on the same line. Do others mind?" The female NPC is perplexed. Unabashedly, Jiangning waves her hand cheerfully, claiming, "I do not concern myself with others. I possess impeccable taste and do not care for such trivialities." Upon accepting the script with its hidden subplots, it appears that any subsequent setup becomes far easier to accept. The female NPC excitedly embraces Jiangning, exclaiming, "Then I shall follow you from now on." The production team. The escape room owner. Due to the naivety of the staff, the entire script collapses. Can it be salvaged? The audience. Haha. The princess is absolutely formidable. Not only does she counterattack NPCs, but she can also brainwash them. Brainwashing NPCs is already quite impressive. She even transforms into an NPC herself. Becoming an NPC is that simple. She turns, ready to manipulate other NPCs with her charm. Two ghost brides hide in a secret passage, engaged in focused conversation. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, the viewer's attention is not on the concerns of the female NPC. They remain fixated on the live screen, gradually accepting Jiangning's identity. And after witnessing her multiple counterattacks against NPCs, they forget their fear. At this moment, gathered in the live room, they fervently discuss Jiangning's performance. Wait, did I just see that correctly? How did Jiangning manage to hang upside down? Should I say, she landed soundlessly. I was wearing headphones, and didn't even hear her touchdown. I was indeed terrified, but upon seeing her movements, I was left in awe and forgot my fear. Is Jiangning truly just a ghost? This is something ordinary people cannot achieve. You upstairs are the one talking nonsense. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others cannot. Our princess is a stunning beauty with both grace and athleticism. They are so hilarious. The outside world is in chaos, yet the leads are still here chatting. The princess terrified the NPCs. She is too shy to console them now. I envy the NPCs. I can cry a lot too. Can the princess comfort me? The princess is incredibly persuasive. I admire her. Such talent should be submitted to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I am in complete awe. After a while, princess, don't chat too long. Your ghost husband is waiting for you. Why is Jiang Shiyu here too? Is he vying for the title of second ghost husband? He reporting in. The third candidate just entered. The fourth seems to be on their way too. Wait. My dream carousel, my merry-go-round, my Ferris wheel. Where are they? Doesn't anyone care? Why has everyone come to play escape room instead? To the one upstairs. You might not believe it, but one of those 3 pairs completed all tasks at lightning speed, mainly due to the male contestant's tremendous explosive power. As the mood of the female NPCs gradually returned to normal, Jiang Ning extended her hand and pulled the individual up from the ground. The two had just emerged from the secret passage when they noticed several NPCs leading a person toward them. The young boy, surrounded by admiration, could not conceal his exquisite charm even in such a foreboding atmosphere. His dark eyes sparkled with intricate glimmers. Suddenly, he was startled to see two ghostly figures clad in red, his gaze fixated on the face of the female specter behind him, displaying a look of disbelief as he scrutinized her with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Yang Ning, Jiang Shiyu. Jiang Ning furrowed her brow and inquired, "What are you doing here?" Before Jiang Shiyu could respond, several villagers pointed at him, eager to take credit. "Ghost Bride. We discovered him at the entrance. He attempted to flee, but we brought him back." Jiang Shiyu's brow furrowed in frustration. He had explained countless times that he was not fleeing, but had merely entered by chance. Had it not been for their insistence that they were bringing him to find a female player, he would not have accompanied them at all. Time rewound by an hour. Jiang Shiyu, partnered with Wen Yinyan, was heading toward the carousel. The production team, having relished the sweet notes of Jiang Shiyu's singing the previous night, had temporarily altered the script to have this pair ride the carousel. Chapter 36. Jiang Shiyu's marvelous maneuver. The original plan of the program team was to have the sensational star Jiang Shiyu sit alongside the rising starlet Wen Yinyan on a dreamy carousel. Enveloped by enchanting melodies and an atmosphere thick with romantic tension, the carousel spun round and round, with the charming and innocent girl beside him, causing the boy to involuntarily hum love songs. The combination of handsome and beautiful figures from the entertainment industry promised an abundance of romance and harmony. Moreover, the requirements for this segment were quite lenient. The only expectation was for the boy to sing 5 songs that contained the phrase "I love you," thus passing the challenge. In comparison to the task set for the other two groups, theirs was blatantly lenient. However, 5 songs. If this segment proceeded smoothly, who wouldn't feel envious? Which program could boast such a grand cast? To feature a phenomenon of the current entertainment industry, Jiang Shiyu, singing 5 songs? The mere thought of Jiang Shiyu serenading love songs online sent a wave of excitement through the hearts of countless female fans in the livestream. The first song was met with resounding success, fulfilling the program team's expectations. Especially with the photographer skillfully capturing the moment, Jiang Shiyu, with his rumored soulful peach blossom eyes, half closed, sang the lines, "From now on, you are my irreplaceable moonlight. There is no one comparable. All I wish to say is, I love you." The photographer promptly adjusted the focus, snapping a close-up shot. The precise angle made it seem as though Jiang Shiyu was standing right in front of the audience, passionately singing just for them. The boy's slightly magnetic voice resonated with "I love you," sending the fans in the live stream into a frenzy of romantic feelings, all clamoring in delight. As the first song concluded, a palpable sense of longing filled the air. Everyone, their hearts racing with excitement, eagerly awaited the second song. However, during the second performance, Jiang Shiyu suddenly gestured for silence towards the camera. He whispered a few words to Wen Yinyan beside him, turning off his microphone to speak, leaving everyone in suspense about what was said. All they could see was Wen Yinyan's expression of surprise, her gaze reflecting confusion as if silently questioning the reason behind his interruption, yet she quickly nodded in agreement. As curiosity mounted, the young idol, whose every movement could captivate hearts, elegantly stepped off the carousel and approached the control panel in the corner. Moments later, he returned to the carriage. With a cool snap of his fingers, the second song began. The carousel resumed its motion, but was it spinning too fast? No, it was beyond mere speed. Was this still a carousel? Jiang Shiyu sat on the speeding carousel, his handsome countenance and princely aura intact. But poor Wen Yinyan beside him struggled to keep pace with the dizzying speed, her head bobbing and tilting. Her adorable bun hairstyle swayed rhythmically, and her entire body, initially seated upright, eventually succumbed to the tempo, shaking and wobbling. The inertia was overwhelming, and her lightweight frame nearly sent her flying from her seat. The accompanying crew cast their gazes towards the control panel. When the amusement park staff caught sight of the idol's appreciative glance, she beamed with satisfaction, saying, Don't look, just know that she is a Jiang fan. She only listens to her idol's commands. With astonishing swiftness, a love song concluded, leaving the female guest in a dizzy disarray. One of the crew members cleared his throat. Sure you, wasn't that a bit too fast on the carousel? Jiang Shiyu opened his eyes, fabricating an answer. Only children require a slow pace. Adults seek excitement. Do you truly consider what you just sang to be a love song? On the carousel, Jiang Shu's cold gaze flicked over, exuding an air of defiance. Did you not realize? I performed the DJ version. The staff member glanced at the incessant encore requests flooding in. What if the audience doesn't accept it? Jiang Shiyu shrugged indifferently. Then I can only apologize. Or perhaps we should discuss the price. My song rights are rather expensive. What will you offer? Prompted by his remark, the copyright-conscious fans immediately ceased their encore demands, with some even beginning to request monetary compensation from the crew. The crew, caught off guard, coughed awkwardly. Ahem, trying to freeload, have you? Jiang Shiyu, uninterested in further disputes, urged, there are 3 more songs. Do you want me to sing them your way? Those who pay must not be excluded. The crew subtly gestured towards Wen Yinyan. Yinyan, are you comfortable with him singing love songs like this? At that moment, Wen Yinyan's hair was somewhat disheveled, her complexion pale. The rapid motion of the carousel had left her feeling dizzy and slightly nauseous. Conscious of the cameras, she steadied herself and forced a smile. Like the fans, I will listen to whatever my senior sings. I love all his songs. Do you know your company wants you to stir up a CP? Singing DJ on the carousel. Are you promoting brotherly love? With the involved parties uncooperative, the crew decided to let it be. Thus, the audience witnessed the carousel spinning at an astonishing pace, each rotation faster than the last, while Jiang Shiyu sang the remaining love songs with remarkable speed and energy. The entire segment could be summed up in 2 words: a disaster. The poor quality left the crew embarrassed, eager to swiftly transition to the next segment. The next segment involved a blindfolded battle, taking place in an open space beside the carousel. The male or female guest will be blindfolded, spin in place 15 times, and then use an inflatable hammer to strike their opponent. The first to land a hit would win. Each participant had 5 chances. The loser would have to grant the winner a request. Such segments typically showcase the gentlemanly demeanor of the male contestants. Jiang Shiyu, having debuted at his peak, was known in the industry for his capricious and even willful nature. Wen Yinyan, being a girl and his junior in the same company, had cooperated with his inexplicable and unreasonable requests during the carousel segment. In this game, one would expect him to show her some consideration. However, as the game commenced, Jiang Shiyu graciously allowed Wen Yinyan to go first. Spinning 15 times, she lost all sense of direction, stumbling forward and wildly swinging her hammer into thin air. In the first round, Jiang Shiyu emerged victorious. In the second round, it was Jiang Shiyu's turn. He first weighed the inflatable hammer in his hands, then struck himself a few times, furrowing his brow as he delved into some tinkering. The audience immediately speculated that he might be concerned about hurting Wen Yinyan, only to witness Jiang Shiyu preparing himself. With deftness, he donned the blindfold and spun around 15 times in rapid succession. And then, before anyone could brace themselves, bang! The game concluded in a flash, akin to a whirlwind before the spectators could fully comprehend the situation. Jiang Shiyu's hammer had already struck Wen Yinyan's leg. In the third round, Wen Yinyan fell to the ground after completing her spins, the hammer slipping from her grasp. Once again, Jiang Shiyu emerged victorious. In the fourth round, Jiang Shiyu landed a blow to Wen Yinyan's waist. Yet again, victory belonged to Jiang Shiyu. Chapter 37. The female player dominates the match in the fifth round. Jiang Shiyu emerged victorious. There was no best-of-5 format, for boys solely focused on winning. It was imperative to secure all 5 rounds. With each match commenced and every swing of the hammer, he displayed unyielding decisiveness and showed no mercy. In an alternate scenario, this was not merely a dating show with male and female contestants engaging in a game. Rather, it resembled a vendetta between sworn enemies. As for the pre-prepared script by the production team, which suggested that a rising idol was sharing a tender moment with a budding actress over a game of hammers, forget it. Even the most audacious marketing accounts would not dare to concoct such a far-fetched narrative? As the game concluded, the losing party, Wen Yin, shyly removed her blindfold. The staff responsible for capturing this segment averted their gaze. If all went as expected, this segment had crumbled once again. They had heard of the idol king Jiang Shiyu, known for his wealth and capriciousness, but no one had warned them just how reckless he could be. He was solely focused on his own victory, indifferent to the female contestant's fate. In a live broadcast, when Yin Yin's fans were infuriated, what kind of top-tier celebrity is this? Could he please learn some manners first? That girl is nearly concussed. I seriously suspect Jiang Shiyu has violent tendencies. Yin Yin is a delicate girl. How could he bring himself to strike her? What use is good looks? He shows no compassion whatsoever. I shall boycott Jiang Shiyu. Conversely, Jiang Shiyu's fans were overjoyed. Although their idol was participating in a dating variety show, they had yet to see a single female contestant worthy of their beloved Jiang Zai. His straightforward approach, indifferent to context or gender, solely concerned with determining victory, was not seen as lacking grace. Rather, they found his bluntness endearing. Jiang Zai is uniquely charming. Support Jiang Zai's actions to dismantle the CP. Some fans here are truly amusing. Do you think your idol is a celestial being? Even if so, she would still fall face first. Jiang Zai wouldn't even cast her a glance. To claim Jiang Zai has violent tendencies. Did you not see him testing the hammer's weight before the match began? Are you blind? My Jiang is attentive. He desires to win, yet fears hurting others. Before the match, he even let some air out of the hammer. Look at it, it's so soft it wouldn't even kill an ant. Jiang Zai sees only victory and not romance. Without any suspense, Jiang Shiyu triumphed in this segment. The staff instructed him to make a request of Wen Yin. Jiang Shiyu straightforwardly inquired, "Would you like to join me for an escape room challenge?" The once hopeful smile on Wen Yin's face faded. So his rapid-fire approach was merely a means to engage in the escape room? Even if he had no intention of playing up their chemistry, did he really have to be so overtly goal-oriented? Did she not deserve some dignity? Returning to the escape room script, the primary antagonist had been easily intimidated by a few of her words. Jiang Ning was prepared to unleash her prowess. The newly appointed ghost bride was poised to dominate the scene. A new official had arrived, yet she had not yet had the chance to ignite her three flames. As she walked alongside the recently weeping female NPC, they unexpectedly encountered Jiang Shiyu. The NPC appeared to have mistaken the player for someone else. Surely, they recognized Jiang Shiyu, the illustrious idol, but they were oblivious to the identity of the player who had just entered. Upon seeing Jiang Shiyu, they instinctively assumed that the male player accompanying Jiang Ning was the one they were familiar with, and thus, they brought him along. Jiang Ning, silently enduring Jiang Shiyu's scrutiny, felt quite exasperated. With an impish curiosity, Jiang Shiyu tugged at her long wig that obscured her backside and glanced at the similarly adorned female NPC, his dark eyes sparkling with intrigue. How have you come to resemble this ghastly apparition? Have you been assimilated by them? Or are you merely masquerading as one of their kind? The NPCs turned their attention towards Jiang Ning, clearly perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Jiang Ning inhaled deeply, pointing at the composed Jiang Shiyu, her brows furrowing in command. Ignorant wretch, how dare you trespass into my realm of spirits, and to show me such disrespect? My little ghosts, bind him hand and foot, and await my command. Jiang Shiyu, evidently bewildered by the situation, witnessed several ghostly NPCs brandishing a rope, advancing towards him with the intent to tie him up, prompting him to retreat hastily. What is happening? Jiang Ning, are you not a player? How can a player command NPCs? If you approach me again, I shall not hold back. His flamboyant red sleeves were tugged, and Jiang Ning cast her gaze downward. The female NPC, blushing, cautiously requested, Ghostmaster, may I assist? Jiang Ning replied, her curiosity piqued. The female NPC's eyes, adorned with black contact lenses, sparkled with excitement, her bashfulness evident. Seizing the rare opportunity, she expressed her desire. I adore Jiang Shiyu. I have often imagined what it would be like if you were a player in my script. Understanding her implication, Jiang Ning generously acquiesced, instructing her subordinate. Be wary. Do not fall for his charming words. The female NPC's face lit up with delight. I promise I won't. I just want to play with him. With that, Jiang Ning observed her grin as she stretched her arms and eagerly dashed forward. Everyone step aside. The ghost bride has just delivered the male player to me. Jiang Shiyu, today is your day. You have finally fallen into my grasp. The dedicated antagonist of this narrative, the ghost bride, cackled menacingly while manipulating the mechanisms. The dissipating dry ice erupted once more, enveloping the area in mist. The small ghost NPCs quickly moved aside. Jiang Shiyu squinted through the haze. His vision obscured as the mist stung his eyes, causing them to water. He could barely make out the fearsome visage of a red-clad, ghostly woman, her menacing form lunging towards him. What a disgusting sight! What manner of creature is this? Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed a curse, followed by an irate shout. Jiang Ning, are you playing me for a fool? Despite knowing it was an illusion, his instincts compelled him to flee. The female NPC closely followed, leaving behind a chilling, ghostly laughter. Hee hee hee, run away, run to the end of the earth, I will still catch you. Jiang Ning. It was her mistake. It turned out that when the great boss spoke of play, he truly meant it. The ghostly bride NPC was pursuing Jiang Shiyu for amusement. Jiang Ning watched the two depart with a sense of reassurance. Turning around, she noticed the other NPCs still awaiting orders. After a moment of contemplation, she decided she could not allow them to remain idle. Now that the script rights belonged to her, she began to devise new activities for them. The production team was stirring things up. Male players had entered, and surely there would be female players to pair with them. Search high and low, find that female player. Once you locate her, bring her to me. If you encounter anyone else, bring them all here. The NPCs acknowledged her command. Chapter 38. Escape from the secret room. When Yin Yin had followed Jiang Shiyu inside, but in the blink of an eye, he had vanished, leaving her alone in the space. Though she had never experienced an escape room before, her assistant, a fervent enthusiast of such games, had regaled her with numerous amusing anecdotes. After hearing so many stories, she felt a spark of excitement, and thus, when Jiang Shiyu suggested the idea, she eagerly agreed without a second thought. Upon entering, she quickly realized that the desire to participate and the ability to do so were entirely different matters. At that moment, despite knowing it was all a fabrication, she found herself gripped by fear and vivid imaginings. Luckily, her fortune held, and she navigated through a series of surprises without incident until she stumbled upon a place reminiscent of a bustling market. Suddenly, a creaking sound from a nearby door startled her, and an elderly woman emerged from a makeshift tea stand. Her gaze fell upon Wen Yin Yin, her face breaking into a radiant smile as she exclaimed, "Oh my, what a handsome child! Why are you here all alone?" The old woman then glanced at the darkening sky, her expression shifting to one of concern as she beckoned urgently. "Come inside quickly. It's getting dark, and the village has been unsettled lately. There are ghosts about." Wen Yin Yin met the woman's gaze and gasped in horror at the hollow sockets where her eyes should have been. The game's makeup effects were astonishingly realistic. She stumbled back in fright, nearly losing her balance. As the old woman reached out to touch her, a jolt of panic surged through her, and she fled. "No, no, please don't." Behind her, the old woman's voice echoed, imploring, "Child, where are you running? Come back. It's dark, and there are ghosts outside." When Yin Yin's heart raced with trepidation, wasn't it true that there were indeed ghosts? The old woman, an NPC, was a ghost herself. As she ran, she frequently glanced back in terror. Thankfully, the woman did not pursue her, merely watching her retreat with a lifeless stare. Preoccupied with the looming figure behind her, she failed to notice the person in front and collided with them unexpectedly. Startled, she screamed, "Is that you, Wen Yin Yin?" The figure called out. She looked up to find Shen Yubai. Encountering him felt like a lifeline, and tears of relief welled in her eyes as she grasped his arm. "Professor Shun, thank goodness. You scared me to death." Before she could finish, her peripheral vision caught sight of two terrifying NPCs following him. Her voice faltered. Just moments ago, she had been ecstatic. Now, fear enveloped her anew. "Professor Shun, you have been captured by ghosts?" Her teeth chattered in fright. Shen Yubai introduced. "These two are here to escort me to meet the ghost bride." The NPCs nodded solemnly. One of them, perhaps due to a poorly fitted mask or intentional design, appeared on the verge of disintegration, making it seem as though their head might separate from their body at any moment. Oh my goodness, please don't look at her. Wen Yin felt tears brimming, her scalp prickling with dread. Her remaining sanity wavered between fleeing with Shun Yubai and distancing herself from him altogether. She trembled, grasping his arm tightly. Sensing her distress, Shun Yubai quickly reassured her. Do not be afraid. The ghost bride is Jiangning. The allure had shifted, and with a constricted throat, she inquired, is Jiangning not a player? It dawned on her. Why were they not together? Shun Yubai, with a hint of resignation, explained, you'll understand the specifics once you see her. We were separated as soon as we entered. After a brief pause, he noticed her presence and asked, what are you doing here? Wen Yin succinctly recounted her situation with Jiang Shiyu, explaining how they had become separated upon entry. Observing her pale complexion, Shun Yubai, concerned, asked, would you like to accompany me? Wen Yin glanced back at the NPC behind her and replied decisively yes. If I cannot defeat them, I shall join them. At the very least, walking alongside Shun Yubai and the NPC meant she would no longer be alone, shielded from the haunting specters that lurked about. Furthermore, if Jiangning could transform from a player into the ultimate villain, she too must not appear overly timid. An actor's mental resilience is formidable. Having fortified her resolve, they continued on, reaching the marketplace she had traversed earlier. The thatched cottage remained silent, yet from a dilapidated house diagonally opposite, a child emerged. Unlike any NPC she had encountered before, this child was exquisitely crafted, radiating an irresistible charm. In such a desolate place, the sudden appearance of a normal child claiming there were no ghosts was surely deceitful. However, Wen Yin, having fully embraced her role among the NPCs, considered herself part of the supernatural realm. Moreover, with Shun Yubai accompanying her, she felt emboldened. Thus, when the child rushed toward her, clinging to her leg and gazing up with innocent, rosy cheeks, eagerly exclaiming, pretty sister, will you play with me? Wen Yin's heart melted, and without a second thought, she nodded, all right. Before Shun Yubai could intervene, she had already committed herself, only to realize, oh no. Feeling a wave of panic, she turned to Shun Yubai for help. Professor Shun? His expression was one of helplessness. This is part of the script. I've just experienced it myself. Then what should I do? When Yin pressed, Shun Yubai, unable to assist, replied, play with him until he is satisfied. He had some experience in these matters. If there were another way, he would not stand idle. But what if he is never satisfied? She wondered. Then you shall play until he is. What did you play before? Shun Yubai mused, recalling their previous activities, singing, dancing, and role-playing. Initially, these were skills he was not adept at, but eventually, he cleverly extracted from the child that which he loathed the most, studying. He assumed the role of a teacher, delivering a lecture filled with esoteric knowledge. Half an hour later, the little NPC could no longer endure it, crying for help and unceremoniously expelling him from the premises. Naturally, Shun Yubai had no intention of sharing this anecdote. Once they exited, others could watch the replay. Upon hearing this, Wen Yin felt a slight relief. Then I should be fine. After all, as an actress, I possess a multitude of skills. Though she may not surpass the vocal prowess of renowned idols, she still possesses a commendable talent. She lowered her head, pondering what the small NPC might wish to play. Suddenly, the surrounding lights shifted, and without warning, the area began to emit a mist of dry ice, enveloping the space in an ethereal fog that chilled the air. Even the child, tightly cradled in her arms, felt the icy tendrils, sending a shiver through her being. Just moments ago, the charming little NPC displayed a remarkable acting prowess, transforming his expression as if he were an entirely different person, exuding an eerie and sinister aura. He tilted his pale little face upward, revealing a mouth full of stark white teeth, and said, Sister, I want you to accompany me to find grandmother. Let us play together with her. The other party's performance was so compelling that Wen Yin was instantly drawn into the scene. A sense of dread crept in as she felt an ominous premonition. Where's your grandmother? Indeed, the little boy raised an arm, pointing directly behind her at an angle. Chapter 39. Jiang Ning arrives, an old woman, devoid of eyes but possessing two cavernous sockets, leaned against the doorway of a thatched cottage. Wen Yin felt an overwhelming desire to vanish on the spot. "Child, we are fated to meet. Come inside." She beckoned stiffly. As dusk fell, the village seemed to grow increasingly unsettling. Behind her, the door to a tea stall creaked open, revealing a pitch-black interior that hinted at the presence of something terrifying. Wen Yin was reluctant to engage in any fateful connection with her. However, a small child clung to her tightly, as if rooted to the ground. Frustrated, she turned to seek help from Shen Yubai. "Professor Shun, what should I do?" At this juncture, Shen Yubai could only impart his limited experience with such predicaments. "Just try to cooperate with them. NPCs won't harm you." Wen Yin covered her face in despair. She understood the reasoning, yet the fear was overwhelming, and tears threatened to spill. Furthermore, she felt utterly humiliated. After all, they were live-streaming. Shen Yubai reassured her. "I will go find Jiang Ning and return in half an hour to fetch you." Wen Yin, anxious, pondered, what if they don't release me after half an hour? Jiang Ning was a ghost bride, and even the little spirits here obeyed her. Despite her countless reservations, she realized she had little choice. She had triggered a solo quest and must interact privately with the old woman and her grandchild. It would be absurd to let Shen Yubai wait outside for half an hour. The audience would surely berate her for such an arrangement. Thus, Wen Yin took a deep breath, summoned her courage, and resolved to treat it as though she were filming a horror scene. Simultaneously, she inwardly vowed that this would be the last time she ever engaged in such a genre. Reluctantly, Wen Yin was led by the small NPC into the pitch-black tea stall. Shen Yubai lingered for a few minutes, and aside from a few startled exclamations from Wen Yin upon entering, silence enveloped the place, allowing him to finally relax. His calm and astute gaze, framed by gold-rimmed glasses, fell upon the two NPCs who accompanied him, deep in thought. Initially, the NPCs had approached him, claiming that Jiang Ning sought him, but upon arrival, the anticipated Jiang Ning was nowhere to be found. They waited for a while, but when she did not return, sounds of commotion echoed from several streets away. After conversing briefly with the NPCs, he decided to follow the noise. However, as the search continued, the direction became muddled. Shen Yubai's initial plan was straightforward. With only himself and Jiang Ning as players in the game, the likelihood of finding her increased wherever there was activity. But now the circumstances had changed. Wen Yin and Jiang Shiyu had entered the game. It was possible that others had also completed their tasks ahead of time and joined the game. Sticking to his original strategy might not guarantee finding Jiang Ning. Instead, he needed Jiang Ning to seek him out. He inquired about the general layout of the area from the NPCs. Soon, the trio arrived at the heart of the village. One of the NPCs hesitated, asking, "Are we really going to do this?" Shen Yubai surveyed the surroundings, his expression unyielding. "This place is vast, and there are other players. Rather than searching for Jiang Ning, it would be wiser to draw her to us." Another NPC inquired with concern. "What if we summon other players? What harm could come if other players arrived?" Suddenly, two NPCs grasped the absurdity of their worries. Indeed, they were NPCs. Why should they be concerned about other players? Having spent too much time in the company of players, they had nearly forgotten their true identities. The two NPCs exchanged glances, both feeling a touch of embarrassment. What lay ahead was uncharted territory for them as NPCs. However, the narrative required a cue. Only by locating the main antagonist would they discern their next course of action. Resolutely, they decided to follow the male player's suggestion. With a resigned look exchanged between them, they opened their mouths and began to shout loudly. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning, after watching the ghost bride chase Jiang Shiyu away, contemplated returning to find Shen Yubai. By this point, the original script had been thoroughly disrupted by her actions, yet the ultimate task must still be completed. As for the method of completion and how much could be achieved, she needed to confer with Shen Yubai. Not finding Shen Yubai, she wandered through a sparse bamboo grove and unexpectedly encountered two familiar faces, Lu Huai and Yi Rui. They had completed their check-in tasks ahead of time, and, having nothing else to do, decided to join in after hearing that Jiang Shiyu and Wen Yin had entered. Yi Ruyi had participated in a horror-themed escape room before, albeit infrequently, and considered herself more of a support player. Given the choice, she would have preferred not to enter. However, Lu Huai displayed immense enthusiasm, and since they were a team, it was unreasonable to let the male participant venture in alone while she waited outside. Thus, with a bit of trepidation, she followed him inside. Amidst a barrage of scares, screams, and evasions, it was only through Lu Huai's remarkable courage and charm that they managed to navigate safely to their current location. Suddenly confronted by a ghost bride clad in a blood-red wedding gown against the pitch-black backdrop, she initially thought she had stumbled upon the main antagonist. Trembling, she tugged at Lu Huai's sleeve, yet before she could utter a word, he recognized the figure first. Yang Ning. Jiang Ning sighed inwardly, wishing to avoid this particular encounter. After their identities were established, the three exchanged brief updates to grasp each other's situations. Listening to Lu Huai and Yi Ruyi recount their experiences of playing a few relatively easy games, snapping some photos, and even enjoying ice cream, purely for fun, they had completed their tasks without incident. Jiang Ning felt a surge of indignation. How could the production team deliberately set her up like this? Why was it that such delightful activities at the amusement park never seemed to fall into her lap? Upon hearing about Jiang Ning's triumph over the NPCs, taking on the mantle of the new ghost bride, Lu Huai was filled with a mix of astonishment and admiration, while Yi Ruyi felt a pang of envy swelling within her. How was it that this person could always manage to steal the spotlight? She couldn't help but covet the striking red wedding gown that adorned Jiang Ning, which had completely overshadowed any earlier fears. She was indeed a beacon of players. Yi Ruyi longed to strip Jiang Ning of her NPC attire and claim it for herself, but such desires remained mere thoughts. At that moment, Lu Huai decided to accompany Jiang Ning, while Yi Ruyi had no choice but to follow along. As they walked, they soon heard a resounding voice emanating from around the corner ahead. A glass of water in the morning, one shall never regret in old age. Vegetables are treasures, indispensable every day. To maintain good health, one should eat until merely satisfied. A little soup with meals, slender and healthy. The trio instinctively halted in their tracks. Yi Ruyi felt enlightened, realizing that even NPCs required training and slogans. Lu Huai tilted his ear to listen intently and jested. They truly emphasize wellness. Only Jiang Ning recognized this as a phrase often spoken by her former mentor. It was a signal from Shun Yubai. Over there. Chapter 40. I heard you were my fan? As Jiang Ning made her appearance, the two NPCs were the most delighted. At last, we have found someone. Let the plot unfold swiftly. Just as they huddled together, before anyone could utter a word, the raucous laughter of the original script's most formidable antagonist, the bride of the original ghost NPC, echoed ominously, growing louder as it approached. Hee, run, quick. Run, this is my territory. Wherever you flee, I shall follow. Then came Su Xingmon's frantic voice. Ah, please, can you not chase me? I do not know you. Jiang Xiyu, I beg you, do not follow me. That female ghost is clearly after you. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Jiang Xiyu's gritted reply surfaced. Do you think I wish to follow you? There is but one path here. If I do not follow you, where else can I escape to? Does she have a crush on you? Why not endure a little and keep her company? Su Xingmon suggested hurriedly as she ran. Jiang Xiyu scoffed. She claims to be indifferent to gender. Why not let you stay and accompany her? Su Xingmon glanced back anxiously at the ghostly figure trailing behind. Clad in a flowing red gown, her aura was chilling. Unable to suppress a shiver, she sprinted ahead. At the fork ahead, she pointed frantically at one path. I shall take this way. Jiang Xiyu, you take the other. She dashed into the narrower alley, shouting for help. Help! President Fu, where are you? Dr. Lu, Yi Ruyi. Wen Yin Yin, did you not come in as well? Is anyone hearing me? The voice echoed closely. Everyone looked around, yet no one was in sight. Until, panting heavily, a figure burst forth from a decrepit courtyard gate. It was none other than Su Xingmon. Yi Ruyi was the first to wave. Su Xingmon. Over here, Su Xingmon promptly spotted the group ahead, casting a quick glance and recognizing several familiar faces. Instantly, she felt exhilarated. Thank the heavens. She had finally found the main party. She rushed towards them, urging, "Quick, run." There's a ghost chasing Jiang Xiyu upon reaching them. Her gaze swiftly scanned the two NPCs and Jiang Ning's face, her alertness peaking as she leapt back several paces. "Have you been caught by the ghost?" Sensing something amiss, her eyes returned to the ghost NPC's face. "This is truly bizarre." Jiang Ning noted affirmatively. "Su Xingman Gaphet, what on earth happened to you?" After scrutinizing her appearance, she gasped in horror at the sight of the vivid red wedding gown. "Your attire. It resembles that of the ghost from earlier?" "Ah, have you turned into a ghost?" "No. Have you married a ghost?" Before entering, she had heard whispers about the script of this escape room. Her curious gaze flitted over the two male NPCs beside Jiang Ning, their appearances grotesque in the extreme. Su Xingman burst into laughter. With no one to explain, she humorously pieced together the narrative in a flash, pointing at the trio while guffawing. "Are you about to wed? Among the two of them, which do you plan to choose as your ghostly husband? I propose that you marry two at once. But what will happen on the wedding night?" I just realized how amusing this script is." She pointed at Lu Huai, Yi Ruyi, and Shen Yubai, eagerly raising her hand to apply. Were they invited as guests, too? Add me. Lu Huai, Yi Ruyi, Shen Yubai. Jiang Ning curved her lips in an enigmatic smile. Su Xingman had yet to comprehend anything when a commotion arose from the grand entrance of the mansion. Jiang Xiyu leaped down from the wall. Constantly pursued and utterly exhausted, the multifaceted idol who sang and danced without a hint of breathlessness at concerts now appeared disheveled. With sweat dripping from his hair, face, and body, his breath uneven, and as he landed, he stumbled slightly, clearly fatigued. However, he quickly steadied himself and lifted his head, initially taken aback. His gaze locked onto the crowd, fixated on a flash of red, a flicker of annoyance passing through his captivating dark eyes. Jiang Ning, he barely managed to utter those two words amidst the urgency. From behind, a haunting voice echoed relentlessly. "Don't run away. I've been waiting for you for so long. If you run again, I'll be heartbroken." Giggling, "No. If you're heartbroken, go and heal. Why seek him out?" Jiang Xiyu felt a pang of frustration. He turned to look back, and his pupils instantly dulled. Due to work demands, he had undergone rigorous physical training under professional guidance, his physical capabilities far exceeding those of ordinary individuals. The ghostly woman in red pursued him throughout the venue, and it was no exaggeration to say that they had traversed countless alleys back and forth. Yet at this moment, he felt near collapse, while she appeared effortlessly relentless. Apart from her familiarity with the terrain, enabling her to predict his escape routes, he surmised she must possess some auxiliary tools, perhaps roller skates or the like. On several occasions, he thought he could safely catch his breath, only to lift his gaze and see her materialize before him, gliding closer. If running was futile, then surely he could scale a wall? He had already memorized the layout and deliberately led her into a dead end, thinking she would believe he had nowhere to escape. The next moment, he executed a swift wall climb. The planned escape was a failure. The ghostly woman in red gracefully perched upon the wall. How on earth did she manage that? Is she human or ghost? Jiang Xiyu was stunned. Jiang Xiyu was furious. Jiang Xiyu was exasperated. To hell with his idol image. Jiang Xiyu renounced it. He unceremoniously sat on the ground, arms outstretched, palms pressed against the earth, one long leg straightened, the other bent. He tilted his face slightly upward, his eyes half closed, drenched in sweat. His mind was a whirlwind, yet he clung to the last vestiges of clarity, recalling the hints the ghost had dropped along the way. He gasped for air, his thin t-shirt soaked, clinging tightly to his chest, visibly rising and falling dramatically, presenting a pitiable yet alluring sight. "I heard you were my fan. What is your name?" The ghost bride NPC's eyes sparkled, and to her astonishment, the idol inquired about her name. In the next moment, she heard the idol enunciate each word with a click of his teeth. "I will revoke your fan membership." A sudden bolt from the blue. The ghost bride NPC fell silent. She sat against the wall, sobbing softly. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, until Jiang Ning approached her. The ghost bride NPC's eyes brimmed with tears. She was filled with regret. Wasn't she? Seeing her idol had brought her such joy that she momentarily lost her composure. The idol threatened to expel her from the fandom, and she cried. Did you even tell him your name? Even if he knows your name, does he know what your online alias in the fan club is? Jiangning asked calmly. And after a moment, encouraged, just assume he knows. He has thousands of fans, and it's certain that many share the same name. Chapter 41. Play to the fullest without missing a single word. Jiangning overheard Jiang Xiyu being incited by her to corrupt his fans. The crowd, also privy to Jiangning's words, was stirred. A single utterance roused the slumbering spirits, and the bride of Ghost NPC was instantaneously resurrected. With her piercing gaze fixed upon Jiang Xiyu, her long, ominous nails clutched the wall, her body poised for action. Such an opportunity to frolic with an idol presented itself but once, perhaps a singular chance in a lifetime. If not now, then when? Jiang Xiyu, however, bore an expression of caution. As the bride of Ghost lunged towards him once more, Jiangning preemptively intervened, raising a delicate arm to designate one among the throng. He's had enough. Let us switch to the next. The bewildered Su Xingmon, the unfortunate target, was taken aback. Me? She even pointed at herself in confusion, exchanging dazed glances with those around her, oblivious to the gravity of her predicament. The bride of Ghost shared her perplexity. Her? Jiangning gently patted her head, smiling as she commanded, "Go on. This one isn't afraid of losing fans. Play as you wish, indulge yourself." The bride's hollow eyes flickered with uncertainty, as if deliberating, before she suddenly turned her face towards Su Xingmon, her gaping mouth splitting wide. He, it's not out of the question. Let Jiang take a rest, and you, my little darling, shall play with me. All the pressure belonging to Jiang Xiyu now rested squarely on Su Xingmon's shoulders. What little darling? My persona is of tomboy, you know. Feeling deeply insulted, Su Xingmon barely had time to gather her thoughts. No, what is happening? Why are you all looking at me? I'll help. Is this some kind of game? This isn't even a cool run. It's torturous. Don't chase me. I'm on the verge of having a breakdown. We want to catch you. Come to us. The bride of Ghost cackled, relentlessly pursuing her. What madness! It was merely a person. The NPC filter had shattered into 1,000 pieces. Yet, even with the knowledge that this was an NPC, and despite the remnants of the filter, her grotesque expressions and exaggerated tones, though not a ghost, were hardly that of a sane individual, and thus easily terrified the unprepared. One person and one ghost fled in a cacophony of cries. The onlookers could only watch as they vanished from sight. Jiangning, unperturbed, clapped her hands together and remarked, "Hence, the bride of Ghost shall punish any player who speaks without thought." The NPCs wholeheartedly agreed. The players pondered this, yet a sudden reluctance to speak enveloped them. Especially Yuruyi, whose eyes were wide as saucers, turning and twisting in a manner that screamed, "I have something to say, but I dare not." Jiangning, disinterested, refrained from prompting her. Meanwhile, the audience, through the live stream, observed that the 4 groups of guests had gathered. Yet the original plot had already been dismantled by Jiangning. How would the narrative conclude? The pivotal moment of this script lay in the tearful declaration of the NPC portraying the bride of Ghost. "I am free now." At this juncture, the NPCs were nearly convinced by Jiangning's assertions, all awaiting her next command in eager anticipation. The newly added guest players were clearly at a loss, only aware that Jiangning seemed to be another ghost bride. What transpired with the previous one? Did the script feature 2 ghost brides? It was perplexing. However, they could at least discern that the ghost bride NPC was heeding Jiangning's commands. Shen Yubai was likely the sole player privy to the truth of the situation. Yet, he had no intention of exposing Jiangning. The audience, brimming with curiosity, flooded the live chat with comments. How do we break this script? At this point, it feels like there's no way out. Forget the script. I'm just thrilled to see the NPC get counterattacked and left in the dark. I have OCD. If I don't hear the system prompt indicating the task is complete, I want to sleep tonight. We're just one line away from the Ghost Bride NPC. I want to see the script unfold. Count me in for wanting to see it. Let us just restart with all 8 guests. In the monitoring room, the production team was equally perplexed by the developments. The director regretted not intervening when Jiang Ning counterattacked the NPC, failing to remind her to adhere to the script's flow. Several pivotal plot points had likely been unilaterally completed by Shun Yubai, leading the NPCs to believe Jiang Ning's deception. What would happen next? Thus, everyone gathered at the screen witnessed Jiang Ning initiating the so-called process. Yet this process appeared increasingly bizarre. Not only the viewers in front of the screen, but also the NPCs in the game looked utterly bewildered. Nevertheless, the female player announced that the side quest had commenced, and the original Ghost Bride had vanished from the player's path. What would they do? They followed suit. Consequently, they ventured to the ancestral hall within the village. Everyone began sweeping. They started moving tables and chairs. They adorned the venue, festooning it with decorations. Fruits and beverages, seemingly procured from nowhere, were presented in plate after plate. The once eerie ancestral hall, shrouded in cobwebs and dust, began to resemble its intended form after the collective efforts of the group. After hearing Shun Yubai's description, the NPC responsible for fetching Wen Yin Yin, along with the NPC portraying the ghostly matron and Fu Xin Yin, arrived. Jiang Ning was busy whispering to Shun Yubai. Once their conversation concluded, she took her seat at the head of the table and gestured for everyone to sit down. At that moment, the Ghost Bride NPC chased after the exhausted Su Xingman, who was nearly incapacitated. Jiang Ning, I was wrong. Please make her stop. I can't take it anymore. Su Xingman exclaimed, her expression wild. She felt as though she was barely surviving, her legs incapable of carrying her any further. Yet, this female NPC playfully pursued her like a dog on a leash. Several times, when Su Xingman thought she was about to be caught and wanted to give up, the NPC would slow down, allowing her to catch her breath, only to suddenly morph into a frenzied chaser once more. It was utterly maddening. Let us see how long you can keep running. The Ghost Bride NPC relished the chase. As she passed by Jiang Ning, she was suddenly seized, leaving her perplexed and bewildered. However, I noticed Jiang Ning's expression was grave. You are resentful because I have usurped the identity of the Ghost Bride, and you have longed to reclaim it. Haven to you? The Ghost Bride NPC shook her head vigorously. I haven't. Ordinary NPCs are far more entertaining than the major bosses. You do, Jiang Ning insisted. I do not. The Ghost Bride NPC suddenly had a moment of clarity. Are you referring to the queue process? Upon receiving a nod, Asuka exclaimed, Ido. I also feel that I'm unfit to be the Ghost Bride. Now, I officially return this burden to you. The twist was utterly unexpected. The Ghost Bride NPC. The crowd? Jiang Ning began to silently retrieve items. First, a strand of lustrous black hair tied with a white string. This is your hair. Then, a piece of paper. This is the birth date and time of you and that ghost. Lastly, a container of ashes. This is your boyfriend's ashes. Chapter 42. Conclusion of the script. These are the items obtained by Shun Yubai at the plot point. During their recent interaction, he entrusted them all to her. Jiang Ning meticulously placed each item on the table, in a location visible to all. She lifted her gaze, observing everyone's reactions, and her eyes fell upon the ghostly bride as she inquired coolly, Do you remember anything? The Ghost Bride appeared dazed. I should remember. Jiang Ning regarded her with an indifferent glance. Where did these items come from? Do you recall? The Ghost Bride stared blankly at the few items on the table. Her mind flooded with an increasing number of images. Ah, she remembered. The hair was hers. They had forced her to cut it off. The birth date was penned by her boyfriend from her university days, whom she had loved for 2 years. Back then, she was held captive, unable to move. She could not comprehend their intentions. During her days in the village, they bound her, withholding food and water, yet had not yet harmed her, until they compelled her to perform a bizarre ritual as per their demands. That night, she fell into a deep slumber. In her dream, she encountered a terrifying stranger with a pale complexion. They found themselves in a room adorned with a large red happiness character, sitting side by side on the bed, both clad in red wedding attire. Only then did she realize what those individuals had done to her during the day. The ghost beside her was cold and unyielding, its presence invading her every pore. She was terrified, yet found herself unable to move. merely watching helplessly as the specter spoke to her. She could not hear nor refuse. Ultimately, the ghost pressed down upon her, nibbling at her neck. Engaging in intimate acts meant for a couple. She was rendered powerless, only icy tears streaming continuously from her dry eyes. Upon awakening, she devised various means to escape. However, before she could flee the village's edge, the villagers discovered her. A mob of villagers forcefully dragged her back. They beat her mercilessly. The pain was excruciating. Every bone and inch of her body ached. She could never understand why. Merely coming to sketch occasionally, she had encountered these malevolent villagers. Why had such a fate befallen her? By day, she faced a group of ruthless villagers. By night, a ghost with predatory eyes. She was engulfed in terror and disgust. Yet a glimmer of hope remained. Her boyfriend was still in the village. He would save her. Yet, she never anticipated that the boy who had so fervently proclaimed they would marry upon graduation would actively close the door and negotiate her fate with them. The overwhelming majority of villagers believed that since she had become a ghost bride, her life or death was inconsequential. It would be better for her to perish and truly become the ghost spouse. A few villagers opposed this, suggesting she marry the ghost to ensure peace in the village. Such matters could not be resolved by the police. Yet if human life was involved, it would be deemed a crime. How absurd that her life was subject to the whims of a group of unrelated individuals. The ghost bride, in excruciating despair, closed her eyes. In the final moments of her life, she was cast into a 3-meter-deep pit, surrounded by a dense crowd above. They gazed down at her in the pit, some reveling in her misfortune, while others felt a pang of sympathy. Men, women, and children began to hurl stones at her. She had nowhere to evade, suffering grievous wounds from the relentless assault. The most fatal blow to her forehead came from her boyfriend, who, in her final moments, still clung to a flicker of hope. As she lay in her crimson wedding gown, bloodied and sprawled in the mud, he stood amidst the crowd, his gaze heavy, insincerely uttering, "I'm sorry." Indeed, all these people owed her an apology. She yearned for them to atone for the sins they had committed against her. Memories gradually resurfaced. The dry ice apparatus in the corner silently emitted its chilling mist. The air in the ancestral hall cooled little by little. How frigid it was! The guests instinctively crossed their arms, glancing around, rubbing their palms against their arms, goosebumps prickling their skin. Jiang Ning, standing nearby, began to narrate the story she had pieced together. You were meant to enjoy a splendid youth, blessed with loving parents and a bright future. Yet, upon entering this village, you were coerced into a union with a ghost. They imprisoned you, terrified of exposure, colluding to end your life. Thus, you harbored a deep-seated hatred for the villagers. Whether they participated in the atrocity or chose to remain silent, including your treacherous boyfriend. All these individuals became the targets of your vengeful wrath. They were the ones who caused you immense suffering and your untimely demise. How could you not hate? The ghost bride was consumed with fury. Crimson liquid streamed from her inky black eyes. She abruptly turned her head, questioning fiercely, "How unjust it is! I was merely a passerby, with no enmity towards them. Their actions are devoid of humanity. They are worse than beasts. Should they not perish?" Jiang Ning nodded vigorously. "They deserve to die. Thus, after your demise, the first act was to drain your ghostly husband's power. They feared you and summoned a practitioner, believing they could suppress you, unaware of your seething resentment. The little Taoist they hired lacked the skill to contain you. You began to hide within the village, day by day, growing in strength, until the day of the village chief's daughter's wedding to your boyfriend arrived. You could no longer contain yourself. On that day, you demanded that all accompany you to the grave." Jiang Ning inquired, "Are you content? You personally slaughtered this village, deliberately leaving your betrayer and the chief's daughter for last, forcing him to choose between his wife and you. You coldly observed as he knelt, pleading for mercy, before you drove him to madness and scattered his ashes in the pit where your remains lay, thus binding his spirit. You exacted your revenge in your own way. Are you truly content?" One would expect joy, yet for some reason, the ghost bride displayed a fleeting emptiness in her expression. Then, Jiang Ning spoke. Your fury has led you to lose your reason and commit grave mistakes, yet your inherent kindness prevents you from wantonly slaughtering the innocent. You cannot accept the loss of 568 lives, whether they were villagers or mere guests from another village attending a celebration, all meeting their tragic fates at your hands. You achieved your vengeance, yet you condemned your own vengeful spirit to remain eternally trapped in this village. Jiang Ning extended her hand, pointing at the ghostly bride and the array of NPCs before her. These characters, who had moments ago been filled with mirth, now stood in stunned silence. In truth, no players had entered this realm. The so-called scripted quest was merely an illusion of her own making. Having experienced escape rooms in life, she sought to immerse herself in the role of a player after death, yearning for an outcome that diverged from her past. Yet, an illusion can only remain an illusion. Ghostly bride, do you truly wish to let your restless soul remain eternally ensnared within this phantasm? Chapter 43 Script Completion 2 The Ghost Bride instinctively wanted to shake her head, but found herself inexplicably pausing. Thoughts swirled in her mind, leaving her at a loss for words. It was too difficult to articulate. Jiang Ning reminded her, "It is time for you to bring this to a close." Bring it to a close? The Ghost Bride let out a bitter laugh. It cannot be concluded, not for me, nor for them. What you see now is merely a wisp of souls trapped in this illusion, tormented by our myriad transgressions. To seek closure is no simple task. Jiang Ning interjected, "I can assist you." The Ghost Bride turned her gaze toward her. With a resounding clap, Jiang Ning forcefully placed the final item on the table, a lighter, the most ordinary kind with a plastic casing. This is the fire of the Red Lotus, born in the depths of the 18 layers of hell, fueled by karmic sins. Once ignited, it can cleanse one's transgressions. The audience murmured in disbelief, "Are you spouting nonsense?" A few NPCs could not hold back their laughter. Jiang Ning shot them a glare, and they quickly silenced themselves, turning back to the Ghost Bride, who was staring intently at the lighter. Jiang Ning noticed her deep immersion in the scene. "Red Lotus fire? Where did you obtain this?" The Ghost Bride paused for a moment, her expression astonished. "Ah, could it be that you are?" Jiang Ning had no idea who she was referring to. Yet, observing the Ghost Bride's expression that mingled surprise with a hint of reverence, she decided to embrace the identity. "Indeed, I am the person you are thinking of," she affirmed earnestly with a nod. The Ghost Bride was actually not thinking of anything. NPC what? Are there other roles in the subplot that we are unaware of? Audience, that familiar formula and sensation are returning. Noticing the Ghost Bride hesitating, fearing she might falter in her performance, Jiang Ning raised her hand decisively, interrupting before she could speak. "There's no need to utter my name. I am here to assist you quietly. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. I have spent quite some time here. Do you wish to conclude this and leave, or remain trapped in this place?" The Ghost Bride looked at Jiang Ning, who winked at her. Understanding immediately, she seemed to struggle internally before finally extending her hand to grasp the lighter. Her nails were too long, and after several attempts, she nearly failed. Just as Jiang Ning was about to step in to help, the Ghost Bride succeeded. An orange-blue flame flickered to life, accompanied by a fitting sound effect. Flames erupted around the shrine. The Ghost Bride dashed toward the blaze, and just before merging with it, she turned back, her pitch-black eyes eerily striking. Yet in that moment, the fire cast a warm glow upon her, and she offered Jiang Ning a slight smile, nodding in gratitude. "Thank you. I can finally leave this place." Dry eyes spewed forth wildly. The Ghost Bride and the host of NPCs faded into the fire's embrace. Witnessing this, Jiang Ning immediately clapped her hands together. "Okay, mission accomplished." The audience was left in a contemplative silence. What had just transpired? Could anyone elucidate the events? They suddenly felt as though they were out of sync with the unfolding narrative. Only Jiang Ning waved her hands towards the invisible cameras in all directions. "Did you see that, director? The mission is accomplished. Hey, can you see me? Can you hear my words?" The director? The audience in front of the camera? Is this really the end? This conclusion has arrived far too swiftly, akin to a whirlwind. However, if we adhere to the original script's requirements, reaching the point of the Ghost Bride's resolution indeed signifies the conclusion of the narrative. For the NPCs, this marks their ultimate belonging. Yet, for the viewers in the live stream, they are reluctant to accept this ending. No way, is this really it? I thought the plot would continue. I too awaited the next scene, feeling that this conclusion is far too hasty. I always believed this show had a script. After witnessing the escape room segment today, I can assert with certainty that this program bears no relation to a script whatsoever. I do not accept this. I do not accept this. Neither do I accept this. The director, observing the barrage of discontent regarding the conclusion, felt an immense headache. After contemplating, he pressed a button. In the next moment, his voice transmitted through the audio equipment to the shrine where Jiang Ning was located. Jiang Ning, can you articulate where you believe you completed the task? TSK. Here it comes. Upon hearing that voice, dissatisfaction is palpable, and trouble is brewing. Jiang Ning replied, the ghost bride has found peace. She is willing to leave this place. Is this not the completion of the mission? The director retorted, I ask you, how many plot points are there in the script? And how many have you checked off? At that moment, she was quite honest. 0. After a brief pause, she attempted to justify herself. But my senior brother has checked them off. The items I presented were all clues he had obtained. How audacious of her. Those were the clues acquired by Professor Shun, not by you. The director was furious. Jiang Ning, puzzled, responded, is there a stipulation stating that a plot point must be checked off by a male or female player? Senior brother, did you hear of such a regulation before entering? Shin Yubai cooperatively shook his head. No. Jiang Ning pondered with her chin in hand, murmuring, exactly. I didn't either. I assumed that when we entered, you separated us to have us pursue individual tasks. The executing director was both amused and exasperated by her twisted logic. What is your individual task? To confuse the NPCs, collaborating with your senior brother to carry the entire scene? Otherwise, do you think the ghost bride would willingly ignite her lingering soul, liberating the souls trapped in that village? Yang Ning countered. Although her reasoning had merit, the director was unconvinced. Yet you altered the entire main plot line. Is that against the rules? Apparently not. You changed the NPC's storyline, and the final outcomes did not align with the original setup. Do you think that is acceptable? The director questioned. After asking, he scoffed. Jiang Ning, have you considered that should your error lead, you might not accomplish the task? Engaging her on this topic. Since Jiang Ning dares to fabricate and weave an intricate plot, she must have contemplated it thoroughly. Yet, she chooses not to divulge her thoughts. Instead, she nonchalantly remarks, if the task cannot be accomplished, then so be it. Pausing for effect, she maliciously queries, moreover, what is the production team doing? Jiang Ning, with an air of confidence, thumps her chest and declares, they are solely responsible for ensuring our safety. If you cannot manage such a minor mishap, what use do you serve? If you dare to manipulate behind the scenes and thrust me into this escape room, then you must possess the fortitude to bear the consequences of my potential withdrawal. Director, production team, staff, live stream audience. Chapter 44. Sister, are you still streaming? Sister, you are still streaming. How do you say that? What is this? Regardless, the escape room task has concluded. Soon, all the guests emerged. The NPCs who had exited first stood aside, having realized they had been deceived. Though surprised, they were not angry. They quickly accepted the reality and, upon reflecting on Jiang Ning's performance, felt she was more suited to portray an NPC than they were. As Jiang Ning removed her makeup and stepped out, the NPC playing the ghost bride rushed towards her. Jiang Ning Princess Chong, I declare that I will climb the wall. From today onwards, I am your fan. Ha ha ha. Nearby, Jiang Shiyu heard this and responded with a silent expression. Jiang Ning remarked, you can support her, but you need not laugh so creepily. After the guests took photos with the NPCs, they boarded the sightseeing bus once more. By this time, lunch had passed. The guests had eaten little in the morning, and after a physically demanding morning, they were feeling quite exhausted. Particularly, Jiang Shiyu and Su Xingmon, who had been pursued by the NPCs, were mentally and physically drained, slumped in their seats, reluctant to part from them. As they passed through a commercial district, the sightseeing bus suddenly halted. Su Xingmon, sensing something amiss, lamented, there won't be another task, will there? Just then, the executive director boarded the bus. holding a megaphone and smiling as he gestured outside. Do you see that row of little shops on the right? The guests collectively wished to pretend they had not seen anything. However, that was not an option. The director, suppressing a mischievous grin, informed them, "Your lunch and dinner are hidden within this commercial district." Yi Rui expressed, "Director, I have no strength left." Su Xingman exclaimed, "Can I skip lunch today?" The executive director replied, "You may forego your meal, but you must complete the task." When Yin Yin smiled wryly, "Director, isn't this a dating show?" "Indeed," the director affirmed, "and we are grateful that you remember you are participating in a dating show." He cast a meaningful glance in Jiang Ning's direction. Jiang Ning asked, "What are you looking at me for?" The director explained, "Because this is a dating show. Today's theme is a sweet day. However, the production team has noticed that some guests do not appreciate the sweet moments we have tailored for you. Therefore, we shall introduce some challenges to foster connections amid adversity." He briefly outlined the rules before gracefully disembarking. 2 minutes later, the guests, lacking enthusiasm, began to exit the bus one by one. The groupings mirrored those from the morning: Jiang Xiyu and Wen Yinyan, Lu Huai and Yi Rui, Fu Xinian and Su Xingman, Shen Yubai and Jiang Ning. Each group of guests set off toward their designated areas, where they needed to decipher the hint cards provided by the production team, locate their respective opponents, accept challenges, and successfully complete them to earn 2 meal vouchers for the day. Shen Yubai and Jiang Ning's group was assigned to Gift Street, with the code phrase given by the production team: Yangtze River, I'm the Yellow River. They utter the first half of a phrase, and as soon as someone responds with the latter half, that individual is precisely the one they seek. On a serene afternoon on the island, the sky is impeccably blue, and the air carries the briny scent of the sea. Jiang Ning walks alongside Shen Yubai, while a photographer trails behind them with a camera in hand. Above the two, a drone hovers, shadowing their every move. Jiang Ning holds a distributed hint card, and after clearly reading the question, her expression turns somewhat exasperated. She swiftly extracts several cards and naturally hands them to Shen Yubai, saying, "Brother, it's your turn." Shen Yubai takes them, glances over, and asks, "You can't do this?" Jiang Ning lets out a casual sigh. "I'm quite drained from the morning's activities. My brain is temporarily residing with the director." Shen Yubai chuckles lightly, while the photographer looks on in confusion, and the audience in the live stream is equally perplexed. The assistant director feels an inexplicable sense of being subtly mocked, yet lacks the evidence to confirm it. The production team presents a series of amusing math problems, which Shen Yubai almost solves at a glance, arriving at the numbers 12-11-1. He looks at the shop number in front of him, 12-11-1. It truly seems to come effortlessly. Exchanging a glance with Jiang Ning, they step inside. The establishment is a quaint shop selling handcrafted woven items, and the proprietor is a young woman. Upon their entrance, before the secret phrase is even spoken, she beams with joy, her eyes crinkling with delight, and stands up eagerly. Jiang Ning inquires, Yangtze River? To which the young shopkeeper replies, "I am the Yellow River." After a brief pause, her voice brimming with excitement, she continues, "I was just watching your live stream. When you were standing at my shop's doorstep, I feared you might miss out, and I wanted to wave and beckon you inside." The photographer, positioning himself for the perfect shot, captures the moment. The young shopkeeper clears her throat bashfully, regaining her composure. "Of course, I wouldn't actually say that. Are you ready to accept the challenge?" Jiang Ning asks, "Is the challenge about handcrafting?" The young shopkeeper responds, "No, it's merely a quiz." Jiang Ning discreetly takes a step back, encouraging, "Brother, it's your turn." With a smile, the young shopkeeper addresses Shen Yubai. "Shall I begin?" Fat's sister is ill. What is the one thing she dreads her visitors saying? Shen Yubai hesitates. "What illness?" The young shopkeeper gently reminds him, "Ahem. You have 3 chances to answer incorrectly." Shen Yubai furrows his brow. "What S wrong?" "No, that S not it." "Still unwell?" "No, still not right." "More." Jiang Ning interjects unexpectedly. "Take good care of yourself." The young shopkeeper's eyes light up. "Correct." For the second question, "Do you write with your left or right hand?" As Shen Yubai opens his mouth, Jiang Ning interjects with a pen. "Correct." The young shopkeeper beams. For the third question, "Which European country does not engage in wholesale business?" "Denmark." You're quite impressive. For the fourth question, Mr. Hua possesses a unique ability. Everyone who sees him instinctively raises their palms upward. How is this possible? Because he is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Wow, you are astonishing. The young shopkeeper's face radiates with surprise and admiration. Just as she begins to speak again, a sudden commotion erupts from across the street. Jiang Shiyu. It is evident that they have encountered some enthusiastic fans. The young shopkeeper, appearing languid and disinterested in front of the camera, suddenly cast a piercing gaze towards the nearby photographer. Her strikingly beautiful countenance exuded an undeniable aura of authority. Have you arranged security for Jiang Shiyu's group? The photographer found himself momentarily overwhelmed by her abrupt shift in demeanor. Accompanied by staff, he had provided a mask and a hat. He intended to convey that the newly developed island, with its limited tourist presence, should keep her anonymity intact. However, Jiang Ning did not afford him the opportunity to finish. Damn it, she exclaimed as the crowd surged towards the chaos. Jiang Shiyu too was taken aback by the presence of fans, not just one, but a whole group. The island, still in its early stages of development as a tourist destination, had yet to fully open to the public, resulting in a relatively low number of visitors. Chapter 45. The stalker fans before disembarking. He and Wen Yin harbored some apprehensions. However, considering the sparsely populated area, their accompanying staff, and the concealment provided by their hats and masks, they believed they would remain unrecognized. At that moment, both seemed to forget that this was a live variety show, with their itinerary broadcast in real time. While their fans could monitor those eager to support their idols on site, they could not suppress the fervent stalker fans. Indeed, a group of these fans, having gleaned Jiang Shiyu's whereabouts from the previous day's program, excitedly devised their plans that very night to converge on the island. They spent the morning lurking at the amusement park before shifting their focus to the bustling commercial district. Approximately 20 young women split into more than 10 groups, energetically searching for their idol within the area. Finding him was not particularly difficult, as the show's guests were invariably shadowed by conspicuous photographers and several staff members. Prior to their arrival, the stalker fan group had agreed to capture close-up photographs of their idol, and if the opportunity arose, to sneak a touch of his muscular chest before retreating. Unexpectedly, one of the fans lost control, following the cue from their informant. Jiang Shiyu and Wen Yin were in the midst of feeding each other candy and savoring the flavors when a keen-eyed stalker fan spotted them, igniting a frenzy. Jiang Shiyu, I found him. He is here. Within the blink of an eye, a throng of fans surged from all directions. The shopkeeper was the first to sense the disturbance, raising his arms in an attempt to block their entry, but to no avail. Who are you? Don't come in. Hey, my store. Facing the street. Wen Yin heard the commotion and, upon seeing the frenzied expression of the approaching fan, was startled into exclaiming, Jiang Shiyu, run, as she grabbed Jiang Shiyu's hand. He furrowed his brow, instinctively turning his head, but before he could assess the situation, he was violently shoved from behind. The force of the impact sent both him and Wen Yin crashing against the wall. She turned pale, gasping, while a surge of blood filled Jiang Shiyu's throat, leaving him no time to feel anger. Instantly, another figure lunged forward, tightly gripping his waist. Are you insane? Who touched me? Let go, he exclaimed, startled. No one heeded his words. In an instant, he found himself ensnared, surrounded by layers of fans. The cacophony of frenzied shouts and screams assaulted his eardrums. Jiang Shiyu. You're really Jiang Shiyu. I've finally found you. Darling, I'm here. Jiang Shiyu, look at me. You belong to me alone. You can feed me candy, but no one else. The throng of stalker fans enveloped him, taking advantage of the chaos. Outside, the staff were in a state of frantic disarray. Be careful of stampedes. Do not push. Listen to us. Several burly men from the production team rushed in to intervene. The photographers abandoned their cameras, placing them on the ground as they joined the fray to halt the frenzied fans. However, the sheer number of stalkers was overwhelming, rendering their efforts futile. Let go of Shiyu. Release him. Be careful not to trample anyone. Release us at once. We shall summon the authorities. The staff members, drenched in sweat from the pressure, shouted and yelled, their voices drowned in the frenzy of the crowd. It was utter madness. No one seemed to heed their cries, aside from the obsessive fans. A throng of onlookers had gathered outside, speculating on the commotion, whispering about a celebrity. A live variety show had premiered the previous day, and today, the fervent fans had arriving a moment too late to catch a glimpse of their idol. They cast resentful glances at Wen Yin, who was being protectively shielded by Jiang Shiryu. What a wretched woman, always dragging our Jiang Zai into this CP nonsense. How shameless. Who allowed you to feed him sweets? Jiang Zai belongs to us. Why don't you come out already? What are you hiding for? Snuggling in my brother's arms. One of the fans, losing their composure, hurled a half-empty water bottle towards Wen Yin. Wen Yin, startled, shielded her head and buried her face into Jiang Shiryu's shoulder. The bottle struck the wall and ricocheted back, hitting Jiang Shiryu on the head. He gasped in pain. Damn it. These lunatics. This scene only fueled the frenzy of the fans, inciting them further. Why are you hiding? It's all your fault for hurting our brother. Is Jiang Zai hurt? Drag that wretched woman out. Hands began to grasp indiscriminately, with some reaching over Jiang Shiryu to pull Wen Yin from her sanctuary. When they could not extract her, they resorted to tugging her hair and scratching her face. Wen Yin felt the stinging pain, tears streaming down her cheeks as she dodged the hands clawing at her, while simultaneously trying to swat away the intrusive touches. What should we do, Jiang Shiryu? They seem to have lost their minds. Jiang Shiryu, trapped and in pain, could only focus on shielding Wen Yin from harm. Get the hell away. You are hurting someone. Can't you hear? Are you deaf or blind? Can't you see? Where is the production team? Someone could get killed here. Where are the security guards? He shouted hoarsely, desperation evident in his voice. Yet, no one responded. The production team was frantic, having already called the police, but the authorities had yet to arrive. This group of fans exhibited an unusual solidarity, their strength seemingly boundless, akin to cockroaches that refused to die. Just as they managed to pry one fan away, another would surge forward, leaving the staff exhausted and helpless. It wasn't until the outermost staff member felt a firm hand on his shoulder that he turned around in surprise. Without waiting for a word, he quickly stepped aside. Then came the second, the third, the fourth until the sixth. The photographer, without hesitation, seized the camera from the ground and scurried away. Shen Yubai and Jiang Ning, positioned closest to Jiang Shiryu and Wen Yin, were the first to arrive. As Jiang Ning sprinted forward in silence, the photographer swiftly followed in Shen Yubai's wake. At this moment, the camera is focused on the chaotic shop, surrounding the excited crowd. One can see Jiang Ning expressionless, shouldering a hefty water hose connected to an external fire hydrant. She nods at Shen Yubai, standing beside the hydrant. Shen Yubai immediately receives the signal and turns the valve. A powerful jet of water, akin to an unleashed beast, is directed at the frenzied fans. The human barricade outside is instantly dispersed. Who sprayed me? Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Go. Cough, cough. Chapter 46. You should be grateful I am not ill. 1, 2, 3. Each of them, filled with terror, shrieked as they fled, clutching their heads. Jiang Ning remained unfazed, her icy brows and eyes glimmering with indifference as she stepped in her equally damp, white casual shoes, exuding an aura of formidable presence. With each deliberate stride, she approached the fallen girls, drenched by the water jet that had accurately targeted them. From her elevated position, she cast a cold smile and a gaze rife with disdain. She surveyed the huddled mass of girls, drenched and wailing in pain, as if they were loathsome rats scurrying in the street. Have you regained some clarity? The girls, choking on the water, coughed incessantly. Cough, cough, cough. A flicker of rationality returned to those who had momentarily lost their senses in a fit of impulsiveness. Several began to shuffle backward, clustering together for safety. One audacious girl wiped the water from her face, raising her trembling finger at Jiang Ning, her voice filled with indignation. Are you insane? Spraying us with a fire hose? Do you not realize that such pressure can cause fractures? I will call the police. I will sue you. Jiang Ning chuckled coldly, a realization dawning upon her. The curve of her crimson lips transformed, concealing an inferno of fury that had simmered beneath the surface, now sharp and fearsome like a drawn sword. You should be grateful I am not ill, or what would be unleashed upon you would be far more than mere water. Though she left her statement unfinished, its implication was immediately grasped by those present. The chilling absence of emotion in her expression sent shivers down their spines. The girl, once fierce, now paled under Jiang Ning's disdainful gaze. Outside, Shen Yubai observed as order was restored, promptly shutting off the valve. Jiang Ning discarded the hose onto the ground, dusting off her soiled hands, her demeanor calm as she surveyed the staff, who stood frozen in shock. Why are you not hastening to escort them away? Wen Yin was visibly startled, instinctively resisting as the staff took her from Jiang Shiyu's arms, but she quieted upon seeing a familiar face. Although she had been in the industry for some time, she was not a top-tier celebrity and had been well protected. Thus, this chaotic scene was a first for her. The water jet had not directly struck her, yet she was still splattered with droplets, leaving her drenched from head to toe. Like a spirit detached from her body, she allowed the staff to guide her away, her lips pale and eyes rimmed with red. Her youthful face bore several glaring scratches, the longest extending from the corner of her right eye to the corner of her mouth, a vivid crimson mark that attested to her recent suffering. Jiang Shiyu's expression was equally grim. He had endured the crowd pressing against him, gritting his teeth and bracing himself against the wall, exposing his back to the tumult. At this moment, he lowered his hands, revealing his elbows and forearms, which were extensively scraped, blood mingling with the dust of the wall, a sight too gruesome to behold. His hair was in disarray, his clothing torn in several places, and his handsome face bore marks of injury. His neck and body were adorned with various nail prints and scratches. Coughing, he gingerly touched his aching chest, unable to suppress a cough. Shiyu, I'm so sorry. So sorry. We truly did not anticipate this. The staff, filled with regret and guilt, reached out to assist him. He raised his hand, dismissing their offer of support, and resolutely made his way towards Jiang Ning. She glanced over with a detached expression. He subtly shook his head, signaling her to remain at ease. Jiang Ning observed the shopkeeper nearby, equally stunned yet still demanding compensation, her brow furrowing. Where are the police? The shopkeeper, visibly shaken, replied. They'll be here soon. Ah, you wretched person, you've harmed us and still dare to call the police. One of those who had fallen to the ground suddenly seized the fire hydrant-s hose, shouting furiously. In a fit of rage, he hurled the heavy metal hose towards Jiang Ning. The hose was a cumbersome piece of metal. It could easily kill someone in an instant. Just as Jiang Shiyu reached Jiang Ning, he glanced sideways, his expression shifting dramatically. Watch out, he exclaimed instinctively. His body moved faster than his mind. As he swiftly pulled Jiang Ning close, shielding her head with his palm and enveloping her in his embrace. He had already stepped aside cleverly, yet still could not evade disaster. The weighty hose struck down upon his left shoulder. He coughed, a metallic sweetness surging from deep within his throat. Shiyu, Jiang Ning. The staff, taken by surprise, rushed to their side. The leading assailant, feeling guilty, attempted to flee with his companions, only to be cornered by Shen Yubai and other staff members at the entrance. Jiang Shiyu, are you all right? Jiang Ning's voice was a mix of anger and urgency. Why did you shield me? Jiang Shiyu pressed against his chest, feeling a dull ache in his heart despite the impact being on his back. He bent slightly, his vision starting to blur, and weakly shook his head at Jiang Ning, whispering, I'm fine. Before he could finish, the world spun around him, and he leaned forward, toppling over. Shiyu, are you okay? Where are the police? No, call a doctor. Call an ambulance. Quickly. The staff supporting him cried out in alarm. Forget the ambulance. You need to take him to the nearest hospital for a checkup now. Jiang Ning shouted in exasperation. The staff, realizing the gravity of the situation, snapped back to attention. The onlookers, understanding the urgency, graciously parted to allow two men to carry the half-conscious Jiang Shiyu away swiftly. Jiang Ning withdrew her piercing gaze. If her earlier anger had merely been an appetizer, the actions of this group had truly ignited her fury. She strode forward with determination, dragging out the perpetrator. Sensing fear, realized too late the danger. Alone, she felt no fear. However, her strength was no match for Jiang Ning as she struggled, her face flushed with embarrassment. What are you doing? Let me go. Slap, slap, slap. Jiang Ning's furious slaps were insufficient to satiate her rage. Did your parents bring you into this world merely to teach you to harm others for your own selfish desires, disregarding their very lives? The other fans, trembling in fear, were rendered speechless by Jiang Ning's overwhelming fury. Only the one grasped by her collar continued to struggle, shouting in desperation, "You hit me. I will destroy you. I will rally everyone to hunt you down." "Hunt her down?" Jiang Ning sneered. "You need not concern yourself with that. Allow me to introduce myself, Jiang Ning, of the Jiang Group." She paused momentarily. Her voice, which should have been sweet and sultry, now dripped with a chilling malice akin to that of a demon. "If you believe you still have a chance." What did this woman mean? Chapter 47. A deceptive scheme in that moment. The palpable threat of death from the fervent fans instilled genuine fear. Jiang Ning grasped her as one would a small chick, unceremoniously tossing her before the day's photographer. "Is the camera rolling?" The photographer, bewildered, nodded before shaking his head. Initially, it had been operational, as it was a live broadcast, but upon realizing Jiang Ning was about to open the fire alarm box outside, he hastily decided to cease filming, fearing the repercussions. Jiang Ning, with an air of indifference, commanded, "Resume filming." The photographer hesitated, caught off guard. Suddenly, the earpiece relayed the furious voice of the director. "Don't act recklessly. Wait for me. I'm on my way. I'll handle this." Jiang Ning calmly reassured the troubled photographer. "Continue filming. Should anything occur, Jiang's company will take full responsibility." Jiang Xiu had been taken to the hospital, and the situation remained uncertain. When Yin Yin lingered at the entrance, anxiously awaiting the outcome, the shopkeeper wore a sorrowful expression, wishing to discuss compensation, yet aware that now was not the time for such discussions. Around 20 fervent fans crowded the store, filling the previously spacious area, their faces reflecting a flicker of emotions, predominantly resentment rather than shame. This group of fans felt no remorse for their actions. The photographer gritted his teeth, deciding to take the plunge. "To hell with it. If I lose my job, so be it," he thought, recognizing the reckless nature of these fans. If no one exposed them, would they escape unscathed? The camera started rolling. The live broadcast commenced. A frenzy of onlookers surged into the stream upon hearing that Jiang Ning had instructed the photographer to resume filming. The fervent fans, now filled with trepidation, particularly the one who had instigated the violence, visibly paled. Having been in this line of work for many years, they had prepared meticulously, disguising themselves from head to toe to ensure anonymity. They understood the unspoken rules of the industry. Such a significant filming incident would surely not be captured. Even if it were, the production team would likely refrain from airing the footage, fearing liability. As for any footage captured by others, they believed the production team would take precautions to ensure that any uploaded videos would be swiftly removed, leaving no trace. However, all their disguises were stripped away under the powerful spray of water, leaving their hats soaked and discarded in the puddles, sunglasses shattered, and masks torn away and sullied. At that moment, they felt as exposed as if standing naked before others. With only a shred of dignity left, they held on desperately. If the camera were to capture this. "No, please no. I cannot let my parents see me," one of them cried out, covering her face in anguish. The others soon followed suit, terrified beyond measure. "If my colleagues see me, I'm doomed. I cannot be recognized. Please don't film us. We were wrong. I swear I'll never do this again. I deceived my mother, claiming I had a study session with classmates. I also misled my boss into thinking I had returned home due to a bereavement. If my boss sees me live streaming, I would lose my job, and I cannot afford that. I'm also terrified that my friends might discover my identity as a devoted fan." One person nudged the leader. "Xiao Zi, think of a solution quickly. I dread the thought of being exposed." Xiao Zi, the one who had struck someone with a water pipe, believed herself braver than the rest. While others averted their eyes in shame, she did not, though her gaze flickered when faced with the camera. "Fear not. They have no right to film us. If they do, it is an invasion of our privacy. We will first sue this woman, and then this show." She reassured her companions. Then, she shouted at Jiang Ning with false bravado, "We are here merely to pursue our idols. Is there anything wrong with that? Unrepentant, A cold glint passed through Jiang Ning's eyes. Indeed, there was nothing wrong with idol worship. She regarded the ostentatious group before her with a detached expression. But is this a genuine pursuit of admiration? Under the guise of fandom, you engage in stalking, harassment, and disruption of public order. And today, your actions have escalated to violence. Her piercing gaze swept across them, rendering them exposed. Are you sincere in your fandom? Cloaked in masks and hats, whom do you truly wish to pursue? Have you even considered whether those you idolize wish to be pursued? They were nothing but a wretched swarm, living in the filth of their own making, masquerading their vile behavior as admiration. Jiang Ning found no merit in wasting her breath on them. The other two groups had yet to arrive. Perhaps they faced obstacles en route or were simply too distant. The scene here had already been brought under control, and the onlookers no longer stood idly by but glared at the swarm of devoted fans with shared disdain. She was unconcerned about their escape. With delicate fingers, she pointed them out one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 23 individuals. You shall await my lawyeress letter. Passing by the beleaguered shopkeeper, her demeanor returned to normal. I apologize. I will arrange for someone to discuss compensation with you shortly. The shopkeeper, witnessing the disarray of his establishment, nodded gratefully. Wonderful. Finally, someone remembers to seek justice on my behalf. Jiang Ning cast a glance at Wen Yin, scrutinizing her, unable to comprehend. What are you still doing here? Wen Yin momentarily snapped back to reality. Her pale face, besides the sting, felt inexplicably warm. She hesitated to meet Jiang Ning's gaze, nervously murmuring "I." She too was uncertain of her presence here. The wound on her face throbbed painfully. She understood the significance of a female actor's appearance. However, when being assisted away by the staff, she had halted upon hearing Jiang Ning speak. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of how Jiang Ning would handle the situation if she were in her place, trapped alongside Jiang Shiryu. Would Jiang Ning also be as flustered and helpless? It was this contemplation that led her to remain in silence. At this moment, being noticed by Jiang Ning made her heart race inexplicably, and her face began to flush. With her face in such a disheveled state, did she still have time to dawdle? Jiang Ning furrowed her brows. Are you attempting to stall for time? Hoping that your injuries will worsen so you can extort a considerable sum from them before withdrawing from the scene entirely? Wen Yin, oblivious to the implication, responded with a confused, No. Well, all right. It seemed she was so startled that she couldn't move. Was this really such a trivial matter? Jiang Ning exasperated, inquired. I'm heading to the hospital. Are you coming with me? She intended to check on Jiang Shiyu's condition and could conveniently take this dazed little flower along to tend to her wounds. Senior brother, I'll leave the finishing touches to you. Jiang Ning entrusted the remaining tasks to Shen Yubai. Shen Yubai nodded. I'll find you shortly. After years of shared experiences in the laboratory, they had developed a tacit understanding. A mere glance could reassure the other. Chapter 48. The youth could no longer endure by the time the director and the crew hastily arrived. Jiang Ning had already reached the hospital. The island's medical facility was a modest general hospital, situated a mere 15 minutes away. She entrusted Wen Yin to a nurse, instructing the accompanying staff to keep a watchful eye. After inquiring about Jiang Shiyu's condition, she learned that he had completed his examinations, revealing mild internal injuries that necessitated a few days of hospitalization. Instantly, Jiang Ning's expression darkened to that of the vast Pacific Ocean. In the third-floor VIP ward, muffled voices of contention seeped through the closed door. Shiyu, the doctor has stated that you must remain for observation, and you have wounds that require treatment. The staff implored earnestly. Jiang Shiyu's impatient voice interrupted. I told you, this minor injury is nothing to fret over. I am not leaving and not returning. I assure you I'll take a quick look and return immediately. I will bear the responsibility. Is that acceptable? Hey, Shiyu, the needle cannot be removed, Mr. Jiang. You must not move recklessly. The sound of hurried footsteps rushed towards the door. Behind, the anxious pleas of the staff and nurses followed. Standing at the entrance, Jiang Ning paused for a moment before raising her hand to knock on the door. Knock, knock. The argument ceased abruptly. Through the door, Jiang Ning sensed the breath of those inside momentarily halt. In the next instant, a loud crash echoed, akin to something being overturned, followed by the startled exclamation of a nurse. Amidst the ensuing chaos, a resigned voice emerged. "Come in." Jiang Ning turned the doorknob. The hospital room was a small suite of about 20 square meters, simply adorned and easily comprehensible. The window was ajar, and a potted plant stood nearby. There was a wardrobe, a television cabinet, and a bed. The staff and the nurse stood on either side of the bed. Jiang Xiyu had donned a patient gown, the light blue fabric contrasting with his disheveled hair and pallid complexion, lending him an inexplicable aura of youthful fragility. With wounds in need of attention, Jiang Xiyu sat upright on the bed, cooperating as he lifted the hem of his gown, revealing a set of well-defined abs marred by a complex array of scars. It was said he'd been harassed by a devoted fan. The young nurse, witnessing this heartbreaking sight, felt a flush of embarrassment rise to her cheeks. Despite the slightly irritable process of undressing before her, how could one hold a grudge against such striking beauty? The nurse, her hands trembling uncontrollably as she held a cotton swab smeared with ointment, could hardly maintain her composure. Upon seeing Jiang Ning enter, the staff exclaimed as if they had spotted a savior. "Jiang Ning, you're here. Xiyu has been insisting on seeing you." Jiang Xiyu immediately refuted fiercely. "Nonsense. When did I say I wanted to see her? It was clearly you who feared the incident would escalate and sought to check on me. I even tried to stop you." The staff. The nurse. Jiang Xiyu cast a glance at Jiang Ning, quickly averting his gaze before dramatically putting on a mask of pain. "Are you new? Can't you even apply ointment properly?" The nurse, taken aback, looked down at the cotton swab in her hand, utterly bewildered. She had yet to begin applying the medication when Jiang Xiyu abruptly turned away, unwilling to let her touch him. He commanded, "You are no longer needed here. Leave. Bring her over." In that moment, the little nurse heard the sound of her own heart shattering. The staff exchanged glances between the awkward Jiang Xiyu and the composed Jiang Ning, reflecting on how he had just been clamoring to find her, only to deny his feelings when she arrived. What was there to misunderstand? He knew. They all understood. Quickly, one of the day's nurses exchanged a knowing glance, suggesting that they were of no use here and that Jiang Ning should administer the medication. "Nurse, please step outside with me for a moment." As the door closed once more, the once noisy ward fell into a profound silence. Jiang Ning stood still, while Jiang Xiyu maintained his position, poised for the medication. After a moment of hesitation, he awkwardly uttered, "What's the matter? Are you going to give me the medicine or not?" He still had his back turned to Jiang Ning, his gaze flickering, yet he dared not look at her. A needle was inserted into the back of his right hand, presumably reinserted by the nurse just before Jiang Ning entered. The long intravenous tube connected to the infusion bag. Jiang Ning glanced at the infusion bag, which had just begun, and let out a slight sigh. Without refusing, she approached, dragging over a stool to sit down. On the bedside table lay the materials left by the nurse. Jiang Ning picked up a clean cotton swab, lowered her head, and gently poked his side. "Lift your shirt a bit," she instructed. Feeling the warm, fleeting touch of her fingertip, Jiang Xiyu's entire body stiffened momentarily. After a pause, he stammered, "Why are you lifting my shirt? Are you tempted by my body?" "Let me tell you, my body is only for my wife to see." Jiang Ning chuckled. "Then it seems you have quite a few wives. Anyone can buy a ticket to see your body." Jiang Xiyu completely forgot the essential aspect of the concert, as the entire audience fervently chanted, "Take it off! Take it off! MD!" When did the atmosphere in this circle become like this? It had corrupted this fine young man, who upheld the values of integrity and beauty. I declare, from this moment on, today has made me profoundly aware of one thing. My beauty, my body, is of utmost importance. I have decided that from this moment forth, only my wife may see my body. Only my wife may touch me. Without a word, Jiang Ning capped the ointment. "Then you can save it for your wife to treat your wounds later." "Hey, no, don't. Jiang Ning, I'm injured like this. And you want to help me? Are you even human?" He straightened his back, approaching her with a fierce demeanor. She disdainfully extended a finger to stop him from getting too close, scrutinizing the deep claw marks on his back, her brow furrowing in concern. What kind of obsessive fans were these? They were nothing short of violent offenders, with swift and decisive movements, Jiang Ning treated the wounds on his back. She unceremoniously slapped his back. Turn around. Jiang Shiyu yelped, be gentle. Didn't you hear the doctor say my internal organs are damaged? Jiang Ning's expression remained unperturbed. Since you were aware of your injuries, why did you still recklessly insist on going out to find me? She had heard everything. As Jiang Shiyu turned around, he found himself face to face with Jiang Ning, rendering him momentarily immobile. It was not until he felt a gentle touch against his abdomen, the coolness of the medicinal ointment evaporating at the wound, that his restless gaze began to settle slightly. His eyes drifted downward. He stood rigid, and the area around his abdomen was difficult to reach. Thus, Jiang Ning had a half squat, her head level with his midsection. The abdominal muscles were a veritable disaster zone. Far worse than his back. Imprints of fingers, nail marks, and scratches, exacerbated by the water, had left his skin raw and shocking to behold. Those damn fans! Jiang Ning cursed inwardly, advising him that it might hurt a little and to bear with it. Oh, in that moment, the tender-hearted boy realized he could no longer endure the pain. Chapter 49. Who among us can endure so much? Who among us possesses such remarkable fortitude? The girl whom Xiao had cherished for years was now crouched right before him, so close that her radiant little face seemed to shimmer with brilliance. Her gaze was intensely focused on his injured area, her breath barely perceptible yet warm, enveloping his sensitive skin. That delicate hand, as smooth as jade, gently prodded various spots on his abdomen with a cotton swab. He recognized her genuine concern for him, yet the way she applied pressure felt tantalizingly provocative. What was more shocking was that she leaned closer, blowing softly on the affected area. This was unbearable. Jiang Shiyu felt the tension in his mind snap like a taut string. Though he was acutely aware that the situation was inappropriate, he shamefully realized that little Jiang had risen to attention. He feared she would notice and turn against him, fidgeting anxiously. His once firm grip on the bedsheet became strained, the knuckles prominent and veins visible as he held his breath, discreetly clutching a corner of the blanket and gradually pulling it away. He tugged. Suddenly, Jiang Ning looked up. What are you doing? Jiang Shiyu froze. Seeing him drenched in sweat and breathing heavily, she raised an eyebrow, questioning, is it that painful? Pain? No. He was merely flustered, yet he could not allow her to discover his distress. The boy, in a state of chaotic disarray, could only resort to erratic responses. I'm not dead. How could I not feel anything? But she was merely treating superficial wounds, and yet she had drawn out a pained expression from him. His internal injuries hadn't even prompted a cry. Was the ointment too harsh? Jiang Ning examined the tube of ointment on the tray. His voice was stiff as he replied, perhaps. I suggest you try it. What nonsense! Unable to discern the underlying issue, Jiang Ning placed the ointment back in its place and shot him a bewildered glance. This troublesome child. She cast her eyes downwards and inadvertently caught a glimpse. For a fleeting moment, she was taken aback. The next instant, taking a deep breath, she hurled the cotton swab at the blushing boy, her face darkening. You apply it yourself. Jiang Shiyu hurriedly grasped her arm. Where are you going? With effort, Jiang Ning squeezed out two words, avoiding you. Jiang Shiyu vehemently protested. Avoiding what? You're right here. Don't think I don't know. If you step outside, you and T come back. Jiang Ning, having grown up together, he could discern her thoughts with just a glance. Seeing her silent and unresponsive, Jiang Shiyu's temper flared. Do you truly intend to leave without looking back? Jiang Ning, do you even have a heart? I'm injured and in the hospital. Jiang Ning remained silent. Jiang Shiyu clutched her tightly, his handsome face transitioning from embarrassment to shame, then to anger, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. In the end, with reddened eyes, he glared at the resolute woman before him, releasing her hand in a fit of petulance as he turned away. Fine. If you wish to leave, then go. I certainly do not need you here. Her voice was hoarse, resonating with profound sorrow. Jiang Ning felt a considerable headache. Who could teach her how to navigate her child's tumultuous teenage years? She had no intention of leaving. The earlier embarrassment of witnessing little Jiang salute her through his thin pants had dissipated in the wake of the child's antics. She sat back down. At the moment Jiang Shiyu released her hand, regret washed over him. turning away without glancing back. His heart brimmed with frustration. He had already envisioned what would happen if she turned coldly away. He would chase after her and lock the door. Then, he would unleash all his fervor to persuade her to stay. However, after straining his ears for what felt like an eternity, he heard neither footsteps nor the sound of the door closing. His heart, fluttering anxiously, began to ease slightly. There was silence behind him. What was she doing? Under normal circumstances, this should have been a moment for a deep conversation between them. But should they? Given the situation, he longed to hear her affirming words. Yet, he feared that her affirmation would not align with his desires. Jiang Shiyu was engulfed in inner turmoil. Just then, faint sounds reached his ears. Jiang Ning was rummaging through the drawer. What was she searching for? She stood up. Was she still intent on leaving? No. She moved toward the bathroom. The faucet turned on. Jiang Shiyu discreetly turned his head to glance towards the bathroom. The door was ajar, and he could only see a corner of her clothing. The sound of water ceased. Jiang Shiyu grabbed the blanket and covered himself, sitting up straight in an instant. When Jiang Ning emerged from washing the knife, she found the patient sitting upright on the hospital bed, his face taut, lips pressed tightly together, not even glancing in her direction. Amused, she remained silent and approached to sit down again. A fruit platter sat on the bedside table, and Jiang Ning picked up an apple to peel. Thus, without looking aside, Jiang Shiyu soon caught a whiff of the sweet and tangy scent of the apple amidst the rustling of the peel. He had exhausted himself throughout the day, his energy depleted, having eaten only a meager breakfast. Now, the fragrant aroma of the fruit made his stomach grumble. Jiang Ning had already peeled an apple for him, and he felt he ought to give her a way out. With this thought, he stiffly declared, "I want to eat an apple." Almost simultaneously, a crisp sound of crunching filled the air. Jiang Shiyu turned in disbelief. He saw Jiang Ning taking a bite out of the apple, asking him who bought the apples. They're quite sweet. Shouldn't she have been peeling an apple for him? Why was she enjoying it first? Jiang Shiyu felt hurt and aggrieved. Unable to resist glaring at her, he muttered, "I don't know." She met his gaze briefly. Fearing she might misconstrue his irritation, he elongated his face and explained, "I saw them when I returned from my examination. They might have been provided by the VIP ward." Only then did Jiang Ning respond, "You want an apple? Should I peel one for you?" I've already done it." She was still trying to outmaneuver him. However, it is sufficient to jest to a certain extent. Should the teasing persist, genuine ire may ensue. Jiang Ning chuckled helplessly, choosing not to engage with the petulant child. She set aside the apple she had bitten into and selected another from the fruit bowl. Jiang Shiyu, with an impassive expression, reached for the apple she had previously nibbled, bringing it to his lips and taking a hefty bite. "No need, I shall consume this one," he declared defiantly, turning his head as he chewed, casting her a challenging, sidelong glance. Is that acceptable? How utterly childish, were it not for his physical condition. Jiang Ning would have dearly loved to subdue him on the bed with a sound thrashing. She met his gaze with calmness for a moment, then leaned forward to ruffle his hair. His face, vividly beautiful, bore a smile laced with mischief, reminiscent of the wolf in a fairy tale. "Look at you, having grown so much yet still unable to shed the habit of scavenging from others." Crack! The apple in Jiang Shiyu's hand fell to the ground. Chapter 50. Stay with me tonight. He recalled his childhood, a time when he lacked understanding. During family gatherings, he found the food on her plate particularly enticing and would incessantly pester her for a swap. This eventually evolved into him sitting opposite her at the dining table, eyeing her dish with keen interest. The moment she took a bite and nodded in approval, he would eagerly exchange his plate with hers. The adults would tease him, saying he had consumed his sister's saliva and would grow up to heed her words. Back then, in his little tuxedo, perched on a lofty armchair, he would stab a piece of steak with his fork and chew voraciously, all the while glaring at Jiang Ning, who wore a princess dress and smiled gently at him. His heart swelled with indignation. What sister? They were born in the same year. He refused to acknowledge her as such. It was perplexing. Although the food was identical, the morsels he snatched from her plate tasted remarkably better. In his youthful ignorance, he did not comprehend this. As he grew a little older, she guided him through his first social dance under the admiring gazes of the guests. That night, he had a rather peculiar dream. The following day, Staring at the disheveled bedsheets, he felt dazed and incredulous, a mix of embarrassment and irritation washing over him as memories resurfaced. Jiang Shiyu's handsome face flushed with heat. How long ago had it been? Why did she keep bringing up the past? Jiang Ning simply smiled, her expression laden with meaning. Jiang Shiyu felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart and began to act petulantly. I'm thirsty. Give me some water. Given his condition, Jiang Ning tended to him with some measure of care and obediently poured him a glass of water. He opened his mouth like a young master, insisting, feed me. Jiang Ning squinted and reminded him, isn't it your hand that is injured? He paid no heed to such trivialities. He simply wanted her to feed him. In moments like these, Jiang Ning showed him a modicum of patience. If not now, when would she voice her demands? When he was well again? He wasn't foolish. Jiang Shiyu turned his face away, stubbornly concocting an excuse. My internal organs are damaged. Just a slight movement makes my chest constrict. Jiang Ning was at a loss, lifting the cup to his lips, open wide. After he took a couple of small sips, she couldn't help but chide him playfully. You're such a child. Childish or not, as long as the tactic worked, it was sufficient for him. Jiang Shiyu smacked his lips contentedly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He cast her a sidelong glance, quickly masking his grin, taking on a righteous tone. You'll stay with me tonight. Instantly, Jiang Ning declined, no way. Jiang Shiyu was incredulous. I'm injured. Are you really going to leave me here alone? There are nurses in the hospital, and the production team can arrange for staff to accompany you. They are more than willing to help, Jiang Ning suggested. Jiang Shiyu, his face darkened, pressed her. What if I insist on you keeping me company? Will you? Jiang Ning stood firm in her refusal. No way. This troublesome child had always been one to push boundaries. Helping him with water was one thing, but staying with him? She had no intention of indulging him. She earnestly suggested, you shouldn't have anyone else accompany you. Take care of yourself tonight, and if you need anything, ring for the nurse. Jiang Shiyu could not restrain himself, springing up from the bed, fury evident in his gaze. Jiang Ning, you're being excessive. I'm injured, do you even care? 15 minutes after Jiang Ning's departure, both the production team and the police arrived simultaneously. Shen Yubai entrusted the matter to the accompanying photographer for handover, ensuring that over 20 fans were firmly under police control before he felt at ease to proceed to the hospital to find Jiang Ning. The news of Jiang Shiyu's injury had already spread. At the request of the production team, the local police station dispatched officers to monitor the hospital alongside the staff, preventing any further incidents. After granting permission, Shen Yubai made his way to the third floor, standing before the VIP ward. He adjusted his slightly labored breathing, about to knock on the door when, unexpectedly, a brief sound of the girl's sobbing emanated from within. He paused slightly, taken aback. In stark contrast to his usual audacious demeanor, the boy's voice came out hoarse and entreating, filled with yearning. Jiang Ning, it hurts, I really hurt. It's so painful. So painful, can't you just feel a little pity for me? You said before, when I was sick, you would stay with me. I don't care. You absolutely cannot leave. You mustn't go. I'll let you go no matter what. His long, fair fingers slowly withdrew. Outside the ward, Shen Yubai lowered his eyes, the golden-rimmed glasses perched on his prominent nose, the usually gentle and courteous depths of his dark eyes flickering with self-mockery. Footsteps approached from behind him. He turned indifferently to see Fu Xinian, Su Xingman, Lu Huai, and Yi Rui hastily appear, followed by the director and medical staff. He silently concealed all emotions in an instant. Facing everyone, he forced a semblance of an understanding smile at the corners of his lips, though it bore no hint of genuine mirth. Apologies, but it seems this is not an opportune time for a visit. The group, puzzled, instinctively halted in their tracks. Just then, an exasperated voice from the ward pierced through. Jiang Shiyu, you're taking advantage and still acting innocent. Isn't that enough? The expression of Fu Xinian instantly cooled, his face devoid of emotion as he bypassed Shen Yubai, perfunctorily knocking twice on the door. Without waiting for a response, he turned the knob and stepped inside. The others hesitated for a moment before following suit, a wave of them surging in. Jiang, are you all right? We came to see you. Inside the ward, a pillow was hurled out, accompanied by Jiang Shiyu's fierce voice. "Who told you to come in? Get out, all of you. Just get lost." Shen Yubai stood outside the door, motionless for a long while. Eventually, he took a step back. Despite being prepared, a sharp pain surged through his heart, akin to countless ants gnawing at him, leaving him feeling somewhat disoriented. The stairwell was just beside him. Without a second thought, he pushed the door open. In the corridor, a figure stood by the window, exhaling wisps of smoke. It appeared to be a family member of a patient, likely in their 40s or 50s, their face etched with worry. Upon hearing the sound, they lifted their gaze. Shen Yubai looked at the individual and inquired, "Do you have a cigarette?" The person seemed taken aback, but said nothing, instead rummaging through their pocket to retrieve a pack of the cheapest brand, containing only 2 or 3 cigarettes. As they offered one to Shen Yubai, their eyes revealed a hint of reluctance, yet they remained silent, skillfully lighting it for him. They casually asked, "You seem unfamiliar. Are you visiting from out of town?" Shen Yubai, with a cigarette held at an angle, responded nonchalantly, Chapter 51. "Do you have a problem with me?" The man chuckled, inquiring how he ended up at the hospital. "It's just a minor issue," he declared, a phrase that inexplicably unlocked his narrative. He took a deep drag from his cigarette. "Minor ailments, small expenses, easily manageable. Anyone can afford that." Yet, his voice dwindled, shrouded in melancholy, unlike me, who feels powerless. Realizing Shen Yubai was observing him, he offered a wistful introduction. "I am a local here. A few years back, my family had some land expropriated, and I thought we had struck it rich. But then, a year ago, my wife was diagnosed with cancer, and all our savings went into her treatment. It didn't work, and the costs at other hospitals are exorbitant. We've exhausted our funds, and I couldn't bear the burden. Last week, we returned here to endure." The man, considerably older, spoke with tears welling in his eyes, on the verge of sobbing. Yet he quickly regained his composure and took another drag from his cigarette. With a swift motion, he extinguished the remaining half against the tiled windowsill, carefully placing it back into its original box. Noticing Shen Yubai's gaze upon him, he awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "Don't misunderstand me. I don't usually smoke like this. I limit myself to 2 a day, and today, I'm giving you 1. I'll save the rest." He continued, "Brother, don't let me affect you. Health is paramount. Enjoy your time here. You seem so young and accomplished. Are you here with your girlfriend? There are many delightful spots for couples like you. Consider proposing here in the future. I assure you, this place has a spirit that brings good fortune. My wife is nearly done with her examinations, so I must take my leave." He spoke enthusiastically, waving off with feigned nonchalance, quickly bounding up the stairs. "Wait," Shen Yubai called after him. The man turned back, curious if there was something Shen wanted to ask. Leisurely, Shen inquired, "How much more do you need for the medical expenses?" Caught off guard by the question, the man replied earnestly, I don't know. The doctor said it's a bottomless pit." Shen Yubai extended his fingers, holding the cigarette out the window, and flicked it gently. He recited a number, instructing the man that someone would take care of his wife's medical expenses moving forward. The man gaped in astonishment, unable to close his mouth for what felt like an eternity. "You." Shen Yubai gestured towards the cigarette in his hand. And the more the man expressed his excitement, the more indifferent Shen's tone became. "Consider it a token of gratitude." The middle-aged man could hardly fathom why someone would willingly part with a sum of money that could take a lifetime to earn, in exchange for a single cigarette, especially one of such inferior quality. He mused that even if a whole pack were discarded on the ground, few would bother to pick it up. He initially believed Shen Yubai was jesting, yet the sincerity in his demeanor suggested otherwise. He attempted to dial the number provided, and, true to the man's words, arrangements were promptly made for a vehicle to transport them to the finest hospital, the most luxurious ward, and the most esteemed doctors. Until his wife was discharged from the hospital, the entire family felt as though they were in a dream. The man was filled with regret, for on that fateful day, swayed by doubt, he had failed to bow in gratitude to his benefactor. Afterward, when he attempted to express his thanks over the phone, the voice on the other end, upon recognizing him, replied coldly, "Professor Shen said there are no debts between you. Henceforth, there is no need to be in contact," before abruptly hanging up. Reflecting on that day, he recalled how, after noting the phone number, He had descended the stairs with a look of disbelief, glancing back repeatedly. The other party remained in the same stance, positioned by the window, backlit by the sun. It seemed as if, sensing his lingering gaze, they had been disturbed and cast him a displeased, sidelong glance. The eyes behind the golden-rimmed glasses, in stark contrast to their gentle and humble exterior, bore no hint of the warmth of humanity. It was as if the elegant facade he presented was merely a guise, concealing the unspoken depths of his true feelings beneath a cultured veneer. After the man left in a state of agitation, Shun Yubai gazed out of the window with an air of detachment. The hospital was situated in a residential area, and through the window, he could see the continuous array of distinctive houses of varying heights, further adorned by the blue sky, white clouds, and the expanse of the azure sea. As he gazed absent-mindedly into the distance, his thoughts began to drift. He first met Jiang Ning in his third year as a doctoral student when his advisor introduced 3 new members to the lab, one by one. 2 junior male students and 1 junior female student. The other 2 male students, upon hearing the introduction, looked at him with a mix of admiration and shyness. Shin Yubai, accustomed to such external admiration, remained unfazed. Yet, Jiang Ning made a lasting impression on him from the very first meeting. At first glance, adorned with light makeup and dressed in a style uniquely her own, she was an extraordinarily beautiful and delicate girl. Not that there were no beautiful women in the lab, but her appearance, which suggested fragility, was ill-suited for the environment, and such dainty types rarely lasted long. He had encountered many girls like her, each entered with bright smiles, only to leave in tears. Those who persevered either relied on charm to seek assistance or had influential connections. When she extended her hand to shake his, her words were amusingly naive, revealing her lack of awareness. "Senior Shun, I will stick with you from now on. Please take care of me." Her soft, tender hand, like that of an infant, only reinforced his initial impression. She was indeed a delicate girl. Unbeknownst to her, as she withdrew her hand, her little finger seemed to inadvertently brush against the back of his hand. With a mischievous smile, she declared, "Senior, I will work hard to catch up with you soon." Shin Yubai narrowed his eyes. Was she flirting with him? Under the benevolent gaze of their advisor, he allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, replying humbly, "I look forward to it." Catching up to him? A mere dream. He had set his sights on her. He appeared amiable and easygoing, bestowing upon her an unusual degree of attention. In reality, the tasks he assigned were either endless literature reviews or immersing herself in the laboratory, laboriously designing experiments, conducting trials, organizing data, revisiting literature, and refining her experiments. At times, even when her paper was already well-crafted, he would still deliberately seek faults. Initially, she was adept at pleasing him, complying with his every request, but gradually, she began to suspect his intentions. Shin Yubai did not anticipate her fortitude. While her junior colleagues departed, she approached him directly. She presented him with a manuscript that had been revised no fewer than 20 times, and as he took it from her for review, she wore a composed smile and unexpectedly inquired, "Senior, do you find me disagreeable?" Chapter 52. Shun Yubai versus Jiang Ning. He paused momentarily while holding the manuscript, as if he were meticulously studying the revisions she had made. After a brief silence, he lifted his gaze, slightly astonished, and retorted, "Junior sister, how could you possibly think that?" His expression remained composed, though a hint of surprise lingered within his untroubled heart. Typically, when confronted with such a counter-question, most would feel embarrassed and hastily apologize for their misunderstanding. Jiang Ning, however, was different. With her beautifully shaped brows furrowed, she raised 3 fingers and solemnly declared, 3 seconds. Brother, you took a full 3 seconds to consider my question. Usually, in the lab, when someone asks you something, you respond almost instantly after hearing the question. The charming young woman seemed to have discovered a delightful revelation, her round eyes wide with excitement, as she tilted her head and exclaimed, "Ah, brother, do you really find my question more difficult to answer than the challenges we face in the lab?" Shin Yubai regarded her with calmness. He observed how her previous expression shifted as she playfully said, I'm sorry, brother. Did I startle you?" He was baffled, responding ambiguously with a monosyllabic sound. Jiang Ning, scratching her head with a playful demeanor, proclaimed, "We're all in this together." She casually mentioned several names, referring to those who frequently collaborated with her on experiments. "Brother, you always set me aside, giving me special attention. You even go through my assignments word by word. They are all envious of me. They don't openly express their jealousy, but are attempting to brainwash me, saying you don't like me and are just messing with me. No one else has as many trivial matters to deal with as I do. Just a bunch of gossips. I don't believe what they say. But when I saw everyone leave, and it was just you and me left, I couldn't help but speak up to tease you. I know you must like me the most. Otherwise, why would you be so dedicated, sacrificing your personal time just to guide me step by step? I'm immensely grateful to you. A brother prefers peace and quiet. Have I spoken too much and disturbed you?" Jiang Ning's petite mouth continued to chatter like a rapid-fire machine gun. Once she had finished her thoughts, she covered her mouth, suddenly realizing her oversight. Her mischievous, dark, round eyes danced across his face. The tone of her voice, whether intentional or habitual, lingered on the ends of her sentences, transforming even a simple statement into a playful plea. He found it somewhat unsettling. Indeed, it was rather noisy. He nodded in agreement. Though he may not acknowledge her capabilities, he could not deny her naturally melodious voice. When she played the part of a charming coquette, it was enchanting. Yet, when she expressed displeasure or frustration, it rang clear and sharp. For instance, her veiled criticisms at the moment. Did he not catch on? As he contemplated this, he noticed her beaming smile beginning to falter. With a gentle smile, he reassured her, "But it's quite all right. I enjoy it." He added, "Do not concern yourself with what others say or how they perceive you. Focus solely on your own responsibilities." The girl, blushing, shyly replied, "All right, Senior, you're truly kind." He maintained his gentle smile. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before she gradually lowered her gaze, inadvertently revealing a glimpse of her delicate, smooth neck, with her perfect collarbone subtly visible. The laboratory's white light accentuated her bright eyes and radiant smile, her porcelain skin exuding a beauty that balanced on the brink of purity and desire. At first glance, he recognized her beauty, yet in that moment, he realized he had underestimated her allure. Images of her playfully jesting with her fellow colleagues earlier flashed through his mind. No wonder everyone enjoyed teasing her. In the realm of social interaction, high beauty is an immediate asset. She was wielding this asset to captivate him. For the second time, suddenly, Shen Yubai felt the air in the laboratory becoming stifling. He raised the thick stack of documents in his hand. "I still need to review these papers. Why don't you head back first?" The girl, with her habitual elongated tone, replied, "I think I'll wait a bit longer." "Senior." He smiled wryly. "I'm afraid I'll be quite late." She sighed in disappointment. "Very well. I shall return on my own. Goodbye, Senior." She waved her small hand affectionately. As the door closed, it opened again almost immediately. Shin Yubai had already composed himself to greet her. A small head peeked inside, locking eyes with him instantly. The young girl's beautiful face radiated a dazzling smile as she leaned against the doorframe. "Senior, remember to like me, okay? You can be strict with me. I can handle it." She playfully raised her tiny fist, hastily uttering her words, leaving Shun Yubai momentarily stunned as she slipped away for real this time. In the empty laboratory, Shin Yubai took a while to regain his composure. He looked down at the documents in his hand, filled with dense pencil scribbles. These were the experimental data he knew all too well, yet his mind could absorb not a single word. The paper, which should have smelled of ink, instead exuded a faint, fragrant aroma, subtly distracting him. It was her little trick. Though everyone used the same paper, she was the only one who enjoyed spritzing it with perfume, deliberately drawing attention. His usual disdain for such antics was somehow swayed tonight. The floral scent lingered at the tip of his nose as Shun Yubai slowly caressed the paper. Images of the girl's smiling face from moments ago surfaced in his mind, followed by her graceful figure standing before him. Her slender, pale neck appeared fragile, like a delicate bud that could snap at any moment, fragile yet tempting. Yet all of this was merely superficial. The girl's earlier grandiloquent words were but a means to express her dissatisfaction with his arrangements. It was a test, and simultaneously, a warning. Tonight, Shun Yubai had reevaluated his perception of her. She was indeed a clever child. Did she desire him to be stricter? Very well. Tomorrow, he would grant her wish. Thus, it was decided. In the subsequent period, the entire cohort of the laboratory discerned that the enchanting Jiang Shimi was exceedingly busy. The source of her relentless activity stemmed from her dear brother, Shun. Shimi, could you kindly analyze the results of this experiment? Shimi, haven't you always aspire to learn? For this PPT, why not attempt to complete it independently? Shimi, congratulations. You are tasked with writing this article. Shimi, I regret to inform you that your paper has not been approved. I have marked the sections that require revision. Please take it back and amend those parts. It is imperative that you make further modifications. Take it back and revise it. Revise. These directives pertain to work-related arrangements. However, the meticulousness expected in their tasks was compounded by Shun's insistence on overseeing Jiang Shimi's attire as well. Chapter 53 Shun Yubai versus Jiang Ning 2 Personally. I harbor no objections to women adorning themselves with makeup. Whether for self-pleasure or to please others, it constitutes a normal aesthetic. However, junior sister, what should we do? There are certain experiments for which we ought not to be adorned. I happen to have some makeup remover. Would you mind taking a moment to cleanse your face? Junior sister, your skirt is rather short, a slight bend at the waist and cough. After all, we are in the laboratory with our peers present, and we must be mindful of the occasion. Junior sister, do fasten your buttons. We wouldn't want any accidental exposures. The frequency of their encounters, no. It would be more accurate to say, the frequency with which Shun Yubai seeks out Jiang Ning has become the subject of much gossip. Is it true that senior brother Shun is romantically involved with junior sister Jiang? Otherwise, why would he be so concerned? Overseeing not only academic assignments, but also her personal attire? He frets over her skirt being too short and her buttons undone, as if he were guarding his own possessions. Such domineering behavior can only be described as that of a boyfriend. Several male graduate students, equally engrossed in their studies with scant time for romance, nod in envy and jealousy towards Shun Yubai. Jiang Ning, indeed, a quintessential campus beauty. She is sure to claim the titles of school belle for both the past decade and the forthcoming one. Which male could possibly resist her allure? However, a few senior sisters who have walked this path before swiftly interject, declaring that they are certainly not in a romantic relationship. If my boyfriend dared to nitpick my work or assign me various tasks daily, I would simply not tolerate it. Moreover, which boyfriend waits at the door with makeup remover in hand, solely to remove your eyeliner, foundation, and lipstick? Absolutely intolerable. Just then, Jiang Ning happened to pass by. The group of eager sisters immediately beckoned her over. Yang Ning. Yang Ning. Her once tidy bun had devolved into a disheveled mess. She was carrying a hefty stack of documents when she heard her name called. Glancing over, she gestured to the pile in her arms, shook her head, and attempted to walk away. But her inquisitive sisters, brimming with enthusiasm, swiftly flanked her on either side. We are discussing your relationship with senior brother Shun. Be honest with us. Have you two become an item? Initially contemplating suggesting that Jiang Ning take a break, her expression instantly transformed into one devoid of any emotion. An item? In recent days, whenever I see Shun Yubai, my thoughts are solely consumed with how to deliver a well-deserved blow to his head. Absolutely not. It is utterly impossible that I would ever date Shun Yubai. I must get back to work. He's still in the lab, keeping track of my time. As she attempted to leave, they stopped her. Wait, come back and chat with us a bit. So does he like you? Otherwise, why would he only focus on you? I have known him for 2 years longer than you, and I have never received such treatment. Exactly. Just the other day, I forgot my keys and had to return to retrieve them, only to find the two of you alone together. As the conversation progressed, the atmosphere shifted, their tone turning slightly envious. Jiang Ning found herself at a loss for words. Present the most compelling evidence. I now arrive at the laboratory at the crack of dawn and return to my dormitory at the latest hour. The materials I carry weigh several pounds, and senior brother Shun has insisted that I read them within half an hour. Pray tell, have you ever witnessed a boy treating a girl he fancies in such a manner? If so, that boy is destined for a life of solitude. This thought resonated with everyone, and several senior sisters cast sympathetic glances toward Jiang Ning. Indeed, Shun's behavior hardly resembled that of someone pursuing a romantic interest. Rather, it seemed more akin to a relentless tormentor. In our lab, both the mentor and senior brother Shun are amiable, and we coexist peacefully without any discord. However, we have heard troubling tales from the neighboring laboratory, where someone was being targeted in a manner reminiscent of Jiangning's plight, though far more severe. Did you perhaps offend him? One of them inquired. Jiangning's mind was immediately transported back to that evening when she tentatively spoke to Shen Yubai. She was willing to accept that he no longer harbored feelings for her, yet she did not intend to delve deeper. She merely aimed to fulfill her duties, as they were colleagues sharing the same laboratory, hoping to maintain a harmonious distance. Therefore, she implored him not to treat her differently. His disparate treatment had already drawn the attention of others. The mentor seldom visited, and, as the favored student of Shen Yubai, he held sway over their final assessments and their prospects for graduation. Jiangning believed she had maintained an appropriate balance. As an innocent girl unversed in the ways of the world, her words were a blend of truth and pretense, subtly conveying her feelings. Shen Yubai, being an astute individual, would surely grasp her intent. Yet, to her surprise, their conversation, though strained, was deemed somewhat pleasant, only for him to inundate her with tasks the following day. Shen Yubai liked her? What ist? In response to such speculation, a senior sister immediately defended Shen Yubai. I have known him for quite some time, and even when I falter, causing a mishap in the experiment, he merely instructs me to redo it without reproach. I too find Shen Yubai to be quite affable, unlike those in the neighboring lab who bully the inexperienced. He is always ready to answer questions, never dismissive. The more they spoke, the more they regarded Shen Yubai favorably, while their gazes toward Jiangning brimmed with sympathy. What could have provoked senior brother Shun? Jiangning smindrakset. Feigning a sigh of despair, perhaps I simply do not meet senior brother Shun's expectations. She outwardly feigned weakness while inwardly lamenting. After all, he was blind to her efforts. How could she begrudge someone who was oblivious? It was she who bore the burden, working thrice as hard these days. She resolved to wait for the mentor's return, hoping to find a way to subtly signal for a transfer. However, it must be said, without a twinge of conscience, that this period had indeed been one of her most rapid growths. Lost in thought, Jiangning suddenly heard a senior sister suggest, "Why not, Jiang sister, pursue senior brother Shen?" Jiangning. What began as a casual suggestion from the senior sister. Yet, the words escaped my lips as I gazed upon the strikingly beautiful junior sister before me, who, despite her weariness, remained the focal point amidst the crowd. The more I observed her, the more I felt that she was a perfect match for the talented and handsome Shen Yubai. You have at least 2 to 3 years left of studies, and you are just beginning now. Although I cannot fathom how you caught Shen's attention. I know him to be a person who, despite his approachable demeanor, maintains rigorous academic standards. His breadth of knowledge is vast, and there are instances when even the mentor forgets only to consult him. Should he choose to critique your work, even if it is flawlessly executed, he will undoubtedly unearth numerous reasons to return it to you. A group of onlookers nearby expressed their agreement. I concur. Having Shun as your boyfriend is a win. A pairing of handsome and beautiful individuals is a victory, is it not? I support your pursuit. I wish to witness the stoic, academically inclined master utterly captivated by the enchanting charm of the junior sister. Chapter 54, Cherishing Beauty, gently unveiling to suggest that she pursue Shen Yubai? What are these people thinking? It feels like a whimsical fantasy. Upon returning to the laboratory, clutching the documents, and meeting those gentle yet indifferent black eyes, Jiangning couldn't help but recall the insidious encouragement from her senior sisters. To be fair, having Shen Yubai as a boyfriend is indeed not a loss. Firstly, he is exceptionally talented. His prowess in the industry is unparalleled, particularly in his ability to simplify complexities and resolve difficult problems effortlessly. Although she had only recently joined, she had heard numerous rumors about him. It is said that he hails from a prestigious family, with household names in the tech industry, all adorned with accolades. Yet, he remains remarkably low-key, never boasting about his lineage. There are whispers that his personal abilities have long surpassed those of his mentor. and that the national research departments have been in contact with him. He remains under his Mentor S name because he has yet to determine the field he truly wishes to anchor himself in. He usually takes on the role of guiding students, and when they come seeking assistance with challenging problems, he is always willing to lend a hand. Initially, Jiang Ning was skeptical of these tales. However, through her recent interactions, Shen Yubai has repeatedly impressed her. He possesses an extraordinary insight and a profound reservoir of knowledge, akin to a walking encyclopedia. There are no questions he cannot answer, only those you may not think to ask. Additionally, he has an exceptional demeanor, exuding a rigorous and ascetic aura. Perhaps due to his long immersion in academic endeavors, he has a lighter complexion than most men. His temperament remains composed and patient in the face of any situation. With golden-rimmed glasses perched upon his prominent nose, when his striking black eyes meet yours, one can sense a blend of aloofness, wisdom, and a subtle scrutiny. However, this impression is swiftly overshadowed by the habitual smile that graces his lips. Should one be enchanted by that smile, mistaking him for a warm and approachable individual, they would be gravely mistaken. He is amiable yet unyielding. In his daily interactions, while appearing casual, he is quietly adhering to the boundaries he has set, ensuring that he never offends others while simultaneously never allowing anyone to overstep his limits. A master of finesse. It is no wonder he is lauded in the department as the epitome of elegance and grace. This lofty flower of the heights conceals a profoundly cunning nature. No wonder, throughout the years, countless admirers have gazed from afar, too intimidated to approach. Jiang Ning observed him quietly, her heart filled with unspoken reflections. After being scrutinized for too long, Shen Yubai found it hard to ignore her gaze. He set aside his pen and lifted his eyes abruptly. "What are you looking at, junior sister?" Caught off guard, Jiang Ning felt a sudden jolt. Oh no! Had she really lost focus in front of this distinguished figure? The next moment, she blurted out without thinking, "I'm looking at you." Shen Yubai fell into a 2-second silence. Jiang Ning thought to herself, "Oh no, this is bad." Would he think she was teasing him and escalate the situation further? Contemplating the potential scenarios that lay ahead, Jiang Ning felt a prickling sensation at the nape of her neck. Last night, she had inquired about her mentor, who was abroad for academic exchanges and would not be returning anytime soon. 1,000 rationalizations swirled within her mind. Yet, she observed Shen Yubai adjusting his glasses, taking his time to react. He sat upright, leaning slightly forward, his arms resting on the desk. His index finger tapped rhythmically on the tabletop, with unwavering intensity. He scrutinized her, his keen eyes glimmering behind the bright lenses, carrying a hint of intrigue. Was it appealing? Jiang Ning was taken aback. Did he not see clearly? Leaning in a bit more, she questioned if he could see her properly now. At that moment, they were the only two in the office, separated by a desk. One stood frozen in surprise while the other reclined languidly. The central air conditioning hummed overhead, and nearby, laboratory machines whirred, their soft electric crackles audible. This was certainly not the sort of remark one would expect from Shen Yubai. Jiang Ning's mind raced. Had he truly abandoned his FA? Was she being provoked by the notorious bachelor reputed to see only experimental data and not women? The juxtaposition of these startling thoughts was overwhelming. Ultimately, she took 2 light steps forward, bending slightly, her delicate face tilting to align with his gaze. In the sterile light of the lab, where others wore expressions of pale dread, she stood vibrant as a plum blossom in full bloom, her eyes sparkling with a carefree innocence. Today, he had intentionally assigned her a considerable amount of physical labor. Her once neat bun had become slightly disheveled, and her clothes bore a hint of dust. In this posture, he could catch a glimpse of her collarbone, subtly concealed by her attire, with just a tilt of his gaze. She spoke softly, "Can I see it, senior brother?" He squinted, anticipating her next move. With a sudden burst of courage, she reached towards him. Instinctively, he turned his head, loosening his grip on the glasses he rarely removed in public, which she then grasped in her hand. The girl, feigning astonishment, examined the glasses as if uncovering a remarkable secret, holding them up and scrutinizing them from various angles. "Senior brother, it turns out these aren't prescription glasses?" The revelation struck Shen Yubai with an expressionless facade. He was not nearsighted and thus had no need for such eyewear. The glasses served merely as a disguise, adeptly shielding his true reactions. Now, without them, he felt somewhat uneasy, though he masked it well. No nearsightedness, so why were prescription glasses? She exclaimed, leaning in closer without warning, drastically shortening the space between them. Too close, far beyond the socially acceptable distance. A faint fragrance wafted from her, delicate yet lingering at the tip of his nose. He inhaled subtly, attempting to identify the scent, only to hear her exclaim in delight as if she had discovered a new realm. Her finger pointed at him. "Ah, brother, I have only just realized how captivating your eyes are. They possess a profound depth, with the corners slightly lifted. Are you perhaps blessed with phoenix eyes?" With merely a breath's distance between them, she playfully winked at him, her bright and lively gaze glimmering with a hint of mischief. "Who is afraid of whom? If you have the prowess, dare to challenge me." Such childish pride. Indeed, he is quite the stubborn one, never easily conceding in peculiar situations. This is hardly reminiscent of the meek little junior sister who silently endures his teasing. She distinctly appears to be a vixen in the guise of a youthful maiden, deliberately ensnaring him. Shin Yubai let out a soft chuckle. This marked the third time. She audaciously disrupted his tranquility. His fingers, lightly curling atop the weighty manuscript, began to rhythmically tap against the table. He found himself contemplating whether to heed his heart and deliver her a stern lesson, or to cherish her delicacy and gently overlook her antics. Just as he began to formulate an idea. Chapter 55, a display of affection, yet also a venting of grievances. The sound of electronic verification unlocking echoed from the corridor outside. He instinctively frowned, casting a sidelong glance towards the entrance, a sense of displeasure washing over him as though a delightful moment had been interrupted. Members of the laboratory trickled in, curiosity piqued upon seeing the two. "Senior Shun, Junior Sister Jiang, were you discussing?" Junior Sister Jiang, why do you have senior brother's glasses?" All eyes turned toward her. Shin Yubai also looked on, eager to observe her response. Jiang Ning maintained her composure. "Oh, I saw senior brother dozing off when I returned, and his glasses fell to the floor, so I picked them up." Her small face was suffused with genuine contrition. "I'm sorry for waking you, senior brother." Naturally, she placed the glasses back on the desk beside Shin Yubai, then turned her gaze upwards, inquiring, "Why are you all back so early?" The mentor is rather lenient. Usually, no one returns until lunchtime. Don't mention it. Progress has been sluggish these past few days. Yes, we thought we might return early to see if there were areas for improvement. They had divided into 3 groups, each delving into distinct research topics. Jiang Ning eagerly volunteered. "Then I shall join you to take a look." After spending the entire morning on menial tasks, she was resolute in refusing any extra attention from Shun Yubai in the afternoon. Thus, she sought to proactively find herself some work. The senior sisters happened to require an extra hand. Perfect. "Junior sister, could you help us organize the data?" Newcomers are like bricks in a revolution, always moved where needed. "Sure," Jiang Ning responded cheerfully. Shin Yubai observed with a detached gaze. Indeed, she is quite the little fox. He chose not to expose her ruse, donning his glasses once more, yet his gaze inadvertently fell upon her slender, delicate fingernails, causing him to pause slightly. A faint smile curved his lips. "Junior sister." Jiang Ning, trailing behind the others, turned her head, slightly unsettled. "What is it, senior brother?" Shin Yubai pointed towards her fingers from a distance. "Did you paint your nails? Just to be safe, I suggest you remove it." The smile that gradually emerged on Jiang Ning's face was a disingenuous and hypocritical mask of, "It's merely a suggestion. Whether you comply is entirely up to you." Jiang Ning thought to herself, "Damn, is his eyesight modified with a microscope?" She had deliberately chosen the lightest shade, closest to her natural color, yet he could still discern it. However, unbeknownst to them, their relationship began to evolve gradually from that day onward. Shin Yubai continued to assign Jiang Ning tasks, but the responsibilities that fell solely upon her shoulders were the most demanding and substantial within the entire laboratory. Yet, unlike before, where his actions stemmed purely from a personal penchant for tormenting someone he found disagreeable, this time, Shin Yubai was genuinely invested in teaching her. imparting knowledge she had previously lacked the opportunity to access. As their relationship grew harmonious, the others in the laboratory naturally sensed the shift, eliciting a mixture of envy and admiration, with many keenly observing the unfolding drama. Indeed, several senior brothers and sisters had even begun to wager privately on when Jiang Ning would finally capture Xin Yubai's heart. Jiang Ning was aware of this bet, but found herself at a loss for how to respond. How could she convey to them the truth that they would actually believe? Xin Yubai is truly a paragon of virtue, a young man of great integrity, consumed entirely by his experiments and data, devoid of personal emotions or extraneous thoughts. In the past, she failed to recognize his true worth, finding fault in every aspect of him. However, upon seeing him now, he appears as a miraculous beacon of brilliance under the glow of socialism, a multifaceted talent. Such individuals are destined to contribute their skills for the greater good of the nation, illuminating and energizing its development. There is no doubt, should anyone dare to lead him astray into the mundane, lacking ambition, she would suspect that such a woman might be a foreign agent sent to ensnare senior brother Shun and undermine the contributions of this extraordinary talent to the nation's progress. Such a person must be apprehended and penalized. Before meeting Jiang Ning, Xin Yubai's research was solely focused on various experiments in the laboratory. However, after forming an acquaintance with Jiang Ning, he found himself engaged in an intriguing new research project. Unbeknownst to him, his attention toward her deepened gradually. By the time he realized this, it was already too late to withdraw. He was aware that his junior siblings were wagering on their relationship, and he discreetly observed Jiang Ning's reactions. For the first time in his life, he found himself utterly at a loss. Long ago, he had dismissed the notion of encouraging her to withdraw from the laboratory. Instead, he took her under his wing, dedicating himself to her guidance. Initially, he sought to compensate her, only to gradually recognize that he had been blinded by his own misconceptions. This girl was unlike the privileged young ladies he had previously mentored. She possessed a mind equally as remarkable as her striking appearance, intelligent and agile. Many matters she grasped without the need for extensive explanation. He admired her, yet he found it impossible to decipher Jiang Ning's thoughts. If her prejudices against him had not dissipated, she would not affectionately call him senior brother, treating him with a degree of intimacy greater than that shown to others. Conversely, if she harbored feelings for him, despite their constant companionship in the laboratory, he noted that she had never proactively invited him out. Could this be a typical manifestation of a girl-less affection for a boy? He tentatively suggested they go out to watch a movie, only to be met with her vehement reproach. Senior brother, indulging in distractions will lead to a loss of ambition. Is it that you have encountered a bottleneck in your experiments and wish to watch a film to clear your mind? That is fine. Just let me know, and I shall face it with you. Xin Yubai. This was perhaps the first time he questioned the allure of experimentation. Is conducting experiments truly so captivating? The two found themselves in a muddled camaraderie on the day when 3 experimental groups succeeded, and with their mentor returning to the country, they seized the rare opportunity to unwind together over a meal. During the gathering, someone ordered beer. Sitting beside him, she quietly extended her glass to request a drink. At that time, he had yet to witness her capacity for alcohol, but recalling his encounters with other women, he assumed they would not fall short in that regard, especially among their fellow experimentalists. With just 1 glass, and with him watching over her, he could not abandon her, so he tacitly permitted her indulgence. When it was time to disperse, they discovered that she had silently drained her glass, appearing calm and composed, yet her spirit had evidently departed. With another round of experiments ahead, Xin Yubai did not intend to partake in this revelry and suggested taking Jiang Ning home first. He abstained from alcohol, placing her in the passenger seat before starting the car. Throughout the journey, she kept her eyes shut, appearing to be in a deep slumber, remarkably docile. Upon arriving at her dormitory building, he exited the vehicle, circled to the passenger side, and opened the door for her. Startled by the sudden movement, she groggily blinked awake. That night, the moonlight was exquisite. Perhaps due to the effects of intoxication, her eyes glistened with a dreamy haze, exuding an enchanting yet unclear beauty. Her lips, tinged with the remnants of wine, were a vibrant crimson, almost tempting. "Where am I?" she murmured, clearly inebriated. He informed her gently, "At school." The mere mention of those words seemed to possess a certain magic, causing her to shudder slightly. Her beautiful eyes instantly brimmed with tears as they gazed at him. Her expression was one of sorrow, her voice laced with a plaintive tone, resembling both a pout and an accusation. "Why did you take so long to arrive?" Chapter 56. You bit me. Shun Yubai paused slightly. "Are you speaking to me?" She nodded absent-mindedly. "If not to you, then to whom?" The girl, having indulged in drink, spoke with a voice that lacked its usual clarity, imbued instead with a soft, honeyed quality. With a shift in tone, she playfully pouted in feigned grievance. "Just count how long I've been waiting for you." Shin Yubai smiled. Beneath the guise of golden-rimmed glasses, the smile of this once celebrated youth bore a hint of coldness. She was truly intoxicated, mistaking him for another. Who was it she thought of at this moment? Whose shadow did he cast? "You still dare to laugh?" She huffed, her lips pouting in vexation. Before long, she shyly stretched her delicate arms toward him, requesting in a sweet voice. "Hug me." He remained still, and confusion clouded her features. "Huh?" After a moment, her frustration grew. "I want you to hug me." Behind them, a group of classmates emerged from the dormitory. "Hey, look over there. Is that girl Jiang Ning from room 706? "Yes. But who is that standing in front of her?" Shin Yubai glanced sideways, withdrawing his gaze to focus on the stubbornly intoxicated girl before him, his eyes swirling with intrigue. So what if she mistook him for someone else? He admitted he was a beast at heart. When she received no response for an extended moment, she let out a playful huff and withdrew her hand in a fit of petulance. "No hugs. You can't hug me anymore." Suddenly he reached out, his large hand slipping under her armpit, effortlessly lifting her into his embrace. She was momentarily stunned, still trying to comprehend the situation. He leaned down, sealing her slightly parted lips, which had opened in surprise. He distinctly heard the excited whispers of several onlookers behind them. "It's Shin Yubai. Oh my goodness." He asked with Jiang Ning. "Ah, they really have an affair. Are they about to kiss?" "They kissed? Oh my goodness." "Shoo, don't shout. Take a picture. I want to show everyone." The fervent whispers reached Shun Yubai's ears, and he could envision how their photos would circulate throughout the school by tomorrow. No. Even tonight, at this very moment. This was precisely what he desired. Shin Yubai curled his lips into a smirk. The girl's lips were soft, warm, and sweet. It was his first kiss with a girl. Lacking experience, he relied on instinct as he explored her mouth with fervor. She hesitated momentarily, then suddenly furrowed her brow and began to struggle violently. He would not allow her to move, assertively restraining her rebellious hands, enveloping her entirely in his embrace, kissing her with reckless abandon. What a surprise! Is this truly the gentle and refined senior Shin we all know? The overwhelming dominance and desire for control he displayed were unmistakably those of a predatory beast disguised in a gentleman-esque guise. Look at how tightly he is holding her waist. It's almost too much. The girl was on the verge of gasping for air, her small hands helplessly pounding against his shoulders, tears spilling forth. He showed her no mercy, refusing to ease his hold even slightly. Yet, what was this conflicting sentiment of sympathy and envy toward the girl? Several female classmates watched, parched and speechless. In the midst of a photograph, a sudden, breathless sound escaped her lips, evoking a sense of desire that was hard to ignore. If only my man possessed such ambition. Shin Yubai, with an imperious demeanor, silenced her charming mouth, preventing her from uttering any words of refusal. Unbeknownst to her, he subtly adjusted their position, kissing her into a daze while casting an impatient glance upward. In that moment, his true nature was laid bare, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. "Are you not leaving?" he questioned, his gaze landing on a group of blushing girls who were captivated by the scene. Startled, they hurried past him, pushing each other along. He redirected his focus back to the girl nestled in his arms. "Do not move." She was ensnared in his embrace, her lashes glistening with tears as she shook her head in protest, expressing her aversion to his kiss. "No, you bit me. It hurts." His pupils constricted sharply, his mind conjuring an entirely different image. He yearned for her to feel more pain, With an almost enchanted hand, he slipped beneath the hem of her clothing, caressing her delicate waist, marveling at the smoothness that starkly contrasted with his own. He was acutely aware that he had never been a person of straightforward integrity. While others perceived him as someone devoted solely to experimentation, untroubled and honest, this was far from the truth. He had inherited his parents' intellect, grasping concepts with remarkable speed, mastering skills in mere days that took others decades to comprehend. Consequently, he exhibited an extraordinary indifference, marked by a lack of empathy, a disinterest in social interactions, and a cold detachment from familial bonds. In his youth, this profound sense of alienation led him to question the purpose of his existence. What significance did this world hold for him? Arriving and departing in emptiness, the more he learned, the greater his suffering became. Thus, he began a path of self-exile and self-loathing, which eventually escalated to the creation of designs that possessed destructive potential. His parents, upon discovering this, were alarmed, abandoning their proud careers to seek counsel from numerous eminent physicians, all to no avail. His brilliance posed an insurmountable challenge. If he desired, he could easily manipulate various forms of knowledge to undermine the very professionals meant to help him. Ultimately, in desperation, his parents enlisted the aid of his grandfather, who introduced him to the confines of a laboratory. The experimental procedures were tedious and monotonous, yet the daily influx of research data momentarily diverted his attention. He began to cultivate a sense of inner peace, as those dark thoughts, wishing for the world to perish alongside him, began to fade. Then came Jiangning, the strikingly beautiful girl who captivated him. From their very first encounter, he sensed an extraordinary essence about her. The emotions that his parents had frantically concealed were drawn out one by one. She was a subject he had never before encountered. He wished to study her, and then destroy her. But how could he achieve such destruction? In private contemplation, he found himself bewildered, for this was an area of knowledge previously unknown to him. Yet, merely associating her with those two words sent ripples of excitement and trepidation coursing through him. Subsequently, each encounter with her deepens the thrill and tremor within the depths of his heart. Before him, her gaze appears hazy, her entire being seemingly enshrouded in a fog of confusion, awakening every wicked impulse within him, causing his very blood to boil. In kissing her, he realizes that his intention is not to destroy, but rather to draw her into a shared descent, to engage in the very acts he once derided. Yet, now is not the time. Despite his darkest inclinations, he is willing to suppress his desires for the moment. He recalls overhearing her conversations with her friends, where she expressed her fondness for a love akin to the gentle spring rain, and her preference for a tender lover. Tenderness? He lacks that quality. Yet, he can feign it. Whatever pleases her, he is prepared to provide. Regaining his composure, he withdraws his hand, his mind still swirling with fleeting images. The perverse desire in his eyes not entirely dissipated. The young girl weeps softly. He grips her chin, forbidding her tears. Chapter 57. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. Her voice, sweet and elongated, carried a hint of a whimper, almost beguiling. He paused for a moment, feeling a breathlessness envelop him. After a while, he parted his lips, exhibiting a patience he had never possessed in his life. In a deep, almost hoarse voice, he gently reassured her, I too am in pain. If you remain quiet, I shall not hurt you. All right? She seemed to comprehend his words, giving him a light punch, her strength feeble. It did not hurt. Yet, just after his kiss had left her lips flushed, she uttered a name that was foreign to him, with a mix of 3 parts annoyance and 7 parts playful reproach. She declared, You are simply unbearable. At that moment, a chill coursed through his heart. Understanding that she had mistaken him for another was one thing, but hearing her call out another man's name was an entirely different matter. Was this what it felt like for a man to adore a woman? The thought of her entertaining thoughts of another, of uttering another's name, was intolerable. He found himself in uncharted territory, grappling with an unfamiliar yet unsettling sensation that sent tremors throughout his being. With his eyes narrowed and filled with a fierce intensity, he grasped her chin, applying just enough pressure to be menacing without causing harm, revealing his true nature. Do not speak. Her sudden anger left her momentarily stunned, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, a poignant redness surrounding them. A gentle blink allowed a solitary tear to fall from the corner of her eye. She gazed at him for a long time, her expression shifting from surprise to confusion. When did you become nearsighted? His heart sank, a wave of inexplicable anxiety washing over him, coupled with a nervous thrill at being exposed before her. He fixated on her, awaiting her response. Since she had recognized him, it was highly probable she would recall all that had transpired between the moments prior. How would she react? Would she blush and shy away? Or would she hurl accusations at him? But before he could ponder further, she puffed up her cheeks and playfully kicked at him, her demeanor feisty. You dare to scold me? Go ahead, scold me. I shall never let you kiss me again, nor will I let you embrace me. Oomph. With every playful insult, she delivered a gentle kick. However, the effects of alcohol had rendered her unsteady. She swayed precariously, needing his support to stay upright. And it was only by his guidance that she could even attempt to kick him. The anticipation he had felt, a mix of excitement and trepidation, was transformed into a comical predicament by her whimsical antics. He sighed, conceding that there was little point in quarreling with a drunken individual. Moreover, he realized that the situation had arisen from his own dubious intentions, taking advantage of her vulnerability. If their escapades were to be revealed, she would undoubtedly be the one to suffer. As for the stranger she had mentioned, he had spent nearly 3 months with her in the laboratory. Yet he had never encountered this other man. Not even a phone call had transpired. Perhaps he was deceased, or they had parted ways. He dismissed the notion entirely. The vehicle was positioned directly in front of the dormitory entrance, nearing curfew. Passers-by glanced their way, their astonishment evident as they exchanged incredulous looks. Oh my goodness, we are witnessing a sensational scene. Shen Yubai showed no intention of retreating. He openly allowed others to observe him, calmly appearing indifferent to everything around him, softly coaxing and enticing the girl in his embrace who had been throwing a tantrum until she returned to her obedient demeanor. Drowsily, she was pushed aside, delicate and soft, her back pressed against the rigid metal shell of the carriage, helplessly tilting her little head upwards, her slender arms encircling his neck, once again inhaling his essence. That night, photographs of the campus heartthrob and beauty passionately kissing beneath the girls' dormitory circulated wildly on the school forum. His fame was so immense that the administration deemed it detrimental to the institution's reputation, promptly shutting it down. However, it did not prevent students from sharing it privately. Jiang Ning experienced the feeling of waking up to a world turned upside down. Yet, she saw her roommate chuckling as she displayed the photos. Whether intentional or not, Shen Yubai's face was distinctly visible, but the girl in his arms. Most of her was obscured by Shen Yubai, yet the half-exposed features and attire were unmistakably hers. Had Shen Yubai kissed her? No, it was she who had kissed Shen Yubai. The image clearly depicted her as the initiator, her hands helplessly entwined around his neck, willingly standing on her tiptoes. Meanwhile, his hands gripped her waist as if resisting, attempting to distance himself from her, yet fearing that excessive force might harm her, no matter how one viewed the photograph. Shen Yubai did not appear to be the one taking the initiative. So, had she, in a drunken stupor, forced herself upon Senior Shen? No. She had vowed to uphold Shen Yubai's commitment to his academic pursuits with unwavering loyalty. How could she have transformed overnight into the villain, tarnishing his reputation and integrity? Let her be obliterated on the spot. She could not recall the events of the previous night. Had she not consumed merely a single drink? Was it not the wine, but a narcotic? She no longer wished to exist, utterly bereft of the face to show herself. Jiang Ning silently bit the corner of her pillow, confronting this awkward and thorny situation, choosing not to dwell on it. At that moment, the dormitory phone rang. Soon, a roommate answering the call appeared with a microphone, her expression one of delightful surprise. With an impressive voice, she turned and shouted at Jiang Ning. The volume was such that it seemed unnecessary for the microphone to amplify it. Shen Yubai, standing downstairs, could hear her clearly. Jiang Ning, Senior Shen is waiting downstairs. I promised him, you know. Jiang Ning, was she not a good roommate? Had she not noticed her expression of utter despair? Must her mouth move so swiftly? Could she not say she was unavailable? Could she not be given a moment to think? The emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is. Half an hour later, Jiang Ning was ceremoniously escorted by her roommates to the entrance of the dormitory. Shen Yubai stood not far away, beside a large tree. He was tall and upright, clad in a pristine, impeccably ironed white shirt, exuding an aura of elegance and unblemished grace. Jiang Ning felt even more burdened by her guilt. She walked slowly. A journey that should have taken mere seconds felt as if it stretched into eternity. In contrast to Jiang Ning's hesitant and evasive demeanor, when Shen Yubai glanced her way, his expression was calm and devoid of emotion. Indeed, Senior Shan was devoted to his academic endeavors and likely did not regard the unexpected incident of the previous night as significant. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ning felt somewhat relieved. Summoning her courage, she approached him, trembling as she called out, "Senior brother." To her surprise, he immediately responded with a teasing remark. "Junior sister, have you seen the photos?" Unable to meet his gaze, she lowered her head, focusing on the tips of his shoes, and nodded. "I have seen them." She felt guilty. "Woo, not only did you kiss me last night, but you also confessed your feelings." "Hiss, is that so?" Her first instinct was disbelief, yet confronted with the candid Shen Yubai, she could not dismiss the possibility entirely. She truly admired his capabilities. Could it be that in a drunken haze, she had misinterpreted her praise for him as a confession of love? Before she could articulate her thoughts, he cut her off, stating, "Though I don't know who took the photos and posted them online, and even though I had the administrator remove them, everyone has seen them. Now, people believe we are a couple. Indeed, I did kiss you. So, junior sister, I have decided to accept your confession." Chapter 58. Professor Shun's sinister intentions. His words left Jiang Ning utterly bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to possess a brilliant mind, a genius that comes once in a century? If he could analyze such intricate data from the experiment, how could he possibly be unaware of her feelings for him? Furthermore, he had accepted her confession. She had anticipated that he would come to tell her that there was absolutely no possibility for the two of them, urging her to relinquish any hopes and cease her pursuit. So, why had things escalated to this point? Senior brother, regarding what happened last night, the photo. It was merely a misunderstanding due to my inebriation. You need not feel wronged, she stammered. However, the more flustered she became, the more serene he appeared. I do not feel wronged. I'm simply acting as a normal man should. Jiang Ning, believing herself to be the instigator of this predicament, felt a deeper sense of shame. The entire situation stemmed from a misunderstanding. Perhaps her intoxication had led her to misinterpret the circumstances. Yet she found herself unable to voice those thoughts. As if struck by an epiphany, Shen Yubai gazed down at the blushing girl before him, his handsome face revealing a trace of awkward apology. "Junior sister, about last night. I was unaware that photographs were taken. But rest assured, I've already contacted the forum administrator this morning to have the related posts removed." "All right, thank you. I will visit the forum group later to handle it personally," she replied. Was this specifically about the dissemination of the photographs? Jiang Ning felt utterly mortified. At that moment, a few passers-by noticed the two of them and exchanged knowing glances. "Hey, senior brother Shun, bringing breakfast for your girlfriend?" Jiang Ning exclaimed, "Oh no." Her hand was gently nudged. She looked over, and Shen Yubai remained composed. "Yes, please take good care of Jiang Ning when I'm not around." "Rest assured, senior brother," came the enthusiastic replies from the group, all nodding earnestly. As they moved further away, the crowd could no longer suppress their burning curiosity, erupting into excited chatter. Are they officially a couple now?" The others echoed their enthusiasm, glancing back with keen interest, their voices bubbling over with speculation. With the photos circulating, does it really matter if they're public or not? Hey, you don't understand. Being unofficial means it's a secret romance. But going public means they are recognized and can appear together openly. When did they even get together? Who pursued whom? Who cares who pursued whom? I never expected senior brother Shun to be so reserved in his romantic endeavors. Fortunately, those words did not reach the ears of the female classmates who had witnessed the intimate moment firsthand. For had they heard, they would have been the first to protest. Senior brother Shun is simply low-key. If he were to be more ostentatious, kissing his girlfriend would surely make anyone blush and their heart race. Jiang Ning thought to herself, classmates, speaking so loudly behind my back, could you not exhibit a shred of decency? With a face full of resentment, she watched them enter the dormitory building before turning back to Shun Yubai, who handed her a bag, the very one he had been carrying moments before. She glanced down to see what was inside. The logo belongs to the most expensive and distant, yet most popular eatery at the school. His gentle voice resonated as he spoke. He had thoughtfully purchased breakfast for her on his way, unsure of her preferences. So he acquired a bit of everything for her to share with her roommate. Was this the same convenience store where one must traverse half the campus and wait for nearly half an hour to obtain anything? She was taken aback. Shin Yubai suddenly chuckled wryly, ruffling her hair. Don't wear such a mournful expression. Trust me, I will ensure all rumors dissipate before tomorrow. I've arranged for you to take the day off, stay in the dormitory, and I'll bring you food later. A man of action. He spoke his piece and promptly turned to leave, leaving Jiang Ning alone, clutching a heavy bag of breakfast, her heart heavy as well. It seemed she had missed the optimal moment to explain, and the situation was spiraling out of control. Thus began an inexplicable romantic relationship between the two. Shun Yubai adapted seamlessly. As a boyfriend, he was attentive and dutiful, exhibiting excellence that was almost overwhelming. They dined together, and every delicious morsel she enjoyed found its way into her bowl courtesy of him. On one occasion, after finishing his meal, he noticed a bit of grease at the corner of her lips and, without hesitation, took a tissue to wipe her mouth, leaving Jiang Ning thoroughly startled. In the laboratory, after a night spent binge-watching dramas with her roommate, Jiang Ning inadvertently dozed off. Upon awakening, she found Shun Yubai beside her, silently recording data in her stead, which sent her heart racing in panic. If she completed her work first, he would see her back before returning to the lab to continue his tasks. Conversely, if he finished first, he would remain in the lab to keep her company. No matter how late it grew, he would personally escort her back to the dormitory. The following morning, he was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, waiting downstairs with her favorite breakfast. Did this man not require sleep? Everyone else had stayed up late the night before, and she had clearly told him not to come. She could manage on her own. Jiang Ning felt a headache coming on. In every aspect, he was meticulous. The more he invested, the more guilt Jiang Ning felt. She perceived herself as someone toying with another's affections, and, simultaneously, she was filled with apprehension. Particularly when alone with him, she feared that Shun Yubai might act on the expectations of a couple. Yet, despite her constant vigilance, he made no advances. Each day, he offered his affection unilaterally, never once taking her hand. Well, there was that one time he grasped her wrist while crossing the street, but he released her immediately upon reaching the other side. Jiang Ning found herself reflecting quietly, questioning if she had lost her charm. In the 2 months since they had transitioned to being a couple, Jiang Ning had completed a full cycle from wariness and vigilance to a state of ease. Were she not the one involved, she would scarcely believe that this was the nature of adult romance. Was this truly the essence of Plato himself? The flower atop the high ridge truly lives up to its name, embodying an essence of independence and a serene detachment in the realm of romance. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ning, she has unwittingly become the subject of Shun Yubai's methodical experiment, akin to a frog gently simmered in water. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months, as he skillfully disguised his intentions within the confines of their perfect workplace, fostering an environment where they would coexist daily. Gradually, she began to acclimate to his attentiveness, to his very presence, allowing herself to relax, lowering her defenses, and ultimately placing her trust in him, silently acknowledging the nature of their bond. As they walked along the street, he took her hand for the first time without uttering a word. Though she was taken aback and glanced at him with a mix of confusion, she did not pull away. When he accompanied her back to her dormitory, just as they were parting ways, he suddenly called her name. As she turned around, he enveloped her in an embrace, gently kissing her forehead. In that moment, her body tensed, and though words seemed to form on her lips, she ultimately remained silent, neither pushing him away nor retreating from his warmth. Chapter 59. If you feel uncomfortable, you may push me away in the laboratory, The two remained late into the night, meticulously cross-referencing a set of data. During a particularly fervent discussion, he suddenly fell silent. She sensed a shift, growing somewhat restless. It appeared he noticed her unease and gallantly offered, "Junior sister, I wish to kiss you. If you feel uncomfortable, you may push me away." Jiang Ning retorted, seriously, who announces their intention to kiss beforehand. Initially intending to feign ignorance and escape, she now felt too embarrassed to leave. Yet, he removed his glasses, carelessly tossing them onto the table, and, with a swift motion, swept her into his arms, gazing deeply into her eyes before leaning down to tenderly capture her long-desired lips. Her breath caught momentarily, and she placed her hand on his shoulder. Internally, she wrestled with her emotions, memories of their everyday interactions flooding her mind. Ultimately, she sighed softly, closed her eyes, and willingly accepted his kiss. Once this barrier was breached, everything else became significantly easier. She tacitly permitted him to engage in increasingly intimate gestures. What began as a kiss every few days evolved into daily kisses, then thrice daily, until, when they were alone, he would draw her in for repeated embraces. He was ambitious and calculating, gradually testing her limits. Had it not been for that fateful day, her birthday, when he grew overly impatient and sought more than she was prepared to give, startling her, she might not have confronted him, and he would not have felt compelled to retreat abroad, fearing he might unleash a violent side of himself that could harm her. At the hospital, the door to the stairwell creaked open, and someone peeked in, spotting Shen Yubai. A grin spread across their face until they noticed the half-burnt cigarette between his fingers. Momentarily taken aback, "Professor Shen, I didn't realize you smoked." Shen Yubai quickly emerged from his reverie, discreetly extinguishing the cigarette before returning a calm gaze. "Did you need something?" he inquired suddenly. The staff member promptly replied, "The situation here has been handled. The director has instructed us to return to the villa." Shen Yubai inquired about the others. "What about Jiang Shiyu? I heard he was to remain for observation." The staff informed him that Shiyu would stay, while everyone else would head back. After a brief pause, they added, "However, Jiang Ning has agreed to come tonight to keep him company." "What is this? Does the crying child receive candy?" Shen Yubai's expression turned somewhat frosty. The staff member hesitated, confused by the professor's earlier demeanor. Was he misinterpreting Shen Yubai's expression? Upon closer inspection, Shen Yubai appeared calm, standing against the light. The staff member thought to themselves that perhaps they had misjudged. The gentle and refined Professor Shen could hardly display such displeasure. Without further comment, Shen Yubai remained silent as the staff member eagerly shared the latest gossip. "I heard the two families are close friends. Shiyu and Jiang Ning grew up together, childhood sweethearts with a strong bond. Shiyu even prefers not to have us around." Shen Yubai smiled. "Is that so? By the way, aren't you and Jiang Ning from the same school, senior and junior? You didn't know?" The staff member chuckled foolishly. In the corridor, someone called out, and, as staff member responded, turned to urge Professor Shen, "Please hurry, everyone is waiting." Shen Yubai had regained his usual demeanor and was on his way up. They returned to the business vehicle. Likely due to the unexpected incident, no one felt inclined to engage in conversation. Today's live broadcast was temporarily suspended. Online, the news of Jiang Shiyu and Wen Yinyan being attacked by paparazzi had spread like wildfire. While the video of Jiang Ning retaliating against the paparazzi with a fire hydrant's hose circulated widely on various short video platforms. Upon learning that both Jiang Shiyu and Wen Yinyan had sustained injuries to varying degrees, with Jiang Shiyu's condition being serious enough to require hospitalization, the fans of both parties were in an uproar, demanding that the production team provide an explanation. The audience in the live stream eagerly joined in, expressing concern for the safety of the other guests, creating quite a scene. Jiang Ning sat by the window, her eyes closed, whether from fatigue or sleep, it was unclear. After tending to her wounds, Wen Yinyan declined the production team's request for her to remain in the hospital, being the last to board the vehicle. When she sat next to Jiang Ning, the latter did not even open her eyes. Wen Yinyan glanced at her several times during the ride, but ultimately refrained from waking her. Upon returning to the villa, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Having only had a light breakfast, they were now famished, thirsty, and exhausted, their bodies pushed to the limit. At that moment, the production team, displaying great foresight, had prepared a lavish meal, not even mentioning the task at hand. Su Xingman was the first to step into the villa, letting out a long sigh and exclaiming, "Finally back. My heavens, director, do you still have any wine left?" As she walked toward the kitchen, she turned back to suggest to those behind her, "How about we have a couple of drinks to calm our nerves? Today was so intense. Thankfully Shiyu and Ninian are safe." "No way. Absolutely not." Two voices came from the entrance in succession. Su Xingman's footsteps halted. "Aren't you going to drink?" The calm gazes of Fu Xinian and Shun Yubai met in the air as they entered the house. The former turned back, a barely perceptible frown crossing his brow. The latter raised his eyes, revealing a hint of skepticism. They exchanged glances for a second before tacitly looking away. A delicate little hand intervened, pushing them aside. Her voice still playful, yet lacking energy. "Move aside, don't block the way." Jiang Ning bypassed them, waving her hand toward the others as she headed for the stairs. "I don't want to drink, nor do I wish to eat. I'm going upstairs to wash up and sleep. Could someone please wake me at 10, no, 11? I need to go to the hospital tonight." There were creditors waiting for her at the hospital. The staff member waiting nearby wisely responded, "Oh sure, don't worry." Jiang Ning did not sleep for long, and around 9 o'clock, the staff knocked on her door with a wry smile. "Jiang Ning," they said, "Shiyu asked you not to forget he is still in the hospital." What they did not mention was that this was already Jiang Shiyu's 18th call. In his final call, he issued an ultimatum. If he did not see Jiang Ning within half an hour, he would immediately discharge himself and return to the villa. His health has become a precious matter. Upon learning that he requires hospitalization for observation, his millions of fans have launched a furious campaign against the entertainment industry. From the misbehaving fans to the entire production team, from the mastermind behind the scenes to the investors lurking in the shadows, all have been scrutinized, determined to hold them accountable for Jiang Shiyu's injury, fearing that the capricious and overly indulged top-tier star might sneak out of the hospital. The staff hastily rushed to awaken Jiang Ning. When Jiang Ning arrived at the hospital, it was precisely 10 o'clock. The staff members guarding his room were on the verge of tears from his antics. Young Master Jiang wore an expression of displeasure, questioning the irresponsibility of his companion. "What time is it? Why don't you simply come back tomorrow morning?" Chapter 60. Do you disdain me? Accustomed to his contradictory nature, Jiang Ning let out a generous sigh. She began to silently chant, "Do not get angry. Do not get angry. Anger can lead to an early demise. Prolonged anger may result in depression, premature aging, and financial loss." This evening, she absolutely could not allow herself to engage in emotional turmoil over Jiang Shiyu's foolishness. Moreover, this was something she owed him from their childhood. She must endure. Endure. Jiang Ning reminded herself and nodded to the staff. The person appeared relieved, expressing gratitude multiple times. "Jiang Ning, I'm counting on you tonight. Thank you for your hard work. I'll take my leave now. Jiang Shiyu, goodbye." Jiang Shiyu waved his hand impatiently. This person had no sense of timing. They should have left long ago. Once the staff departed, Jiang Ning took her change of clothes into the bathroom. The person she had been eagerly awaiting entered, yet he did not even glance in her direction or acknowledge her, leaving Jiang Shiyu perplexed. "Hey, are you possessed? What are you mumbling to yourself about? Why must she possess such a sharp tongue?" Jiang Ning felt a growing sense of foreboding. She had a premonition that this night would not be peaceful. "Why aren't you answering me? Jiang Ning, are you deaf? Mute? Did you eat too many crayfish tonight? So now you're both deaf and blind?" "Jiang Ning, be quiet. I am exerting every ounce of restraint not to hit you." Sensing the barely concealed irritation in her voice, Jiang Shiyu wisely fell silent. Yet, he felt as though he were a wronged little wife, utterly aggrieved. Why should she strike him? He had done nothing wrong. As he watched her close the bathroom door, he irritably ran his fingers through his hair and muttered, "Is there a relative visiting, given your temper?" When Jiang Ning emerged, she had changed into comfortable loungewear. The staff had already arranged the accompanying bed beside Jiang Shiyu's, a mere arm's length apart. Clearly, this arrangement was not typical for accompanying care. Jiang Shiyu must have maneuvered things. However, he had skillfully gauged the distance, positioning it precisely within her comfort zone. The light switches were installed in the foyer. Jiang Ning did not spare a glance at Jiang Shiyu. like an eager puppy, watched her with longing eyes throughout. As she approached the doorway, she reached out and, with a decisive snap, turned off most of the lights, leaving only one near the entrance illuminated. She then returned to her bed, pulled back the thin blanket prepared by the staff, and lay down. Wait, was she really intending to sleep now? This was not how he had envisioned the situation unfolding. Jiang Ning, he called out, but received no reply. The overhead light in the foyer cast its glow upon the young girl lying on the adjacent bed, her eyes gently closed, her features delicate, and her breathing steady. Unable to contain himself, Jiang Xiu lightly kicked her. Hey, Yang Ning. Jiang Ning simply turned away, presenting him with her back. He began to tug at the blanket covering her. Stop pretending. What time is it? You're going to sleep already? At her limit, Jiang Ning retorted, Jiang Xiu. Do you not understand that you are a patient right now? The implication was clear. A patient ought to behave as such and rest when it is time to do so. Jiang Xiu, however, felt rather displeased with his current state as a patient. He needed someone to comfort him. Jiang Ning paused for a moment, then sat up and asked, What do you want to do? I want you. The word was certainly too bold for Jiang Xiu to utter. Instead, he quickly twirled his tongue, hesitating before replying, What? You don't know? Of course. She was oblivious, and he could never reveal his true thoughts. Thus, he made a reasonable request. I can't sleep. Keep me company and chat. He sat up in bed, eager to leap onto hers. However, she foresaw his intentions and stopped him, saying, My bed can't withstand the weight of two. If you dare come over, I'll kick you out. Jiang Xiu exclaimed, You just call me patient. In an instant, his eyes reddened with a tinge of sorrow, revealing a subtle sense of rejection as he lamented, You're just afraid that if I come over, I might get too physical. Jiang Ning, you might as well admit it. You are guarding against me. The hospital's stark white lights illuminated the despondent youth sitting on the bed, casting a gloomy shadow over him. Half of his body was wrapped in a grayish-white blanket, resembling a forlorn puppy abandoned by its owner. No matter how much mental preparation she had undertaken, Jiang Ning could never harden her heart against him. Look at you, grown, yet still acting like a child. A few words from me and you're in tears, as if you've been wronged. How could the young Master Jiang, raised in luxury and adulation, ever truly be bullied? It was all an act. The boy was cunning and crafty. Ever since he realized his antics worked on her, he began to probe her with increasing frequency, and each time it proved successful. How could Jiang Ning not see through a charade? Yet, even with the knowledge that he was likely feigning vulnerability, she could not bring herself to be unkind. In her childhood, during her saddest moments, she would often hide away to cry alone, and each time he would find her. Though just a child, his clumsy attempts were earnest, offering her solace. It was indeed true what she had told herself upon arrival. The debts of childhood were to be repaid in adulthood. After a brief pause, Jiang Ning acquiesced, asking, What do you want? Come over here, he said, fidgeting slightly, shyly patting the empty space beside him. Jiang Ning pulled back the blanket, approached, and climbed onto the bed, sharing the same cover, sitting shoulder to shoulder. Immediately, she sensed his mood brighten. He sought to inch closer, only to be pushed away by her. No, she insisted, immediately met with his tearful accusation. Do you find me repulsive? He was determined to create a scene tonight, making it nearly impossible for them to converse properly. Jiang Ning felt a headache coming on. Xiu, if you continue like this, I might misunderstand and think you are just playing around, rather than wanting to have a serious conversation. Her tone was calm, her demeanor unusually earnest, and gradually, Jiang Xiu's tempestuousness subsided. The look of grievance vanished, replaced by a furrowing of his slender fingers, his face clouded with ambiguous emotions. Jiang Ning took the initiative to apologize. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you had feelings for me. They had known each other since childhood, growing up together, their familiarity so deep that she even vividly remembered how he had wet the bed at the age of 3. Even as he grew increasingly fond of her, seeking her company and becoming inexplicably irritable, exhibiting fits of jealousy, and ultimately severing ties unilaterally, she never once entertained the notion of romantic feelings. She merely believed that he was maturing, perhaps rebelling, or simply no longer wishing to trail after her. All these possibilities seemed plausible. Listening to her apologize, Jiang Shiyu felt a pang of bittersweet emotion, biting his lip in silence. Jiang Ning then inquired, "Could you share with me why you like me?" She turned her profile towards him, her gaze clear and sincere. This time, she genuinely sought an answer, starkly contrasting with her teasing demeanor from the previous night. The air-conditioned room was cool, yet under her gaze, the young man's face began to flush faintly, his eyes drifting away. Chapter 61. Do you think I am foolish enough to confuse desire with affection? After a moment of hesitation, he spoke softly. Do you remember the first time we danced together? It was during our graduation banquet. Jiang Ning pondered for a moment, recalling a vague memory. The 4-minute waltz was marred by his clumsiness. Whether it was nerves or something else, he managed to step on her feet 8 times. Those shoes, specially purchased from Italy, were rendered utterly unwearable after that dance. They were custom-made, and now they were impossible to replace. Jiang's mother had kindly arranged for another pair to be made for her. Everyone had tacitly agreed not to mention this incident to Jiang Shiyu. His affection for her had nothing to do with the dance, or so she thought. Jiang Ning, lost in reverie, could only remember her ruined shoes and the sympathetic gaze of Jiang's mother, unable to connect anything else. Jiang Shiyu appeared quite uncomfortable. That night, after dancing with you, I had a dream about you. Ahem, the next day I discovered something about myself. What? He spoke vaguely, and Jiang Ning found herself momentarily perplexed. Watching his hesitant demeanor, she suddenly grasped the implication. Initially astonished, she exclaimed, "You mean to say you, at that age, a mere dance led to such dreams? Were boys nowadays so precocious?" Then, furrowing her brow, she added, "Jiang Shiyu, do you think you might be confusing youthful infatuation with mere lust?" The boy, who had been shy about his adolescent feelings, suddenly grew cold in expression. "You think I am so foolish as to misinterpret desire for love?" Cough. That is not necessarily the case. Jiang Ning thought to herself, of course. She could never voice such thoughts aloud. Instead, she asked, "Did you dream only of me, or of other girls as well?" Jiang Shiyu felt as if his heartfelt intentions were being belittled. "No. Over all these years, you are the only one. You've seen the girls who showed interest in me back in school, writing love letters and confessing. Did you ever witness my reciprocation?" Jiang Ning fully understood. During their school days, the girls had typically gone barefaced, and the uniforms were utterly unflattering. Moreover, attending a private school rather than an arts academy meant there were few attractive girls around. Even those with decent features paled in comparison to him, making it unsurprising that he found no one appealing. Just as she found the boys around her to be rather unremarkable, she nodded in agreement. He seemed to see through her thoughts, his expression blank as he informed her, "Once I enter this circle with wealth, talent, status, and influence, do you think there will be a shortage of beautiful women throwing themselves at me? Do you know Yang?" He suddenly inquired about a name. Jiang Ning nodded. She was a fair-skinned, stunning girl with large eyes, an angelic face, and a devilish figure. Remarkably, it was said that her beauty was entirely natural. Once the agency presented her to the public, she swiftly captivated countless fans, reigning atop the trending charts for 2 consecutive weeks as the new goddess of the masses. Before last year's annual meeting, the male members of the group voted for the guest performers they most wished to invite, and the bid to attend the banquet outshone that of numerous female celebrities. The invitation list was still in her hands. How could she possibly be unaware? Although Yang was not as well endowed or slender as you, she was certainly not lacking in natural beauty. Her charm was undoubtedly comparable to yours. You consistently treated me with either harshness or indifference, while Yang was genuinely fond of me. Every time I encountered her, she greeted me with great enthusiasm. With her soft demeanor and sweet words, her sparkling eyes seemed to long for me. She frequently invited me out. As a man, what could be unclear about her intentions? Jiang Ning replied in agreement, yes, I understand. You have always been quite the charmer. Given that this young lady is delicate and easily swayed, and she harbors affections for you, have you ever given any thought? Thought about what? I have already stated that I do not harbor feelings for her. Even if she lay naked on my bed, I would remain unaffected. Jiang Ning exclaimed in disbelief. It seemed she had inadvertently stumbled upon some hidden secrets of the entertainment industry. She is undressed in front of you? Jiang Shiyu shot her a bewildered look. a mix of incredulity and disgust on his face. Shouldn't you be more concerned about how I was frightened at that moment? Having just won the Best Song Award. He attended the celebratory banquet hosted by the company. After much revelry, as the evening wound down, he retreated to the presidential suite arranged by the company. Drunkenly emerging from a bath, with only a towel wrapped around his lower half, he pulled back the covers, only to have two smooth arms encircle his waist. The unexpected sensation jolted him sober. When he turned on the light, he recognized her as the newcomer the company had just signed. She had appeared quite innocent and bashful during the banquet, but in private, she exhibited an audacious boldness. With a sultry voice, she called his name, her voluptuous form completely bare, striking a pose that was undeniably alluring. Then, with a seductive glance, she beckoned him towards her, reminiscent of Siren luring a traveler into peril. Good heavens! He gasped as she wriggled closer. Overwhelmed with shock, Jiang Shiyu instinctively lifted his foot. What is this? Have you no reflection? How dare you attempt to siphon my essence? He pushed her away forcefully. The youth, unaware of the nuances of such encounters, delivered a careless kick, catching her off guard and sending her tumbling onto the bed, clutching her chest in distress. Jiang Shiyu, now with a thunderous expression, dialed his manager and assistant. Jiang Ning, upon hearing the tale, could not help but sigh. The entertainment industry truly lived up to its reputation as a den of vice. She could almost envision the shattered hearts of the male employees within the company. Suddenly, the hand resting on the covers was gripped tightly, leaving no room for retreat. With a rare severity, he gazed at her. Jiang Ning, do you still doubt my feelings for you? Jiang Ning was rendered speechless. Their eyes locked, and he looked deeply into hers, his gaze intense and filled with longing. Yet, his anger was palpable, and his words were sharp and precise. In truth, you do not disbelieve my affection. Rather, you are unwilling to accept my feelings. Am I correct? In your eyes, do you perceive me merely as a younger brother? Simply because I am a few months your junior? Or is it because you deem me immature, inept in handling matters? Yet if I were to become composed, sophisticated, and shrewd, would you still allow me the privilege of being childish and unruly by your side? He self-deprecatingly averted his gaze, offering a brief, sardonic smile. I fear that I may no longer possess the right to sit beside you, as I do now. Deep within, Jiang Ning could not deny the tremor of her heart. Jiang Shiyu truly, genuinely harbored feelings for her, and she believed it. He understood her thoughts with remarkable accuracy. Shiyu, don't speak. Let me finish. His pupils contracted, as if fearing she might utter something hurtful. With a firm grip on her wrist, he urged her upper body to lean towards him. Chapter 62. Do not look at me yet. Her face was deeply nestled against his firm chest. The sound of his heartbeat, growing increasingly rapid and intense, resonated in her ears, so loud it was almost deafening. She was taken aback, wanting to lift her gaze, but was abruptly restrained by his grip. His eyelashes cast down, his pupils swayed, and his strikingly handsome face was taut with tension. His thin lips pressed together, and the corners of his elongated eyes gradually flushed with a hint of crimson. His hand, tightly gripping her wrist, betrayed a slight pallor of the knuckle from exertion, exuding an air of dominance. Yet his voice emerged hoarse and heavy, revealing the raw emotions he was attempting to conceal: anxiety, vulnerability, and a plea for compassion. His voice trembled in harmony with his heartbeat. Jiang Ning, do not look at me yet, and do not speak. Allow me to finish what I have to say. Otherwise, I fear that after tonight, I may never have the courage to say it again. In that moment, inexplicably, Jiang Ning's heart resonated deeply with his sentiment. At the hospital front desk, the night was tranquil. Two young nurses, relishing the quiet, huddled together, chattering animatedly. Oh my goodness, Jiang Shiyu is incredibly handsome. He is 100 times more charming in person than on screen, one exclaimed, but he seems to have a rather short temper. I wonder if he will sign an autograph for me tomorrow. You're so silly. Just ask the princess to help you. She seems much more approachable, her colleague replied. She even smiled at me when I passed by earlier. I wish I could guide her around. I heard they grew up together. The princess even came to keep him company tonight. Do you think they are a couple? Surely not. If they were a couple, why would they be participating in a matchmaking show? Well, What if it's just a wealthy person's peculiar interests? Huh? I suddenly feel that being rich isn't easy either. Just look at them, filming a matchmaking show and being besieged by paparazzi. Now, they've landed in the hospital. This news has spread online, and now our hospital has gained notoriety. Never mind that. Do you know what the netizens are saying? They're worried that Jiang Shiyu might not receive proper care here, clamoring to transfer him to another hospital. Doesn't that mean we are infamous in a way? At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and someone emerged. In this hospital, visiting hours extended until midnight. The two nurses glanced over casually, but in the next second, they stood in unison, eyes gleaming, saluting the newcomer with their gaze. The distinguished, aloof man approached the service desk. "Hello, I am here for a visit." The comparatively shorter nurse could not conceal her nervousness, stammering, "Which room?" "Room 3, the special care unit, Jiang Shiyu. I'm a guest participating in the same program. Please register my visitor information here." As the other party busily recorded the visitor details, the two nurses exchanged discreet nudges with their elbows. The man swiftly completed the registration and returned the logbook. The entire exchange lasted barely a minute before his tall figure vanished around the corner of the hallway. Two young nurses suddenly gasped for breath. What a powerful magnetic field. During the afternoon shift handover, Sister Lee had mentioned a male guest on their show, describing him as a celestial being. In terms of facial features, he may not have been the most attractive among the male guests. Yet he possessed an allure that compelled a second glance. At the time, she had mused, how could someone who isn't the most handsome still captivate? Don't people typically gravitate towards the most aesthetically pleasing? What kind of description was Sister Lee offering? In that moment, she profoundly understood. Indeed, he was the kind of person who made you yearn for another glance. She had encountered Jiang Shiyu up close that afternoon. In terms of looks, Jiang Shiyu, boasting over 100 million fans, was hailed as a face killer. His attractiveness was unquestionable. Compared to Jiang Shiyu, the man she had just seen was somewhat lacking in appearance, but in terms of charisma, he utterly eclipsed his counterpart. His sharply defined features, his austere visage, and his faint expression exuded an aura of authority accumulated from years of holding a high position, intertwined with an innate noble demeanor marked by restraint and propriety. Oh heavens, I have never felt such conflicting emotions. Just moments ago, I wished for him to glance my way, while simultaneously fearing that he would. Who is he? I do not know. After 2 nights of shifts, I haven't had the time to watch their show. I merely skimmed a web page and learned about Jiang Shiyu and Wen Yinyan, and I also recognized the princess. I know that too, but I know one more person, Dr. Liu, who was my senior's secret crush during university. Let me search online. Together, Fu Xinian approached the VIP area. There were few residents on the small island, and likewise, the hospital had few patients. The 3rd floor, dedicated to private rooms, was sparsely populated, enhancing its tranquil and secluded atmosphere. He paused before Jiang Shiyu's room, having no immediate intention of disturbing those inside. He had descended to the villa's living room at 9:30, originally expecting to spend the evening with Jiang Ning, only to find that she had departed at 9. He was acquainted with Jiang Shiyu. During his youth, shortly after beginning a relationship with Jiang Ning, she had introduced him to her neighbor's younger brother, a frequent mention in her conversations. Being of the same gender, he instantly discerned that this so-called younger brother harbored inappropriate feelings for Jiang Ning. The notion of youthful rebellion, rudeness, and the occasional sharp words were mere fabrications. It was simply Jiang Shiyu's unspoken infatuation with Jiang Ning, viewing him, her boyfriend, as a rival. Yet, he refrained from exposing this truth. In the art of warfare, the heart is the primary target, while territorial conquest is secondary. Jiang Shiyu and Jiang Ning had known each other since childhood, their families being prominent and closely connected, granting him every advantage. However, after all these years, Jiang Ning remained oblivious to Jiang Shiyu's feelings, which only proved that Jiang Shiyu lacked the courage to act. Since he was a coward, he should continue to play the role of the obedient younger brother, or simply vanish from the sibling dynamic altogether. Every time Jiang Ning lamented about her increasingly disobedient and unreasonable younger brother, he would simply smile and comfort her, sharing that he too had a cousin who had once been close to him in childhood. Yet, as they matured, their bond grew distant, perhaps due to the absence of blood ties. Observing Jiang Ning transition from despondency to gradual acceptance, Fu Xinyan realized that his approach was indeed effective. At that moment, within the confines of the VIP ward, the two appeared to be engaged in a conversation. Upon closer listening, it was predominantly the young man speaking. Do you still have feelings for him? He simply does not understand. If you liked him, why did you break up in the first place? Once it's over, yet you cried as if the world was ending. How embarrassing. Ouch. Why did you hit me? Have you forgotten who stood by you through that heart-wrenching period of heartbreak? Jiang Ning offered no response. After a brief silence, Jiang Shiyu's voice emerged, tinged with sorrow. Why can't you just like me? Chapter 63. A stealthy kiss in the stairwell, feeling like a punching bag. I pondered my shortcomings. What was lacking in me? I possessed good looks, a wealthy family, and the ability to earn my own fortune. Moreover, I was younger than him. When he was frail and elderly, I would still be able to carry him around. His exaggerations grew increasingly absurd. Finally, a voice from within the room broke through, as Jiang Ning could no longer contain himself, stating, "He is merely 3 years older than you." Fu Xiyuan felt a tremor within his heart. Indeed, Jiang Ning was precisely 3 years his senior. 3 years can create a vast generational divide. Have you not heard? It was as if he wanted to express his anger, but dared not confront Jiang Ning directly. Jiang Shiyu, though outwardly strong, let out a low growl. What must I do for you to like me, as you once liked him? Jiang Ning, seemingly at a loss, casually replied, I fancy bling-bling things. Perhaps if you gifted me a ruby of over 10 carats every day for a year and a half, I might consider it. Jiang Shiyu was suddenly invigorated. His tone was filled with disbelief. Are you serious? Don't toy with me. Swear you're not joking, or else you'll remain a single dog for life. After a moment of silence, Fu Xiyuan outside the door heard Jiang Ning's mischievous voice say, I desire such exquisite quality. A faint smile appeared in his eyes. His girl was at play once more. Whenever she intended to be playful, her tone became languid, with elongated syllables, as if luring one into the labyrinthine alleys of the past. Jiang Shiyu, having seen the images she presented, sounded somewhat hesitant. Well, it's not impossible. He mumbled, my shares cannot be touched, and the funds. Significant amounts cannot be moved either. If I do, my family will undoubtedly notice. If they find out, they would surely support him, but he wished to pursue his wife independently. Calculating swiftly, Jiang Shiyu realized that Jiang Ning's demands, while lacking in other flaws, were exceedingly costly. Exorbitant expenses. Yet, fortuitously, his ability to generate wealth remained intact. The proud young master felt as if an opportunity he had awaited for years had suddenly materialized, leaving him giddy with excitement. For the girl I adore, spending tens of millions daily is no issue. Jiang Ning, I must also post on social media, visible to all. The implication was clear. Even the esteemed Jiang lady would see. Unfortunately, she had no hobbies aside from comparison, often measuring her son's filial piety against that of others. Regrettably, he was an only child. The esteemed Jiang lady had long proclaimed that while romantic feelings could be set aside, material matters could not. He could not forget his mother after marrying. If he bought gifts for his wife, he must procure an equally valuable token for his mother as well. In return, she, as his mother, would accept his gifts and prepare a token of appreciation for his future wife. This ensured that his mother, who had carried him for 10 months, would not feel neglected due to his marriage, while also allowing the future daughter-in-law to feel the warmth of spring in their home, as both her mother-in-law and husband treated her kindly. Therefore, if he were to gift Jiang Ning, he must also prepare a gift for the esteemed Jiang lady. The weight of a single burden was barely bearable for him, but 2 burdens. Suddenly, Jiang Shiyu, who had never known financial constraints, felt the profound impact of poverty. As astute as he was, he quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Jiang Ning, if you wish to reject me, merely say so. Is it not a bit awkward for you to concoct such an excuse to deter me? After listening for a while, Fu Xian chose to turn away. At the service desk, 2 young nurses were engrossed in replaying a program on their phones, caught in a moment of excitement. Ah, the princess and President Fu are so adorable together. Although blindfolded, I firmly suspect that President Fu knows it is the princess, hence the kiss was so unabashed. The subtle nuances in their interaction suggest a familiarity that hints at a complex relationship. I ship her with the charming Jiang Shiyu. Their first kiss belonged to one another. Childhood sweethearts. They have kissed. Jiang Shiyu's fan group erupted in excitement. Oh my, could they have truly been together? Suddenly, the desktop was rapped twice. Knock, knock. Both individuals lifted their gazes simultaneously. The phones were still broadcasting the replay of last night's For Whom the Heart Beats. One phone's volume was notably loud. He first heard his own voice. Do you not respect me? In the footage, against a backdrop of azure skies and sapphire seas, Jiang Ning clasped her hands together, her gaze innocent and reverent in response. How could this be? The production team merely seeks to sow discord among our guest group's camaraderie. President Fu, a young talent, adeptly strategizes, and his career is flourishing. Across the nation, no, globally, who would dare to disrespect you? Fu Xian cast a glance. The young nurse fumbled to silence the device. They both rose simultaneously. Mr. Fu. His expression was inscrutable, devoid of any discernible emotion. Can I trouble you to assist me with a matter? After soothing Jiang Shiyu, Jiang Ning exited the ward. As she walked, she vented her frustrations. This hospital is utterly unprofessional. They let me in, yet I still have to go through some night visitor registration. There were no signs indicating such requirements upon my arrival. Passing through a stairwell, the door remained ajar. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, swiftly pulling her inside and pressing her against the wall. Jiang Ning startled, instinctively stifled a scream. However, the light in the stairwell illuminated the figure before her, causing her voice to catch in her throat. What on earth was Fu Xian doing here at this hour? Fu Xian gazed at her in silence, his dark eyes seemingly peering into the depths of her soul. In her fright, Jiang Ning recalled her earlier conversation with Jiang Shiyu, feeling inexplicably guilty. The door beside them slowly began to close. The lights were voice-activated, failing to detect any motion, and soon plunged them into darkness. In the stairwell, a blanket of black enveloped them. Jiang Ning, her back pressed against the wall, had only been startled for a brief moment, yet it was enough to draw a sheen of sweat. Now, her warm back felt the coldness of the wall, prompting her to shift uncomfortably. Let go a bit. Suddenly, her chin was lifted. In the next instant, her mouth was completely sealed shut, an unforeseen turn of events. Jiang Ning's mind went blank. She pushed him gently. The strength of the mature man was fierce and intense. In comparison, she felt like a mayfly attempting to shake a towering tree, utterly oblivious to her own limitations. Unable to break free, she furiously struck him several times, kicking and biting in desperation. As she was compelled to inhale his breath, she managed to curse intermittently, her voice fragmented. Fu Xian, why aren't you sleeping at this hour? Coming to the hospital to bother me. Are you out of your mind? Huh. Yet this only incited him to kiss her more fervently. The confinement of her waist tightened ever more deeply, as if she yearned to be melded into his very essence, wholly becoming one with him. Chapter 64. A secret kiss in the stairwell too. The commotion between the two was rather noticeable, with the overhead sensor light flickering on and off. After several moments, Jiang Ning ceased her resistance, her arms languidly draping around his neck. Her eyes closed as she acquiesced to him. Sensing her surrender, he tempered his fervent assault, gradually adopting a gentler approach. One hand firmly gripped her delicate waist, while the other tenderly lifted her chin, urging her to raise her face so he could find the perfect angle to kiss her. No longer did he seize her with unyielding force. Instead, he gently coaxed her lips apart, engaging in a series of tender kisses. Suckling, licking, nibbling, lips and teeth entwined in a passionate embrace. Though she was right in his arms, her graceful swan-like neck arched high, succumbing to his kisses. She was as obedient as during the early days of their romance, allowing his soft pecks and intimate whispers. Yet it was insufficient. Nothing could satiate his longing. An insatiable desire surged within him. After what felt like an eternity, he reluctantly released her, burying his head in the crook of her shoulder. His breath ragged as he savored the sound of her breath, now disordered by their encounter. Jiang Ning gasped for air, her gaze hazy, her lips adorned with a mesmerizing hue from his affection. Dazed and slightly breathless, she quickly regained her composure and, recalling the earlier loss of control, resolved to reclaim the initiative. Mr. Fu, this marks your second forceful kiss since the show began. The first time, you were blindfolded and could be said to not see. What about this time? In truth, it was the third time. The first, he had been blindfolded, yet knew it was her. It could only be her. The second time, last night, she had been intoxicated, but she evidently had no recollection of it. He had no intention of reminding her. With his face still nestled against her shoulder, his breathing gradually steadied. Her lack of rejection, her refusal to push him away or maintain distance, brought him a subconscious sense of delight. He turned slightly. His dark eyes, though devoid of overt emotion, were captivating and snaring her soul. How do you think we should address this? Jiang Ning pondered before teasingly responding. Mr. Fu, do you wish to rekindle our past romance, or are you looking for a fleeting dalliance? Her tone was that of a carefree seductress. Fu Xinyan, momentarily roused from his earlier passion, slowly straightened, his gaze fixed on the endless whirlpool of her eyes. Suddenly, he spoke. Shall we marry? In an instant, she saw her playful smile shatter. What did you say? She questioned, disbelief etched on her face. Fu Xinyan's expression remained unchanged. Marry me. Just last night, she had provocatively asked whether he would consider marrying her, his ex-girlfriend. He had refrained from a direct response, angered by her careless words, and had retorted sharply. Yet tonight, he found himself untroubled. No matter her reasoning, she was destined to be his. Whether it was a rekindling of old flames or a brief affair, their relationship needed to be defined first, paving the way for the next steps to be taken with conviction. She was lost in thought, her expression peculiar. Fu Xian remained unhurried, as dealing with clients and negotiating investments had always been his forte. However, given his current status, he had very few clients worthy of his personal attention. Aren't you reluctant to participate in the show? If you marry me, you can leave this place whenever you wish. She felt a flutter in her heart. What benefit would that bring you? He presented a reasonable answer. I too have no desire to continue with this program. She was bound by her grandfather's watchful eye, unable to extricate herself. Yet Fu Xian, Jiang Ning was skeptical with your current standing. Would the production team truly make things difficult for you if you wish to withdraw? Fu Xian pressed his lips together. A businessman must honor the spirit of the contract. To hell with the spirit of the contract. If you value it so much, why did you even agree to participate in the first place? This rationale sounded utterly absurd to Jiang Ning, yet she possessed no evidence to prove he was lying. Nonchalantly, she inquired, why not consider someone else? Fu Xian reminded her, wasn't this proposal yours to begin with last night? Jiang Ning suddenly recalled. Naturally, there was also his provocative question, are you willing to trade your body with me? When? Here, they had just shared an intense kiss moments ago. The absurd and indulgent memories from their closest moments rushed back in a fleeting montage. Jiang Ning's face flushed with heat. Her thoughts wandered, both distracted and contemplating the feasibility of his suggestion. He remained patient, showing no signs of urgency. Silence enveloped them until the lights, which had been illuminated for quite some time, finally extinguished. After a while, the sound of slippers echoing on the tiled floor resonated from the corridor, accompanied by a series of hushed calls. Jiang Ning? Jiang Ning? Jiang Shiyu, having waited too long for Jiang Ning to emerge, could no longer contain himself and decided to search for her. He had already inquired at the service desk, where two rather negligent nurses were engrossed in their phones. Upon seeing him, they exchanged glances and informed him that Jiang Ning had completed her information update and left, even suggesting that she might be taking a stroll nearby. Who would wander the hospital at such a late hour? Engaging in some ghostly game? Jiang Shiyu argued with the two nurses in irritation, opting to search alone, careful to keep his voice low so as not to disturb the other patients. As for the nurses' nervous expressions upon seeing him, Jiang Shiyu interpreted it as the typical reaction of ordinary folk encountering a celebrity. After all, he had fans who fainted at the mere sight of him. Nervousness was hardly uncommon. Jiang Ning, where are you? Jiang Ning, it's Jiang Shiyu. Jiang Ning felt a headache coming on, accompanied by a vague sense of guilt. If he caught her with Fu Xian, there would surely be a scene. Her gaze flickered, as if pondering something. Fu Xian had been watching her, observing her emotional turmoil as she weighed his proposal, until Jiang Shiyu's arrival caused a notable shift in her expression. Fu Xian's heart felt as though it had been tightly gripped by an invisible hand. The man, accustomed to strategizing with composure, inexplicably felt a wave of panic. Where on earth has Jiang Ning, that deceased woman, gone? Jiang Shiyu kept calling for her spirit, fearing that his incessant calls would disturb the other patients. Jiang Ning was about to step away when he suddenly grasped her wrist with such force that the area held by his fingers throbbed painfully. What is he doing? Jiang Ning signaled him with her eyes to release her grip. What do you mean? Her voice was barely a whisper, almost ethereal. The terrace? The beach? Didn't you once express a desire to explore different places with me? How can you bring up such topics at a time like this? In such a setting, how does he manage to leap across such vast conversational chasms? What audacious words are these? Even someone as courageous as Jiang Ning found herself taken aback, especially when such words were uttered by the reserved and aloof Fu Siyuan. You. I. Do you even realize what you're saying? Chapter 65. Do you know how to play? I have always been clear about what I say and do. Gripping her hand tighter, Fu Siyuan maintained an impassive expression. And you, over these years, have you truly understood what you have been doing? His words were laden with implications, sending a shiver down Jiang Ning's spine. Did he know something? She discreetly sought clues in Fu Siyuan's face, but discerned nothing after a prolonged silence. How long must one ponder? Is it not common knowledge in our circle that the Jiang family's princess is well-versed in romantic experiences? Jiang Ning cleared her throat, striving to remain composed. Fu Siyuan, I find your joke utterly unamusing. Fu Siyuan's gaze deepened. Jiang Ning, I never jest with you. Just as he claimed he would love someone for a lifetime, he meant it as a lifetime commitment. The little forest, the terrace, the beach, the conference room, the car. These were all promises he once made to her. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Ning erupted into a fit of coughing. How long ago was that? Who hasn't experienced youthful folly? Though she was shy back then, she was also quite audacious, her heart and mind consumed by thoughts of him. Occasionally, she overheard other girls discussing such matters, and, knowing that boys relish excitement, she, enamored with him, naturally yearned to offer him a unique experience. Little did she expect that her casual bravado from years past would be brought up by Fu Siyuan now. To not fulfill such promises would render her cowardly. To fulfill them? Her face flushed with heat, Jiang Ning quickly shook her head, attempting to rid herself of the lewd thoughts clouding her mind. How she wished to return and chastise her younger self for being so brazen as to dig pitfalls for her future. Jiang Shiyu was like this. Fu Siyuan was too. Her heart raced, aflutter with excitement. Yet Jiang Ning forbade herself to show fear. Her delicate hand pressed against his chest, gradually inching upwards. Noticing his expression had softened from its earlier chill, she felt a sense of triumph, until her arms affectionately wrapped around his neck. She stood on tiptoe and boldly pressed a kiss to his chin. The beach, the terrace, the little forest, such moments could be saved for later. For now, the thrill was here, in this very spot. With her thumb drawing suggestive circles on his back, her expression was teasing, her smile wicked. Fu Siyuan slowly turned his gaze toward her, his obsidian eyes seemingly delving into her very soul. Jiang Ning confidently curled her lips, her smile innocent yet cunning. Like a little fox, if she had a tail, it would surely sway with delight at her scheming. A playful trick. He chuckled softly in response. Very well. But her arms around his neck froze. Jiang Ning was taken aback. This was not right. How had the situation shifted this way? Was he not the one who despised frivolous women? Wait. Did he not find her objectionable? Feeling his grip tightening around her waist, she hastily pulled back, needing space to think. Fu Siyuan did not withdraw his hand, his eyes fixed on her, his voice light. What do I find objectionable about you? She had encountered numerous men, feeling utterly filthy. Her nervousness rendered her speechless. In the next moment, she wished she could slap herself twice. Indeed, Fu Xian's short laugh echoed, a sound that seemed both mocking and penetrating. Jiang Ning, are you feeling anxious? The mirth in his gaze quickly dissipated, replaced by an unfathomable chill. It was not merely a matter of visiting nightclubs to engage a few young masters for singing and playing games, only to take them to a hotel for a charade, and then sending them off with a little hush money the next day. He was fully aware of her actions. How could he know? What astonished her more than Fu Xian's proposition was his intimate knowledge of the truth behind the rumors surrounding her. The eldest princess of the Jiang family at a high-end hotel with 3 men, he read aloud a sensational headline from the past, laced with a hint of mockery, and whispered, "Do you know how to play men?" Jiang Ning was filled with dread. Fu Xian leaned in, seizing her wrist, drawing her towards him. The former paragon of privilege slightly bent down, his husky voice whispering indecent words in her ear. "You may not know, but I can teach you." Jiang Ning was at a loss for how to respond, engulfed by the shock of being so thoroughly seen. Over the years, she believed she had concealed herself well, only to have him reveal that she was completely exposed. Moreover, he was provoking her. He was indeed provoking her. "What is wrong with you? Fu Xian, this is not like you. Not like me." His expression instantly turned icy. "Do you truly know me? Or do you understand the person I am now?" "Jiang Ning, we have been apart for a full 6 years." He pressed his striking brows together, his words sharp. 6 years, 72 months, 2,190 days. Just like that, we parted ways. Cut off all contact. No more meetings. The weight of those precise numbers made her heart race. Fu Xian did not grant her the chance to speak, pressing his finger against her soft lips, declaring, "I am a businessman. I dislike being indebted to others. Return what you owe me." Suddenly, the door was thrust open. The hallway's sensor light flickered on. The two, engrossed in their gaze, turned at the sound. A young man, returning, leaned against the doorframe, glancing at both of them before fixing his gaze on Jiang Ning's lips, where Fu Xian's hand rested. His expression was calm, yet there was a fire smoldering in his eyes. "It's rather inappropriate for President Fu to be having this conversation with my person at this hour, isn't it?" Fu Xian, dismissing Jiang Shiyu, regarded him with indifference. In his eyes, the best way to deal with a childish youth was to remain unresponsive. Yet this time, for some reason, he slowly met his gaze. "Your person?" The boy had grown up, and despite his simmering anger over the scene before him, he managed to maintain composure, raising his chin in a gesture filled with provocation. "Otherwise, is she yours? Ex-boyfriend?" Each word was pronounced with exaggerated precision, dripping with sarcasm. Jiang Ning stirred slightly. As he tightened his grip around her hand, she lifted her gaze to find Fu Xinian, who should have been at odds with Jiang Shiyu, staring at her with a cruel smile gracing his lips. "It appears that you and your brother have grown quite close during this time," he remarked, emphasizing the words brother and sister. In a soft voice, he continued, "He claims you are his. Do you agree?" Jiang Ning's heart was in turmoil. "Absolutely not." Jiang Shiyu's expression darkened. She added indignantly, "I belong to no one. I am my own person. I aspire to be independently beautiful for the entirety of my life." Fu Xinyan's face also clouded with displeasure. However, since neither of them had gained any advantage over the other, Jiang Shiyu remained in good spirits. As the hour grew late, he said, "Mr. Fu, feel free to make your own arrangements." He took 2 steps forward and firmly pulled Jiang Ning away, barking, "Jiang Ning, come back with me to sleep." She resisted his pull. Chapter 66. Do I assist you? Jiang Ning felt a firm grip on her other hand, held tightly by Fu Xianian. She was pulled in 2 directions, her temples throbbing intensely. Fu Xianian's heavy gaze shifted from Jiang Shiyu back to Jiang Ning, ultimately releasing his hold first. "Jiang Ning, remember what you owe me." Jiang Ning stumbled slightly. Jiang Shiyu frowned, striding forward while dragging Jiang Ning out of the stairwell. Unable to contain his impatience as he pressed, "What do you owe him? Money? How much? I'll pay it for you." "We owe him nothing." Jiang Ning twisted his ears sharply. "I owe you nothing. Who allowed you to come out here?" "Ouch, ouch, ouch. This is your fault. Why did you take so long to come back? I've searched this hospital countless times. If you couldn't find me, you should have returned to wait. Am I supposed to just vanish? Who knows? What did he say to you? What were you two doing sneaking around in the stairwell? Mind your own business, child. If you keep treating me like a child, I will get angry." Jiang Ning. "Hey, Jiang Ning. Ouch. You're being rough again. Are you feeling guilty? What have you done behind my back that makes you feel this way?" "It has to do with what you owe him, ah." Can you please stop being so rough? If you break me, how will you compensate me? Silence. The two bickered incessantly. Jiang Ning dared not look back, feeling two ambiguous gazes closely following her, sending chills down her spine. Once they returned to the hospital room, the oppressive atmosphere finally lifted, but before Jiang Ning could breathe a sigh of relief, Jiang Shiyu pushed her into the restroom. What are you doing? She grumbled. He wore a long face, thrusting toothpaste and a toothbrush into her hands. Brush your teeth. I already have. I want you to scrub away his scent. Yang Ning Gulkit. What nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Shiyu glared at her lips, which were excessively vibrant, a stark contrast to the suppressed fury that turned his face a vivid shade of crimson. His words dripped with barely contained frustration. Do you think I'm foolish? Look in the mirror. Your lips are swollen. Don't tell me it was just the darkness of the stairwell and a mosquito bite. He had refrained from exploding earlier, not wanting to show weakness in front of Fu Cyanian, especially since he had no ground to stand on. Now it was just the two of them, and he struggled with a mix of anger and disappointment at her actions, feeling an overwhelming sense of unjust grievance. Even though he was on the verge of an explosion, wanting to argue with her, he had to suppress his emotions. After all, he was nothing but a worthless neighbor, an insignificant figure in her life. While Fu Cyanian still held the title of ex-boyfriend, he had to tread carefully, even when questioning why she had been with that man. Why did you kiss him? Are you thinking of going back to him? He stood there, arms crossed, watching her wash up. After a brief silence, he reluctantly spoke, striving to modulate his tone to sound less rigid. Jiang Ning paused for a moment, then replied no. His expression brightened as a certain possibility dawned upon him, instantly igniting a seething resentment within. I should have anticipated this. I should never have let him go so easily. Did he coerce you into this? He said, clenching his fists, the flames of vengeance burning intensely within him. Jiang Ning contemplated striking him, but softened upon observing his tightly pressed lips, struggling to contain his anger while attempting to justify himself. It's not quite as you think. He looked over, probing for clarity. What do you mean? Just a moment ago, you promised me an opportunity, yet behind my back, you seem entangled with him. Jiang Ning, you wouldn't dare to play both sides, would you? Jiang Ning replied. You too? No, thank you. I fear I might drown. Her mind was in disarray. She temporarily wished to avoid the tumult, hastily rinsing her mouth, declaring, all right. As she prepared to leave, he playfully extended a long leg to block the doorway. Not clean enough, do it again. Yang Ning Frobnet, Aserting. I believe it's clean. He pursed his lips, countering, I think it's not. The two stood silently in opposition. What childishness, Jiang Ning thought, suppressing her irritation. Thus, she picked up the toothbrush once more, and, after 3 minutes, it's done. Yet, she was still obstructed. I said no. Jiang Shiyu. My patience has its limits. Jiang Ning warned softly. Jiang Shiyu turned away, allowing his unkempt hair to obscure his eyes, stubbornly refusing to look at her. His taut voice concealed his obstinacy. If I say no, then no. If you're upset, feel free to hit me. Regardless, I won't let you out until I'm satisfied with your brushing. After enduring, she finally couldn't hold back, revealing her deepest sorrow. I thought something had happened to you. I searched the entire hospital in worry. This wretched place is so dimly lit, and being someone who fears ghosts, I was unafraid for your sake. Yet, you sneak off to meet an old flame. Were you kissing him when I called your name? Yes. You haven't yet agreed to me, but your actions portray you as a heartless manipulator. Do you not realize? You came here to accompany me, not to frolic with him in this hospital. Her voice trembled, filled with grievance. His accusations extinguished her anger. The situation was not as he imagined. Yet she felt far from innocent and lacked the words to explain. All right, I concede. I will brush until you are satisfied. Jiang Ning resignedly picked up the toothbrush, enduring Jiang Shiyu's reluctant expression as she brushed repeatedly. By the end, half a tube of freshly opened toothpaste was gone, and her hand was numb. On the final rinse, she felt the walls of her mouth crinkle. The coarse sensation caused her to frown in discomfort. Turning to face the stubborn boy, still blocking the doorway, she felt a twinge of helplessness. Was this fellow sent by the heavens to torment her? Jiang Shiyu. If I brush again, I might end up with sore gums. Jiang Xiu finally regarded her with proper attention. The girl before him appeared to have been dulled by circumstance. Her lips, moistened by water, were tender and radiant, their fullness reminiscent of pearls. They were slightly swollen, not from the disgrace of some despicable man, but rather from an overzealous brushing that had rendered them sensitive and reddened. The air was imbued with a refreshing scent of mint. His gaze flickered almost imperceptibly. "Shall I assist you?" he inquired, his voice husky, laced with an undercurrent of suppressed tremor. Jiang Ning, oblivious to his subtlety, regarded him with a tolerant glare. "Very well," she exclaimed, extending her hand to offer him the toothbrush, eagerly awaiting the floral design he would craft for her. Chapter 67. Dare to distinguish yourself from me. She mistakenly believed he intended to assist her with brushing her teeth, unaware that his help was of an entirely different nature. Like a ravenous wolf poised to pounce, he advanced with a single, swift step. With a delicate motion of his hand, her toothbrush clattered to the floor. Jiang Ning felt a sudden blur before her eyes as an overwhelming force compelled her to retreat repeatedly. His urgency was palpable. She collided painfully with the edge of the sink, causing her face to contort in discomfort. Before she could unleash a torrent of expletives, the youthful boy enveloped her in a refreshing, woody fragrance. Lacking experience, he relied solely on instinct and brute force, recklessly navigating her mouth with clumsy, unrefined movements devoid of any finesse. After brushing her teeth countless times, her oral cavity, now at its most vulnerable, was carelessly ensnared and twisted by his tongue, eliciting involuntary tears of pain. For a fleeting moment, her mind clouded in confusion. As her senses returned, she found herself ensnared in a fervent kiss, her lips being ardently sucked and caressed, leaving her utterly bewildered. Was this his idea of helping her brush her teeth? The realization struck her with a chilling clarity. She was kissing Jiang Xiu, setting aside the innocent brush of their childhood. This was the first time their relationship had ventured into such intimate territory, their breaths intertwining in an extraordinary manner. No, this was wrong. Jiang Ning trembled internally. Desperate to halt this misstep, he was already prepared, seizing her before she could regain her composure. Then, with a mix of old grievances and new, he bit her, eliciting a pained cry that stirred a tumult of emotions within him, though no pleasure accompanied it. Regret washed over him, and his grip softened, turning tender. Lacking experience and grappling with his own desires for the girl he had long yearned for, he soon found himself unable to withstand the intensity of the moment. Holding her hands firmly against the sink, he buried his face against her chest, breathing heavily, captivated by the rhythm of their heartbeats. The bathroom was thick with the scent of hormones, an arena for adult passions, poised on the brink. He yearned for more. After a brief pause, he lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze with longing and desire, unabashed in their fervor. In the intimacy of their proximity, his face flushed, revealing his affection and lust for her. Aware of the discomfort caused by the hard surface behind her, his heated palm caressed the soft curve of her waist, creating a barrier between her and the unyielding sink. His fingers teasingly kneading her side, a mixture of comfort and flirtation. Enveloped in his embrace, their bodies melded together. He pressed forward as she instinctively leaned back, his weight bearing down on her. Soon, she became acutely aware of a distinct change beneath him. With his eyes half closed and his body trembling, he whispered softly against her ear, "Jiang Ning, I feel so overwhelmed." Jiang Ning's limbs weakened. Her hands were awkwardly pinned against the sink, a posture that filled her with embarrassment and a complex array of emotions. Just moments ago, she had offered little resistance. He feigned a few whimpers, and she quickly acquiesced to his advances, hesitant to contemplate the implications of what was unfolding between them. When did the relationship between the two transform into this? Jiang Ning turned her gaze towards the window. Is spring approaching? Tonight, both of them, even she herself, felt unusually irritable. Jiang Ning, I truly feel distressed. I cannot bear it any longer. Who would believe that Jiang Xiu, with millions of adoring fans, is as naive in matters of the heart as an innocent boy? Waves of emotions surged endlessly, teasing his nerves. Every part of his body felt swollen, aching, yet he dared not take the next step. He could only helplessly begin to entangle himself in confusion. He slowly approached her, pleading with a voice tinged with tears. Jiang Ning, the boy's voice, reminiscent of a cat's mewl, made her legs weak and a shiver ran through her bare skin. This visceral sensation was unprecedented. How could a boy's vulnerability at such a moment be so heart-wrenching? Will you give it to me? He squinted, leaning closer, showering her with delicate kisses on her smooth forehead, her lovely brows, her delicate nose, and those lips that captivated him. All were his favorites. And he attempted to draw her into the whirlpool of emotions he was currently experiencing. Again and again, he called her name in a helpless tone. Jiang Ning, please. Jiang Ning, please. Jiang Ning felt her heart tremble, yet she clung to the threads of reason, determined not to let the situation spiral out of control and push him away. No. As it turned out, the boy, cunning as he was, swiftly forged a new path. Then help me. Just help me. He grasped her hand, his tone a blend of plea and coaxing. Jiang Ning was nearly swayed by his pitiful yearning, his desirous, dark eyes pleading with her. Almost losing her resolve, her hand instinctively reaching into the air, only to snap back. No, fifth miss cannot be borrowed. Jiang Xiyu looked at her with dazed eyes, seemingly bewildered. Jiang Ning, if you want it, come yourself, she said, pushing him away as if fleeing. Not daring to glance back, she shut the door. After a while, without any sound from the bathroom, she began to worry. Could it be that the boy, feeling rejected, was sulking inside? Until his ambiguous breaths intermittently floated out. Jiang Ning, standing outside the door, felt her face burn, leaping onto her little bed, covering her head with the blanket. Oh dear. After a moment, she sat up troubled. How will this end? Half an hour later, the boy, having temporarily satisfied his needs, though not entirely fulfilled, felt an unexpected sense of contentment. He took a shower and emerged from the bathroom, water glistening on him, locking eyes with Jiang Ning, who sat upright on her bed. In that fleeting glance, his already exceptional face shone even brighter. Although the revolution had not yet succeeded, tonight marked a significant leap forward, an unexpected surprise. He laughed like a mischievous kitten that had just successfully stolen a kiss, eager to snuggle closer to Jiang Ning. Stop right there, she commanded. Jiang Xiyu raised an eyebrow, and before she could speak again, he unabashedly silenced her with his words. If you dare to deny our kiss from earlier, I shall take you right here tonight. He meaningfully glanced downward, where the area just recently freed was showing signs of stirring once more. With a brazen and silent threat, the young man, brimming with youthful vigor, was the most impatient of all. Jiang Ning. She lifted her gaze to meet his self-satisfied expression, so calm and composed. After that kiss, he seemed fundamentally transformed. Look at this. This was the true nature of the illustrious young Master Jiang. Jiang Ning felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Why didn't she just push him away in that moment? Chapter 68. Be my girlfriend, and I shall pamper you to the heavens, she warned. Her voice a low rasp. Cough. Be serious. Jiang Xiyu maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Is what you wish to discuss something I desire to hear? If not, let us refrain from conversing. After all, not long ago, they had attempted to engage in conversation, yet to no avail. This troublesome child had suddenly become assertive. Previously, she had relied on his willingness to acquiesce, commanding him to do this and that, forbidding him from certain actions. If he defied her, she found herself utterly powerless. One was consumed by frustration, while the other radiated vitality. Jiang Ning abruptly rose to her feet. She realized that being in close proximity to him was affecting her. She needed to find a quiet place to collect herself. Jiang Xiyu, reveling in the prospect of a momentous breakthrough that evening, observed her movements with narrowed, watchful eyes. Where are you going? He inquired, a wary expression adorning his face. To brush my teeth, she retorted, flashing a smile that barely concealed her irritation. You said I must brush thoroughly. Jiang Xiyu's expression darkened further. As she turned to leave, he followed closely behind, exuding an air of confidence. She intended to brush her teeth? To cleanse away his scent? How absurd. Did she truly believe he would agree to that? Upon entering the bathroom, Jiang Ning barely had time to close the door before it was forcefully pushed open. The half-ajar door revealed his imposing figure, casting a shadow over her. Alarm bells rang in her mind as she hastily reached for the door, attempting to resist him. Yet he effortlessly overpowered her, driving her back against the slick wall, where he had just recently bathed. Perhaps her senses were heightened, but she could not shake the sensation that alongside the fragrance of body wash, there lingered a distinct musk of masculinity in the air. Pressed against the wall, her clothing quickly became damp, causing her discomfort. She furrowed her brow. "Stop it, go outside. My clothes are wet, and I have no spare." Jiang Shiyu nodded, clearly pleased by the turn of events. "Perfect. No need to wear anything." "Jiang Shiyu, this is a hospital. I warn you not to act recklessly." In the past, she had held the upper hand, but the tables had now turned. She understood his stubborn and reckless nature. When provoked, he resembled a rampaging bull, impossible to rein in. An undercurrent of anxiety coursed through her, compounded by a sense of disorientation. Jiang Shiyu regarded the stunning girl before him, her composure clearly disrupted by his proximity, and a sense of delight began to blossom within him. She likely did not even realize how nervous she had become in his presence. What was the nature of their relationship? A relationship marked by kisses. The mere act of kissing had transformed everything. Jiang Shiyu felt a surge of satisfaction within, while maintaining an outwardly calm and somewhat brazen facade. He questioned, with feigned seriousness, "So, if we are not in a hospital, it is permissible to behave recklessly?" Did he truly dare to think that? "In any case, you must leave. Are you disregarding my words?" "Hey, Jiang Shiyu, you." The girl pushed him away with all her might, her tone shifting from commanding to revealing her true, softer nature in mere seconds. "Did you hear me? If you continue like this, I shall become angry. Jiang Shiyu, I truly, huh?" It turns out that when the young Master Jiang refuses to act and insists on being a wolf, Jiang Ning finds herself utterly helpless, unable to fight back or scold him. The restroom door is ajar, casting a faint, slanted glow, a halo of incandescent light. The situation inside remains obscured, yet one can hear the sounds of raucous scuffling and kicks. Oomph. Then come the disordered footsteps of a girl, retreating step by step, accompanied by the clatter of small objects being knocked over and falling to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Finally, as the girl, cornered and agitated, shakes her head, muffled whimpers escape from the corners of her tightly sealed lips. Is he addicted to kissing? Here he comes again. Let go of me. My breath is in disarray. My thoughts are a jumble. My tone is fragmented. Even my resistance falters intermittently. The boy, who once dared not reveal his feelings, lacking experience and understanding of romantic relationships, could only be led by the nose by her. Yet today, he inadvertently shattered the taboo, suddenly awakening to profound realizations. Wasn't she treating him like a brother? In the past, he had been so compliant, of course. She wouldn't regard him as anything more. Now, as he seeks closeness with her, he must first make her aware that he is a mature man. He refuses to believe she can remain indifferent to him. As for her anger, has she not been angry with him? He would just have to coax her back. After riling her up, he remains unperturbed. Didn't you say you were coming in to brush your teeth? I'll keep you company while you brush. I'll use the toothbrush. To hell with the toothbrush. Nonchalantly, he kicks the toothbrush that had fallen to the ground into the corner, rendering it dirty. A new one can be used instead. A new toothbrush 1TB as attentively served by me. I can help you clean it inside and out, preferably leaving nothing but my scent. What foul language is this? I don't want you. Jiang Shiyu, when did you become so wicked? He leaned close to her ear, unleashing his true nature, his expression mischievous, his tone equally so, since the night he realized he liked her. Jiang Ning, every night. It's thoughts of you that lull me to sleep. He whispered fervently, lost in the moment, enticing her. We've already kissed. You must give me a chance. You clearly enjoyed it too, didn't you? What Fu Xinian can do, I can do. What he cannot do, I can accomplish. I can pamper you to the heavens. Jiang Ning, look in a mirror. You are nothing but a paper tiger. Now, stop struggling. Promise me, will you? Be my girlfriend. The other party, scheming and aggressive, has unwittingly stirred the already tumultuous feelings within Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was oblivious to the exact hour she succumbed to slumber the previous night. All she could recall was his relentless pursuit, his antics ceaselessly ensnaring her, while she valiantly defended her last line of resistance. She was also astounded by the myriad of his tactics. Observing her mental fortitude teetering on the brink of collapse, he ultimately relinquished his hold on her, albeit with lingering resentment. In every aspect, nothing remained unyielding, except for that obstinate mouth of his. You just wait. Jiangning fell into a deep sleep the moment she touched the bed. The following day, she was stirred awake by an abrupt sound of the door creaking open. Unbeknownst to her, someone had turned the knob, and, with a hasty exclamation of "Oh, my apologies, wrong room," promptly retreated, closing the door with due discretion. Jiangning pressed her hand against her drowsy eyes, pondering if she had merely imagined it. Did she actually hear Aunt Jiang's voice? A solid, powerful arm lay heavily across her abdomen, and as Jiangning turned her head, she was met with the strikingly displeased visage of Jiang Shiyu, his face reflecting the ire of the heavens. His irritation still simmered. She glared at him, exhaling a sigh of exasperation. Awakening from her slumber had not cleared her mind. Instead, it plunged her into a profound sense of fatigue and self-doubt. Chapter 69. Enter again. After a while, she nearly succumbed to him. Why did she not resist this fellow last night, ultimately surrendering instead? Recalling how he had trapped her in the bathroom, refusing to let her leave, alternating between being aggressive and clingy and pleading with a pitiful demeanor, all while uttering lewd remarks, filled her with frustration. Thus far, he was the first to take advantage of her and yet feel entirely justified in sleeping beside her. With this thought, Jiangning expressionlessly reached out, pinching that face which evoked both love and hatred without a hint of politeness. A firm squeeze, a sharp tug. Almost instantaneously, the slumbering figure jolted awake. An outburst of morning ire coupled with the pain inflicted, the youth's rage was evident. Yet upon meeting Jiangning's gaze, his fury stilled and faded. He half sat up, turning his face, one large hand pitifully pressing against the throbbing side of his handsome face. Perhaps due to being awakened by someone's pinch in his dreams. His black hair was tousled, and his expression, still drowsy, bore traces of pain, mostly overshadowed by a sense of frustration unable to be unleashed. Had it been anyone else disturbing his slumber, they would have received a sound thrashing. But this was Jiangning. He had to endure, and he had to coax her. "Why are you pinching me?" His voice was hoarse, his mind still foggy, yet his iron arm moved of its own accord, blocking her attempt to rise. With a swift motion, he mounted her, his weight pressing down heavily, burying his face into the crook of her shoulder. Indifferent to the cramped conditions of sharing a small bed the previous night, which had deprived them of a restful sleep. With eyes closed and a smirk on his lips, he appeared thoroughly content, lazily relaxed. "It's still early. Stay with me a while longer." The position was one of male dominance over female. He pressed down heavily upon her, his masculine physique unmistakably prominent. What had begun as a playful display of affection, seeking a morning cuddle, had inadvertently led to an uncomfortable situation. The tent-like bulge, already considerable, became increasingly difficult to bear upon contact with her. Both were momentarily stunned. Jiangning found herself at a loss for words. Jiang Shiyu, suddenly alert, recalled the provocation from Fu Xinyang the previous night that had ignited his impulsive behavior. Now, having awakened, clarity returned, and instinctively, he felt a twinge of apprehension regarding Jiangning's reaction. They had kissed, touched. Though not too deeply, he had still indulged in some intimate caresses. Would she despise him, or would she accept him? He had indeed employed certain tactics, leveraging his strength to compel her compliance, yet she had ultimately acquiesced. His heart raced, emotions tumultuous, while his exterior feigned shamelessness as he glanced back at her. "What are you looking at? It's not like I wanted this." It's a natural physiological response of a normal man. After a brief pause, his heart fluttered, unable to resist testing the waters by rubbing against her a few more times. "Why don't you help me out? Just like last night, even though it didn't go as planned, you did hold my hand." Jiangning silently reached beneath the bed, her fingers grazing a slipper. Just as she grasped it, the door swung open once more. "I thought that face looked familiar. It really is you, Ning Ning. How did you end up sleeping together? Are you two in a relationship?" The astonishment grew with each utterance. Jiang Shiyu furrowed his brows, while Jiangning's slippers slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor. Ms. Jiang Meiying, Jiang Shiyu's mother, had flown back from abroad overnight upon learning that her son had been assaulted by a fan and subsequently hospitalized. Early the next morning, she arrived at the hospital accompanied by bodyguards, intending to shower her injured and frail son with maternal affection. However, upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find her son nestled with a woman in bed. Swiftly, she retreated, yet her mind involuntarily replayed the fleeting glance of the woman. This was perplexing. Although the angle had obscured the woman's features, she couldn't shake the uncanny resemblance to Jiang Ning, whom she had known since childhood. Moreover, she was all too familiar with her son, whom she had carried for 10 months. His character was unmistakably inherited from his father, stubborn, willful, and obstinate. Since childhood, he had always been fond of trailing after Jiang Ning. Despite his unawareness of his affections during their youth, he realized his feelings too late, only to learn that Jiang Ning had entered a relationship. After patiently waiting for Jiang Ning to break up with her partner, her son failed to seize the opportunity. Instead of offering solace and support, he had an altercation and impulsively entered the entertainment industry. Fortunately, his good genes had served him well. He garnered fame through a few songs and his charming visage, winning over many fans despite not leveraging familial connections. Many of the socialites who once looked down upon the entertainment world began to admire him. Previously, when she ventured out, she was warmly addressed as Madame Jiang, a title earned through her husband Jiang Tao's lucrative ventures, which drew envy from many eager to share in their fortune. Now, at various gatherings, she was playfully teased as the mother of a superstar, with requests for concert tickets flooding in, as every young woman seemed to be infatuated with Jiang Shiyu. Lost in her thoughts, she momentarily strayed from the present. Returning to the scene outside the hospital room, Jiang Meiying couldn't shake the conviction that the girl within was indeed Jiang Ning. Her obstinate son was unlikely to have changed his heart. Thus, she opened the door once more. Inside, the occupants had just awakened. Upon clearly observing the girl's features and the dominant posture of her son over her, oh my, had her oblivious son finally matured? Had he learned to appreciate the exquisite beauty next door? Jiang Meiying felt a surge of joy blossom within her. You two are together? Her keen eyes caught sight of the slipper Jiang Ning had dropped, which seemed to have been intended as a weapon. Without a second thought, Jiang Meiying chose to ignore it, believing that if her son had endured countless kicks from his father, a few from his future daughter-in-law were hardly significant. After all, being caught in such a situation by a parent, Jiang Ani, no matter how thick-skinned Jiang Ning was, she could not conceal her embarrassment and hastily nudged Jiang Shiyu. Jiang Shiyu remained unmoved, casting a displeased glance at Mrs. Jiang, who had unexpectedly appeared in the hospital room. Was there not a jewel at the auction that caught your fancy? How else could you have returned so swiftly, thwarting his good fortune? A mother knows her child best, and Jiang Meiying could easily discern the underlying meaning in her son's words. She had come to visit her son, and given the circumstances, it was clear that he was in no danger. Although she would never condone her son forgetting his mother once he found a wife, she deeply understood the impetuousness of youth, especially since this was a new chapter for him. It must be quite unsettling to be interrupted at such a moment. Just like her husband, her son was impatient and unable to contain himself. Jiang Meiying stifled a chuckle, choosing not to dwell on her son's lack of enthusiasm in welcoming her, and graciously declared, "You two carry on. I shall step outside for a while and return shortly." Chapter 70. Your son is useless. Ms. Jiang possessed remarkable insight, a sentiment wholeheartedly echoed by Jiang Shiyu. Jiang Ning felt overwhelmed. "No, Aunt Jiang, you need not leave. We have not." Suddenly, her words were silenced as a hand clamped over her mouth, followed by the decisive sound of a door closing with a resounding thud. "Jiang Shiyu, are you courting death?" Jiang Ning exclaimed, enraged, as she hastily seized the slipper she had just discarded, ready to strike Jiang Shiyu. However, he anticipated her move, snatching it away and tossing it behind him in a graceful arc. He then leaned over her, effortlessly pinning her hands to either side of her head, their faces mere inches apart. He gazed down at her with profound affection, meeting her vibrant, fiery eyes with unyielding joy. Since Ms. Jiang was so astute, why not consummate their situation without further ado, not to squander her efforts? Consummate? she mused with a hint of mischief. Caught in his grasp, Jiang Ning suddenly curved her lips into a sweet smile that stirred something within him. Yet, before he could react, it was too late. Her expression hardened, cold and merciless. Dream on. She lifted her foot and kicked. The sound of her anguished scream echoed, muffled by the fear of being overheard outside the room. The confrontation between Jiang Shiyu and Jiang Ning culminated in a resounding defeat for him. He sprang from the bed with lightning speed, grimacing, bent over, clutching his abdomen, pain draining the color from his face as he gasped for breath. Ouch! Jiang Ning, you're so cruel. To kick him there. Jiang Ning raised an almost imperceptible brow. While it certainly hurt, did it warrant such theatricality? She was aware of the vulnerability of a man in that regard, and her kick had been measured, not aimed with true intent. In her mind, she replayed the incident, concluding that her light reprimand would pose no real issue. Her expression remained impassive. If you misbehave again, I shall kick harder. Jiang Shiyu protested vehemently. Don't you care about me? What about your own future happiness? Jiang Ning turned slowly to bestow upon him a smile that could be described as the harbinger of doom. Do you dare to repeat that? Jiang Shiyu glared back defiantly. What if I do? I might say it again and again and again. He thought silently. Sooner or later, he would transform those words into reality. With a huff, Jiang Shiyu turned away, deliberately avoiding her gaze. This fellow clearly harbored thoughts of rebellion against her. Jiang Ning, unbothered, stood and made her way toward the bathroom, issuing commands along the way. I will freshen up first. You should take a moment to collect yourself. Then, open the door for Aunt Jiang and clarify the situation. What is there to explain? Do you not know who Ms. Jiang is? She only loves to believe in what she wishes to believe. Feeling the profound gaze of death looming from behind, the reluctant youth finally ceased his incessant muttering, pouting slightly, and irritably tousled his hair before striding towards the hospital room door. Outside the room, as Jiang Meiying emerged, she promptly sent the several bodyguards waiting at the door to the end of the corridor. The hospital, upon first glance, appeared rather subpar. How could she allow anyone to eavesdrop as her son and daughter-in-law prepared to bring her grandchildren into the world? She stood at a respectable distance, reveling in the thought that her foolish son had finally pursued his daughter-in-law. How many tables should she reserve for the banquet? To avoid the long night filled with dreams, one must strike while the iron is hot. However, the wedding date was too near, leaving no time for proper preparations. Alas, how vexing! Unable to contain her excitement over this delightful yet complicated news, Jiang Meiying hastily dialed her husband's number to share the news. Yet, just as the call connected, the door to her son's hospital room swung open, revealing her son's arrogant expression. He glanced left and right before fixing his gaze upon her. Ms. Jiang, please come in. The joy that had filled Jiang Meiying's heart dissipated instantly, replaced by a look of bewilderment and shock. Jiang Shiyu's father, Jiang Tao, a devoted husband, had momentarily paused an internal meeting upon hearing his wife's jubilant news about their son's relationship with Jiang Ning, taken aback by the rapidity of the situation. How could this little rascal have successfully wooed her in such a short time after only a few days on the show? He pondered, but before he could inquire further, his wife's voice suddenly fell silent. Was there no signal? He called out to the phone twice. After what felt like an eternity, his wife's incredulous yet anxious voice finally broke through. Old Jiang, do we have any investments in hospitals? We need a urology department, preferably one that is quite advanced. Chairman Jiang was left speechless. On the other end, Jiang Meiying lamented painfully, Jiang Tao, your son is incapable. I stepped out for just a moment to make a phone call, and in less than 5 minutes, he was done for. Is he timing this? For Jiang Meiying, who yearned for grandchildren, this was the ultimate disaster. 10 minutes later, after being summoned back to the hospital room, with Jiang Shiyu's reluctant cooperation, Jiang Ning managed to clarify the sequence of events. She was merely a bedside companion, and that morning, while they were bickering, they accidentally encountered Jiang Meiying, leading to a misunderstanding. That was all there was to it. So, you two simply slept together last night, and nothing happened? Jiang Meiying pressed for clarification. Yang Ning Gulket. Auntie, truly nothing happened. Jiang Shiyu scoffed. Jiang Meiying looked at her son with disappointment. They had shared a bed, yet nothing had transpired. Should she commend her son for maintaining his boundaries, or should she lament his lack of initiative? The opportunity had presented itself, yet he did not take a bite. Noticing the exasperated expression on Ms. Zhang's face, Jiang Shiyu's own expression darkened further. Jiang Ning, having awakened and turned her back on him, had just kicked him playfully, leaving him with a lingering ache. He turned to Jiang Ning with a look of deep resentment, saying, "Jiang Ning, this matter is far from over." Jiang Ning silently gazed at Jiang Ming and explained, "Annie, it was a special circumstance last night, so it happened that way. I hope you can understand." Thus, the three formed a cycle. She looked at him, he looked at her, and then she looked at her again. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Ning took the initiative to rise and create space for the mother and son. "Annie, why don't you two have a chat? I must return to the production team now." Jiang Shiyu attempted to stop her, but Jiang Ming had already stood up. "Where is the production team? I can have someone escort you there." Jiang Ning replied, "No need. A staff member will come to fetch me." Jiang Ming maintained her affectionate smile, accompanying her to the door. "All right, Ning Ning, please take care of yourself. Annie has some matters to discuss with Shiyu, so I won't keep you any longer. Next time, you must make time for us. It has been far too long since I last saw you, and I miss you dearly." Yang Ning noted obediently, "Okay." Jiang Ming felt an even greater sense of regret. What a wonderful daughter-in-law she would make. Why couldn't her foolish son manage to win her over sooner? No. To capture her heart? Once the door closed outside the hospital room, Jiang Ning sighed, "Jiang Shiyu, we are doomed." Chapter 71. Have you seen clearly? Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Ning was informed that the guest had just finished breakfast and had agreed to head to the hospital. This matter had already been communicated to Jiang Ning by the staff responsible for transportation on the way back. Jiang Ning simply instructed them to go ahead, while she chose to return to the villa for some rest. As for today's live broadcast, it would have to be temporarily suspended. In response to the attack incident from the previous night, the production team promptly issued a top-priority apology letter on their official website after ensuring the guests were settled. Entertainment has a price, but goodwill is priceless. During tonight's live broadcast, due to negligent management and execution, the situation became chaotic. We sincerely apologize to all affected individuals, especially to Miss Wen Yin Yin and Mr. Jiang Shiyu, who were most impacted. We hope this incident serves as a mirror for the industry, allowing authenticity and kindness to coexist, transforming entertainment into a healing force that reflects life. Furthermore, the program will be suspended for 1 day, after which we will return with a brand new appearance. Please stay tuned. For Whom the Heart Beats production team, May 23rd, 2025. The gravity of the situation was undeniable. Although the live video of the incident had not been recorded, many bystanders had taken out their phones to capture the chaos and share it online. The speed of dissemination was astonishing. Even though the production team contacted the website administrators immediately to delete most of the footage, a small portion continued to resurface with altered titles. Coupled with the impact of Jiang Ning allowing the camera to roll during the live stream, the repercussions were significant. Upon the release of the apology letter, fans of Jiang Shiyu, fans of Wen Yin Yin, program supporters, and even bystanders nearly flooded the website with their outrage. What about those paparazzi fans? Why hasn't there been any mention of their whereabouts? Surely someone has connections to protect them? Rational fandom. Resist paparazzi fans. Those who chase stars to the point where they end up in the hospital are not just fans. They are committing acts of violence. They must be severely punished. The foolish production team, hastily issuing a letter to shirk responsibility? This is far from over. All the planners, investors, and staff of this wretched production team need to come forth and face the consequences. What about the princess? Have you thanked her? If it weren't for her decisive action in pulling the fire alarm, those two trapped guests Wu Ti have been rescued so swiftly. The staff would have just stood by, watching chaos. That's not fair. The staff worked hard too. I saw the footage from bystanders, and it was utter chaos. Those people looked like wild dogs that hadn't eaten for days, their eyes glinting with madness as they fixated on Jiang Shiyu. To compare them to wild dogs is an insult to beasts. They're less than animals. Not to mention that one girl, her brother got hurt protecting her, and all she does is cry, not even attempting to stop those people. The staff left at the villa was a gentle girl, awaiting Jiang Ning's arrival. apologizing while carefully conveying the production team's sentiments. The situation on the website has been rife with criticism for an entire night without respite. This matter has escalated to the Broadcasting Authority, and from last night until this morning, the director has been entangled in an interminable accountability meeting. The fans are incensed, their emotions spiraling out of control, and our hired online commenters are struggling to manage the chaos. We hope that you can lend your voices to help mitigate this. Jiang Ning, devoid of any visible emotion, listened intently. Was this oversight the fault of the production team? They had indeed made arrangements for control, and due to the live filming, all personnel entering the island had undergone scrutiny. It remains a mystery which link in the chain faltered, allowing that small group of obsessive fans to stealthily infiltrate the island. The soft-spoken girl admitted candidly, "It is our fault." Jiang Ning reflected, acknowledging that recognizing one's mistakes is a significant step toward improvement. Thus, perhaps the apology letter should remain posted for a few more days. This is a refusal to speak up at such a critical moment. The soft girl wore a pained expression. What should be done now? As the task assigned by the leadership remains unfulfilled, Jiang Ning ascended the steps, paused, and turned back. She was the youngest and seemingly the most vulnerable member of the team. At this juncture, pushing this young girl forward to speak indicates the production team's earnestness. The production team is indeed disappointing. The incident involving Jiang Shiyu's injury stemmed from their negligence. Jiang Ning, protective and irate, would not, however, direct her anger toward those uninvolved. Observing the young girl struggling to find her words, appearing utterly at a loss, Jiang Ning felt a twinge of sympathy for her. This is not a burden for someone in your position to bear, and the solution does not lie in having the guests utter a few superficial platitudes. It is imperative to allow the fans to express their frustrations normally. Convey this to your superiors, and they will comprehend. The soft girl nodded gratefully, her head bobbing vigorously. "Ah, good. Thank you, thank you." Jiang Ning chose not to look at her further and continued her ascent. Elsewhere on the island, in the most concealed stronghold of the production team, as the live broadcast crisis unfolded, the planning, investment, and management departments, along with the entire leadership of the production team, hastily convened on the island. In the expansive conference room, the projector displayed the chaotic scenes from the previous day, where Jiang Shiyu and Wen Yinyan were besieged. Upon Jiang Ning's arrival, her seamless collaboration with Shun Yubai swiftly regained control of the situation, which had become exceedingly tumultuous and noisy. This was undoubtedly the most significant and severe incident in the history of the program. Those present could not evade responsibility, and everyone braced themselves for accountability. Sitting rigidly as the fierce sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, causing beads of sweat to form on their brows while their hearts raced like drums. The individuals gathered here were all seasoned elites, accustomed to being flattered and courted outside. Yet within this conference room, they shrank into themselves, striving to diminish their presence. Seated nearby, two individuals could only hear each other's increasingly heavy breaths. This was the sixth time the footage had been replayed. The metaphorical sword hanging over their heads drew ever nearer with each repetition. The man at the head of the table, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, remained silent. He sat gracefully, his posture relaxed as he turned slightly in the genuine leather armchair, positioning himself elegantly towards the screen. His noble profile was subtly elevated, and his thin lips were delicately pressed together, devoid of any superfluous expression from beginning to end. In the video, Jiang Ning made his seventh appearance, casually raising his hand, his index finger twitching ever so slightly. The assistant in charge of controlling the video promptly pressed pause. The man turned around, revealing a face marked by indifference and detachment, exuding an innate noble aura and an oppressive sense of superiority over others. It was none other than Fu Xian, who was supposed to accompany Jiang Shiyu to the hospital. He cast a cold glance over everyone present. Did you all clearly observe the entirety of the video? Chapter 72. President Fu's inner turmoil, a profound silence enveloped the room. This was an anticipated outcome, as he suppressed his stern brow and piercing gaze. The meeting was not intended for accountability. I shall emphasize 3 points. First, All departments involved in the program's production must submit a self-reflection report to be publicly displayed internally for 6 months, with this year's year-end bonuses revoked. Second, all efforts must be made to quell the incident. Compensation must be rendered and apologies issued where necessary. Third, stringent controls must be implemented to prevent similar occurrences in the future. Having succinctly articulated these 3 points, he unhesitatingly withdrew his sharp scrutiny. The meeting was adjourned. As the others exited, the director and the planning department remained behind, their faces pale as they filed out in single file. The chief director, who remained seated, exchanged puzzled glances with the head of the planning department, both seeking to glean some useful information from each other's equally bewildered expressions. Soon, the conference room was cleared. The few remaining individuals then heard the authoritative voice of a senior executive issue a directive, optimize the plan, and compress the timeline to within 7 days. 7 days? The planning team remained silent, but the director began to protest. President Fu, the program has just commenced and is gaining significant momentum, poised to become this year's most popular variety show. Fu Xinyan cast a dispassionate glance in his direction. You should understand that my investment in this program is not driven by profit. Yet, it is inconceivable that one would willingly forfeit potential gains, especially when the stakes are considerable. Given the current popularity, future sponsorships could easily reach into the billions, shattering all previous records for variety shows. What could President Fu be contemplating? The chief director pondered quietly. Beside him, the head of the planning team cleared his throat. President Fu, how should we address the other parties involved? Fu Xinyan furrowed his brow in contemplation. This was indeed a vexing dilemma. Despite his meticulous planning and financial capacity to secure the entire project independently, he was constrained by the considerations of Old Master Jiang, which necessitated the inclusion of 3 investment partners. Although their shares were minor, the decision-making power of the entire program remained in his hands. Yet, the presence of unscrupulous competitors, who sought to usurp his position, was inherently disconcerting. Since returning from the hospital last night, he had not managed to rest properly. Now, after the meeting, his head throbbed painfully, as if someone were prodding it with an iron rod. His assistant, having served him closely for years, recognized his condition and hurriedly approached to inquire whether he needed medication. Fu Xinyan declined. Rubbing his aching temples, he murmured, "There is no need to concern others. As for Chairman Jiang, I will personally explain the situation to him." After all, he owed sufficient respect to Jiang Ning's grandfather. He did not mind spending money to adopt a humble stance. Once the director and the head of the planning department departed, the assistant cautiously approached, studying his complexion with concern. "President Fu, Dr. Lin asked me to remind you that it has been many days since your last follow-up appointment. Is there any chance you could spare some time for her to visit you?" "No need. Inform her not to come again," Fu Xinyan replied coldly. His affliction was a matter of the heart, a malady that required a remedy of the spirit. This was a predicament that countless consultations with psychologists had failed to resolve. Moreover, missing a follow-up appointment is merely a fleeting error. How many moments has he let slip through his fingers in his lifetime? At this moment, the astute Mr. Fu, who has long occupied a position of power, is consumed by a singular thought, given that the decision has been made to condense the program into a mere 7 days. How can he win over Jiang Ning's heart within this limited time frame? Is it truly as that rascal He Xilian suggested, simply to sleep and submit? If one slumber proves insufficient, shall he then indulge in another? Chapter 73. The savior of President Fu has arrived, the show whose heartbeats had been suspended for a day, and it resumed broadcasting the following afternoon. As the program commenced, an eager audience flooded the live stream, with some venting their frustrations from the previous day, while others sought updates on the resolution of the incident. Many inquired about Jiang Shiyu's health and expressed concern for the other guests' well-being. To their surprise, the astute viewers noticed that Jiang Shiyu was conspicuously absent from the lineup of guests. This absence was understandable, given his internal injuries and the public notice issued by his studio. Although he would not suffer lasting effects, he undoubtedly required several days of recuperation. While the audience accepted this reality, Jiang Shiyu's devoted fans, who had been eagerly awaiting his appearance, were left disheartened. Does this mean our brother won't be on the show anymore? Internal injuries can vary in severity. Our darling is hurt and must prioritize his recovery. At least the show has shown some humanity by not forcing him to appear at this time. Wow. How will the remaining 3 men and 4 women be distributed? By competing for it, of course. What other option is there? Among the 3 male and 4 female guests, apart from Wenyin, whose face bore slight bruises and a pale complexion, everyone else appeared quite at ease, neither displeased nor reluctant to be live on air. It seemed as though they had not been affected by the unexpected incident of the previous day. How naive. After visiting Jiang Shiyu at the hospital, the production team had worked diligently to reassure the guests. They offered various apologies and assured everyone that similar incidents would be prevented in the future. As the most significant victim of the incident, Jiang Shiyu Studio publicly condemned the law-breaking fans and stated that they would not hold the production team accountable. The guests, being dignified individuals, did not dwell on the oversight, allowing for a pleasant dialogue between both parties. Without granting the audience much time to ponder, the executive director's commanding voice resonated from off-screen. Starting today, our show whose heartbeats will introduce a new format, along with some new participants. Su Xingman and Yi Ruyi simultaneously voiced their curiosity. What new participants? They exchanged a knowing glance, each reflecting the same perplexity. During the discussion yesterday, the production team had mentioned considering safety concerns, as live broadcasts contain many uncontrollable elements that could be exploited by overly enthusiastic fans. The show would be compressed into a 7-day broadcast, meaning they must find their ideal matches within that time frame. What the male guests were thinking remained a mystery to them, but they felt a twinge of regret, wishing for more time to grow closer, igniting a competitive spirit within them. However, yesterday, the production team had only hinted at a change in format and had not disclosed that new participants will be introduced within those 7 days. Why introduce new participants? This question lingered not only in the minds of the guests, but also among the audience. What does it mean to add participants at this time? Is Jiang Zai no longer going to participate in the recording? Please know, I only followed this show for my brother. A dating show devoid of Jiang Zai lacks completeness. Should the production team dare to expel him, I shall undoubtedly storm the television station with rotten eggs. At this juncture, who might they recruit? One must ponder who would be willing to join. Perhaps a celebrity? Inviting someone at this critical moment appears rather opportunistic, akin to feasting upon the blood-stained buns of Jiang Shiyu. For the sake of clinging to this fleeting heat, they seem to have abandoned all sense of integrity. I am curious to see who possesses such audacity. What if they opt for an ordinary person? Have you considered the caliber of the previous guest stars? Where in haste does the production team intend to find comparable ordinary guests? I can only assert that the production team is truly devious. Introducing newcomers now diverts attention from Jiang Shiyu's plight and the team's negligence to the topic of these new guests. As the audience buzzed with speculation, the camera captured the curiosity of several guests. Su Xingman eagerly called out to the director, "Director, who is it? Male or female?" Yi Ri joined in the excitement. "Quick, bring them out." Wenyin clapped in agreement, expressing anticipation. The executive director discreetly glanced at the group of male guests. The notification regarding the new additions had reached him only that morning, leaving him no more informed than the guests themselves. Typically, the production of such shows follows an exceptionally rigorous protocol, one that is not easily altered. Yet, in this particular program, a mere 2 days had seen relentless upheavals. A shortened filming schedule and the abrupt inclusion of newcomers, an unprecedented occurrence in the industry. Just yesterday, he had been adamantly defending his position. It was only when the chief director ambiguously alluded to some underlying details of the show's construction that the executive director experienced utter shock. Having been in this industry, he had encountered countless strange tales, but this revelation left him utterly astounded. He felt as though all his prior years had been in vain. This was not merely a lavish expenditure for the sake of beauty. He quickly cast another glance at the male guest group, ultimately unable to resist stealing a look at the tall figure on the far right of the female guest group. The allure of beauty is indeed captivating. With such an enchanting appearance, it is no wonder the male guests were taken aback. The earpiece crackled with the chief director's reminder that the new guest was ready. The executive director snapped into work mode, raising his voice, Now, let us welcome our new female guest to join the male guests on stage. As the upbeat music began to play, an impressive pair of handsome men and beautiful women emerged from the side. The male guest exuded charisma, while the female guest was petite and charming. It was evident that both possessed exuberant and outgoing personalities, striding forth as if they were a king and queen surveying their realm. Their expressions vibrant as they waved to those present. Jiang Ning stood on the far right among the female guests, her enthusiasm for the newcomers rather tepid. She merely clapped along with the crowd as the new guests made their entrance. When the female guest sashayed towards her, casting a flirtatious glance her way, darling Jiang Ning exclaimed in surprise, "What a delightful surprise to see you here." The director prompted the newcomers to introduce themselves, encouraging them to familiarize themselves with the audience. Standing beside Fu Xinian, Hecelian sweetly began, "Hello everyone, I am Hecelian. I shall be a considerate and perfect partner. It is perfectly all right if you do not know me yet. Let us begin our acquaintance today." With that, she flashed an irresistibly charming smile. While she spoke, Sita Meng, who stood next to Jiang Ning, disdainfully curled her lips, thinking that insufferable man is at it again, attracting all the attention. When her turn came, she cast aside all her emotions and beamed brightly. "I am Situ Meng, and I am here primarily to accompany my sister." As she mentioned her sister, she reached out and embraced Jiang Ning. Their familiarity was evident, and the audience in the live stream witnessed their long princess smile as the lotus bloomed with laughter, casting a radiant springtime glow. In that fleeting moment, the world seemed to pale, one exuding pure innocence, the other imbued with desire. With grace comparable to jade and orchids, the two beauties shone together. Indeed, it was true that a beautiful woman as friends are equally enchanting. The beauties said nothing. They did nothing but draw close to one another, and yet it was utterly overwhelming. In the live stream, regardless of gender, the audience erupted into wild cheers. Chapter 74. It seems my persona is crumbling. I am driven to madness by jealousy. Dear princess, do not embrace her. Embrace me instead. How could there possibly exist such stunningly beautiful women, possessing figures so alluring? They embody my ideal type entirely. I yearn to intrude between them, to be enveloped by the warm embraces of these two enchanting beauties. The individual upstairs, a rather unsavory character, is clearly consumed with base thoughts. Our new guests are both strikingly handsome and beautiful, and they appear to be acquaintances. I suspected that the introduction of new participants at this juncture was a cunning ploy by the production team. Indeed, they have executed their strategy well. The attention of all is swiftly diverted. Oh, what a delightful scene. Must this variety show strictly adhere to a male-female selection? Might there be room for female pairings? Suddenly, I feel an overwhelming desire to ship the princess with the newly arrived lady. Have I lost my senses? Following the introductions, the executive director announced the day's gameplay. Today's theme is finding the lost princess. Shortly, we shall draw lots, and one of the 5 female participants will be sent to the hospital to assist Jiang Xiyu with a live-streaming task. The remaining 4 will be dispatched to various locations on the island. Gentlemen present, your task is to uncover the riddles concealed by the female participants within the villa. Based on these riddles, you must decipher the answers and proceed to the designated locations to find the respective ladies to complete your mission. Liu Hua inquired how they would discern which riddle belonged to which participant. The executive director explained that it is quite challenging to guess based solely on the riddle. Only upon locating the female participant will the gentleman discover her identity. Thus, this game is also aptly named Fate is Predestined. Now, the themed attire for today has been delivered to each of your rooms, and stylists await your arrival. Please return and change your outfits. The executive director glanced at the time and reminded everyone, you have 20 minutes to change. Time is of the essence, and the participants promptly sprang into action. Jiang Ning, opting not to crowd into the room with the others, took her dress and accompanied Situ Meng to the shared bathroom outside. As soon as the door closed, the commotion ceased. Before Jiang Ning could inquire, Situ Meng clasped her hands together, gazing earnestly at her, and boldly confessed, "Sister, I must confess my transgressions. I succumbed to temptation and accepted a minuscule favor from someone. Jiang Ning was taken aback. Now, let us rewind to 10 hours prior. Sita Ming, who had fought alongside Jiang Ning for years and pledged to indulge in the company of charming young men, felt disheartened upon learning that Jiang Ning had been coerced into participating in a matchmaking reality show, leaving her without a like-minded companion. Consequently, she found little joy in pursuing young men and decided to reduce her previously selected 10 suitors by 4. Then, in her long-favored VIP room, the music began to play. Drinks flowed, and the dashing young men swayed their hips. She laughed heartily, reveling in the moment. However, just as the young men were energetically performing for her, someone entered the room. The man sat beside her, observing their playful antics for a while before suddenly leaning closer to her ear and whispering, "Your best friend is enduring hardships on the show, while you indulge in merriment here. Don't you wish to accompany her?" The newcomer, possessing a melodious voice, struck her as oddly familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Stifling her gaze from the swaying forms of the young men, she glanced at the person next to her, who had just fed her a piece of fruit, her expression akin to that of a ghost. A slippery grape, glistening in the light, became lodged in her throat, and she rolled her eyes, emitting a sound reminiscent of a distressed goose. Cough, cough, cough. The other person reached out to pat her back. She struggled to evade the help, and after a prolonged moment, she finally regained her composure. "What brings you here? Goodness, I nearly became the first person in this world to choke on a young man's dance." As a longtime friend of Jiang Ning, she had known her even before Fu Xinyan, and naturally, she was familiar with him as well. Having grown up abroad, he was a notorious flirt, a master of emotional manipulation, and an irresponsible man. Their magnetic fields clashed, and during their rare encounters, they often quarreled incessantly. Ever since Jiang Ning had definitively severed ties with Fu Xinyan, their paths had seldom crossed. The only occasion they met, the vibrant, dreamlike lights of the private room flickered incessantly, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon Sita Ming's face. Reflecting on their last meeting, her eyes flickered with emotion. Perhaps it was the stifling atmosphere of the room or the effects of the alcohol, but her cheeks felt warm, even as she maintained an outward calm. Suddenly, she lost interest in watching the young men dance provocatively and hit the pause button. With a casual wave of her hand, she instructed the skilled dancers to step outside for a moment. Once the crowd had dispersed, she turned her head to scrutinize the person beside her with a hint of disdain. It had been quite some time since they last met, yet he remained as insufferable as ever. "You know my rules. I'm not looking for a long-term boyfriend. What brings Yi Xiao here? Are you interested in applying for the position of my boyfriend?" she inquired with a playful smile. "Quite the coincidence, as I too am not seeking a long-term girlfriend. However, for this occasion, I wish to set romance aside and simply ask if you miss your dear friend. How about I arrange for you to see her?" Sita Ming narrowed her eyes. "Has anyone ever told you that when you harbor ulterior motives, you resemble a 1,000-year-old fox?" He Lian, unfazed, met her gaze with a composed demeanor and replied, "Has anyone mentioned that when you hear a suggestion you find appealing, your heart visibly flutters?" Pausing for a moment, he added, "Aren't you supposed to be inseparable best friends? Now there is an opportunity. Will you go or not?" Sita Ming turned her profile to him, coldly rejecting the proposition, stating, "Flattery without purpose is suspect. I shall not go." He Lian chuckled and asked, "Didn't you say that time is eternal, and true friendships never fade? Isn't sisterhood profound and everlasting?" This was something Jiang Ning had said during her relationship with Fu Xinyan, a line she had brazenly used while being a third wheel, and to her surprise, he still remembered it. What a feat for him. Sita Ming bestowed upon him a polite smile that clearly conveyed her skepticism. "Are you truly unaware? My heart always accompanies you." He Lian's expression suddenly turned serious. "The Hermes Kelly in pure rose gold. Rumor has it that someone wishes to purchase it, yet has been unable to do so." Sita Ming's heart fluttered. "It is the pure rose gold Kelly, crafted from genuine rose gold and crocodile skin, adorned with 1160 diamonds, with only 12 pieces existing worldwide. Its collectible value is exceptionally high. I've heard the asking price has far exceeded its material worth. How could this fellow manage to acquire it? Surely, it cannot be a counterfeit. Yet, Upon reflection, despite his lack of taste and penchant for women, he has always been generous and lavish towards them. Unlikely to deceive with a fake, Situ Ming's heart raced, and just as she was on the verge of acquiescence, she abruptly halted her words. No, do not think to sway me. If the enemy dares to employ such a costly honey trap, it is undoubtedly not as simple as merely sending her on an errand. He's sealing up the ante. How about haute couture from Elie Saab, a top-tier luxury brand, reserved solely for celebrities and affluent socialites? Merely having wealth does not guarantee acquisition. One must possess fame and status. Situ Ming was wildly tempted, yet she shook her head vehemently. However, for some inexplicable reason, her head felt as heavy as lead, rendering her unable to move it. After a moment, unable to withstand the allure, she pressed her hand tightly against her mouth, her lips trembling as she inquired. You must clarify. Do you wish for me to commit heinous acts, or do you require my support as you engage in nefarious deeds? Hsilian was taken aback. What on earth was this girl thinking? With utmost candor, she expressed, Situ Ming, I've heard that blind date variety shows are quite entertaining. I sincerely invite you to join me for an experience. Situ Ming was not convinced, insisting, speak the truth. Hsilian had no intention of deceiving her. Help me play matchmaker for your sister and my brother. However, this time, Situ Ming shook her head vigorously. That one do. They are not a match. Hsilian replied, it is merely for show in the program. As she spoke, she elegantly raised 3 fingers, 3 sets of Elie Saab's latest collection. Choose any. Though it is said that wealth should not lead one astray, the sheer magnitude of this fortune landing in her lap was something she could never forgive herself for rejecting. Thus, I desire the bag. I shall have the haute couture, with an additional condition. What condition? Hsilian furrowed her brow. You owe me a favor, and whatever I ask of you thereafter, you must comply. Hsilian, have you not heard that those who take advantage of chaos often meet a swift demise? Situ Ming shrugged. I have only heard that one who does not seize an opportunity is a fool. Should you choose not to, you may refuse. Hsilian gritted her teeth. Fine. Situ Ming laughed. It's a deal. Returning to the present, Situ Ming, aware of her own shortcomings, repeatedly apologized. Sister, I'm so sorry. The bag is yours. The Elie Saab haute couture is also yours. You may have all 3 sets. She firmly stated, I only seek a single favor from you regarding that scoundrel. Jiang Ning responded with an expression of exasperation. After a prolonged apology, Situ Ming finally noticed her friend's peculiar silence. Ning, are you upset? She inquired cautiously. Jiang Ning cast a fleeting glance at her. Ming. It seems my persona has crumbled. Oh. Situ Ming looked on in astonishment. Chapter 75. No regrets? In a moment of hazy recollection, she suddenly remembered. In truth, the Jiang Ning of the past was not the same as the woman she had become now. That vibrant and flamboyant beauty, who effortlessly mingled among men and played the role of a seductive enchantress, was not her true self. During her teenage years, Jiang Ning possessed an extraordinary beauty. Tall and graceful, her delicate features were captivating. Her skin was not only smooth and tender, but also radiant. Even in a chaotic crowd, she could be spotted at first glance, resembling a greenhouse flower nurtured with utmost care. Her voice was sweet and gentle, and her personality was a delightful blend of boldness and softness, endearing her to all. Situ Ming, known for her fiery temperament, found herself unexpectedly captivated by Jiang Ning. Within the span of a week, her feelings transformed from envy, jealousy, and disdain towards the new girl, who attracted the attention of every male student, to a possessive affection. Declaring Jiang Ning as her protected flower, unworthy of the attention of mere mortals. Situ Ming came from a family with several sisters, all conceived from her father's extramarital affairs. Her mother, endowed with remarkable endurance, managed to bring the children home after a monetary exchange. As the eldest, Situ Ming struggled to feel any protective instinct towards her younger sisters, who were perpetually bickering over dresses and diamonds. However, after meeting Jiang Ning, she took her under her wing, safeguarding her meticulously. Throughout their 3 years in high school, Situ Ming vigilantly defended Jiang Ning from the lecherous gaze of their male classmates, maintaining an impenetrable barrier for 2 years. In their final year, she was arranged to study abroad, with all plans meticulously set in motion. She had a childhood friend, whose character was at least somewhat reliable, and held a significant position in the student council. Before her departure, she earnestly urged him to keep a watchful eye on Jiangning. Ideally, he would involve Jiangning in student council activities, thus minimizing any potential encounters with the predatory wolves from other classes. However, upon her return, she discovered that the world had shifted dramatically. The delicate flower she had so carefully nurtured had been whisked away. Right under the nose of her childhood friend in the student council, someone had audaciously stolen her away. And it was none other than the former president of the student council, who had already graduated and returned. That scoundrel! Despite Jiang Ning's insistence that she had been the one to fall for him first and had pursued him actively, Situ Meng's heart was filled with an indescribable bitterness. She increasingly viewed Fu Xinian, who had been briefly invited back as the honorary president of the student council, with disdain. Surely, he had been tempted by her beauty. He must have been captivated by Jiang Ning at first sight, then cunningly schemed to approach her, all the while concealing his true intentions. Instead, he had lured her innocent Jiang Ning closer to him. How else could one explain the fact that this paragon of virtue, praised by both faculty and students for his decorum in dealings with the opposite sex, had managed to swiftly win over her precious, sweet, and tender flower during her brief absence from school? She began to closely observe the interactions between the two. Though reluctantly, one must concede that these two individuals, both in appearance and temperament, are indeed a perfect match. Furthermore, Fu Xian's affection for Jiang Ning is genuine. It is said that the typically reserved and self-disciplined Fu Xian, known for his stoic demeanor, becomes indulgent towards his petite girlfriend who occasionally oversleeps and arrives late. He even misuses his authority to procure a variety of popular snacks, which are quickly devoured before the end of class, personally delivering them to her. She has certainly benefited from this, as Fu Xian is adept at winning hearts, always ensuring to reserve a portion for her. He permits his girlfriend to express her whims, regardless of their validity. She boldly climbs onto his back, playfully tugging at his ear, and teasingly exclaims, "Fu Xian, do you mock me? Has your courage grown?" Although only a few members of the student council witness this display, it is more than enough to leave Si-Tu Meng astounded. On the surface, Fu Xian is merely 3 years their senior, yet he possesses an illustrious background and exceptional talents. Since his graduation, he has remained a legendary figure, frequently discussed among students and faculty alike. It is rumored that he has excelled since childhood, particularly showcasing a remarkable acumen for business. While his peers ponder attending various birthday parties, he has already completed an entire MBA program and has received a diploma from a prestigious institution. In his leisure time, he has formed a team to undertake several collaborative projects, each yielding significant success. His return to the university, serving as the nominal president of the student council to guide younger students, is said to stem from his personal belief that he is in no rush to take over the family business. One time, Si-Tu Meng witnessed him being approached by the principal, who is usually stern with students. However, when conversing with Fu Xian, the Mediterranean-haired principal's face lit up with joy. Nodding eagerly as if he were observing the achievements of a beloved grandchild, radiating warmth and approachability. This is a man whom even the principal respects. Yet he willingly allows her sister to ride on his back, concerned that she might fall and discreetly supporting her legs. Si-Tu Meng suddenly found herself believing her sister's claim of actively pursuing Fu Xian. Having encountered numerous admirable young men, none could compare to Fu Xian, who embodies both inner and outer excellence, truly a rare gem. Jiang Ning made a wise choice early on. After a period of contemplation, Si-Tu Meng's perspective shifted from seeking to uncover Fu Xian's flaws in hopes of encouraging a breakup, to appreciating that a man 3 years older indeed knows how to cherish others. She eagerly anticipated witnessing the new ways in which the esteemed Fu Xian would dote on his girlfriend. Later, she mused in amusement as the two continued their playful antics during lunch, where the sweet and sour ribs were already quite sweet. They showered her with affection, exclaiming, "No, no, the sugar intake has been excessive lately. Quick, someone assist me to the school infirmary for insulin." Si-Tu Meng silently bestowed her blessings upon this destined campus couple. Due to the influence of Jiangning, Fu Xinyan found himself spending increasingly prolonged hours at the school, transforming from his initial commitment of visiting for merely 2 hours whenever possible to nearly residing in the student council office throughout the day. What began as a 2-month guidance period has now extended to an entire semester. In the blink of an eye, the semester has flown by. On the eve of the graduation ceremony, Jiangning, her cheeks flushed, approached her. She confided in her, whispering that she was preparing to undertake a bold and audacious act the following night. Shyly, she revealed her entire plan. At that moment, Si Tuming, who had only engaged in idle chatter and possessed no experience in romantic matters, was left dumbfounded, yet she couldn't help but admire her friend's courage. After a moment of admiration, deep concern set in. Are you truly resolved? Will you not regret this? Chapter 76. Was it due to the pain? Men are hardly noble creatures. Once they possess something, they often fail to cherish it. Her father stands as a living testament to this truth. Yet, how could she possibly voice such thoughts to Jiangning? Moreover, Fu Xinyan did not appear to embody this stereotype. As the anticipation of an impending event washed over her, Jiangning felt a wave of shyness and her heart raced, causing her to miss the hesitation in her friend's demeanor, only nodding absent-mindedly. Yes, I made up my mind, Ming Ming. I truly adore him and shall have no regrets. Thus, after a discussion filled with youthful exuberance, the two girls, cheeks flushed and with an air of secrecy, slipped into a renowned local lingerie store. Half an hour later, they emerged, still blushing and furtively clutching a bag filled with delicate items. The following day marked the graduation gala. That evening, Jiangning had a performance that proved to be a resounding success. Perhaps it was the last night of revelry, as the male students in attendance fully unleashed their exuberance, cheering and applauding thunderously while she performed. From various corners, declarations of "I like you," "Campus bell," erupted. For a moment, Jiangning was taken aback, her smile modest. The audience erupted into laughter. As the honorary president, Fu Xinyan was seated in the front row beside the principal, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he turned his head to discern which audacious individuals were making a ruckus. In the crowd, Sita Ming felt her heart race with excitement and anxiety for her friend's dazzling appearance and the momentous event that would soon unfold. Jiangning and Fu Xinyan had agreed that after her performance, she would gracefully descend from the stage, where he awaited her like a prince poised for his princess. They did not linger until the end of the gala. Amidst the envious and wistful gazes of the crowd, they departed side by side. Sita Ming watched them leave, and when Jiangning glanced back in a fluster, she flashed a toothy grin and made a gesture of encouragement. "Sister, go for it." Then a night passed. Sita Ming awaited news from Jiangning, but none came. Was it due to an overwhelming pain? It was said that girls often experience great discomfort during their first time, with some even confined to bed. She hesitated to reach out to Jiangning first. They had agreed that once the dust settled, Jiangning would seek her out. Yet she did not. The next day, silence persisted. On the third day, still no word. She attempted to call Jiangning, but the line was busy. She even ventured to Jiangning's home, but the housekeeper informed her that Jiangning was not at home. When she tried to ask further, the housekeeper had already closed the door. With no means of contact, Sita Ming could only remain at home, filled with worry. What if something had gone awry? Her imagination conjured numerous scenarios. Perhaps they had met with an accident on the way to the hotel. If that were the case, surely the housekeeper would not keep it from her. Oh, perish the thought. Jiangning was destined for a long and safe life. So how could she possibly be in an accident? Or perhaps they were caught during their rendezvous. No, that couldn't be right. They were both over 18. Surely the police would not intervene. It seems that both families have discovered their relationship, leading to a potential separation. This scenario appears most plausible. Yet, it is rare to find a son-in-law as remarkable as Fu Xian or a daughter-in-law as enchanting as Jiangning. One would be hard-pressed to find any family that would oppose such a pairing. Despite racking her brain and indulging in wild speculation, she could not fathom the reason, and instead, her mind conjured distressing images that sent her heart racing. Days passed, and 6 days later, A torrential downpour accompanied by thunder and lightning ensued. After finishing dinner, she found herself listlessly observing her so-called sisters squabbling over attire for the upcoming banquet. Just as she sighed for the 100th time, the doorbell rang. Her residence, a standalone villa, required traversing an open courtyard from the front door to the main entrance. Unlike other homes that at least featured some form of awning, her family opted against it, citing her father's consultation with a fortune teller who claimed they lacked positive energy. Thus, the open spaces of their home must be fully exposed to the sun's rays. Si Tu Meng mused, how could they lack positive energy? With a household full of women and a plethora of distractions outside, where was the positive energy to be found? The rain fell in torrents. Uncertain whether it was a fault in the wiring or something else, the view from the window was obscured by static. The housekeeper ventured out with an umbrella and returned shortly after, wearing a peculiar expression as she addressed her. Meng Meng, your classmate is here to see you. Still lost in her thoughts about her father's antics, Si Tu Meng was momentarily taken aback at the mention of a classmate seeking her out. Having missed her planned graduation trip due to concern for Jiang Ning, she wondered who would come looking for her at such a time. A flash of realization struck her. It was Jiang Ning. The housekeeper nodded, confirming her presence. In such heavy rain, why didn't you invite her in? She chided. Before the housekeeper could explain, Si Tu Meng, filled with anticipation, exclaimed, I'm going out to meet her. Hastily seizing the umbrella from the housekeeper, she dashed outside. Upon reaching the entrance, she was suddenly reminded of the housekeeper's odd expression. Si Tu Meng would forever remember the moment she excitedly rushed to the door, only to find Jiang Ning standing there. Thunder rumbled overhead, and the heavens seemed to pour forth a deluge. The young woman at her doorstep was soaked to the skin, her face pale and devoid of vitality, illuminated momentarily by the flashes of lightning against the dark sky. With reddened eyes, Jiang Ning appeared like a lost soul, devoid of spirit, until she caught sight of Si Tu Meng, when her eyelashes fluttered weakly, as if searching for solace. A smile, more sorrowful than a cry, appeared on her face, while tears cascaded down, even more fervently than the rain. Jiang Ning's pale lips moved, and Si Tu Meng strained to hear her amidst the cacophony of the storm. She uttered, Meng Meng, what should I do? I'll let go of Fu Xian. I don't want him anymore. Si Tu Meng had yet to find the opportunity to inquire about the reasons behind Jiang Ning's breakup with Fu Xian. On that day, the two of them ventured together to select exquisite lingerie. They even secretly browsed the internet, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment as they sought information for their research. Before departing, one could see the tension and anticipation etched on their faces. That evening, Jiang Ning lingered at Si Tu Meng's home. The following day, seizing the opportunity while Si Tu Meng stepped away to the restroom, Jiang Ning quietly slipped away. Throughout the night, Si Tu Meng refrained from asking questions, while Jiang Ning remained reticent, uttering not a word, leaving behind a note that read, I need some time to think alone. It wasn't long before Fu Xian approached her as well. Once a spirited and confident prodigy, he now bore the weight of despondence. His voice barely a whisper as he inquired if she knew what had transpired with Jiang Ning and why she had chosen to end their relationship. With sympathy, Si Tu Meng revealed to him the note left by Jiang Ning.